Chapter 1. A small message from the author. I am a new author, and this is my first time writing a novel. I am a bit of a blockhead, and many of my ideas are not yet perfect. Please forgive me, readers. I am very sorry if I have brought you a bad reading experience. Finally, I wish all readers to be blessed, make a fortune, and achieve their goals. Every day is more exciting than yesterday, and the future is getting better and better. Zhou Zilong opened his eyes and a strange scene came into his eyes. He rubbed his temples and tried to recall what happened before. He remembered that he was besieged by a group of people, and then he died, but now, why is he standing on this wide road? Hey? Where am I? Wasn't I beaten to death by a group of people? Zhou Zilong muttered in confusion. He tried to calm himself down and recalled himself before the accident. At that time, he was still a freshman in school and got into trouble because of a brave act. In the end, he failed to escape the pursuit of those people and died on the street, but now, he has miraculously resurrected and came to a completely unfamiliar world. Did I really travel through time? Zhou Zilong felt an inexplicable excitement and curiosity in his heart, and he decided to figure out the environment he was in first. He continued to walk along the sidewalk beside the road, constantly thinking about the future direction in his heart. About an hour later, he walked into a prosperous city. This city was different from any city in his memory. The towering buildings, busy streets, and various creatures made him feel novel and excited. Just as he was about to ask passers-by about the situation, a man with a wolf head and a human body suddenly appeared in his sight. The man's dress was very similar to the werewolf character in the anime, which made Zhou Zilong mistakenly think that this was a cosplay event. However, when the man spoke, he didn't notice that he hit the pole of the wire with a tuan. "Little brother, are you okay?" The man with a wolf head and a human body asked with concern. Zhou Zilong rubbed his head that had hit the pole and replied, "Brother, I'm fine, but your cosplay is too real, even the hair is so realistic." The man with a wolf head and a human body was stunned for a moment, then smiled and explained, "What cosplay? Sorry, little brother, I am a werewolf." Zhou Zilong was shocked after hearing this. He realized that he had really come to a different world. He hurriedly asked the werewolf brother about the situation in this world. After communicating with the werewolf brother, Zhou Zilong learned that he had actually traveled to the Dragon Ball world, a world full of fantasy and adventure. However, the combat power in this world is too strong, and it is easy to break through a planet, which makes him a little worried. Without the blood of the scions, without super blood inheritance, and without super strong talents, it is not easy to survive in this world. He began to think about how to improve his strength so that he can better cope with future challenges. Others who travel through time at least have a plug-in system or something, but I have nothing. I just know some free fighting skills. This can help me survive in a world with little combat power. In the world of Dragon Ball, where combat power is off the charts, I guess I can only fight that Miss Satan." Zhou Zilong shook his head helplessly after leaving the wolf brother. "I don't know which timeline it is now. If it is still a relatively early timeline, I might have a chance to improve my strength, such as meeting the protagonist or supporting role of Dragon Ball to activate a system, and then start my life of cheating." Zhou Zilong muttered to himself again. Just as he was thinking about how to survive in this world, he noticed a high-end school. The school's architectural style is unique and full of technology, which is in sharp contrast with the surrounding buildings. Just as Zhou Zilong stared at the school, he heard several people with their heads covered whispering. They looked in one direction of the school, with greedy expressions on their faces. "That girl should be the daughter of Capsule Corporation. It's almost time to go home from school. Let's kidnap her and ask Dr. Brief for a ransom of several billion after school," one of the kidnappers whispered. Zhou Zilong was shocked. Capsule Corporation? Bulma? He immediately thought of Dragon Ball, a classic anime he had watched since childhood. Moreover, judging from the conversations of these kidnappers, he might be in the time before the first plot began. Thinking of this, Zhou Zilong couldn't help but get excited. If this was really the case, then he had a chance to change his fate. He had to find Bulma, stop the kidnappers, and find his own position in this world. Zhou Zilong hid in the dark, quietly observing the kidnappers. They looked very professional and were obviously carefully planned. He did not dare to act rashly and could only wait for an opportunity. Finally, the school bell rang, the school gate slowly opened, and students poured out. Zhou Zilong saw the girl targeted by the kidnappers, Bulma. She was wearing a school uniform, a ponytail, and her blue eyes flashed with intelligence. However, she looked only 11 or 12 years old at the moment, but she was exactly the same as the image in the anime. It seems that I have indeed traveled to before the Dragon Ball plot began, Zhou Zilong secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that now was the best time for him to take action. He quietly followed Bulma, always paying attention to the movements of the kidnappers. Sure enough, when the kidnappers saw Bulma coming out, they immediately walked towards her. "Miss Bulma, our boss wants to invite you for a cup of tea," a kidnapper said. Bulma frowned, obviously wary of the sudden stranger. She was about to refuse, but was grabbed by another kidnapper's arm. "What do you want to do?" Bulma struggled. "Stop struggling, come with us," the kidnapper sneered. Zhou Zilong saw this and rushed over immediately. He kicked over the kidnapper who grabbed Bulma, and then knocked down another kidnapper who tried to come forward with a punch. "Who are you? Why do you want to kidnap Bulma?" Zhou Zilong asked loudly, his voice full of determination and anger. "Mind your own business," the kidnapper leader shouted angrily when he saw someone intervene. Although Zhou Zilong did not know the Qigong and martial arts in Dragon Ball, he was a person who had practiced Sanda for many years, and his physical fitness was much stronger than these kidnappers. He flexibly dodged the kidnappers' attacks and kept fighting back. Although his punches and feet were not as powerful as the fighters in Dragon Ball, each blow was full of strength and determination. Soon, the kidnappers were knocked to the ground one by Zhou Zilong. They lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to move. "Are you okay?" Zhou Zilong turned to look at Bulma and asked with concern. Bulma nodded, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. "Thank you for saving me," she said, her voice full of tenderness and gratitude. Bulma looked at Zhou Zilong's figure, and an inexplicable emotion rose in her heart. She had never seen such a brave and determined man. His appearance made her feel at ease and warm. "We have to leave here quickly, lest they have accomplices," Zhou Zilong said, then took Bulma's hand and started running away. Chapter 2. Big brother, you don't look like you are from Zidu. Where are you from? After escaping from the kidnappers' scene, Bulma stood on the street and asked Zhou Zilong, who was tall and handsome, curiously. "I came from a deep mountain. I have lived there since I was a child. I am going to go out for a walk," Zhou Zilong said awkwardly. He couldn't tell Bulma that he came from another world. "Oh? Deep mountains? There must be a lot of interesting things there." Bulma's eyes flashed with curiosity. She was full of curiosity about this mysterious man from the deep mountains. "Well, there are indeed a lot of interesting things." Zhou Zilong nodded and responded. "I haven't thanked you properly yet. Can you tell me your name?" Bulma looked at Zhou Zilong gratefully, her voice full of sincerity. "My name is Zhou Zilong," Zhou Zilong replied with a smile. "Zhou Zilong? What a nice name, Big Brother Zilong. Do you want to come to my house and sit for a while?" "I will let my father thank you well," Bulma said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I am also a bad guy?" Zhou Zilong asked back, with a hint of ridicule in his words. "No." Bulma shook her head firmly, "I believe in my intuition, you are not a bad person." Looking at Bulma's firm eyes, Zhou Zilong felt a warm current in his heart. He nodded and decided to go to her home with Bulma. Just as Zhou Zilong was accompanying Bulma back to the capsule company, a voice that only Zhou Zilong could hear suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for contacting the main characters of Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Ball fantasy system is activated. Would you like to bind with me? Zhou Zilong was stunned, and then he realized with surprise that he had obtained the legendary system. Zhou Zilong was stunned for a moment, looked around, but found that there was no one else except him and Bulma. He moved his heart and tentatively answered, "Bind." Host binding confirmed successfully. The voice sounded again, and then a large row of information appeared in Zhou Zilong's mind. Name: Zhou Zilong. Race: pure earthling. Vitality 105. Potential 500. Potential development progress 1%. Combat power 5. Potential level: strong level potential. Mastered moves: high level Sanda skills. Own abilities: none. Zhou Zilong's eyes widened. This information meant that he was no longer an ordinary time traveler, but had a system that could change his fate. System: what can you do? Zhou Zilong asked curiously. This system can help the host improve his strength, unlock more abilities, and become a strong man in the Dragon Ball world, the system replied. Zhou Zilong was delighted. He knew that his chance had come. He was no longer a traverser with no background, but had the potential to become a strong man. If I keep calling you system, it will seem that we are a little estranged. Why don't I call you Xiaoling in the future, and you don't always call me host? Just call me Zilong, Zhou Zilong said to his system. The name Xiaoling was the nickname of a girl he liked before he crossed over. He felt that the voice of the system was a bit similar to her, so he decided to call her that. Okay, Zilong. Xiaoling's voice sounded a little cheerful, as if he was also satisfied with this new name. Then Xiaoling, can you explain to me the information that just appeared in my mind? Zhou Zilong asked. No problem, Zilong. Xiaoling began to explain. Races like nationality. There are too many races in the Dragon Ball world, so I won't explain them one by one. Vitality represents lifespan. The higher the vitality, the longer the lifespan. 1 point of vitality represents 1 year of lifespan. Potential represents the maximum combat power you can have. Each potential value can increase the combat power of the corresponding value *10. Potential development progress represents the progress of your ability development. Potential level is set by me according to the people in it. There are mediocre, ordinary, strong, elite, king, epic, quasi-god, demigod, god level, and super god level. The higher the potential level, the higher the potential value. After listening to Xiaoling's explanation, Zhou Zilong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Is that so? Then I only have strong potential now. Even if I fully develop it, I will only have 5,000 points of combat power. Doesn't this mean that I have to start playing soy sauce after Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth? He originally hoped to have a powerful strength like Sun Wukong, but now it seems that it is still a bit far away. Xiaoling seemed to feel Zhou Zilong's loss and comforted him. Zilong, don't be discouraged. Although your current potential level is not high, you still have 3 opportunities to wash your potential marrow. Each wash can greatly improve your potential value and potential level. Moreover, I will always be by your side to help you become a real strong man. Hearing this, Zhou Zilong rekindled hope in his heart. Really? That's great. Xiaoling, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength and will not let you down. Bulma's home is located in a very conspicuous location in Zidu. As soon as she walked into the house, she was frightened by a sudden figure and almost fell to the ground. A man wearing a white jacket, green casual clothes, and a mushroom-shaped hairstyle rushed in. His hair was mixed with some grey, and there was a big beard above his mouth. There was a black kitten lying on his back. Bulma, I heard that you were almost kidnapped just now. Fortunately, you are fine. Dr. Brief came out of the laboratory and was relieved to see that his daughter was safe. Bulma nodded, pointed to the man next to him and said, I'm fine, Thanks to this big brother Zilong, he saved my life. Dr. Brief looked Zhou Zilong up and down, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Oh? You are the hero who saved my daughter? Thank you so much. Zhou Zilong waved his hand and said with a smile, Nothing, I just saw it when I passed by. Miss Bulma is so smart and cute, how could I watch her get hurt? Bulma's face flushed when she heard it. She secretly glanced at Zhou Zilong, and a ripple appeared in her heart. Dr. Brief warmly invited Zhou Zilong to stay as a guest. Zhou Zilong did not refuse and followed Dr. Brief into the villa. Of course, if possible, Zhou Zilong would also stay to learn about technology. Although the Dragon Ball world is mainly based on combat, the technology in the Dragon Ball world is still very powerful, especially some mutant technologies, such as the technology of artificial humans. This can make the Earthlings have the strength of Super Science. Zhou Zilong feels that if he knows more about technology, it will be easier to deal with artificial humans in the future. Of course, the ultimate goal is that he hopes to have a training plan. Chapter 3. Brother Zilong, you will stay in our house for a few more days, right? After taking Zhou Zilong for a walk, Bulma held Zhou Zilong's hand, her clear eyes full of expectations. Zhou Zilong smiled and looked at Bulma and replied, It should be okay for me to stay for a few days, but will it bother you too much if it's too long? No. No. Bulma shook her head quickly, Mom and Dad like to make friends, especially big brothers like you. That's right, little brother Zilong, you stay for a few more days, it won't affect it. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, walked in and said to Zhou Zilong with a smile, And you saved Bulma today, I haven't repaid you well yet. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you to be Bulma's personal bodyguard for a while. Don't worry about the money. I will give you 100,000 dragon coins per hour. Zhou Zilong was shocked by Dr. Brief's words. 100,000 dragon coins? Is money so easy to make in this world? He hesitated for a while, but still agreed. After all, he had nowhere to go now. Brother Zilong, this is your room. Bulma took Zhou Zilong to a spacious and bright room, which was equipped with various modern facilities, including a complete set of fitness equipment. Okay, thank you for your help, Zhou Zilong responded politely. It's not a bother. If you want, this room can be left to you forever, Bulma said playfully. Zhou Zilong felt a little flattered by Bulma's enthusiasm. Zhou Zilong was moved after hearing this, but then shook his head and said, How can I be embarrassed? By the way, Bulma, do you have any clothes to change? I forgot to bring clothes to change after I came out. Bulma was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then asked curiously, Brother Zilong, how come your clothes don't smell of sweat until now? Zhou Zilong scratched his head and said awkwardly, I brought some money when I came out. I stayed in some places and washed and dried my clothes before changing into them. Bulma nodded after hearing this and said, Then you take a shower first. I'll ask Dad to take me to buy some clothes for you. Zhou Zilong waved his hand and said, How can I be embarrassed? Just find me a set of similar size. I can still wear this set after washing it. Seeing this, Bulma no longer insisted. She took Zhou Zilong to the bathroom and prepared a set of clean pajamas for him. Zhou Zilong gratefully took the pajamas and walked into the bathroom. After locking the bathroom door, Zhou Zilong sat in the bathtub. There were a few petals floating on the water, emitting a faint fragrance. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes gently, and said to the system Xiaoling, Xiaoling, wash my marrow for me. Okay, the marrow washing is about to begin. Xiaoling wishes you a great transformation in your first marrow washing. Xiaoling's voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's mind, warm and firm. As soon as the voice fell, a soft and dazzling light lit up from Zhou Zilong's chest and instantly injected into his body. Zhou Zilong felt a warm current flowing in his body, as if countless energy particles were shuttling through his blood vessels, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. However, this warm current did not last too long. Soon, Zhou Zilong felt his body begin to heat up, as if burned by fire. He clenched his teeth and tried to endure the pain. Then, he found that black liquid began to ooze out of his fingertips. These liquids exuded an unpleasant stench, which made people shudder. Zhou Zilong knew that this was a sign that the impurities in the body were being expelled by the marrow washing process. He took a deep breath and focused his attention on every part of his body, feeling the warm current constantly washing his body. As time went on, Zhou Zilong's body began to undergo subtle changes. His skin became smoother and more delicate, and his muscle lines became more fluid and powerful. He felt that his strength was constantly growing, as if he had endless energy. Just as Zhou Zilong was immersed in the changes brought about by the marrow washing, Xiaoling's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The marrow washing has been completed by 80%, and it is about to enter the critical stage. Please stay awake and don't let your guard down. Zhou Zilong was startled and immediately concentrated his mind to prepare for the next challenge. He knew that the critical stage of the marrow washing was the most dangerous moment, and any carelessness might lead to failure. As the marrow washing deepened, Zhou Zilong's body began to undergo more drastic changes. His skin began to glow with a faint golden luster, as if it was shrouded by a layer of mysterious power, and his eyes became bright and energetic, as if he could see through all the falsehoods. Just when Zhou Zilong was about to give up, he suddenly felt a powerful force burst out from his body. This force was like a flood and a beast, instantly breaking through his physical limits, making him feel an unprecedented sense of relief and ease. Marrow washing is successful. Congratulations on unlocking special abilities, Super God level Super Brain Power, Steel Body, Elementary Time Control, Super Transformation Technique. Xiaoling's voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's mind, with a hint of joy and pride. Zhou Zilong immediately checked his information. Zhou Zilong. Race Pure Earthling. Vitality Value 507. Potential Value 10 trillion. Potential Development Progress 1%. Combat Power 10. Potential Level Epic Potential. Mastered Moves High Level Sanda Skills. Own Abilities Super God Level Super Brain Power, Steel Body, Elementary Time Control, God Level Transformation Technique. Looking at this information, Zhou Zilong was filled with excitement. He knew that he was no longer an ordinary earthling, and he had extraordinary power and potential. Xiaoling, I roughly know what the other three abilities mean. What is the use of this God-level transformation technique? Zhou Zilong asked impatiently. The God-level transformation technique is a powerful transformation ability. You can completely transform into someone else's appearance and imitate someone else's aura. This can not only be used to hide your identity, but also to shock or confuse the enemy, Xiaoling explained. Zhou Zilong nodded, full of expectations for the adventure that will unfold in the future. He knew that his fate would change dramatically because of this marrow washing. Okay, I know, thank you Xiaoling for being so thoughtful, Zhou Zilong said gratefully. It's okay. Since Xiaoling chose you, I will definitely help you with all my strength. But Zilong, before you have full strength, you must be cautious in using the time control skill, do you know? Because some people in the Dragon Ball world are very taboo about this ability, Xiaoling reminded again. Okay, I know, I will pay attention, Zhou Zilong replied solemnly. By the way, Xiaoling, don't I have 2 more chances to cleanse my marrow? When will this be? Zhou Zilong asked curiously. The timing of these 2 marrow cleansings is not decided by Xiaoling. It will only be triggered after you, Zilong, have promoted the development of the Dragon Ball plot. Xiaoling's voice was calm and firm. Zhou Zilong nodded, knowing the responsibility he had to shoulder. He must adapt to his own strength as soon as possible, and at the same time promote the development of the Dragon Ball plot in order to obtain more opportunities for marrow cleansing. Chapter 4. Uncle, good morning. At 7:30 the next morning, after sending Bulma to school, Zhou Zilong came to the capsule company and greeted Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, with a smile. "Oh, Zilong, what's the matter with you coming to see me so early?" Dr. Brief raised his head and put down his work when he saw Zhou Zilong. "Uncle, I want to ask you some questions about science and technology," Zhou Zilong said respectfully. "Although I am a martial artist, I also hope to learn some knowledge about science and technology so that I can better cope with various challenges in the future." After hearing this, Dr. Brief's eyes flashed with a glimmer of appreciation. He nodded and said, "Very good, Zilong, science and technology is indeed a powerful force. It can let us see a wider world. Since you have this idea, let me recommend you some basic scientific research books." As he said, Dr. Brief took a few heavy books from the bookshelf and handed them to Zhou Zilong. These books cover the basic theories, experimental methods, and application skills of science and technology. I believe they will be helpful to you. Zhou Zilong took the books, his heart full of gratitude. He knew that these books were undoubtedly a valuable asset to him. Using his super god-level brain power, Zhou Zilong quickly mastered the knowledge in the books and integrated them. He found that technology and martial arts actually have a lot in common, such as the understanding and use of energy, the exercise and transformation of the body, etc. In the following days, Zhou Zilong spent almost a period of time in the laboratory. He and Dr. Brief conducted some experimental theories and practices, which made Dr. Brief greatly admired. "Zilong, you are one of the most scientifically gifted people I have ever seen." Dr. Brief looked at Zhou Zilong with admiration in his eyes. Zhou Zilong smiled modestly, "Uncle, you are too kind. I am just interested in technology." However, Zhou Zilong did not become complacent because of this. He understood that the power of technology is infinite and he still has a long way to go. "Uncle, do you have any scientific books that are most related to gravity?" 1 month after living in Bulma's house, one morning, after sending Bulma to school, Zhou Zilong came to the laboratory to ask Dr. Brief again, because Zhou Zilong wanted to try to build a gravity room for himself to practice. Dr. Brief stopped his work, looked up at Zhou Zilong, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Zilong, you have a strong desire for knowledge. I do have a few books about gravity. However, I want to remind you that the power of science and technology is huge. It can be used to benefit mankind, but it can also bring disasters. You have to remember, technology should be used in the right place." Zhou Zilong nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. He took the book handed over by Dr. Brief, returned to his room, and began to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. When he opened the first book, Zhou Zilong was attracted by the profound theory in it. He used his super god-level super brain power to quickly integrate the knowledge. As time went by, his understanding of gravity became deeper and deeper, and his mind gradually became clear, and he prepared to build a laboratory for practice. Under the guidance of theoretical knowledge, Zhou Zilong began to build his own gravity practice room. He used various facilities in the laboratory he kept trying and adjusting. During the day, he was immersed in experiments and designs. At night, he used his superpowers to simulate and test. Although he encountered many difficulties in the process, he never gave up. Bulma and Dr. Brief were also moved by Zhou Zilong's determination and perseverance. They gave Zhou Zilong some advice and help from time to time. Bulma used his scientific and technological knowledge to provide Zhou Zilong with some innovative ideas. Dr. Brief used his rich experience to solve many technical problems for Zhou Zilong. After a month of hard work, Zhou Zilong finally successfully built his own gravity practice room, which can simulate gravity environments from 1 to 100 times. "Fortunately, I only opened 3 times the gravity. If it's a little more, I can't handle it now." Zhou Zilong stood in the center of the training room, his training clothes soaked with sweat. He adjusted the gravity settings in the room and felt the huge pressure like a mountain pressing on him. Even breathing became difficult. However, Zhou Zilong did not retreat. He clenched his teeth, his eyes were firm and sharp, as if he could penetrate the layers of gravity. He waved his fists, and every attack was with the force of thunder, as if he was going to tear this gravity training room apart. His footsteps steady and powerful, every move left deep marks on the ground. His figure became taller and taller under the pressure of gravity, as if he had become the pillar of this training room. Zhou Zilong knew that he was still a long way from that goal. What he wanted was not only to become a strong man on earth, but also to stand at the top of the universe and compete with those legendary warriors. To achieve this goal, he must constantly challenge his limits and constantly break through his boundaries. He imagined that he could also have powerful strength and endless fighting spirit like the protagonist Go Kong. However, he also understood that this road was not easy to walk. At present, he needed to pay more efforts and sweat than others to go further on this road. Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and punched again. He felt his muscles trembling under the pressure of gravity, but he did not give up. He gritted his teeth and persisted, challenging his limits again and again. Time passed slowly in the training room. Zhou Zilong had forgotten the existence of time. He had only one belief in his heart: get stronger. Brother Zilong, it's time to eat, you eat first. Just as Zhou Zilong continued to practice selflessly, Bulma's voice came from outside the door. Hearing Bulma's voice, Zhou Zilong realized that he had been in there for a long time. He felt a little tired, but his heart was full of satisfaction and joy. He knew that he had made considerable progress, which made him full of confidence in the future. Okay, you eat first, I'll come after taking a shower, Zhou Zilong responded. He turned off the switch of the gravity practice room and walked into the bathroom next to it. The hot water washed his body, taking away his fatigue and dirt. He felt relaxed and comfortable, as if all his troubles were washed away. After dinner, Zhou Zilong returned to his room. He lay on the bed, thinking about today's practice process. He felt that he had made great progress, but he also knew that he still had a long way to go. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's practice. Chapter 5. On January 5, 745 AE, the sun shines through the window of Bulma's house into the spacious living room. A figure is sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breath steady and deep. This is Zhou Zilong, who has traveled through time. He has lived in this world for a year. However, today's practice made him feel an unprecedented bottleneck. He clearly felt that his strength had reached a critical point. No matter how hard he tried, his strength would be difficult to improve. Hey! It's not easy. It's been a year since I came to this world. My combat power has broken through from the original 10 to 50,000, but it seems that I have encountered a bottleneck. Recently, my practice seems to be unable to improve. Zhou Zilong opened his eyes, sighed softly, and his eyes revealed a bit of confusion. At this moment, Xiaoling's voice rang in his mind: Zilong, you can go to the Turtle Master to promote the development of the plot, learn some of the Turtle Master's martial arts experience, and explore your own martial arts. You are still in the stage of blind exploration this year. It is good to be able to increase your combat power to 50,000. Zhou Zilong was stunned, and then nodded. He understood that Xiaoling's suggestion was reasonable. Since crossing into this world, he has been practicing with his own efforts and memories of the original work. Although he has made rapid progress, he lacks systematic guidance after all. You are right, Xiaoling. I should seek higher level guidance. Zhou Zilong made up his mind and turned to the bathroom to take a shower. However, just as he was about to step into the bathroom, Xiaoling's voice rang again: Zilong, I have a very bad news for you. After my observation during this period of time, I have detected that there is more than one person who has crossed into this world. Zhou Zilong paused, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that there were other crossers in this world. Xiaoling, you mean? Yes, this traverser also has a system like you, but the other party is bound to a villain's system, so you may encounter many different situations in the Dragon Ball world in the future. Xiaoling's voice was a little worried. Zhou Zilong's heart tightened. He knew what this meant. A traverser with a villain system is likely to set off a greater butterfly effect on the world, and he must be prepared to deal with this unknown challenge. But there is also good news for you, Xiaoling changed the subject, that is, this traverser is also very weak at present, and he is not on Earth at present, but on another planet, and his system has not yet awakened, but in order to deal with the other party's system, I need to perform a sleep dormancy update. I hope that when Xiaoling wakes up next time, Zilong's strength will be much improved. Zhou Zilong was relieved when he heard this. Although there is a potential threat, at least there is no need to worry too much for now, and he also understands that Xiaoling's sleep dormancy update is to better cope with future challenges. Okay, Xiaoling, go ahead, I will continue to work hard to practice and improve my strength, Zhou Zilong said with a smile. At this time, in Bulma's laboratory, the lights were bright, and various instruments were flashing with the light of technology. After taking a shower, Zhou Zilong stood by the window, looking at the starry sky, his heart full of determination. He turned around and said to Bulma, who was busy, "Bulma, I may have to leave for a while." Bulma stopped the work in her hands and looked up at Zhou Zilong. Her eyes, which were usually full of curiosity and vitality, were now full of doubts and reluctance. She walked to Zhou Zilong and asked softly, "Ah, Zilong, where are you going?" In this year, Zhou Zilong and Bulma's relationship has become closer. The two not only support each other in scientific research, but also care about each other in life. The relationship between the two has surpassed ordinary friends. There is an inexplicable feeling between the two that is quietly growing. Moreover, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, also greatly appreciated Zhou Zilong, who is both civil and military. Not only did he give Zhou Zilong 5% of the shares of the capsule company, but he also made him a technical consultant for the capsule company. If Bulma had not reached the age, Brief might have urged the two to date quickly. Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and told Bulma, half lying, "I need to find a master to learn new martial arts. Yesterday I dreamed that the earth was invaded by evil forces. I wanted to stop it, but I couldn't do anything. That feeling of powerlessness made me very frustrated. I hope to better protect you in the future, and some people I want to protect." His words were full of determination. Bulma's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was soon replaced by understanding and support. "Zilong, I believe you can do it," she said, her voice full of trust and encouragement. In the next few days, Zhou Zilong and Bulma prepared the items needed for the journey. Bulma used her intelligence to make some practical props for Zhou Zilong, such as energy detectors and portable communicators, while Zhou Zilong used his scientific and technological knowledge to make 30 robot bodyguards with a combat power of 30,000 for Bulma and Dr. Brief to deal with possible dangers. On January 10, 745 AE, the sun shone through the clouds on the land of Zidu, covering this prosperous city with a golden coat. Zhou Zilong stood at the door of the capsule company, took a deep breath of fresh air, and his heart was full of expectations for the future. He was about to leave this familiar city and go to a distant island to find the legendary martial arts master, Turtle Hermit, hoping to worship him as a teacher and make further progress in strength. After leaving the capsule company, Zhou Zilong was not in a hurry to go to the Turtle House. He knew that if he wanted to be accepted as a disciple by the Turtle Master, it was far from enough to just be passionate. So he decided to prepare some gifts first to increase the possibility of his success. Zhou Zilong came to a bookstore and carefully selected several books suitable for the Turtle Master to read. He knew that although the Turtle Master was old, his desire for knowledge had never diminished. These books could not only enrich the spiritual world of the Turtle Master, but also make him feel Zhou Zilong's sincerity and respect. In addition to books, Zhou Zilong also bought some practical items, such as tea sets, tea leaves, and some prepared delicacies. After preparing the gifts, Zhou Zilong came to a more remote place. He took out a capsule and pressed it lightly. A modified jet plane instantly appeared on the ground. This plane was modified by Zhou Zilong using capsule technology and combining his own mechanical design knowledge. It has a longer endurance, enough to support him to go to the turtle house on the island. Zhou Zilong was flying a jet plane over the sea. The sea breeze blew on his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. He was admiring the beautiful sea view while thinking about how to express his sincerity to the turtle master. 10 hours later, Zhou Zilong still hadn't found the trace of the turtle house. He began to get anxious, worried that he had lost his way. I haven't seen a plane fly over for a long time. Could it be coming to find me? At this time, an old man riding a turtle, wearing a pair of sunglasses, wearing an orange casual shirt, holding a cloud-shaped crutch, and carrying a large turtle shell on his back, muttered after seeing Zhou Zilong's plane fly over. Chapter 6. The sea breeze blew, and the waves beat against the small island on the shore. After 3 days of searching, Zhou Zilong flew his jet plane in the sky, looking firmly at the small house on the island in the distance. His heart was full of expectation and nervousness, because he knew that the legendary Wu Tian teacher, Turtle Immortal, lived there. I finally found it. Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and slowly landed on the island in the aircraft. He got off the aircraft, put it away, and then politely walked to the small house and asked, "Excuse me, is Teacher Wu Tian here?" The small house was quiet, and there was no response. Zhou Zilong waited for a while and repeated again, "Excuse me, is Teacher Wu Tian here?" However, there was still no response. He felt a little uneasy, but more determined. He knew that since he had come here, he could not give up easily. Just as Zhou Zilong was about to speak for the 3rd time, the door of the hut suddenly opened, and an old man with a bald head, a white beard, a pair of sunglasses and an orange casual shirt walked out. Zhou Zilong recognized the old man at a glance. It was his idol, Master Wu Tian. "Young man, what are you doing here?" asked Master Kame with a smile. Zhou Zilong immediately stepped forward, bowed with both hands, and said respectfully, "My name is Zhou Zilong. I have heard that Master Wu Tian is the best in the world, so I came to become his disciple, hoping to learn Master Wu Tian's martial arts to eliminate some injustices. Please accept me as your disciple." After listening to Zhou Zilong's words, Master Turtle nodded slightly and said, "I don't accept disciples casually. I have lived for more than 300 years, and I have only accepted 2 disciples in my life." Zhou Zilong's heart tightened, but he did not give up, but said firmly, "Then what can Master Wu Tian do to accept me as his disciple?" Master Turtle looked at Zhou Zilong's determined eyes, he pretended to think, and then changed his tone and said, "Unless you can find a beautiful girl to accompany me." The turtle on the side shook his head helplessly after seeing Master Turtle say this. When Zhou Zilong heard this, he said in his heart that this was indeed very turtle-like, so he said without hesitation, "I will try my best to find a suitable girl to accompany you." After Zhou Zilong took out the jet again, he turned around and left the island. After sailing for several days, Zhou Zilong came to a remote island. He took out a special capsule and pressed it lightly. The capsule made a loud bang and turned into a huge mobile house. Zhou Zilong quickly walked into the house and came to a laboratory full of various instruments. He began to get busy, moving the instruments while flipping through books on cytology. After several days of hard work, a slender and white arm gradually took shape under Zhou Zilong's skillful hands. He nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, "Well, it's very successful. This arm made according to the principle of cells is very successful." Then, Zhou Zilong took out a robot skeleton about 1.7 meters long and installed the arm on it. Then, he began to make other parts of the robot's body. Finally, a sweet and lovely purple-haired blue-eyed woman with a graceful figure appeared in front of Zhou Zilong. She was wearing a maid-like outfit and looked gentle and virtuous. This purple-haired woman was exactly the simulation robot made by Zhou Zilong according to the preferences of Master Kame. She not only has a beautiful appearance and a gentle personality, but also has a certain intelligence and learning ability. Zhou Zilong named the robot Maihui and installed various sensors and programs for her so that she can act and think like a real person. After preparing everything, Zhou Zilong took Maihui back to Master Kame's island again on a jet aircraft. "Teacher Wu Tian, I'm back," Zhou Zilong shouted to Master Kame in the distance, with some excitement and expectation in his voice. "Teacher Wu Tian, I'm sorry, I didn't find a beautiful girl, but I created a beautiful girl with my science and technology. I don't know if this meets the conditions for becoming your disciple," Zhou Zilong said to Master Kame after returning. Master Kame stepped forward and looked at Maihui carefully. His fingers gently touched Maihui's cheek, feeling the skin texture that was no different from that of a real person. He was surprised to find that the skin temperature and elasticity of this robot were no different from those of a real person, and he could even feel a slight breath. "Agui, you are so annoying," Maihui deliberately said in a coquettish voice when Master Kame's fingers touched her arm again. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of nature, which made Master Kame stunned for a moment. "Ha ha ha, Maihui, you are really an interesting robot." The immortal laughed loudly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "So, can I become your disciple now?" Zhou Zilong took the opportunity to ask. Turtle Hermit nodded and said, "Very good, young man, you have passed my test. From today on, you are my third disciple. Remember not to cause trouble when you have learned martial arts. Do you understand?" Zhou Zilong was delighted and quickly replied, "Yes, I will remember the master's teachings." As he said this, Zhou Zilong first kowtowed to his master, then stood up. He took out a few books from his backpack and handed them to Turtle Hermit, saying, "Master, this is a gift from my disciple to you. Please keep it." Turtle Hermit took the books, flipped through a few pages, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked up and said to Zhou Zilong, "Well, the boy is teachable. These books are very useful to me, so I will accept them without hesitation." Then, Turtle Hermit said to Zhou Zilong, "I will take you to practice from tomorrow, and go to bed early at night." Zhou Zilong responded. He said, "Yes, Master Wu Tian." At this moment, Zhou Zilong heard a mechanical voice from Xiaoling, who was in a dormant state. In his mind, "I have come into contact with the second character in the Dragon Ball world. Since Master Kame is an important supporting character in the early stage, I have received a special reward, a book of space cultivation laws. It has been included in the system space and Zilong can claim it at any time. Please don't be surprised." Although Xiaoling is still in a dormant state, the reward mechanism before the dormant state has been reserved for you. After coming into contact with some characters in the Dragon Ball world, the rewards that should be triggered will still be issued. Zhou Zilong's heart moved, and he immediately took out the space cultivation laws from the system and flipped through it. He found that the book recorded a mysterious practice method, which can achieve magical effects such as teleportation and space travel by practicing the power of space. Zhou Zilong was very excited. He knew that this would be a great help in his future practice. He quickly put the book away and prepared to slowly comprehend the mystery in his future practice. Chapter 7. In the early morning, the sun shines through the sparse clouds and sprinkles on the beach. The 5 o'clock bell just rings, and Zhou Zilong is already standing on the beach, starting his daily training. His figure looks firm and upright in the morning light, and every move is full of strength and rhythm. "Not bad, you got up so early." Turtle Hermit walked out of the house with a cup of freshly brewed tea in his hand. Seeing Zhou Zilong practicing, he showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Before I became a disciple of the master, I learned a little from a warrior. Since then, I have kept the habit of getting up early to train." Zhou Zilong stopped and turned to salute Turtle Hermit. His voice was firm and powerful, revealing a spirit of not admitting defeat. "This is a good habit, keep it up." Master Rashi nodded, then walked to Zhou Zilong's side and began to explain the true meaning of martial arts to him. Learning martial arts is not for winning a fight, nor for girls to say you are so strong, and blow you a kiss. These are all abnormal ideas, Master Roshi said earnestly. The real purpose of learning martial arts is to make the body and mind healthy, and then live a meaningful life with this healthy body and mind. This is called martial arts. Zhou Zilong listened carefully, and couldn't help but deeply resonate with Master Roshi's martial arts philosophy. He has always thought that learning martial arts is to become stronger and to win in battle, but now, he began to understand that the true meaning of martial arts is far more than that. Master, I understand, Zhou Zilong bowed deeply. Master Turtle smiled and nodded, and then reminded, but there is one thing you must remember, if you see a martial arts student bullying kind people, that person is your enemy, you must punish him well. Zhou Zilong nodded heavily, and he secretly swore in his heart that no matter where he went in the future, he would uphold the spirit of martial arts of justice and protect what he could protect within his ability. After breakfast, Zhou Zilong rested for half an hour according to Master Turtle's request to restore his physical strength and spirit. He knew that the next practice would be very strict and difficult, but he was ready. He stood up and looked in the direction pointed by Master Turtle, where there was a very large isolated island standing on the blue sea. Zilong, your first training is to swim to that island, said Turtle Hermit, pointing at the isolated island with his cane. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. Zhou Zilong nodded, took a deep breath, and then took a firm step. He took off his shoes and walked barefoot on the beach, feeling the softness and warmth of the sand. He walked towards the sea step by step until the sea submerged his knees. He looked back at Turtle Hermit, then jumped into the sea. The sea water was cool and deep. Zhou Zilong felt that his body was surrounded by the sea water, as if he was in another world. He took a deep breath and then began a long swimming journey. He swam forward with all his strength, paddling the water with his hands, and pushing his feet hard to push his body forward. The sea water was sometimes as calm as a mirror, and sometimes surging. Zhou Zilong kept adjusting his breathing and rhythm during the swimming process to cope with the changes in the sea water. He felt that his body was constantly consuming energy. But he had no intention of giving up. As time went by, Zhou Zilong felt that his physical strength was gradually exhausted. His arms began to ache, his legs felt heavy, his breathing became rapid, and his heartbeat accelerated. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted, swimming forward. Just when Zhou Zilong felt that he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a piece of land in front of him. The isolated island was right in front of him. He seemed to see the light of hope. He used all his strength to swim forward and finally touched the shore of the isolated island. Zhou Zilong lay tiredly on the beach, gasping for breath. He felt as if his body was hollowed out, but he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Congratulations, Zilong, you have passed the first class of practice. Next, you have to work harder. The voice of Turtle Hermit sounded in Zhou Zilong's ears. Zhou Zilong looked up and saw that Turtle Hermit was standing on the shore, smiling at him. Yes. Master. Zhou Zilong struggled to stand up, saluted and answered excitedly. Then, Master Turtle led Zhou Zilong along the winding path, slowly walking into the depths of the island. Along the way, they met many residents of the island, and each of them greeted Master Turtle enthusiastically, as if he was the most popular person here. Guests. Master Wu Tian, you are here. A slightly bloated woman came towards him, holding a basket full of fresh vegetables in her hand. Excuse me, the vegetable purchasing company will come to pick up the goods in the evening. Her face was filled with a simple smile, and she was full of trust in Master Kame. Master Kame nodded, turned to Zhou Zilong and said, Zilong, look, this is what we are going to do. Although farm work seems simple, it can exercise your physical strength and endurance. Remember, the road to martial arts is not achieved overnight. You need to be down to earth and take one step at a time. Zhou Zilong nodded, full of expectations in his heart. He understood that Master Kame, as a legendary martial artist, must have his own unique training methods. He couldn't wait to start his own training journey. Arriving at the farmland, Zhou Zilong looked around and saw green vegetables swaying in the breeze. He took a deep breath and felt the fresh air. He moved his body and warmed up, then walked to a cabbage field and began his new practice, shoveling vegetables. He bent down, took a horse stance, held the shovel tightly with both hands, and shoveled the cabbages one by one. At the beginning, his movements were still a little unfamiliar, but as time went on, he gradually found the feeling, his movements became more and more skilled, and the speed of shoveling cabbages became faster and faster. Every time he shoveled a cabbage, Zhou Zilong could feel the muscles of his waist, abdomen, legs and arms constantly exerting force. He felt his muscles tightening and contracting, as if they were constantly being hammered. This feeling made him excited and nervous, but he knew that this was exactly what he wanted. As time went by, Zhou Zilong felt his physical strength was constantly being consumed. Sweat slid down his forehead and wet his clothes, but he had no intention of stopping to rest. He knew that this was a test of his willpower. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Zilong finally shoveled all the cabbages in the field. He sat on the ground panting with exhaustion, but his face was filled with a satisfied smile. He felt that his body seemed to have undergone a baptism, becoming lighter and stronger. Not bad. Zilong, you did a good job. Turtle Hermit came over and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 8. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the wide sea, sparkling like golden fragments, and the turtle master returned to the island. After putting away his turtle house and turning it into a capsule, he took Zhou Zilong to a wide island connected to the land. When they came to an open place, he took out a capsule from his pocket and pressed it lightly. The turtle house appeared in front of them again, and then the turtle master said, "Zilong, today's practice is just for you to experience it first. Tomorrow will be a formal practice. You need to get up at 4 o'clock every morning and be ready." Zhou Zilong nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew that the road of practice was full of hardships and difficulties, but he was ready to face all challenges. At 4 o'clock in the morning, before it was completely bright, the two came to the milk distribution store on the island. In the store, an earthling with a sheep's head and a human body was busy sorting milk. When he saw the turtle master, he immediately handed over 2 boxes of 6 bottles of milk and attached a list. "Teacher Wu Tian, please help me. These fresh milks must be delivered to all the places to be delivered before 7 o'clock in the morning," said the clerk with a sheep's head and a human body, with a bit of respect in his tone. Turtle Hermit took the list, glanced at the address on it, nodded and said, "Okay, I know." Seeing that Turtle Hermit was going to deliver by running, the clerk with a sheep's head and a human body couldn't help but feel a little confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Wu Tian, don't you use a helicopter to deliver? Will it be too late if you run over like this?" Turtle Hermit heard this and replied, "No, I am practicing with my disciples. Don't worry, it will be delivered on time." After that, Turtle Hermit and Zhou Zilong walked out of the delivery store and started their delivery journey. Along the way, Turtle Hermit took Zhou Zilong across the open plains, sometimes running and sometimes jumping. Although Zhou Zilong was a little tired, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat when he saw Turtle Hermit's relaxed figure. Soon the two came to a forest. There were 2 rows of trees in the woods, forming a long and narrow passage. After Turtle Hermit demonstrated how to run around the trees, he said to Zhou Zilong, "Zilong, you hold the milk box and run out of the woods around these trees according to the movements I just demonstrated. Remember, don't be lazy, and go all out." Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and picked up the milk box. He knew that this training task was more difficult than running and jumping on the plain just now, but he did not back down. He followed Turtle Hermit's demonstration and started running around the trees. The light in the woods was dim and the gaps between the trees were narrow, which caused great obstacles to Zhou Zilong's running. He had to pay attention to the road under his feet and the surrounding trees at all times to avoid bumping into or falling. At the same time, he had to keep the milk box stable and prevent the milk from spilling out. In the first few laps, Zhou Zilong could barely cope with it. But as time went on, his physical strength gradually depleted, his steps began to become heavy, and his breathing became rapid. He felt as if he was being pressed by a mountain and couldn't breathe. However, Zhou Zilong knew that martial arts practice was not only a training of strength, but also a sharpening of will. He gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. In this way, Zhou Zilong insisted on running in the woods. His sweat soaked his clothes, but he did not stop. His eyes were full of determination and perseverance, as if nothing could stop his pace. Finally, after a long run, Zhou Zilong finally ran out of the woods. He put down the milk box, sat on the ground and gasped heavily. His face was filled with a smile of satisfaction and pride, because he knew that he had completed a difficult task. Turtle Immortal walked to Zhou Zilong, looked at his sweaty appearance, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Zilong, you did a good job. Although today's training was difficult, you have successfully overcome the difficulties. Remember this feeling, it will become a precious asset in your future martial arts practice." After delivering the milk, Zhou Zilong and Turtle Immortal returned to Turtle Immortal House together and enjoyed a simple and delicious breakfast. After the meal, Master Kame took Zhou Zilong to a big tree. Master Kame took out a blackboard from his backpack and nailed it firmly to the tree trunk. Martial arts is not just a contest of fists and feet, but also a contest of mind. Master Kame stroked his beard and said earnestly, "If you only exercise your body but not your brain, you can't be considered a true martial artist. From today on, this time every day until lunch is the time for reading. We will use it to study." Zhou Zilong nodded. He knew that in this world, in the martial arts world, whether it is a powerful enemy or an unknown challenge, you need to have enough wisdom and courage to face it. So he sat down and listened carefully to Master Kame's talk about the spirit and philosophy of martial arts. Martial arts is a process of pursuing self-improvement, Master Kame began to explain. It is not only to defeat the enemy, but also to overcome the fear and desire in your heart. A true martial artist should have firm beliefs, unyielding will, and broad mind. Zhou Zilong listened carefully, and he engraved these words deeply in his heart. He knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in this world, he must constantly improve his strength and wisdom. Soon the time came to 11:30, it was time for lunch. After lunch, it was 12:30 at noon. At this moment, it was noon, the sun shone under the shade of the trees, forming a piece of coolness. Master Kame took Zhou Zilong to lie leisurely on the hammock, preparing for a lunch break. It's nap time before 1:30 p.m. Practice diligently, read well, eat a full meal, and then take an afternoon nap. This is our martial arts practice, said Master Turtle, lying lazily on the hammock with his eyes closed. Zhou Zilong lay next to Master Turtle, and his voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's ears with a unique sense of rhythm. Zhou Zilong began to close his eyes and enter the state of lunch break. 1:30 p.m. is the busiest time on the construction site. The workers are busy, carrying building materials, hammering bricks and stones, and the roar of machines and people's conversations interweave into a symphony of labor. Master Turtle brought Zhou Zilong to this busy construction site. His eyes swept over every worker present, and finally fell on a construction site in the distance, where several workers were working together to carry a huge stone slab. The dust on the stone slab was flying in the sun, which seemed extremely heavy. "Zilong, look," Hermit Rashi pointed at the workers and said, "This is the training we are going to do today. We are not going to use our fists or feet, but our shoulders and hands to carry the weights that you think you can't bear. This will make you sweat and strengthen your muscles." Chapter 9. Zhou Zilong nodded, put on his helmet, and prepared to start a new practice. The machines on the construction site roared, and the workers were busy moving materials. Zhou Zilong stood aside and observed how they worked. He took a deep breath and felt the smell of dust and sweat in the air. This was an experience he had never had before, but he knew that this was the only way to grow up. He picked up a shovel and began to shovel the soil on the ground. He swung the shovel vigorously and shoveled the soil into the cart. Every swing made him feel that his strength was gradually increasing. As time went by, Zhou Zilong's sweat soaked his clothes, his face was covered with dust, but his eyes flashed with a firm light. He kept shoveling soil and pushing carts, repeating this seemingly simple action. His hands were rubbed red, but he did not stop. Because he knew that only through unremitting efforts and persistence can he become a real warrior. Turtle Immortal stood aside, quietly observing Zhou Zilong, and then secretly discussed something with the contractor. As time went by, Zhou Zilong gradually adapted to the rhythm of the construction site. His shoveling speed became faster and faster, and his cart became more and more stable. Finally, the contractor gave Master Kame a daily wage for 6 people. At 5 p.m., when the last brick and stone fell on the construction site, Zhou Zilong followed Master Kame to the quiet lake. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled all over the island, and the golden light embellished the lake with sparkling waves. Master Kame pointed to the other side of the lake and said to Zhou Zilong, "Zilong, you have sweated enough today." Master Kame stroked his white beard and showed a satisfied smile on his face. The next practice is swimming, which can not only exercise your physical strength, but also improve your endurance and perseverance. You swim to the other side and come back, so 10 trips back and forth will be enough. Zhou Zilong nodded. He had long been accustomed to the strict training of Master Kame. He took off his coat, revealing his strong muscles, took a deep breath, and plunged into the lake. The lake water was clear and bottom clear, and Zhou Zilong seemed to have entered a whole new world. He swam forward with all his strength, and every stroke seemed to be fighting against his own limit. Practicing in the lake was not easy, and Zhou Zilong soon felt tired. But he did not give up. He knew that this was a test from Master Kame. He gritted his teeth and continued to swim forward. As time went by, Zhou Zilong gradually adapted to the environment in the lake. His speed became faster and faster, and his physical strength was gradually recovering. He felt as if he had merged with the lake water, and every breath was full of strength. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up and saw a huge shark swimming towards him. Zhou Zilong was startled, but he soon calmed down. He knew that this was a test deliberately arranged by the Turtle Master. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing and rhythm. He no longer swam desperately like before, but used the power of the water flow and the movement trajectory of the shark to cleverly avoid the shark's attack. The shark seemed to be angered by Zhou Zilong's actions. It sped up and launched a more fierce attack on Zhou Zilong. But Zhou Zilong was not afraid. He used his wisdom and courage to avoid the shark's attack again and again. He felt that his heart was full of strength, as if he could overcome all difficulties. At this moment, the voice of the Turtle Master rang in Zhou Zilong's ears, "Zilong, remember, a real warrior must not only have strong strength, but also have a calm mind and firm belief. Only in this way can you remain undefeated in the face of a powerful enemy." When Zhou Zilong heard what Master Kame said, his heart moved, as if he understood something. He took a deep breath and swam forward. He no longer avoided the shark's attack, but rushed towards the shark. He hit the shark's head hard with his fist. The shark screamed and sank to the bottom of the lake. After the swimming training, Master Kame took Zhou Zilong to a big tree. The tree was towering into the sky, with lush branches and leaves, as if it was the guardian of nature. Master Kame untied a very thick rope from his waist, and then tied one end to Zhou Zilong's waist. "Zilong, this is the last training for today," Master Kame said, pointing to the rope. "This rope will limit your range of movement, and your task is to effectively avoid the enemy's 10,000 needle attacks within the range of the rope's movement." Zhou Zilong's heart tightened when he heard this. He knew that this kind of practice seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult to implement. He needed to stay alert at all times and react quickly, otherwise he would be stabbed by those tiny needles. Although Xiaoling gave him the ability of a steel body, he didn't know what the current steel body was. How far can he fight? Seeing Zhou Zilong's nervous expression, Turtle Hermit smiled slightly, then quietly walked under the tree. He jumped lightly and jumped onto the branch, then hit hard and knocked down the hornet's nest on the tree. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound rang out, and a large group of angry hornets flew out of the hive, and their target was Zhou Zilong, who was standing there. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong immediately concentrated his mind and prepared to deal with this sudden attack. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the flying hornets. However, just as he was about to fight back, he suddenly found that the hornets were very fast and there were so many of them that he couldn't knock them all down at once. He was anxious and wanted to move quickly to avoid the attack, but the rope on his waist limited his range of movement. Calm down! Calm down! Zhou Zilong warned himself in his heart. He took a deep breath and began to move his body slowly. He tried to avoid the hornet's attack by adjusting his posture and pace. However, this was not an easy task. The attacks of the hornets were very dense and rapid. Zhou Zilong would be stung if he was not careful. Although it did not cause any damage, it was very annoying. He could only constantly adjust his body posture and breathing rhythm to deal with these attacks. In this process, Zhou Zilong's reaction speed and body coordination were greatly exercised. He gradually became able to accurately judge the attack trajectory and speed of the hornets, and was able to make quick judgments to avoid the attacks. Finally, after half an hour, Zhou Zilong finally successfully avoided all the attacks of the hornets. He felt that his body seemed to become lighter and more flexible. He looked up at the branch where the Turtle Master was, and saw that the Turtle Master was looking at him with a smile. Not bad. Zilong, you did a good job. The Turtle Master praised loudly, you have successfully completed today's practice task. The next day, Zhou Zilong started the same practice path as yesterday, but the difference was that this time, the Turtle Master asked him to carry a turtle shell weighing about 20 kilograms. Chapter 10. One day in June of 745 AE, it had been 5 months since Zhou Zilong became a disciple of Master Turtle. In the past 5 months, the relationship between Zhou Zilong and Master Turtle has deepened. They practiced together, lived together, and faced difficulties together. Master Turtle not only taught him how to practice strength, but also taught him how to be a man and how to deal with the world. Zhou Zilong's combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds under Master Turtle's guidance, from the initial 50,000 points to an astonishing 100,000 points, with Xiaoling's help to shield the breath, so it is not noticeable. However, Master Turtle knows that a true strong man is not only powerful in combat, but also has the heart to control his own strength. Therefore, during Zhou Zilong's practice, Master Turtle focused on teaching him how to control his breath and how to stay calm in battle. Zhou Zilong also understood the painstaking efforts of his master. He practiced diligently and constantly honed his will. When controlling his breath, Zhou Zilong's combat effectiveness was around 100, which was enough for the time being. However, Zhou Zilong knew that he still had a long way to go, so he never slacked off. In the evening, the sea breeze brought a hint of coolness. Zhou Zilong finished today's training and dragged his tired but satisfied body back to the turtle house. He pushed open the door and saw that the Turtle Master was sitting leisurely in the house, holding a cup of tea in his hand and looking at him with a smile. Zilong, are you back? The Turtle Master put down the teacup and asked kindly. Yes, Master, Zhou Zilong replied respectfully, then walked to the Turtle Master and bowed his head. Well, yes, I am very pleased with your progress in the past 5 months. The Turtle Master nodded with satisfaction and continued, however, the road to martial arts is not achieved overnight. What you need is persistent efforts and continuous practice. Of course, combining work and rest is also very important. Yes, Master, I understand, Zhou Zilong nodded seriously, knowing that the words of the turtle master were from the heart. So, I decided to give you a few days off, Master Kame suddenly announced. Holiday? Zhou Zilong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Master Kame to suddenly make such a suggestion. Yes, it's a holiday, Master Kame explained with a smile. In the past 5 months, you have been working very hard and have hardly rested. I know you are eager to become stronger, but the body is the capital of the revolution. How can you continue to practice without a good body? So, I decided to give you a few days to rest and adjust your state. But Zhou Zilong wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Master Kame. No buts, said Master Kame seriously. Zilong, you have to remember that the road of martial arts is not just about pursuing strength, but more importantly, the mentality and state. Only by maintaining a good mentality and state can you go further on the road of martial arts. After listening to the master's words, Zhou Zilong's mind suddenly became clear. He understood the master's good intentions and knew that he was indeed a little too impatient before, so he replied respectfully, Yes, Master, I understand, I will have a good rest. As night fell, Zhou Zilong lay on the bed, looking at the bright moonlight outside the window. But couldn't help thinking of Xiaoling, the system that fell into a dormant update. It's been 5 months, and Xiaoling still has no signs of waking up. It seems that this update is really long. Zhou Zilong muttered. The next morning, the sun shone on Zhou Zilong's face through the window. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. After a simple wash, he said goodbye to Master Kame and took out the capsule of the jet. Zhou Zilong threw the capsule into the air, and a jet appeared in front of him. He got on the jet and started the engine. With a roar, the jet took off and headed for the distance. After flying for about half an hour, Zhou Zilong finally arrived at a small town. He landed the jet steadily on an open space, folded the wings, and walked towards the center of the town. The town at this time seemed calm, but there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Zhou Zilong walked on the street, looking around. Not far away, a group of people gathered together, and from time to time there were shouting and fighting sounds. He walked over curiously and squeezed into the crowd. In the field, a burly man about 3 meters tall and wearing camouflage clothes was waving his fists and constantly attacking a strong man over 2 meters tall. Although the 2-meter-tall strong man resisted hard, he was obviously not the opponent of the other party. He retreated again and again, and his face was full of sweat. Suddenly, 2 fierce-looking men jumped out from behind the 2-meter-tall man. They grabbed the man's arms from the left and right, and held him firmly in place. Seeing this, Han showed a smug smile on his face. He swung a punch and hit the 2-meter-tall man's abdomen hard. Ah! A scream sounded, and the 2-meter-tall man bent over in pain and spit out a mouthful of bitter bile. The 3-meter-tall man did not give up, but increased the intensity of the attack, punching the 2-meter-tall man one punch after another. In the end, the 2-meter-tall man fainted on the ground because he could not bear it. How despicable, an old man in a suit shouted angrily, we agreed to a duel, but you resorted to such despicable means. Zhou Zilong was filled with anger when he saw this scene. He stepped forward and said coldly, since it is a duel, it should be fair and square. You are doing such tricks, which is really despicable. The 3-meter-tall sturdy man turned around, glared at Zhou Zilong, and said coldly, boy, you want to be a hero, right? Let me tell you, this town is the new base that our Predator Mercenary Corps has set its sights on. If you still want to live well, get out of here. Zhou Zilong was unmoved. He straightened his chest and said, since I have seen you, I can't just ignore it. You are bullying people like this, I must stand up and speak for justice. The old man saw this and quickly advised, young man, you'd better leave quickly. The people of the predatory mercenary group are very cunning and they will not let you go. Zhou Zilong shook his head and said firmly, old man, don't worry. Since I dare to stand up, I am sure I can deal with them. The 3-meter-tall strong man saw that Zhou Zilong refused to give in, so he shouted loudly, "Brothers, come together! Get rid of this kid!" With his order, a group of mercenaries in camouflage uniforms rushed out from all directions and surrounded Zhou Zilong. However, Zhou Zilong was not afraid. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing and posture, and prepared for the upcoming battle. Chapter 11. In an instant, about 20 people surrounded Zhou Zilong, their eyes full of hostility and murderous intent, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Zhou Zilong clenched his fists, his eyes firm, and rushed towards one of them at lightning speed. Before the man could react, he was knocked to the ground by Zhou Zilong's sweeping kick. Seeing this, several people nearby immediately rushed towards Zhou Zilong, but their movements seemed so slow in Zhou Zilong's eyes. He easily avoided their attacks and knocked them down one by one with his fists and feet. In a short time, Zhou Zilong knocked all the people who surrounded him to the ground. His movements were light and fast, like a leopard running through the jungle. After all, his combat power was now controlled at around 20 points, and it was still very easy to deal with these people with a combat power of only about 7. The 3-meter-tall sturdy man saw this and his face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man actually had such a strong strength. He couldn't help but panic in his heart, but then he calmed down. "Boy, you are indeed quite capable, but don't forget that our predator mercenary corps is not easy to mess with," the 3-meter-tall sturdy man said viciously. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly and replied, "It depends on whether your corps has the ability. Even if your boss comes, I will still knock him down today. After all, the current combat power of more than 100,000 is indeed a strong man on Earth before the plot of Dragon Ball Z. Unless there is a blow that destroys the Earth, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhou Zilong is walking sideways at this time." The 3-meter-tall sturdy man took out an item like a button and said, "Boy, you are really arrogant. If that's the case, do you dare to take this item from our predator mercenary corps? We will come back to find you when the time comes." Zhou Zilong took the item, took a deep breath, and said firmly, "Why not?" After the predator corps left, Zhou Zilong carried the 2-meter-tall sturdy man who was knocked unconscious and hurriedly moved towards the town's medical station. In the medical station, doctors were busy treating the sturdy man's injuries. Zhou Zilong did not stay for too long. He simply explained the situation and turned to leave. When he returned to the turtle house, Zhou Zilong saw that the turtle master was playing with the beautiful simulation robot he made. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He walked up to the turtle master, bowed respectfully, and then said, "Master, I'm back." The turtle master raised his head and saw Zhou Zilong's serious face, so he asked, "Zilong, what's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and told the turtle master everything about what happened. He told how he saw injustice on the road, how he clashed with the predator army, and his current worries and determination. After listening, the turtle master was silent for a while, then patted Zhou Zilong on the shoulder and said, "Zilong, you did a good job. You did nothing wrong. You were just protecting those innocent people. As your master, I will naturally support you with all my strength. Master, I want to learn more martial arts moves to deal with the powerful army. Can you teach me some moves?" Zhou Zilong said sincerely. Master Kame nodded and said, "Okay, then I will teach you a move of my own Kame style, Kamehameha." The sea breeze blew gently, and the waves hit the shore, making a rhythmic sound. On the beach in front of Kame's house, Master Kame took Zhou Zilong and prepared to teach him a powerful skill, Kamehameha. Master Kame stood on the beach, and his figure began to change slowly. His originally thin body swelled up like a balloon at this moment, with clear muscle lines and full of strength. He put his hands in the shape of a calyx, and a blue-white energy gradually gathered in his palms. Looking at this move, which has always been jokingly called "Don't Fight Against the Sun" family in the original work, and it is also a move that appears very frequently in Dragon Ball, Zhou Zilong is also looking forward to it. Watch it, Zilong, this is the essence of Kamehameha, Master Kame said in a deep voice, full of majesty and confidence. With his loud shout, Kamehameha, a dazzling light shot out from his palm and rushed to the sea surface. The waves were instantly lifted by this force, forming a huge water wall, and then fell down with a deafening sound. Master Kame retracted his palm, and the energy dissipated. He turned around and looked at Zhou Zilong, with expectation in his eyes. Zhou Zilong nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Master Kame's instructions to make a move. With his calyx-shaped hands, he closed his eyes and felt the energy flowing in his body. Ka no ha no ha! Zhou Zilong also shouted out loudly. He felt that there was a stream of energy gathering between his hands, and it felt like a warm current flowing through his body. When the energy condensed to a certain extent, Zhou Zilong suddenly opened his eyes, pushed his hands forward, and a blue-white light shot out from his palms and rushed to the sea. Although this light was not as strong as that released by Master Kame, it was enough to set off a big wave. Zhou Zilong looked at his achievements and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Very good. You have mastered the basic essentials of Kamehameha, Master Kame praised, but to truly exert its power, you still need to practice and understand it continuously. At the same time, in the base of the Predator Mercenary Corps, on an open field, a huge figure was severely reprimanding the 3-meter-tall strong man who had been beaten by Zhou Zilong before. This tall and strong man was the combat instructor of the Predator Mercenary Corps, Golden. He was known as the Violent Fist Tyrant and was the second in command of the Predator Mercenary Corps, responsible for solving all problems by force. Atai, it seems that you have not trained enough in your daily life. You were defeated by an unknown young boy. Golden's voice echoed in the open field like thunder. The 3-meter-tall strong man, the mercenary called Atai by Golden, was now under Golden's stormy attack. He kept hitting out to receive the blows, while defending himself. Coach Golden, it's really not my fault, it's that guy is too strong, his attack was so fast that I couldn't take his attack at all. After hearing this, a trace of anger flashed in Golden's eyes, and he swung his fists more fiercely, forcing Atai to retreat again and again. He knew that Atai's strength was top-notch in the mercenary group, but he was defeated by an unknown person, which was a huge shame for him. If you lose, you lose, don't make excuses. Golden roared, from today on, your training volume will double. I want you to understand that there are no weaklings in the Predator Mercenary group. After hearing this, although Atai was dissatisfied, he could only silently endure Golden's anger. He knew that as a member of the Predator Mercenary group, failure meant having to endure more brutal training. Chapter 12. In the early morning, the sun shines on the beach of Gaixian House, and the sparkling sea surface is like inlaid with countless broken diamonds. Zhou Zilong stood on the beach and took a deep breath of the fresh sea breeze. Last night, he practiced Kamehameha to the point where he could control it freely. Now, he is ready to embark on a journey to destroy the evil force called Predator Mercenary Corps. Zhou Zilong took out a delicate small bottle from his trouser pocket, and he gently pressed the button on the top of the bottle and threw it out. With a pong sound, a fighter jet that looks like a Lion JAS-39 appeared on the beach. This fighter jet was modified by him based on the fighter jet of the original world. It not only has powerful maneuverability, but also is equipped with advanced weapon systems. Wow! Zilong, your plane is very cool. Gaixianren walked out of the house and saw the fighter jet in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Master, if you like this plane, I will make one for you after I deal with the Vayaba army. Zhou Zilong replied with a smile. He knew that although Master Kame was a martial arts master, he was still a child at heart and was always curious about new things. Haha, there is no need for the plane, and Master doesn't need it either. But if you can make some fun things, you can give Master some. Master Kame touched his chin, with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. Okay, after I deal with the Vayaba army, I will make some fun things for Master." Zhou Zilong answered confidently. After that, Zhou Zilong entered the fighter he made. He pressed a few buttons skillfully, and the fighter started instantly, making a low and powerful roar. With Zhou Zilong's manipulation, the fighter slowly rose. After rising to a certain height, it flew out like an arrow from a string, stirring up a wave on the sea. During the flight, Zhou Zilong placed the mysterious item given to him by the powerful army on an instrument. This instrument was his special decoder, which could crack all kinds of complex information and codes. Not long after, the instrument showed a specific coordinate, and Zhou Zilong immediately adjusted the course and flew towards that coordinate. Just as Zhou Zilong was heading to the Predator mercenary army, he flew over a place. In that large room, a guy wearing a purple ninja suit and a dog-like appearance said to a short man with blue skin and a round hat, "King Pilaf, I just saw a very handsome plane flying over us." If Zhou Zilong was here, he would definitely recognize who these guys were. After all, these guys fought with Xiao Wukong several times in the first part of Dragon Ball. Pilaf said to the dog-like guy, "Oh? Xiu, did you record the appearance of the plane?" Xiu immediately replied, "Yes, I asked Xiao Wu to take a picture of it." Pilaf also said at this time, "Okay, I will go and see what the plane looks like. If possible, I will make it as a tool for us to conquer the world." At this time, in the camp of the Predator Mercenary Corps, Golden was conducting a new round of training. He treated his soldiers mercilessly. Under his training, groups of people were knocked out and then stood up to continue training. This cruel training method made the soldiers more resilient and brave, but at the same time made them full of awe and fear of Golden. "Take a 10-minute break before continuing," Golden said coldly after seeing that no one could stand up. The soldiers fell to the ground with relief, panting. They knew that this was just a short break, and there would be more cruel training waiting for them. At this moment, a slender man in blue and black clothes ran in. "Instructor Golden, we have detected a flying object flying towards us at a very fast speed. The commander asked me to come and report to you," he said breathlessly. Golden frowned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He looked up at the sky and saw a vague figure approaching quickly. He immediately realized that this might be their enemy. "Warriors, go and destroy this UFO flying towards us!" Golden shouted loudly, and the soldiers immediately got up from the ground, picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. 5 minutes later, a group of well-equipped soldiers appeared in different directions and entered a state of preparation. They were ready to wait for the arrival of the UFO. At this time, Zhou Zilong didn't know all this. He continued to fly towards the direction of the Predator Mercenary Corps, with the determination to destroy this force in his heart. However, after waiting for a long time, the UFO was finally defeated. 10 minutes later, the UFO driven by Zhou Zilong still did not arrive. Some impatient marginal figures began to relax their vigilance. They put down their combat equipment. They sat or lay down, and some even chatted and laughed, as if they had forgotten that they were in a tense battlefield preparation environment. When Golden, who was out on patrol, saw these marginal figures relaxing their vigilance, he could not help but get angry. He walked up and scolded loudly, "Assholes! Where do you think this is? This is a battlefield now. It's a contest of life and death. The battle is very close, wait until the battle is resolved before relaxing." After being scolded by Golden, those marginal figures immediately realized their mistakes. They got up from the ground and picked up their combat equipment again. The whole battle was once again tense. At this time, Zhou Zilong, who was getting closer and closer, was sitting in the cockpit of the plane. He smiled slightly and pressed a button with an eye symbol. Then, a spherical object with a diameter of 20 centimeters flew out from a place under the left wing of the spacecraft. The spherical object drew a beautiful arc in the air and then flew towards the formation of the Predator Mercenary Corps. Not long after, a picture popped up on the upper left side of the plane. "Such a big battle to welcome me, I will give you a big gift later. After seeing this scene, Zhou Zilong muttered. Jerry, how long will it take for the UFO to reach us? At this time, Baron on the side of the Predator Mercenary Corps asked his communication device. Instructor Golden, the flying object coming towards us is less than 1 kilometer away from us. According to the estimate, it will take 20 to 30 seconds. Jerry replied to Golden on the other side of the communication device. I hope the person flying the flying object has a lot of wealth, otherwise our plan will be a loss, Golden muttered after getting the answer. Chapter 13. Boom boom boom. As soon as Golden finished speaking, the entire battlefield fell into chaos. Only bursts of explosions were heard from all directions. The originally peaceful ground was torn by flames, and smoke and dust filled the air. Many members of the Predator Mercenary Corps who had no time to dodge were blown away. The initiator of all this was Zhou Zilong. He was flying a special fighter, hovering in the air, with a calm light flashing in his eyes. Just now, he pressed a button with a meteor pattern in the cabin. In an instant, the spherical object that flew out before turned into countless tiny particles in the air, like a rain of fire. This is the gift I prepared for you, Zhou Zilong said to himself lightly. The sudden attack caused the Predator Mercenary Corps to panic. They began to flee everywhere, trying to find a safe shelter, but the explosions followed them like a shadow, and people were constantly injured or even killed. Golden, the instructor of the Predator Mercenary Corps, stood on a high ground, looking at the chaotic scene below, frowning, and shouted to the communication device, Jerry, what is going on? Why didn't we detect the energy fluctuations of the opponent's attack? Jerry's slightly panicked voice came from the other end of the communication device. Instructor Golden, I'm really sorry, I guess the opponent's technological level seems to be much higher than ours, so our detection equipment has no response at all. Golden took a deep breath, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Then I have to keep this guy and study him carefully later. After speaking, Golden quickly ordered his mercenaries to stabilize the situation and began to counterattack Zhou Zilong. For a while, gunshots and explosions came one after another, and the entire battlefield fell into a white-hot state. Zhou Zilong felt the chaos around him in the fighter, but his heart was not disturbed at all. He controlled the plane to shuttle flexibly in the air, avoiding attacks from the ground. He knew that this battle was only part of his plan, and he had more important things to do. Although the battle in Dragon Ball has been separated from guns, let me have a battle with guns before the Qigong bombardment in the future, Zhou Zilong muttered to himself. When approaching the target, Zhou Zilong suddenly pulled up the nose of the plane, and the plane drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then dived down. Just before hitting the ground, he pressed a button in the cabin, and a powerful energy gushed out of the plane, instantly drowning the mercenary team on the ground in a sea of fire. This is just the beginning, Zhou Zilong said lightly. He drove the plane to circle in the air, and then rushed towards another target again. Da-da-da-da. The machine guns on both sides of the fighter fired wildly, hitting some buildings of the predatory mercenary group with holes. However, the Predator Mercenary Corps also quickly organized defenses and mobilized more troops to prepare for a counterattack against Zhou Zilong. Take out the rocket launcher and shoot down that plane. Golden, as the commander of the Predator Mercenary Corps, roared loudly in the command room, his face full of anger and unwillingness. He could not tolerate anyone daring to challenge his authority. As Golden's order was issued, rockets took off from the ground and roared towards Zhou Zilong's fighter. However, Zhou Zilong did not panic because of this. He calmly controlled the fighter and flexibly avoided the attack of each rocket. It seems that the rockets can't threaten him anymore. Golden frowned and thought about the next action plan. He knew that the opponent he met this time was stronger than before. He had strong strength and wisdom. If he wanted to defeat him, he must take more effective means. So, Golden ordered several jets to be mobilized to besiege Zhou Zilong's fighter. These jets were fast and powerful, and they were the elite forces in the Predator Mercenary Corps. They quickly surrounded Zhou Zilong's fighter and launched a fierce attack. However, Zhou Zilong did not retreat. He took a deep breath, condensed his own energy, and formed a powerful aura shield. This shield tightly wrapped his fighter. No matter how fierce the attack from the outside world was, it could not cause any harm to him. Ha! Zhou Zilong shouted, and his aura shield became stronger. The bullets and rockets that originally attacked him fell down after touching his shield, and could not cause any harm to him. How is this possible? What kind of technology is this made of? It's too powerful. Golden was shocked looking at the scene in front of him in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person in this fighter actually possessed such a powerful ability. He realized that the Predator Mercenary Corps might have encountered a real opponent. It seems that the aura shield move I created is quite useful. Zhou Zilong smiled proudly. This aura shield is a defensive move Zhou Zilong created during his time at the capsule company. By releasing a stream of energy in his body to form a transparent protective aura to resist attacks from all around him, it was identified by Xiaoling, the system that was still sleeping before, that it can resist the energy attack of the combat power multiplied by 5, which is considered a very good defensive move. The guy on the plane, dare to come down and fight us. At this time, Golden shouted in a voice transmission device, and his voice echoed in the air. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly and responded, I've had enough of the gun duel. It's time to go down and kill this legion. Boy, you're quite courageous. You dare to come down. After seeing Zhou Zilong coming out of the fighter, Golden said in a fierce tone, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. At this time, Zhou Zilong was wearing a black tights, with a strong body and a firm look. He looked up at Golden, with a confident smile on his lips, I'm here to kill you. What am I afraid of? I forgot to tell you that I was just warming up just now. Golden heard the words, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but was soon replaced by fierceness. Hey, you are quite arrogant, but I don't know if you are really capable of this. After that, he waved his hand and signaled his men to take action. I saw a group of ferocious-looking people rushing towards Zhou Zilong from all directions, holding various weapons, and rushing towards him aggressively. However, Zhou Zilong was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists and took a fighting stance. Chapter 14. Ah! Only a scream was heard. Of course, this scream did not come from Zhou Zilong, but from a marginal figure who was kicked away by Zhou Zilong. At the same time he was kicked away, several people who rushed over to him were also thrown out because they could not dodge in time. Zhou Zilong's speed and strength far exceeded those of the Predator Mercenary Corps. He was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, and every attack could make the enemy fall. Damn stinky boy, you made me suffer before, let me see how I kill you this time. Just when Zhou Zilong was busy dealing with others, A Tai's gnashing teeth sounded like it came from the depths of hell. He raised the gun in his hand high, and the black muzzle pointed directly at Zhou Zilong. Don't kill him, I want to get some methods to increase our strength from this kid. At this time, Golden's voice rang out, his voice was low and cold. A Tai nodded, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pointed the gun at Zhou Zilong's legs, ready to teach him a lesson, but the next scene shocked everyone. Da-da-da-da. The sound of the machine gun echoed in the night sky, and bullets poured down like a rainstorm. However, Zhou Zilong seemed to be protected by God. The bullets passed by him, but did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Those members of the Predator mercenary group who did not have time to escape fell in a pool of blood, but Zhou Zilong stood there unscathed. Except for the hole in his pants that was broken by the bullet, he looked unchanged. How is it possible? Artaist and Golden exclaimed at the same time. They never thought that Zhou Zilong could dodge the attack of bullets at such a close distance. However, Zhou Zilong did not give them too much time to think. He took a deep breath, put his hands together, and began to gather the power in his body. A blue energy emerged from his hands and gradually formed a huge energy light wave. Kameha! Zhou Zilong roared, and fired the energy ball in the direction of Atai. The power of this energy ball was so strong that even the surrounding air was compressed and made a buzzing sound. Atai's face changed drastically when he saw this, and it was too late to dodge. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Atai was hit by the energy ball and flew backwards instantly, hitting a wall heavily. His body left a huge hole in the wall and slid to the ground weakly, while Zhou Zilong stood there, watching all this expressionlessly. Boy, what did you put in your hand that was so powerful? Golden couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this. He couldn't understand why Zhou Zilong, who looked so young, had such a powerful force. I didn't put anything there. This is one of my moves, Zhou Zilong replied calmly. People like you who have never been in contact with it naturally don't understand. Golden was silent for a moment, then looked at Zhou Zilong deeply and said, since you don't want to admit it, don't blame me for using force to force you to confess. At this time, Zhou Zilong used the detection function of Xiaoling's system to take a look at Golden's personal information. Although he knew that Golden would definitely not cause any harm to him, he also wanted to see what this tall man was like. Human. Golden. Race Earthling, Giant Earthling. Height 432 centimeters. Weight 271 kilograms. Potential level mediocre. Potential value 2. Potential development progress 100%. Combat power 20. Golden looked at Zhou Zilong with disdain in his eyes. He stretched out his huge fist and punched Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong watched Golden's fist getting closer and closer, but he was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist and punched Golden's fist. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud noise. However, to everyone's surprise, Golden was actually blown away by Zhou Zilong's punch. His huge body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. This? How is this possible? The people of the Predator Mercenary Corps exclaimed in surprise. They couldn't believe that this seemingly weak boy in front of them could actually knock Golden away with one punch. Nothing is impossible, Zhou Zilong said lightly, with a firm light in his eyes. Sir, it seems that our Predator Mercenary Corps has not offended you. At this time, a man with yellow hair and a white face wearing camouflage uniforms and a gentle face walked out of the crowd. He is the leader of the Predator Mercenary Corps, nicknamed the Golden-Haired Scholar, and has good wisdom and strategic planning ability. Your Predator Mercenary Corps has been bullying for too long. I'm here to wipe you out. Zhou Zilong replied coldly. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. After hearing Zhou Zilong's words, the blonde scholar's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Zhou Zilong to state his intentions so directly. But soon, he regained his composure, smiled faintly and said, Your Excellency's tone is a bit too big, isn't it? Our Predator Mercenary Corps is not something that anyone can challenge. Zhou Zilong did not answer him, but just looked at him coldly. Seeing this, the blonde scholar stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand. Suddenly, many sharp iron spikes appeared under Zhou Zilong's feet and around him, trapping him tightly in an iron cage. Blue arcs flashed around the iron cage, making a sizzling sound. Seeing this, the blonde scholar smiled triumphantly, Sir, you are now trapped in the cage. I advise you to be sensible. There is high voltage current around this cage. You'd better surrender. Zhou Zilong ignored his ridicule, but closed his eyes tightly and began to gather his strength. A ball of blue energy gradually appeared between his hands. That was the Kamehameha he was going to perform. The blonde scholar's face changed drastically when he saw this. He felt the terrifying power contained in the energy Zhou Zilong gathered. However, he did not give up, but ordered the soldiers around him to resist together. However, the power of Kamehameha was so strong that those soldiers could not resist it at all. They were rushed away by a huge force, and the blonde scholar was also hit by this force, flying backwards, hitting a wall and losing his life. Zhou Zilong looked at the blonde scholar lying on the ground. He also knew that this was just the beginning. There were more powerful enemies in this world waiting for him to challenge. This predatory mercenary group has harvested a lot of money. I will accept it without hesitation. It's just right to use this money to expand some business. After destroying the predator mercenary corps, Zhou Zilong did not leave immediately, but plundered the predator mercenary corps' wealth. After successfully finding the location of the vault, Zhou Zilong could not help but sigh with emotion as he looked at the room full of gold, silver, treasures and rare items. Zhou Zilong put all the property in the vault into his pocket, and then started the fighter plane that shrank into a capsule. With a roar, the fighter plane soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the clouds. A day later, the news that the Predator Mercenary Corps was wiped out by a mysterious master spread throughout the Dragon Ball world. People speculated on the identity and origin of this mysterious master, and Zhou Zilong had quietly left this place of right and wrong. Chapter 15. After returning to the Gaixian house, Zhou Zilong rested for a day, and then he and Gaixian began to practice again. This time, Gaixian not only gave Zhou Zilong some basic training, but also began to teach Zhou Zilong some moves. One morning after practicing for a period of time, Gaixian walked out of the house slowly with a cane, with a warm smile on his face. He looked at Zhou Zilong, with a satisfied light in his eyes. "Zilong, you have been practicing with me for 8 months. Master has taught you everything he can teach you. Next, you should go out and practice on your own," Gaixian said in a calm tone. Zhou Zilong was a little reluctant to hear this, but he was more looking forward to and longing for the unknown world. He bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Master, thank you for your generous teachings during this period. After I leave, you should also pay more attention to your health." Turtle Hermit laughed and waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I am in good health. I can live another 100 or 200 years. When you go out to practice, you must remember that the road of martial arts is long and difficult, but as long as you keep a firm heart, nothing can stop you from moving forward." Zhou Zilong nodded heavily, keeping his master's teachings in mind, leaving some items for Turtle Hermit, and then Zhou Zilong left the turtle house. After leaving the turtle house, Zhou Zilong first came to a prosperous urban area nearby. The shops on both sides of the street were dazzling, and the hawking sounds were one after another. He shuttled through the crowd, his eyes swept over some stalls, looking for the fresh live fish he needed for this trip. After some selection, Zhou Zilong bought many fresh river fish and sea fish. After arriving at his own laboratory, Zhou Zilong put the fish he bought into a special container one by one. He used the technology he learned from Dr. Brief to transform these fish into capsules. These capsules not only retain the freshness of the fish, but are also easy to carry and store. After everything was ready, Zhou Zilong prepared to go to Kalin Tower. He wanted to contact the cat fairy of Kalin Tower before going to the temple above to complete a practice in the early stage of Dragon Ball in advance. However, just as he was about to get up, Xiaoling's long-lost and lively voice sounded in his mind. "Zilong, I haven't seen you for a long time. I have finished the update." Xiaoling's voice was full of pride. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly and responded, "Xiaoling, long time no see, you finally updated." "Yes, Zilong, I have to remind you that although your current strength has become much stronger, it is not enough. This world is full of unknowns and dangers. You need to work harder to improve yourself." Xiaoling's tone revealed a hint of seriousness. Zhou Zilong nodded and said, "I understand. I will work harder." "Zilong, I have brought you a surprise in this update," Xiaoling said mysteriously. "What surprise?" Zhou Zilong asked curiously. "After this update, I will cancel the remaining 2 marrow washing opportunities and merge them into one, but this marrow washing will bring you unprecedented changes. At the same time, I have also opened a system mall for you. You can use the currency of the Dragon Ball world to exchange for some special items," Xiaoling explained. Zhou Zilong couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. He immediately asked, "What's in the mall?" Xiaoling immediately opened a panel for Zhou Zilong, which was full of exchange prices for various items and books. Zhou Zilong browsed through it carefully and found many things that interested him. System Mall. Items: Immortal Bean Planting Tree 10 million Dragon Coins/piece, each tree can produce 1 immortal bean per day, with multiple flavors to choose from. High-tech transformation clothes 10,000 Dragon Coins/set, Alien Globe 1 million/piece, with an undeveloped world the size of the Earth. Transformable storage 10,000 Dragon Coins/piece, with a space of 100 acres. Books, flavor recipe 1000 Dragon Coins/book, a total of 100 books. The Language of God 100,000/book, a total of 10 books. The Law of Mental Power 1 million Dragon Coins, the Law of Supernatural Power 1 million Dragon Coins, the Law of Time 1 billion Dragon Coins, the Law of Creation 1 billion Dragon Coins, the Law of Space 1 billion Dragon Coins, the Law of Destruction 1 billion Dragon Coins. Potential Level Potion, Strong Potential Potion 10,000 Dragon Coins/bottle, Elite Potential Potion 100,000 Dragon Coins/bottle, King Potential Potion 1 million Dragon Coins/bottle, Epic Potential Potion 10 million Dragon Coins/bottle, God Level Potential Potion 1 billion Dragon Coins/bottle. Please help me buy 3 fairy beans to plant trees, a different dimensional globe, and a transformable storage device first, Zhou Zilong said after thinking for a moment. Said, "Okay, I have successfully purchased them for you. Now you can check and use them in the system space at any time," Xiaoling replied. After that, Zhou Zilong first took out a room made of capsule items. Zhou Zilong came to the bathroom in the room and said, "Xiaoling, start the last marrow cleansing." "Okay, Zilong, this marrow cleansing will be the most important turning point in your life. You must hold on." Xiaoling's voice was gentle and firm. Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and put the golden marrow cleansing pill into his mouth. After the pill entered his throat, a warm current quickly surged through his body. Every cell of his seemed to be activated, and he sang happily. The process of marrow washing was painful and long, but Zhou Zilong did not retreat. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body, and silently said in his heart, "In order to become stronger, in order to protect, I must persevere." As the marrow washing deepened, Zhou Zilong's body underwent amazing changes. His muscles became stronger and stronger, and his skin showed a healthy bronze color. More importantly, his height increased by several centimeters without his knowledge, reaching an astonishing 1.89 meters, originally 1.181 meters. Of course, the readers are still the tallest, handsome, and beautiful. What surprised Zhou Zilong the most was that a brown-black tail grew out of his coccyx. The tail was about 85 centimeters long and looked mysterious and powerful. He gently stroked the tail, full of expectations for the future. "Is this the Scion's tail?" Zhou Zilong murmured to himself. He knew that this was the symbol of the Scions in the 7th universe in the Dragon Ball world. Scions are one of the most powerful races in the universe. They have power and potential beyond ordinary people. "That's right, Zilong, you have successfully obtained the blood and potential of the Scions." Xiaoling's voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's mind. "And your potential level has reached the super god level, which is an unprecedented height. Do you like this surprise?" Zhou Zilong was excited after hearing this. He knew that he was no longer an ordinary person. He had the power to change his own and the world's fate. He couldn't wait to check his attribute panel. Zhou Zilong. Race Scion. Height 1.89 meters. Weight 87 kilograms. Potential level Super God level potential. Potential value infinite, 1 extreme, infinite. Combat power 500,000, including transformation, there is no transformation status yet. Looking at the data on this panel, Zhou Zilong was shocked. Although the combat power of 500,000 is not the top, it is already the top in the current timeline, not to mention that he still has unlimited potential to tap. Of course I like it. Zhou Zilong excitedly, but Xiaoling, what kind of scion blood did I get? Xiaoling smiled and explained, there are only two types of scion blood. One is the blood of the super scion. When the number of S cells in the body reaches a certain level, it will transform into a super scion when it is particularly angry. The other is the legendary super scion blood that evolved from the angry and violent cells added to the super scion blood. Zilong, you have obtained the improved legendary super scion blood. However, there is good and there is evil. There is also a special situation where another branch of scions is born. If there are cells with very strong evil energy in the body of a born scion, this kind of scion who grows up is called the evil scion. Everyone has his own Hamlet in his heart. This is the author's own setting. Please understand, readers. Zhou Zilong was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that he could have such a powerful blood. He asked curiously, what are the differences between the improved mutant super scion blood and the original mutant super scion blood? Xiaoling patiently answered, the improved mutant super scion blood will not make you lose your mind due to too many angry and violent cells, and the combat power bonus after the giant ape transformation is also 20 times. In addition, your transformation combat power increase is much higher than the original super scion transformation increase. The increase in your transformation into a first-level super scion is 100 times the normal level. Originally, this mutant super scion blood can increase combat power year by year without training, but if you don't practice your mutant super scion blood, the increase in combat power is not that much. Without training, your annual combat power increase is only about 100,000, the original article said it to increase by 100 million per year. Zhou Zilong nodded after listening, expressing his understanding. He knew that strength is not achieved overnight, and he needs to improve his strength through continuous training and fighting. He said firmly, it's okay, I just need to work hard to improve my strength. Xiaoling added, of course, there is another special thing. Every time you experience a battle with similar strength, your own strength will also improve. This is because you have one of the characteristics of the mutant super scion bloodline, fighting growth. Zhou Zilong's heart moved after hearing this. He understood that this meant that he could improve his strength through continuous fighting. This was undoubtedly great news for him. He took a deep breath, felt the power surging in his body, and his heart was full of expectations and confidence for the future. By the way, Xiaoling, the scions in the original Dragon Ball world took the root of Super Scion God, while the GT of the same people took the root of Super Scion God. Can I develop in both directions at the same time? Zhou Zilong suddenly thought of another question and asked again. Of course there is no problem, Zilong, your bloodline has been improved. It not only retains the original potential of the scions, but also integrates the essence of other worlds. You can choose different development directions according to your wishes and cultivation situation, Xiaoling replied. Hearing this answer, Zhou Zilong's joy was like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, rippling the surface. He has always liked the two forms of Super Scion. That kind of powerful strength and unparalleled fighting skills are what he has always dreamed of. Now that he knows that he can develop in these two directions at the same time, how can he not be excited? However, Zhou Zilong did not forget his original intention. He knew clearly that gaining powerful strength was not his ultimate goal, but to protect the people around him. So, he took a deep breath, calmed his inner excitement, and continued to ask, Xiaoling, then I can't look at the moon now, right? After all, after becoming a scion, you will transform into a gorilla with a tail. I don't want to accidentally hurt the people around me. Xiaoling replied with a smile, Zilong, your worries are unnecessary. Your blood has been improved, so you don't have to worry about becoming a gorilla who loses his mind. Even if you see the moon, you can control your transformation at any time. Moreover, after you become a gorilla, your mind is still clear, and you can control your power as you wish. After hearing this answer, Zhou Zilong's worries disappeared immediately. After packing his bags, Zhou Zilong prepared to get up and go to Karantat. Chapter 16. Just as Zhou Zilong was about to head towards Karan Tower, Xiaoling said in his mind again, "Zilong, I forgot to tell you just now that when you obtain the super bloodline, I also arranged an identity for you in the Dragon Ball world." Zhou Zilong was stunned, and then asked, "Oh? What identity?" Soon a memory merged into Zhou Zilong's mind. Zhou Zilong was set as a scion born in 727 AE, named Blot. Because his combat power at birth was as high as 1000 points, he was regarded as a potential genius warrior and was sent to perform various tasks when he was young. However, as time went on, King Vegeta was afraid that Blot would threaten his position when he grew up, so he chose to exile him to a remote place. Originally, he was going to be exiled to an uninhabited planet, but by some strange coincidence, Zhou Zilong's spaceship broke down and he eventually came to Earth. On Earth, he was adopted by an old couple with good skills. Compared to the irritable character inherent in the Scion genes, Blot was born a docile Scion. He and the old couple got along harmoniously for several years. When Zhou Zilong was 13 years old, the old couple died in an accident. Then Zhou Zilong lived alone until he was 17 years old. He left his place and prepared to go out for a walk. Then, he met Bulma. "It seems that next time I meet Vegeta, I have to teach him a lesson to repay his father's debt." After listening to this fusion of memories, Zhou Zilong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Zhou Zilong, who didn't know how to fly yet, drove a jet plane and finally arrived at the Holy Land of Kalan Tower after 3 days and 3 nights. Kalan Tower stood on the top of the mountains, towering into the clouds, like a giant pillar reaching the sky. Zhou Zilong stood under the tower, looking up, full of expectations. At this time, a tall, dark-skinned man came over, holding a spear and looking at Zhou Zilong with sharp eyes. The man's name was Bola, the guardian of Kalan Tower. He asked vigilantly, "What do you want to do in Kalan Holy Land?" Zhou Zilong took a deep breath, stabilized his mood, and replied, "I heard that climbing this Kalan Tower can gain strength, so I'll try it." Bola nodded and said, "Good luck. There have always been people who want to climb Kalan Tower, but so far only one person has succeeded." After that, he turned and left, leaving Zhou Zilong with a lonely back. Zhou Zilong didn't say much. He knew what his goal was. He reached out and gently touched the pillar leading to the Kalan Tower, and began his climbing journey. His movements were swift and steady, as if every step was on solid ground. Bola, who was watching Zhou Zilong disappear quickly, couldn't help but mutter, "This young man climbs very fast. I hope his physical strength can support him until he finishes climbing." At this time, a cat, Kalan Immortal, also called Cat Immortal, with a white body, 2 linear eyes, 3 whiskers on each side of his mouth, and 3 whiskers on each side of his eyebrows, leaned on a wooden stick and looked at Zhou Zilong, who was climbing at high speed, and muttered, "His strength has far exceeded everyone on this planet. I don't know what he is doing this time." After 3 hours of hard climbing, Zhou Zilong finally came to where Kalan Immortal was. At this time, Kalan Immortal looked at Zhou Zilong in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Young man, your strength far exceeds that of everyone on this planet. What do you want to do with me?" asked Immortal Kalan. Zhou Zilong bowed respectfully and replied, "Immortal Kalan, hello. Although my strength is indeed unmatched on this planet, my strength is still too small in the entire universe. If I come here, I hope you will let me drink the super god water to improve my strength to fight against unknown situations." Immortal Kalan nodded slightly, frowned slightly, and said, "Although I don't know how you know the secret of the super god water, you must understand that although the super god water can stimulate people's potential, it is extremely toxic and can kill people if you are not careful. Are you really determined to do this?" Zhou Zilong's eyes flashed with a firm light, and he knew that his decision was not wrong. He replied, "Yes, Immortal Callan, I am ready, and I believe I can overcome the toxicity of the super god water." Seeing this, Immortal Callan said nothing more. He took Zhou Zilong to the place where the original protagonist Gokong entered to drink the super god water. Before Zhou Zilong entered, Immortal Callan reminded him again, "Super divine water, indeed, you only need to drink it to stimulate your potential, but you must remember that once you drink the super divine water, you must endure the pain and torture it brings. If you can't hold on, you will die here." Zhou Zilong nodded to show that he understood. Just after Zhou Zilong entered to find the super divine water, a voice communicating with the Immortal Callan sounded, "Callan, if there are many unknown situations in the future as this young man said, then our planet will definitely have many situations in the future. When he comes out, you bring him to me." The Immortal Callan responded, "Okay, I know." At this time, Zhou Zilong was also running and moving at a very fast speed in the space of the super divine water. After running for a distance, Zhou Zilong found that it was a dead end and changed direction and continued to move. Finally, after a period of rushing, Zhou Zilong came to a place with dim light. There was no one here, only a red round wooden table and a teapot and teacup with the word God on it quietly placed aside. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly came out, "I am willing to give you the super divine water." Zhou Zilong was delighted, but then he became alert. So, he asked carefully, "Excuse me, does this super divine water have any other side effects besides stimulating potential power? For example, the toxicity of the super divine water will cause lesions after a certain period of incubation." With Xiaoling's system, Zhou Zilong was not worried that the poison would cause harm to him. Zhou Zilong asked this question to find out whether Wukong in the original book had buried the hidden root of viral heart disease because he drank the super divine water. There have been various opinions about the origin of this heart disease. Some said it was caused by excessive use of the King of Kings fist, some said it was caused by drinking the super divine water, and some said it was congenital, but Zhou Zilong also believed that the poison of the super divine water was the most likely. The voice seemed to be a little surprised by Zhou Zilong's caution, but then answered, "This will not happen, because after you have survived the toxicity of the super divine water, the potential toxicity will be transformed into a supplement that stimulates your potential power, so there is no hidden root of disease after drinking it." After hearing this answer, Zhou Zilong's doubts disappeared. Zhou Zilong decided to see how Wukong had this viral heart disease when he met him in the future. Zhou Zilong walked to the table, poured the super divine water into the cup, and then drank it all. The moment the liquid entered his throat, an indescribable burning sensation spread from his throat, as if there was a fire burning in his body. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan, fell to the ground and began to roll. His body seemed to be torn apart, and he was in great pain, but he knew that this was the only way to improve his combat power. He gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, and trying to stay awake, he felt his body constantly changing, his muscles expanding, his bones strengthening, as if a powerful force was awakening in his body. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zilong's pain finally began to slowly subside. He opened his eyes and saw himself lying on the ground. He struggled to stand up and felt that his combat power had been greatly improved. He carefully sensed his body, from 500,000 combat power to 1 million combat power in an instant, not bad, but I really don't want to go through this process again. Chapter 17. The gods are looking for you, let's go. After seeing Zhou Zilong coming out of the space of the super divine water, the voice of the Immortal Callan sounded. Zilong nodded, but then felt a strong sense of hunger. He rubbed his stomach and said awkwardly, "I'm so hungry now, Immortal Callan, do you have anything to eat?" At this time, 3 days had passed since Zhou Zilong drank the super divine water. He had not drunk a drop of water at the time and was competing with the toxicity of the super divine water to see who would be the first to collapse, so he naturally could not feel it. Immortal Callan smiled slightly, as if he had expected all this. He stretched out his hand, and a green bean appeared out of thin air in his hand, and handed it to Zhou Zilong. This is the fairy bean, you can recover your strength after eating it. Zhou Zilong took the fairy bean, put it in his mouth, and began to chew it with a crunch. Crunch! Feeling the power surging in his body, Zhou Zilong pretended to be curious and looked at the immortal Callan and said, Immortal Callan, the beans you gave me are so magical. Can you give me some more? I'll exchange them with fish. As he said that, Zhou Zilong took out a few capsules containing live fish from his pocket. Immortal Callan looked at the capsules in Zhou Zilong's hand, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He nodded and took Zhou Zilong to a huge jar. The jar was full of green magic beans, emitting a faint light. Immortal Callan handed Zhou Zilong a small brown cloth bag with a rope and said, Take these magic beans, but remember not to abuse them. Zhou Zilong took the cloth bag and carefully put some magic beans in it. After packing the magic beans, Zhou Zilong looked at the Immortal Callan again and said, Immortal Callan, can you teach me how to cultivate this kind of magic beans? The magic beans are very helpful for me to improve my strength. I will be embarrassed to keep asking you for them. Immortal Callan looked at Zhou Zilong's serious eyes and nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, It's okay to teach you, but do you have the materials to produce magic beans? Zhou Zilong thought for a while and said, I worked in the capsule company in Zida for a while. I know some technological manufacturing. I believe I can make it. Immortal Callan nodded after hearing this, indicating his approval. He took out a blank piece of paper and drew the detailed method and materials required for cultivating magic beans on it, and then handed the paper to Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong took the paper and felt like he had found a treasure. He looked at the Immortal Callan gratefully and said, Thank you, Immortal Callan. I will definitely study it carefully. Immortal Callan smiled and nodded, then took Zhou Zilong to move higher up the Callan Tower. Soon, they came to a magical place in the sky. Zhou Zilong looked up and saw a man with green skin, a blue cloak, and an orange-red god pattern on his chest. He had 2 tentacles on his head and his arms were covered with yellow stripes. He looked majestic and mysterious, only when he appeared. Immortal Callan respectfully greeted the gods, God, I'm leaving first, and then turned and left, leaving Zhou Zilong alone with the gods. The god smiled at Zhou Zilong, his voice calm and solemn, I heard what you and Karan said. If possible, please help me protect this planet. Zhou Zilong straightened his chest and looked firm, this is natural. I grew up here. This is my home. I will not allow anyone or anything to trample on my home. The god nodded, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and asked, So, do you need any help from me? Zhou Zilong thought for a moment and replied, I need a place to improve the efficiency of cultivation to consolidate my strength. The god smiled slightly, turned around and said to a dark-skinned man next to him who looked a little stupid, Mr. Bobo, take him to the Spirit Time House. Mr. Bobo nodded, walked up and said to Zhou Zilong, Please follow me. The two walked through a mysterious corridor and came to a seemingly ordinary room. Mr. Bobo gently pushed open the door, and a strange force instantly spread. Zhou Zilong felt as if he had entered a brand new world, and time seemed to slow down a lot here. Mr. Bobo explained, This is the Spirit Time House. 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. You can practice here with peace of mind and improve your strength. Zhou Zilong nodded gratefully and walked into the Spirit Time House. Congratulations, Zilong, for coming into contact with the place where Dragon Ball World practices and cheats, the Spirit Time House. I will reward you with a God-level improved version of the Spirit Time House. It is now included in the system space and you can retrieve it at any time. Xiaoling's voice was in Zhou Zilong's heart. It rang in my mind. Zhou Zilong was delighted and immediately checked the detailed information of this God-level improved spiritual time house. He found that this spiritual time house was very different from the version in the original book. Although the spiritual time house in the original book could speed up the flow of time, the actual age of the people entering it would also be affected. Moreover, the number of people who could enter at one time was limited, and it could not accommodate too many people to practice at the same time. Moreover, if the strength was not enough, the same person could only enter for 2 days. P.S. After checking the official statement, it was said that these 2 days did not mean that there were no times, but that the time to enter was only 2 years. As long as the time to enter did not reach 2 years, you could ignore the number of times and keep going in and out. This improved one did not have this restriction. And the actual age of the people entering this improved one would not be affected in any way, and they could practice without any scruples. Finally, the space of this spiritual time house was extremely vast, reaching an astonishing 100,000 acres. It not only had a special practice area, but also a rest area and an area for planting things. After checking the God-level improved spiritual time house, Zhou Zilong spent a lot of money to exchange precious books from the system mall, the law of time, the law of creation and the law of life. These books not only condense the most profound wisdom in the universe, but also are the key to a higher level of power. Zhou Zilong sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to combine the ability to control time with the knowledge in the book. It seemed that new doors opened in his mind, and there were endless mysteries behind each door. He was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and forgot the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zilong finally opened his eyes. He jumped lightly, and his body floated lightly in the air. He felt the power surging in his body, which was a powerful feeling he had never had before. Xiaoling, I have been in this place for 3 years through my ability to control time. How long has it been outside now? Zhou Zilong asked after landing steadily on the ground. Zilong, it has only been 13 hours in the outside world now. Xiaoling's voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's mind. Zhou Zilong nodded. In the past 3 years, he not only consolidated his basic strength, but also increased his combat power from 1 million to 2 million through learning and understanding. More importantly, he learned how to better control his power and how to make his power more powerful. Zhou Zilong, who had a new plan, muttered, "In the past 3 years, I have learned a lot of tricks through learning the rules, and my foundation has been fixed. I can go out and find the god to take me to the underworld, and then I will go to the North King to learn those 2 tricks first. It's not easy for newcomers to create, please give me a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone." Chapter 18. Outside the Spirit Time House, Zhou Zilong changed into a blue sportswear, as if to meet the next challenge. "God, can you take me to the underworld? I'm going to find Lord Kai for a new practice." Zhou Zilong's voice was firm and powerful. The god nodded and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you knew Lord Kai. Well, I'll take you to try your luck." The god stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Zhou Zilong's shoulder. A gentle force enveloped the two of them, and the world around them became blurred in an instant. When everything became clear, they had come to a wooden house. There was a huge wooden table in front, and on the left was a telephone and a sign with the 4 big characters Yan Mo De Wang. Sitting on the table was a huge man with a purple-red complexion, a big beard, and a horn hat with the word Yan printed in the middle. He was holding a book and looking up something. The purple-red man raised his head, saw the gods and Zhou Zilong, put down the book in his hand, and asked, "God, this young man is not dead yet, why did you bring him here?" The gods replied, "Lord King Yama, this young man said he wants to go to Lord King Kai to practice, I hope you can let him pass." King Yama looked at Zhou Zilong, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He asked, "Young man, you have a good cultivation at such a young age, why do you still want to go to Lord King Kai to practice?" Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and replied, "Control Lord Yama, who has the power of life and death, you should know that there are still many evil people in our universe. In order to prevent the planet I am on from being ruined by these evil people, I must strengthen my strength." After listening, King Yama nodded and praised, "Well, your idea of protecting your own planet is very good. As for whether you can meet Lord Kai, it depends on your luck. Aji, take him to the Snake Road. Aji responded, and then took Zhou Zilong to sit in a red car. The car was driving on the winding road, and Zhou Zilong leaned on the seat and closed his eyes to rest. He knew that the next journey would be very long and difficult, so he had to conserve his energy and prepare for the next challenge. After driving for about an hour, the car finally stopped, and a winding silver snake-shaped runway appeared in front of Zhou Zilong. This is the Snake Road leading to Kai Wang Planet, which is 1 million kilometers long. Zhou Zilong jumped off the car, did a few warm-up exercises, and then stood at the position of the snake head. He took a deep breath and took a firm step. After raising his chi to about 8,000 points, Zhou Zilong began to use the flying technique to fly on the snake path. His figure was like a flash of lightning, fast and agile. At this time, after sensing Zhou Zilong's breath, the North Kai King muttered, The combat power contained in this breath is quite strong. I wonder why he came to my side." 5 hours later, Zhou Zilong finally saw the end of the snake path, a not very big green planet, where the North Kai King's residence, King Kai. He accelerated towards King Kai, full of expectations in his heart. When he flew above King Kai, he suddenly felt a strong attraction pulling him towards the planet. "Fortunately, my basic combat power is high, and I can adapt to this 10 times gravity quite quickly." Zhou Zilong muttered in his heart, while stabilizing his body and landing towards King Kai. When he stood firm, he saw a blue-skinned man wearing special clothes and sunglasses coming over. This was the North Kai King, and also the target of Zhou Zilong's visit this time. "Wow, you are amazing! You have adapted to the gravity of my planet immediately." The North Kai King smiled at Zhou Zilong, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. "Thank you for your praise, King Kai. I came here to ask you for advice on how to practice in order to cope with unknown challenges that may be encountered in the future." Zhou Zilong bowed respectfully. The North Kai King nodded and said, "If you want me to teach you how to practice, you can, but you have to tell a few jokes to make me laugh first." In order to test whether the North Kai King has a very low laugh point like in the original book, Zhou Zilong casually said, "The ponytail was cut off." Hearing this joke, the North Kai King's expression instantly became a little strange. He covered his mouth, as if he was afraid that he would laugh out loud. Zhou Zilong saw this and was happy in his heart, knowing that the North Kai King still had a very low laugh point. So, he struck while the iron was hot and told another story. The cat was chased by the mouse. This time, the North King covered his mouth with more force, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Thinking, as if saying, "How is this possible?" Zhou Zilong saw this and felt more confident, so he said, "A corner of my house is round and bright, it turns out to be a toilet." As soon as this sentence came out, the king of Beija couldn't help but start mumbling, "A corner of my house is round and bright, it turns out to be a toilet. A corner of my house is round and bright, it turns out to be a toilet." His voice became louder and louder, and finally he couldn't help but fell to the ground and laughed. On a pitch-dark night, tadpoles were basking in the sun. Zhou Zilong said another sentence when he saw this. "Ha ha ha ha." The king of Beija, who was originally laughing, laughed even louder at this time. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong took the opportunity to ask, "Excuse me, Lord Kai, who has the best sense of humor, have I passed the test?" After laughing, the North Kai finally regained his composure. He adjusted his sunglasses and said to Zhou Zilong, "You have a very good sense of humor. You have passed the test. You will start practicing with me from today until you want to leave." Zhou Zilong was overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Just like in the original book, the first training that the North Kai gave Zhou Zilong was to catch one of his pets, Babras, the gorilla that Gaku had a hard time catching when he first arrived at King Kai's planet. "Lord Kai, my suggestion is to add some weight to my suit, otherwise I will be able to catch Babras in no time." Seeing Zhou Zilong say this, the North Kai said, "Don't underestimate Babras, he is very flexible. Wow! Hoo! 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 Bobris jumping left and right also said that you underestimated me too much. Then please keep track of the time, Lord Kai. Zhou Zilong replied. Seeing Zhou Zilong's confidence, the North Kai immediately produced a stopwatch, and Bobris beside him immediately began to prepare to run. Then, let's start. The North Kai pressed the start button of the stopwatch and signaled Zhou Zilong that he could start. Zhou Zilong did not hesitate at all, and he kicked his feet hard, and rushed out like an arrow from a string. His speed was so fast that he closed the distance with Bobris in an instant. He stretched out his hands, grabbed Bobris's tail, and then lifted Bobris up with force. Wow! 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 After being caught, Bobris immediately let out a terrified cry. It struggled to escape, but Zhou Zilong's hand held it tightly like an iron clamp. 0.2 seconds, so fast. King Beija looked at the time on the stopwatch and couldn't help but exclaimed. He didn't expect Zhou Zilong to catch Bobris in such a short time. Thank you, Bobris. Zhou Zilong let go of Bobris. Wow! 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 Bobris also responded to Zhou Zilong in his own way, as if to say that you are too polite, you are really too powerful, you caught me so quickly. Next is the second test. If you can hit Gurgly, I will take you to start formal training. King Beija's voice rang in Zhou Zilong's ears. He conjured up an iron hammer and handed it to Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong took the iron hammer and felt its heavy weight. He understood that this was not just a simple test, but also a double test of his speed and reaction ability. He took a deep breath, held the iron hammer tightly in his hand, and was ready. At this moment, a small yellow grasshopper appeared in front of Zhou Zilong. This little grasshopper was another pet of the North Kai King, Gurgly. Gregly! Gregly! My speed is very fast, you have to watch carefully. Gurgly called out twice proudly, as if showing off his speed to Zhou Zilong. After that, a blue-green light surrounded Gurgly. At the moment when the blue-green light disappeared, Gurgly rushed towards Zhou Zilong at lightning speed. With a muffled sound of dong, Zhou Zilong flashed to the side of Gurgly at an astonishing speed, and the hammer in his hand gently hit Gurgly's back of the head accurately. 0.4 seconds, such a fast speed. The North Kai King looked at the time on the stopwatch and couldn't help but exclaimed. After being hit, Gurgly's body shook slightly, and then he covered his head and cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts." It obviously didn't expect Zhou Zilong to hit it so quickly. I didn't expect you, an earthling, to be so strong and complete my 2 tests so quickly. The North King looked at Zhou Zilong with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Lord King, I'm not an earthling. Zhou Zilong smiled and revealed his tail wrapped around his waist from his clothes. You are a scion. King Kai said in surprise. Yes, Lord Kai, although I am a scion, my hometown is Earth. I came here to learn how to become stronger so as to better protect my hometown, Zhou Zilong replied respectfully. Your statement is really different from that of many scions who are good at fighting. King Kai said again in surprise. Because the environment is different, if I grew up in such an environment, I would be like that too. Zhou Zilong replied. King Kai nodded approvingly, your idea is very good. Let you relax for a day today. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you everything I know, but don't complain. No matter how difficult it is, I am ready. Zhou Zilong said firmly. It is not easy for newcomers to create. Here is a chapter of more than 3,000 words. Please give me a good review and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 19. Just after Zhou Zilong began to practice with the North King, at the edge of the 7th universe, a seemingly ordinary planet quietly floated in the universe. In the desert area on this planet, the sun scorched the earth, and the heat waves rolled. In this endless yellow sand, a figure was fighting with a strange lizard-like creature. This figure was a burly man with a height of 2.55 meters, wearing a grey-black combat suit, with gloomy eyes. This person was another traverser besides Zhou Zilong. At this moment, he was facing a lizard-shaped humanoid creature, the sand lizard beast. This monster was more than 5 meters long, covered with hard scales, with strong limbs and a tail as flexible as a steel whip. Its eyes flashed with fierce light, and it emitted a low roar from time to time. I bought a watch last year. You dare to attack your uncle Yang Fu? You are courting death. Let's see how your grandfather Yang Fu will deal with you. Yang Fu roared and rushed towards the sand lizard beast. His fists were clenched and his muscles were tense, as if he wanted to put all his strength into this attack. The sand lizard beast was not to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth, showing its sharp fangs, and pounced on Yang Fu. The two collided in the air, making a deafening collision sound. Although the scales of the sand lizard beast were hard, they also cracked under the powerful impact of Yang Fu. Yang Fu took the opportunity to punch the sand lizard beast in the abdomen, knocking it back. However, the sand lizard beast was a monster after all. It quickly stabilized its body and attacked Yang Fu again. The two fought fiercely in the desert. Yang Fu relied on his rich combat experience and extraordinary strength to continuously inflict heavy damage to the sand lizard beast, and the sand lizard beast also relied on its strong defense and recovery ability to continuously counterattack Yang Fu. The battle lasted for a long time, and the edge of the desert was covered with traces of the two people's battle. Finally, in a fierce collision, Yang Fu seized the flaw of the sand lizard beast and knocked it to the ground with a punch. Yang Fu panted, looking at the sand lizard beast lying on the ground, unable to stand up again. After its body twitched a few times, it completely lost its vitality. You broken system, when can you awaken me? After traveling to another world, it takes time to awaken again, you rubbish scum system. Yang Fu, who was sitting on the ground, cursed in a low voice, with the cold light flashing in his eyes, as if telling his unwillingness and anger. In Yang Fu's mind, a mysterious existence called Evil Demon Villain System is slowly awakening. This system was obtained by him in the other world, which can give him powerful power and various skills. However, in this new world, the system seems to be subject to some restrictions. Only when the awakening degree reaches 100% can he recover all his strength. In another world, I am Fred, the great demon who created chaos. Now I am locked up on this remote garbage planet because of my strength, Yang Fu said again with dissatisfaction. Please don't worry, host. I have awakened 95% now, the voice of the evil villain system sounded in Yang Fu's mind, with a hint of mechanical indifference. Before, because the awakening degree was too low, I couldn't tell you how to awaken. Now I can tell you how to awaken quickly. The evil villain system continued. Yang Fu raised his eyebrows, and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Speak. Since I am the evil villain system, I have to do something that is in line with the villain. At the current awakening degree, the host can already use some of his abilities. If you want me to fully awaken, please massacre 100,000 lives on this planet. The voice of the evil villain system was emotionless, as if stating a simple fact. A flash of madness flashed in Yang Fu's eyes. He licked his dry lips and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Massacre 100,000 people? It's just right to vent my resentment that I was bullied because my strength was limited after crossing over. Yang Fu stood up, patted the dust on his body, and looked into the distance. Then, he slowly rose into the air and flew towards a place. Yang Fu came to a small alley on a street again. Hey, isn't this the wild monkey that I knocked down last time? Why are you ready to come here for revenge? A big man with a wild boar head and a human body looked at Yang Fu, his eyes full of teasing and disdain. Dead pig head, I have been bullied by you a lot since I came to this planet, so I'll start with you. Yang Fu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly. The big man burst into laughter when he heard this, you are a piece of trash whose combat power is less than 1000. Just let me beat you up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The big man stopped talking nonsense and punched Yang Fu directly. Yang Fu seeing this, he tightly grasped the big man's right wrist with both hands. With a crisp crack, the big man's right wrist was broken by Yang Fu. The big man screamed in pain, his face was full of fear and disbelief. He could never have imagined that this weak man he looked down upon could actually defeat him. Die! Yang Fu's left palm began to condense a black and purple energy cannon. After condensing into shape, Yang Fu directly fired the dark energy cannon at the wild boar man. Seeing this, the wild boar man's face changed drastically, and it was too late to dodge. After a loud bang, the wild boar man was blasted into slag by the dark energy cannon. Yang Fu looked at the remains of the wild boar man, and there was not much ripples in his heart, as if he was doing something very ordinary. After dealing with the wild boar, Yang Fu began his killing journey. He wandered around the planet, looking for those who had bullied and humiliated him. Whenever he found a target, he would kill the other party without hesitation. His methods were cruel and efficient. No matter whether it was unarmed civilians or well-equipped soldiers, they could not resist his attacks. He was like a ruthless god of death, wreaking havoc on the planet. Every corner was filled with fear and despair. Yang Fu's reputation quickly spread on the planet. People called him Fred the God of Death. Whenever someone mentioned this name, they would feel a chill involuntarily. However, for Yang Fu, who was accustomed to tyranny and killing, this was just a game. He enjoyed the pleasure of killing and the feeling of being feared and hated by people. In his eyes, those who had bullied and humiliated him had become his prey. He wanted to use his own hands to eliminate them one by one and let them know what despair and pain were. Finally, after killing 100,000 people, a voice sounded in Yang Fu's mind again. The host has killed 100,000 people. The evil villain system has awakened again. Now the host is awarded with a reward for traveling to the Dragon Ball world, a set of pseudo-super Dragon Balls, similar to the original Super Dragon Balls but can only be used 7 times, Evil Super Saiyan Blood, a spiritual time house with no day limit, and 5,000 points of Dragon Ball World System points. It's not easy for new creators to create. I'm asking for a wave of praise and love. Welcome everyone to leave comments and interact actively. Menbai Yuan will check the interaction when he has time. Thank you everyone. Chapter 20. Tisk, this world is really troublesome. The old world is better. You can rule it by simply improving your strength without any blood power. Yang Fu muttered to himself after receiving the reward. Then the evil villain system issued another task to Yang Fu. Now issue the host's first task, occupy this remote planet to establish your own power. The time limit is 3 months. Success will reward 10 million system points. If you fail, the host system will be unbound and the host will lose all abilities. Yang Fu's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and began to plan his actions. Yang Fu then entered the system space. He first chose to fuse the evil Super Saiyan blood. This process was full of pain and struggle, but Yang Fu did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain brought by the blood fusion until the end, when he felt a powerful force surging in his body. After the fusion was completed, Yang Fu's strength was greatly improved, the combat power was roughly 300,000. Next, Yang Fu decided to use the system points to create 5 Saiyan cannon fodders, Theron, Kaji, Aaron, Laser, and Sei. Although these men were not as strong as him, they could also share some pressure for him at critical moments. Yang Fu conducted a month of rigorous training for these men. He personally guided them in practicing skills and imparted combat experience to them. Under his careful teaching, the strength of these men was rapidly improved, and everyone's combat power reached 50,000. Then Yang Fu led his men to start their journey. They first came to a remote village where the residents were ordinary people. However, in Yang Fu's eyes, these weak lives were like ants. He had no mercy and directly ordered the massacre of the village. After the massacre, Yang Fu led his men to a TV station in the east of the planet. This TV station is the largest media organization on the planet and can cover every corner of the planet. Yang Fu decided to use this TV station to announce his arrival and plan to the people of the entire planet. When Yang Fu and his men appeared at the door of the TV station, the guards widened their eyes in horror. They had never seen such a strong aura coming, as if a mountain was pressing on their chests and making them breathless. However, they did not have the courage to resist and could only watch Yang Fu and his group walk into the TV station. In the recording room of the TV station, Yang Fu stood in front of the camera. His eyes were sharp and cold, as if he could penetrate the screen and reach the hearts of every audience. He slowly spoke in a low and majestic voice, "Hello, I am Fred, the god of death who has committed many massacres on this planet recently. Now I give you a choice, as long as all the people on your planet submit to me and become my running dogs, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your entire planet." As soon as Yang Fu finished speaking, the entire recording room of the TV station fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by his momentum and dared not make any sound. Soon after, Yang Fu's declaration of war spread throughout the planet, and people began to talk about it and felt fear and uneasiness. But some of the planet's defenders spontaneously formed a defense team to fight against Yang Fu. However, these defense team members soon found that they were no match for Yang Fu. Yang Fu and his men were like harvesters, eliminating them one by one, and the whole city fell into panic and chaos. "It seems that these people are not going to surrender to me," Yang Fu said, looking at the corpses on the ground. "In this case, I have to conquer them myself." He turned to Theron and others and said, "Let's go." Wherever they passed along the way, there was blood flowing like a river and corpses everywhere, and the whole planet was shrouded in their shadow. This situation lasted for a whole month, and Yang Fu and his men had conquered most of the planet. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights of a palace flickered in the dark, adding a bit of warmth to the silent night. In the palace, Theron knelt on one knee, facing Yang Fu who was enjoying wine and beauty. His eyes were firm, and his tone revealed his desire for the upcoming war. "Lord Fred, our influence has now spread across most of the planet, and only the northern region has not been conquered by us." Theron's voice echoed in the empty palace, breaking the silence. He put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at Theron, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Only the north is left? Those stubborn guys, it's time to let them see our power." Theron straightened his body, with fanaticism flashing in his eyes' light. "Lord Fred, there should be no one on this planet who can threaten us now. Starting tomorrow, let's fight separately, so that we can conquer this planet more efficiently." When Yang Fu heard this, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He stood up, walked to Theron, and patted him on the shoulder. "Theron, you did a good job, I was right about you." There was a hint of pride and satisfaction in his voice. Theron bowed his head slightly to show his respect and gratitude to Yang Fu, but the doubts in his heart grew like weeds. He raised his head and looked at Yang Fu's sinister face, and asked tentatively, "Lord Fred, do you have a more thorough plan?" Yang Fu smiled slightly, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. "Of course, we Scions have a secret under the full moon, we can transform into gorillas, and our combat power will increase 10 times at that time. Tomorrow, I will use my own power to create an artificial moon." "Artificial moon?" Theron's voice trembled a little, and he couldn't believe his ears. "Lord Fred, is this really feasible?" Yang Fu nodded, with a confident light in his eyes. "Of course it is feasible. I have mastered the method of making an artificial moon. Tomorrow, when the artificial moon rises, the 5 most powerful Scions will transform into giant apes and destroy the entire northern region." The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Yang Fu was already standing on the road to the northern region. He took a deep breath, condensed the energy in his body into his palm, and then waved it violently. A huge artificial moon appeared in the sky. This moon exuded a dazzling light, as bright as a real moon. With the appearance of the artificial moon, Theron, Kaji, Aaron, Laser, and Say all felt the strong energy fluctuations. They immediately transformed into giant apes nearly 50 meters tall, exuding a powerful momentum. They roared in unison and launched a fierce attack on the northern region. For a time, the entire northern region fell into chaos. The roars of the giant apes shook the earth. Their attacks were as fierce as a storm. Whether it was a solid wall or a huge building, it seemed so fragile under the attack of the giant apes. As the battle progressed, the northern region was gradually destroyed. The originally prosperous city became a ruin, and the originally quiet village turned into a scorched earth. However, all this did not satisfy the giant apes at all. They continued to roar and attack until the entire northern region became a purgatory. When the last building fell, Yang Fu stood on the ruins and looked at everything in front of him. There was no expression on his face, as if all this was expected by him. He waved his hand lightly and took back the artificial moon. Then, he turned and left the ruins, leaving behind a devastated planet. From then on, this planet was named Fred Planet, and Yang Fu and his Scion army became the undisputed master of this planet. It's not easy for a new creator. Please give me some praise and love, thank you everyone. The biggest villain currently set is online. You can leave a message to discuss how to develop the plot of this villain causing trouble, Menbai Yuan will adopt some opinions. Chapter 21. At this time, it has been about a month since Zhou Zilong started practicing on King Kai's planet. Kaioken! Zhou Zilong shouted, and his body was surrounded by red flames. This is the powerful move that he finally mastered after countless days and nights of hard practice, Kaioken. At present, he can easily increase the Kaioken to 10 times, but every time he increases it by 1 time, his body needs to bear a greater burden. On the training ground, Zhou Zilong launched a fierce attack on the small stone mountain placed by King Kai of the North. Each punch contained amazing power, as if to shake the entire planet. However, these stone mountains always stood firm under the mysterious power of King Kai of the North, becoming the best sparring partner for Zhou Zilong's practice. Day after day, Zhou Zilong spent a long time on the training ground of King Kai's planet. In February of 748 AE, Zhou Zilong stopped training and walked to the North Kai King, saying respectfully, "Lord Kai King, I have almost finished my training here. I am going back. I was a little rushed when I came here, so I didn't bring you anything. I will bring you some things from there when I return." The North Kai King smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, with the mobile moves you taught me, I can also go to Earth to find you next time." After the North Kai King finished speaking, Zhou Zilong, who was wearing a sports suit, put his index and middle fingers of his left hand together and circled them in the air. A blue outer circle continued to expand, and a stream appeared in the blue inner circle. This is the space teleportation skill that Zhou Zilong comprehended based on the space practice rules. Just for fun, he drew a portal like Marvel's Doctor Strange. "Lord Kai, goodbye." Zhou Zilong waved to the North Kai King, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. The North Kai King also smiled and waved goodbye. He knew that Zhou Zilong was about to embark on his own martial arts journey. Zhou Zilong, who stepped into the blue light circle, felt his body lighten, and then appeared in a beautiful area. After consulting Xiaoling about the start time of the Dragon Ball plot, Zhou Zilong muttered, "There is still a year before the Dragon Ball plot officially begins. I will use the money distributed to me every month from the shares of the capsule company to create several business sectors of my own. Who makes my system more Krypton gold?" After leaving the beautiful area, Zhou Zilong went to a remote place in Zidu. After leaving there, Zhou Zilong went to the bank to withdraw a large sum of money and then came to deploy the operation. About half a year later, the several business sectors founded by Zhou Zilong began to shine in this place and even in various parts of the Dragon Ball world, making him soon join the ranks of the rich in this world. On June 22, 749, the sky in Zidul was clear and bright, and the sun shone through the clouds onto the ground, adding a bit of vitality to this busy city. In a high-end office building located in the heart of Zidul, in a luxuriously decorated and technologically advanced office, a lady in an exquisite suit gently knocked on the door with a sign of CEO on it. A steady voice came from behind the door, "Come in." The lady pushed the door open and said to Zhou Zilong, who was exercising his balance on the ground with his right index finger, "President, drive. Brief of the capsule company said he wants to discuss cooperation with us. He plans to visit us this afternoon." Zhou Zilong stopped what he was doing, raised his head, and smiled, "Okay, I see, I will go in person for this cooperation." The next afternoon, Zhou Zilong arrived at the company's private room specially prepared for important customers on time. Soon, Dr. Brief came in with several assistants. When he saw Zhou Zilong, Dr. Brief showed a surprised expression on his face. "I didn't expect it to be you. I thought it was someone with the same name." Zhou Zilong stood up and shook hands with Dr. Brief enthusiastically. "I didn't expect that you would come to my company to discuss cooperation. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the capsule company?" Dr. Brief shook his head. "Nothing happened. It's just that my capsule company entered the online shopping platform called Look at All Directions after it was officially opened not long ago. I didn't expect that our capsule sales would increase many times immediately. Now I'm a little too busy." Dr. Brief continued, "I just want to find a reliable express company to be responsible for our company's delivery business. When I was in Zidou, I heard that there was a company called Lightning Delivery that was very efficient. Not only was the delivery speed fast, but it was also safe and guaranteed. So, I want to discuss cooperation with this company." Zhou Zilong responded with a smile, "Uncle, what about cooperation? If I didn't have the shares you transferred to me, I don't think I would have the money to start a business. In the future, the orders that capsule company needs to deliver will be borne by my company, and the delivery fee will not be charged." Dr. Brief looked at Zhou Zilong in surprise. "How can this be? Isn't this a loss-making business for you?" Zhou Zilong shook his head, "Uncle, you are being too polite. I have always remembered your help to me. How about this, in the future, all the delivery fees of capsule company will be charged at the same price." Dr. Brief was very pleased after hearing this. "Okay, then it's settled." After the reception, Zhou Zilong asked again, "By the way, is Bulma okay?" Dr. Reeve sighed and replied, "Everything is fine, but she missed you a lot during the time you left. Some time ago, she set out to find something called Dragon Balls, saying that she would collect the Dragon Balls to see you." Zhou Zilong was slightly stunned. He remembered that in the original book, Bulma embarked on an adventure just to find the Dragon Ball. At the same time, a warm current surged in Zhou Zilong's heart, and he also understood Bulma's feelings for him. "I know, I will go find her after I explain the relevant matters." Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and decided to arrange all the matters at hand, and then go to find Bulma and Xiao Wukong, who was still in Baizai Mountain. He knew that the adventure in the Dragon Ball world had just begun, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. Dr. Brief nodded in support. "Okay, I will help you prepare some necessary equipment and supplies, but you have to be careful, this world is much more dangerous than you think." Zhou Zilong nodded gratefully, knowing that Dr. Brief's concerns were out of concern for him. That afternoon, Zhou Zilong held some relevant meetings in the conference rooms of several of his industries to arrange some matters. After the arrangements were completed, Zhou Zilong changed into a black short-sleeved shirt with a dragon logo on the chest, a white jacket, a pair of jeans and a pair of brown military boots, and then he embarked on his journey. "It's not easy to create, please give me a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone." Chapter 22. It's been 4 years since I left. At first, I would chat with you on the phone every night, but later we stopped contacting. I really hate you. I will definitely scold you when I find the Dragon Ball. Bulma was standing by the stream, throwing the stone in her hand into the water while complaining in a low voice. There was a firm light in her eyes, but under this light, there was a trace of loneliness and loss that was not easy to detect. Just as Bulma was immersed in her thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Bulma, I'm sorry, I fooled you, I will pay more attention in the future. Hearing this voice, Bulma's body trembled violently, and she turned around suddenly, only to see Zhou Zilong standing behind her with a gentle smile on his face. After 4 years of not seeing each other, Zhou Zilong's temperament became more calm and restrained, but the gentleness in his eyes never changed. The moment she saw Zhou Zilong, Bulma's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She rushed forward, raised her pink fists and beat Zhou Zilong's chest, asking while beating, "Big bad guy! Big bad guy! Didn't you say good night to me every day when you left? You didn't continue after a year. Do you have a new lover?" Zhou Zilong was beaten back by Bulma, but he didn't complain at all. He stretched out his arms and held Bulma tightly in his arms, saying gently, "Of course not, Bulma, I have been waiting for you, but after that period of time, in order to further improve my strength, I have been studying in cultivation. I neglected it, and I promise that it won't be like this in the future." In Zhou Zilong's arms, Bulma's tears finally couldn't help flowing down. She hugged Zhou Zilong tightly, as if to vent all the thoughts and grievances of the past 4 years. Zhou Zilong also hugged Bulma tightly, letting her tears wet his clothes. After a while, Bulma broke free from Zhou Zilong's arms, wiped her tears and said, "Then Zilong, let's go back to Zidu. We originally came out to collect Dragon Balls and wish to call you back, but now it seems that it's not necessary." In order to deepen the relationship and promote the development of the plot, Zhou Zilong shook his head and said, "Bulma, we finally came out, let's go out and have some adventures together. Anyway, Dragon Balls are not so easy to find, so let's slowly look for them in the process." Bulma thought about it and felt that what Zhou Zilong said made sense, so she nodded and said, "Well, okay, Zilong, you are right, let's go out and have some adventures together, the rare summer vacation can't be wasted." Just like that, the two of them were ready to embark on an adventure to find Dragon Balls. The night fell, the starry sky was bright. In an open area far away from the city, a house transformed by a capsule stood quietly. Inside the house, the warm light fell through the window on the surrounding grass, reflecting 2 vague figures. "Bulma, I want to tell you something." Zhou Zilong's voice broke the silence of the night. He sat at the dining table, facing Bulma who was busy preparing dinner. Bulma turned her head, holding a freshly cut carrot in her hand. She blinked mischievously. "You didn't have a child in the 4 years you were away, did you?" Zhou Zilong was amused by Bulma's words. He gently rubbed Bulma's little head and smiled, "You little girl, what are you thinking about all day? I want to tell you that I am not from this planet." The carrot in Bulma's hand almost fell to the ground. She looked at Zhou Zilong in surprise, as if she wanted to see something from his face. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong took a deep breath and showed his tail from his waist. "This is..." Bulma pointed at Zhou Zilong's tail, and her voice was a little surprised. "This is my tail. I am actually a scion from a planet called Vegeta." Zhou Zilong told Bulma about the identity Xiaoling gave him, as well as some scion stories in his exile. Bulma listened attentively. She didn't expect Zhou Zilong to have such a life experience. "Then, will King Vegeta find out that you are still alive? Will he send someone to hunt you down?" Bulma suddenly thought of a serious problem. She looked at Zhou Zilong worriedly. Zhou Zilong gently held Bulma's hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, it won't happen. The spaceship that sent me here was destroyed when I was a child. They didn't notice it at all. Even if they chased me, I have the ability to deal with them now." Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned on Zhou Zilong's shoulder, feeling the warmth and sense of security coming from him. As the first ray of sunlight at dawn penetrated the treetops, Zhou Zilong and Bulma had packed their bags and were ready to go. Prepare to continue the journey of searching for the Dragon Ball. The rest last night made the two people refreshed, and Bulma was full of expectations for the third Dragon Ball that was about to be found. The car slowly drove into the mountains. The trees around became more and more dense, and the mountain road became rugged, but Bulma's driving skills were very skillful, and the car moved forward steadily. Zhou Zilong sat in the co-pilot seat, his eyes swept out of the window from time to time, observing the surrounding environment. "Zilong, look at the waterfall over there, it's so beautiful." Bulma suddenly pointed to a waterfall in front and said. Zhou Zilong looked in the direction that Bulma pointed, and saw a waterfall pouring down from the top of the mountain, splashing water and making a roaring sound. The sun shone on the water droplets, forming rainbows, which were beautiful. "It's really beautiful." Zhou Zilong nodded. At this time, in a small house in Baizai Mountain, there was a little boy. His hair stood up like a hedgehog, wearing a blue-purple vest-style martial arts uniform, blue pants and a pair of black training shoes. His chubby face looked both cute and honest. He put his hands together and bowed respectfully to the spherical object with 4 orange-red 5-pointed stars in the center and an orange outer layer, the 4-star ball. "Grandpa, I'm going out to find food." The little boy's voice was crisp and firm. He stood up and walked out of this small but warm house, and the door closed gently behind him. The forest of Baizai Mountain is his paradise. He shuttled through the forest, sometimes chasing small animals, sometimes climbing trees, enjoying the gifts of nature, and his face was filled with a carefree smile, as if nothing in the world could make him feel troubled. After playing with a saber-toothed tiger, the little boy fell into the water and hung his wet clothes on the rocks and said, "Let's eat fish today. It's not easy to create, please give me some praise and love, thank you everyone." Chapter 23. Little Wukong walked to a flat stone, took off his wet clothes and hung them on the stone, then he turned around and looked at the fish in the stream. These fish swam freely in the water. Little Wukong suddenly had an idea and put his tail into the water. His tail swayed gently in the water, like a natural fish hook. Not long after, he saw a big blue fish much bigger than little Wukong being lured by his tail. After several forceful subjugations, little Wukong dragged the blue fish to the shore. "Today is a great harvest, a great harvest!" Little Wukong shouted in a cheerful tone while holding the giant fish on the way back. However, the calm atmosphere was soon broken by a burst of rapid engine sound. "Bulma, drive steadily, there are people in front, be careful not to hit them." Zhou Zilong, who was sitting in the co-pilot, reminded Bulma in the driver's seat. "I'm too excited." Bulma looked back at Zhou Zilong apologetically, and then focused on driving the car again. Little Gaku felt a strong airflow approaching. He looked up and saw a car rushing towards him. He was startled and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The rear end of the brake hit him and the fish he caught hard. Little Gaku and the fish flipped in the air for several circles and flew out. "It still hit someone, Zilong, let's go see what the situation is," Bulma said guiltily. She stopped the car immediately and prepared to get off with Zhou Zilong to check the situation. At this time, little Gaku stood up. He looked up at Bulma and Zhou Zilong in the car, with anger flashing in his eyes. "Damn monster, you want to steal my food, right? I won't let you succeed." Just as Bulma was about to get off with Zhou Zilong, the two people in the car immediately felt that the car was lifted into the air. The little Gaku lifted up the car and said, "Go to hell, you stinky monster, I won't let you succeed." In the blink of an eye, the car was thrown out by the little Gaku, rolled in the air, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. "I'm angry that you dared to damage my car," Bulma said angrily after taking out a gun made of a capsule and turning it out of the car. Another monster appeared in the monster's stomach. The little Gaku holding a red stick said in surprise, "I'm not a monster." Bulma pointed the gun at the little Gaku and replied, "Bang! Bang! 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 After that, Bulma fired several shots in a row, and the little boy fell to the ground after being pushed back several steps. It hurts. What kind of magic is this? The little Gaku sitting on the ground asked, covering his head. Damn it, let me see how I deal with you. The little Gaku shouted angrily again. After getting up, Xiao Wukong grabbed his stick and rushed towards the car. Little brother, stop, we are not monsters, said Zhou Zilong, who broke out of the car. Zhou Zilong smiled lightly, stretched out his right index finger, and easily tapped on the stick that Xiao Wukong rushed towards. With a ding sound, Xiao Wukong's stick was easily deviated, and his own body lost balance due to inertia. You are too young now, you are not my opponent. Zhou Zilong said lightly, with a hint of gentleness and confidence in his eyes. Xiao Wukong was unwilling to fail, he took a step back and rushed towards Zhou Zilong again, however, this time his attack was more swift, but more powerless. Zhou Zilong just tapped lightly, and Xiao Wukong was knocked out again and hit a big tree. It hurts. Xiao Wukong shouted, covering his forehead. He struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. Monster, you won, I'll give you my fish. Little Gaku said helplessly while holding the big blue fish in his hand. Little brother, we are all human like you, not monsters. Zhou Zilong walked up to little Gaku and explained gently. He stretched out his hand and wanted to help little Gaku up. Wait, let me check. Little Gaku took a step back cautiously, and he began to look at Zhou Zilong and Bulma carefully. He walked around the two of them, carefully observing every detail of them. It seems that both of you are human. Except for Grandpa, you two are the first human beings I have seen, little Gaku said after the inspection. But why do you look different from us? Little Gaku pointed to Bulma's chest and asked curiously. I'm a girl, of course I'm different. Bulma said helplessly after hearing what little Gaku said. So you are a girl, Grandpa told me, but you must be gentle when you meet a girl. Little Wukong said innocently, his words were full of innocence and kindness. Zhou Zilong and Bulma were amused by what little Wukong said. They felt that although this little boy was a little impulsive and naive, he was very cute. Since we are all human beings, we are friends. Zhou Zilong stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with little Wukong. Little Wukong hesitated for a moment, but finally stretched out his hand to hold Zhou Zilong's hand. A bright smile appeared on his face, as if all the misunderstandings and barriers had disappeared. Little brother, what's your name? Zhou Zilong, who knew who the little boy in front of him was, asked. My name is Sun Wukong, what about you? Little Wukong blinked his bright eyes. My name is Zhou Zilong, you can call me Zilong, she is Bulma, my fiancée. Zhou Zilong introduced with a smile, his words made Bulma's cheeks flush, but she still nodded shyly. Zilong, Bulma, come with me to my house, I'll treat you to fish. Sun Wukong lifted the huge fish and excitedly invited the two to his home. Okay. Zhou Zilong agreed without hesitation. Zilong, your martial arts are so powerful, I couldn't even touch you when I fought with you just now, little Wukong said on the way. That's because I have practiced for many years longer than you, I believe you will catch up in the future, Zhou Zilong said to little Wukong encouragingly. I will work hard to practice, remember to compete with me again when the time comes, little Wukong said happily. No problem, Zhou Zilong responded. At this time, Zhou Zilong also used his reconnaissance ability to look at little Wukong, the original owner of the Dragon Ball, some of the current attributes of the character. Sun Wukong, Kakarot. Race Scion. Height 1 meter. Weight 27 kilograms. Potential level God level potential, 10 Guy, lowest, 1 extreme, highest. Potential value 1 extreme. Potential development progress 1%, anything below the lowest potential value is counted as 1%. Combat power 10. Physical condition already has a potential heart virus. It seems that the development of a special antidote for the heart virus should start earlier, Zhou Zilong muttered after the investigation. Chapter 24. Zilong, where do you think the Dragon Ball we are looking for this time will be? Bulma asked curiously on the way. Hearing this, Xiao Wukong suddenly interrupted and said, "What is a Dragon Ball? Is it something delicious?" His face was full of innocence and curiosity. Bulma couldn't help laughing out loud. She turned to look at Xiao Wukong and shook her head gently. "Wukong, Dragon Balls are not something to eat. They are special items with incredible power." After saying that, Bulma took out a Dragon Ball from her body and showed it to Xiao Wukong. However, Goku suddenly glared at Bulma angrily and shouted, "Give my grandpa back to me! You thief!" Bulma was shocked by Goku's sudden accusation, and she quickly explained, "Hey, you little guy, don't talk nonsense. I found this Dragon Ball by myself, not your grandpa." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting more and more tense, Zhou Zilong quickly stepped out to smooth things over. "Goku, believe me, Bulma really found this Dragon Ball by herself, and it has nothing to do with your grandpa. Your grandpa is still at home. I'm waiting for you here." Little Goku looked at Zilong half-believingly, and finally nodded, "I'll believe what you said for the time being, but if I find that my grandfather is gone when I return home, I will continue to fight with you even if I can't beat you." Zilong smiled and patted little Goku on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I promise your grandfather is still at home. Now, let's go to your house together." On the way to Goku's house, Bulma couldn't help asking Zilong about the strange connection between little Goku and Dragon Ball. Zhou Zilong rubbed Bulma's little head and whispered in her ear, "I'll tell you with a move I learned called mind communication, because some things are not suitable to tell Goku yet." Bulma nodded to show that she knew, and at this time a voice that only Bulma could hear rang out, and Bulma also listened while walking with Zhou Zilong to Goku's house. Unconsciously, they had arrived at Wukong's door. Little Wukong couldn't wait to push the door open and ran in. When he saw the 4-star ball was placed there safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma and Zilong followed him in. They saw Wukong holding the 4-star ball tightly and couldn't help but smile at each other. "This little guy is really cute. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Little Wukong looked back at Bulma with an apologetic expression on his face. Bulma smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. "Why do you have so many grandfathers?" Little Wukong asked curiously again. "I said I found it myself," Bulma replied helplessly. At this time, Zhou Zilong walked up to little Wukong and said with a smile, "Wukong, have you ever thought of going out of this mountain to have a look outside?" Little Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then replied, "I originally wanted to live on this mountain until I grow old, but I didn't expect that you, Zilong, are so good at fighting. I think it's time to go out and see if there are any masters like you." After hearing this, Zhou Zilong laughed, patted little Wukong on the shoulder and said, "Okay. Why don't you go with us first?" Little Wukong's eyes flashed with excitement, and he nodded. The next day after they set out together, the first ray of sunshine in the morning fell on the quiet mountains and forests, and the birds began to sing happily, as if welcoming a new day. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Wukong got up from the bed on time. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, washed casually, and started his morning exercise. He took a deep breath, squatted down, and hugged a stone that was slightly larger than him with both hands. His eyes flashed with a firm light, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength at this moment. With a low roar from Xiao Wukong, he stood up suddenly and raised the stone high above his head. The huge stone seemed to become an insignificant toy in the air, moving at will under Xiao Wukong's control. Then, Xiao Wukong pressed his hands against the stone, and the big stone began to break gradually under his force, and finally turned into countless small stones scattered all over the ground. Little Wukong showed a satisfied smile on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to look for the next training target again. However, at this moment, he suddenly found an unusual stone. "Wait a minute, I'm not a stone." A voice sounded after little Wukong raised another brown object. It turned out that what little Wukong was holding was a turtle-like animal with a brown back and some black spots on its head. Zhou Zilong saw. "It's a turtle. I'll go ask Zilong how to deal with it," Xiao Wukong said while holding the turtle after taking a look. "Please, let me go," the turtle said after seeing Xiao Wukong leading him to the house and thinking that he was going to meet with an accident. "Mr. Turtle, why are you here?" Zhou Zilong, who was about to call Wukong for breakfast, asked after seeing the turtle of Turtle Hermit. "It's Zilong. It's like this. I got lost when I went ashore to pick mushrooms. It's been a year," the turtle replied Zhou Zilong. "Is that so? But Mr. Turtle, you went in the wrong direction. This is not the direction of the seaside." Zhou Zilong explained the situation to the turtle. "Is that so? Can you give me some salt water first?" "Of course, it would be better if you put some kelp in the salt water," the turtle said again at this time. "Of course it's okay. Wait a minute, Wukong, go in and have breakfast." "Breakfast is ready," Zhou Zilong said to Wukong while returning the turtle. After breakfast, Zhou Zilong put the turtle next to Wukong and let Wukong sit down. After driving for a distance, a burly bear-shaped monster with an orange body and a big knife on its waist blocked them. The monster had a fierce look and exposed fangs, and was obviously not a good person. It threatened with a rough voice, "Hey, give me the turtle, and I will let you go." Bulma hugged Zhou Zilong's waist tightly, looked at the monster in front of her with a firm look, and said loudly, "Bye, I won't give it to you, we are going to send it back to the sea." Zhou Zilong smiled slightly, patted the back of Bulma's hand gently, and signaled her not to worry. He turned to look at Xiao Wukong, a short boy with a determined and courageous look in his eyes, and said, "Wukong, this guy is too weak, leave it to you to deal with." Xiao Wukong nodded, with an excited smile on his face. He moved, jumped off the motorcycle, and stood in front of the bear-shaped monster. The bear-shaped monster laughed contemptuously when he saw that Xiao Wukong was so thin. It swung the big knife in its hand and chopped at Xiao Wukong. However, Xiao Wukong seemed to have expected it. He slightly turned his body and easily dodged the attack. "You are really as weak as Zilong said." Xiao Wukong stood on the nose of the bear-shaped monster. The bear-shaped monster was furious. It swung the big knife and attacked Xiao Wukong continuously. However, Xiao Wukong was like a ghost, moving freely in the sword light and shadow, and cleverly avoiding the attack every time. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the bear-shaped monster panicked. It roared and increased the strength and speed of its attack. However, all this seemed like child's play to little Wukong. With a loud bang, after playing with it for dozens of rounds, the bear-shaped monster was punched away by little Wukong. After rolling several times in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 25. Wow, Mr. Turtle, your place is so big. The turtle with Master came to the beach and saw the endless sea. Little Gaku said in surprise. "Little brother, thank you this time. Without you, I can't see Zilong, and it's impossible to return to the beach so quickly. Wait for me here." The turtle who entered the sea said to little Gaku. Little Gaku nodded and said it was okay. After a moment, the turtle in the water disappeared from the sight of the three people. The sea breeze blew gently, with a hint of salty and wet taste, and the sun fell on the golden beach, flashing dazzling light. "It's a pity that I didn't bring my swimsuit, otherwise I could swim in the sea for a while before waiting for the turtle to come back." Bulma sighed softly, feeling that she would have to wait for a long time, turned around and looked at Zhou Zilong on the side, with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly. He glanced at Bulma's light outfit, and a gleam of inspiration flashed in his eyes. "I seem to have a capsule house with several sets of diving equipment here. If you want, I can give it to you." he said lightly, as if all this was taken for granted. Bulma heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Okay, then Zilong, you come with me. She excitedly pulled Zhou Zilong's hand. Zhou Zilong nodded, and first pretended to throw out a house shrunk in a capsule. Puh, 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 this water is so salty. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. It turned out to be little Wukong. He took off his shoes and came to the shallow beach. He was thirsty, so he directly scooped up the sea water and drank it, but he was so salty that he stuck out his tongue. Zhou Zilong saw this and shook his head helplessly. Wukong, there is a lot of salt in the sea water. If you are thirsty, just tell me. He walked over and handed little Wukong a bottle of water. Xiao Wukong took the water and drank it in big gulps, with a satisfied smile on his face. Bulma couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She pulled Zhou Zilong and Xiao Wukong into the house. Zhou Zilong also took advantage of this opportunity to buy 3 sets of diving equipment from Xiaoling and put them in the capsule house. The 3 of them came to the beach wearing diving equipment, slowly dived, and began a wonderful underwater journey. After several hours of waiting, the 3 finally floated up from the bottom of the sea, and Bulma's face was filled with unconcealable joy. She held a crystal in her hand, which was a strange gem she found in the underwater cave, but what made her more excited was the mountains of gold coins and treasures in the cave. I didn't expect that we really found the treasure. Bulma raised the crystal in her hand high, and the sunlight penetrated the crystal, reflecting colorful light. It turned out that when the 3 of them were diving, they found a cave connected to the ground. The cave was shining with gold and full of gold coins and jewels, enough for the 3 of them to enjoy for a lifetime. They put the treasure into 50 large boxes and collected them with Bulma's capsule technology. Those things can't be eaten, so they are useless. Little Wukong scratched his head and looked at Bulma's excited face in confusion. He had lived in the mountains since he was a child and had no great interest in gold coins and treasures. I really lost to you. Bulma shook her head helplessly. Zhou Zilong smiled and patted Bulma's shoulder, comforting her. Don't blame Wukong, after all, he has been living in the mountains, and he doesn't know a lot of things yet. Hee. Little Wukong also scratched his head and responded. After changing their clothes, the 3 continued to wait for the turtle to arrive on the beach. Mr. Turtle is here. 2 hours later, Zhou Zilong suddenly shouted. With his extraordinary eyesight, he saw Master Kame's turtle swimming towards them from a distance. At the same time, there was another person standing on the back of the turtle. Zhou Zilong recognized who was on the back at a glance. As soon as Master Turtle got off the back of the turtle, he ran towards Bulma. Little girl, go on a date with me, okay? Bulma was holding Zhou Zilong's arm tightly at the moment and glared at Master Turtle without showing weakness, saying, Old pervert, go find someone else. I have a fiancé. Be careful that my fiancé will chop you with a palm. Teacher Wu Tian, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you are still the same. Zhou Zilong said to Master Turtle with a smile. Haha, liven up the atmosphere, Zilong, you haven't changed either, and you found such a beautiful girl, and you have decided to spend your life together. It's great. Master Turtle patted Zhou Zilong on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hee, you are lucky, Teacher Wu Tian, this time it was that little guy who found Mr. Turtle, you should give him a little reward. Zhou Zilong pointed to little Gaku not far away. Oh? Really? Then I have to watch carefully. Look at this little guy. Upon hearing this, Master Kame immediately walked towards little Gaku and looked at him carefully. Little guy, thank you for doing a good job. This is your reward. Master Kame pointed his cane at the sky and said, and soon, a golden cloud like cotton candy, the somersault cloud appeared in front of little Gaku. This is the somersault cloud, and only people with pure hearts can ride on it, Master Kame explained in a deep voice. Master Kame took a deep breath and prepared to demonstrate how to ride on the somersault cloud. He jumped lightly and tried to step on the somersault cloud, but his body suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground with a stumble. He smiled awkwardly, touched his head, and seemed a little embarrassed. Haha, Teacher Wu Tian, be careful. Zhou Zilong and Bulma couldn't help laughing when they saw this. At this time, little Gaku put his attention back on the somersault cloud. He took a deep breath, jumped lightly, and floated lightly towards the somersault cloud. At this moment, he felt the softness and warmth of the somersault cloud, as if he was lifted up by a mysterious force. The somersault cloud took him soaring in the air, and he felt freedom and happiness he had never had before. I can fly! I can fly! Little Gaku shouted excitedly, and his voice echoed in the sea breeze. Seeing little Gaku so happy, Zhou Zilong and Bulma were also very happy. At this time, Bulma found that there was a necklace hanging around Master Roshi's neck, and there was a sparkling bead on the necklace. Bulma observed curiously and looked at the bead carefully. She found that the bead was exactly the same as the Dragon Ball she was looking for. She was excited and asked quickly, "Grandpa, can you give me this necklace with the Dragon Ball? If not, I will pay for it. I have a use for that star-like bead." Turtle Hermit smiled and said, "You are my apprentice's fiancé. What's the point of talking about money? I'll give it to you. But remember to bring a lovely young girl to date me next time." As he said that, he took the necklace off his neck and handed it to Bulma. It's not easy for new creators to create. Please give me a good review and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 26. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Zhou Zilong, Bulma and little Gaku once again set out on an adventure to find the remaining Dragon Balls with great expectations. During the journey, they passed a prosperous and rich town. In this town, the houses are all exquisite European-style buildings, and there are shops on both sides of the street with a wide variety of goods. Zhou Zilong took out 6 boxes of gold coins and jewelry that he had obtained in the underwater cave from the capsule items and decided to exchange these treasures for currency for use during the journey. Bulma is a natural shopaholic. When she saw such a prosperous town, her eyes immediately lit up and she excitedly rushed into the shops on the street. Bulma picked out all kinds of novel items, from beautiful clothes to practical props, to various snacks, and her shopping cart was soon filled with all kinds of goods. Zhou Zilong took little Gaku to the bank in the town. Zhou Zilong handed the gold coins and jewelry to the bank staff, who carefully identified them and gave a high price, 900 million Dragon Ball coins. Zhou Zilong decided to divide the money equally among the 3 people, with each person getting 300 million, although he knew that Bulma was not short of money. After completing the deposit procedures, Zhou Zilong applied for an exclusive bank card for Wukong. The bank card was printed with Wukong's head portrait, which looked very cute. Zhou Zilong put the bank card in an exquisite wallet and handed it to Wukong. "Wukong, you can give this bank card to your future wife for safekeeping in the future," Zhou Zilong said to Wukong with a smile. Wukong took the wallet and looked at the bank card inside curiously. He didn't understand the specific purpose of the bank card yet, but he could feel Zhou Zilong's care and protection for him. He nodded and carefully put the wallet away. It was another day on the journey. The sun shone through the clouds and sprinkled on the quiet village. Zhou Zilong, Bulma, and Wukong came to a village and walked on the village road. Their footsteps echoed in the empty streets. The doors and windows of the houses in the village were closed, as if there was no one inside. "Strange, how come there is no one in this village?" Bulma looked around with a frown. "Are they all still sleeping?" Little Gaku blinked and said innocently. "How is that possible, you idiot?" Bulma couldn't help but complain. Then he looked at Zhou Zilong. "Zilong, what do you think is going on?" Zhou Zilong pondered for a moment, guessed where the plot of this village was probably connected, and then said, "Let's find a house and go in." So the 3 of them started to act separately, looking for a house to enter. Soon after, dong dong dong. Little Gaku found an orange door. He knocked on the door gently, but there was no response from inside. Little Gaku hesitated for a moment, then broke the lock with a punch and pushed the door open. "It hurts, it hurts." Little Gaku suddenly covered his head and screamed. Zhou Zilong and Bulma rushed to check the situation after hearing the sound. They saw a big bump on little Goku's head. This big bag of masterpiece was naturally made by the owner of this house. Not long after Xiao Wukong entered the house, the owner of this house chopped down Xiao Wukong's head with the axe in his hand. Who would have thought that the head was not chopped off, but his axe broke after hitting Wukong. The iron-headed kid. It's useless. The middle-aged man with a bald spot on his head said in despair. Xiao Wukong pulled out the ruyi stick from his back and took a fighting posture and said, "What are you doing? It hurts and is dangerous." "King Wolong, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You took all the money and food in my house, but please let my daughter go." The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and begged. Zhou Zilong and Bulma looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not expect to encounter such a misunderstanding. Zhou Zilong walked up to the middle-aged man and said, "We are not the king of Oolong. We are travelers passing by. What happened in this village? Why are everyone hiding at home?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhou Zilong's words, then raised his head and carefully looked at the three of them. After seeing that they did not have any ill intentions, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So you are looking for travelers passing by. Something has really happened in this village recently. This king of Oolong comes to our village from time to time to ask for money and food, and then asks the beautiful girls in the village to be his bride. Yesterday he said that he fell in love with my daughter and would come to pick her up today. This Oolong is so hateful." Bulma said angrily after listening to the uncle's story. "That's right. I must be this Oolong. We have to teach him a lesson. I am looking forward to fighting this Oolong." Little Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. Knowing what kind of magical person Oolong is, Zhou Zilong also said at this time, "Don't worry, this Oolong is easy to deal with, leave it to us." Then Zhou Zilong patted little Wukong on the shoulder and said, "Wukong, this Oolong is left to you, and when Oolong comes, you can directly deal with him." "Really? Great! I can learn from others again," little Wukong said excitedly. "Can you really drive away that Oolong king?" After Zhou Zilong agreed to deal with Oolong, another villager in the village asked anxiously. "Don't worry, leave it to us," Zhou Zilong said with a firm look, giving people a sense of trust. "If you can really drive away that Oolong, you can ask for any reward." The villagers expressed their willingness to pay any price in exchange for the peace of the village. "No, just give me this bead in the village." Bulma was holding a dragon ball emitting a faint light in her hand. "My radar shows that there is this bead in this village, we only want this reward," Bulma said again. "That's it, as long as you drive away King Oolong, I will give it to you." An old woman took out a dragon ball similar to the one in Bulma's hand from her bosom. It was the 6-star star that Zhou Zilong and his friends were looking for, one of the dragon balls. After getting the promise from the old woman, Zhou Zilong and Bulma smiled at each other and began their preparations. "Gaku, come on, put on this set of clothes. In order to prepare for defeating that Oolong later, Bulma and I will disguise you." Zhou Zilong handed a pink outfit to little Gaku. Little Gaku took the clothes obediently and started to change. Not long after, a little Gaku wearing a pink outfit and a headscarf on his head appeared in front of the two. His young face showed a natural and cute expression, which looked very cute. It's not easy for newcomers to create. Please give a wave of praise and power generation with love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 27. Do I have to dress like this? It's so inconvenient. Little Gaku muttered, his brows furrowed, obviously not satisfied with this dress. Bulma stood aside, looking at little Goku's appearance, couldn't help laughing. She patted little Goku's shoulder and comforted him, "Xiao-sun, you are really cute when you dress up as a girl. Don't worry, this is only temporary. Zhou Zilong stood on a big tree not far away. After hearing what Bulma said, he smiled slightly and said, Wukong, this is to give that Wulong an unexpected blow, so I wronged you to dress like this first. Little Gaku nodded, although he was still a little reluctant, but he still responded obediently. Time passed by minute, little Gaku stood at the door, looking into the distance from time to time. Finally, after waiting for nearly half an hour, a heavy sound of footsteps came from a distance, and little Gaku clenched his fists tightly, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. As the footsteps approached, a tall, red-skinned, pig-faced monster with two conical white horns appeared in everyone's sight. He walked towards Xiao Wukong with a fierce look on his face, and made a strange roar. Bulma, who was frightened by Wulong's huge body, asked Zhou Zilong, Brother Zilong, will Xiao Sun be unable to defeat this monster? Zhou Zilong replied, Don't worry, this monster is just bluffing, Wukong will definitely be able to beat him easily. Xiao Wukong, who was originally facing Wulong, suddenly turned around and trembled a little. Bulma, who saw Wukong's action at this time, said again, Xiao Sun was scared and trembling. Zhou Zilong replied, It's not that scary, I'm sure he just drank too much water. After recalling that Xiao Wukong had just drunk at least 1 liter of water, Bulma was relieved. Wulong slowly approached Xiao Wukong and said in a gentle voice, My lovely lady, are you scared by me? Don't be afraid, this is not my true appearance. While speaking, Wulong suddenly turned into a handsome man in a white suit. He showed a charming smile to Xiao Wukong, trying to conquer this girl with his charm. At this time, Xiao Wukong also happened to turn around. After seeing the appearance of the disguised Xiao Wukong, Wulong said happily, You are not the girl I saw yesterday, but you are cuter than her. Come with me. At this time, Xiao Wukong suddenly ran, and Wulong, who thought she was running towards him, immediately opened his arms to greet her. Who would have thought that Xiao Wukong ran under a tree and started to urinate? After seeing how unscrupulously Wulong peed, he said happily, This girl is really open-minded. After being happy, Wulong had an idea and immediately moved his feet gently towards Wukong. Bulma, who was watching this scene, complained, This Wulong is really perverted, he actually wanted to peek. After approaching and discovering that Xiao Wukong was a boy, Wulong angrily said to Xiao Wukong, Damn it, you dare to lie to me. At this moment, Xiao Wukong took off his female clothes, revealed a firm look, and took a fighting posture, saying to Wulong, Because Zilong told me that he would hit you by surprise. If I hadn't just been in a hurry to pee, you would have been hit by me. Wulong saw this, instead of being angry, he laughed. He looked at Sun Wukong with contempt, and then suddenly transformed into a strong black bull. Wulong said mockingly, You are really arrogant. I, King Wulong, am not something a little kid like you can deal with. Come on, Wulong, fight with me. Sun Wukong pulled out the ruyi stick on his back. However, just when Xiao Wukong thought that there would be a fierce battle, Wulong suddenly turned around and ran away. Little Gaku was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted and shouted loudly, Stop, don't run. He flashed and chased after him. At this time, Zhou Zilong, who had been watching the battle on the side, said, Let's go, Bulma, I'll take you to see the real body of that Wulong. Wulong, who ran away, turned back to his original true body. Little Gaku, who chased after him, asked Wulong, who had turned back to his true body, if he had seen Wulong. Wulong, who had turned back to his true body, immediately pointed in a direction. Little Gaku, who had no doubts, immediately chased after him. At this time, Bulma looked in the direction Zhou Zilong pointed, and saw a pig-headed human body in green clothes leaning against the fence tightly. Bulma said in surprise, It turns out that he is really Wulong. I thought the original body was very scary. Wait for me, I will make you look good in a minute. Wulong gritted his teeth and said, he held a grudge against little Wukong and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. "Who are you going to make a scene, King Wolong?" Zhou Zilong suddenly came over and looked down at Wolong. Wolong was startled. He looked up and saw the tall and strong Zhou Zilong. He immediately panicked and said, "You are wrong. I am not King Wolong. I am just passing by. My name is Zhu Ziaja. I can read minds. You can't fool me." Zhou Zilong said with a smile and gently grabbed Wolong's neck. After being caught, Wolong immediately begged for mercy. "Hero, I was wrong, let me go. I really didn't do anything to hurt the world except asking for money and food from this village and taking away some beautiful girls." Bulma said angrily after hearing this, "You took away many girls and you still said you didn't do anything bad? You lecherous thief!" Wolong hurriedly explained, "Except for taking advantage of them, I really didn't do anything to them." Zhou Zilong said coldly, "Apologize to the people in this village first, and then I will consider whether to let you go or not." After hearing this, Wulong immediately nodded and said, Okay, I will apologize right away." After being caught by Zhou Zilong and brought to the villagers, Wulong bowed deeply, and then apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I will never harass you again, and I will return all the money and girls I took away to you." However, because of Wulong's previous evil deeds, the people immediately started to scold Wulong, and they stopped after a long while. So far, the incident of King Wulong officially ended. In order to thank Zhou Zilong and Bulma for their help, the old woman gave Bulma a 6-star ball as a thank you gift. After Bulma received the 6-star ball, her heart was filled with joy and gratitude. At this time, after searching for a while and finding nothing, Xiao Wukong ran back to the village. After learning that Wulong was subdued so easily by Zhou Zilong, Xiao Wukong said admiringly, "Zilong, you are really strong. This Wulong was subdued so easily by you." Zhou Zilong replied, "Wukong, it's nothing. This Wulong is just an ordinary person with no martial arts skills who looks good but is useless. It's not easy for newcomers to create. Please give a wave of praise and love. Thank you everyone." Chapter 28. After determining the location of the next Dragon Ball, Zhou Zilong took out a capsule and gently threw it to the ground. With a bong sound, a convertible 4-seater car that looked like a Porsche 911 Carrera appeared in front of everyone. Just as Zhou Zilong was about to walk to the driver's seat, Bulma came over and said, "Zilong, let me drive for a while. You have been driving all this time. You should take a day off first." Zhou Zilong was slightly stunned, then nodded in agreement. Bulma sat in the driver's seat, skillfully adjusted the position of the seat and steering wheel, and then started the car. The scenery outside the window quickly receded, and Zhou Zilong leaned on the seat, quietly enjoying the scenery outside the window. "What are you doing?" Wulong suddenly shouted, breaking the silence in the car. It turned out that Xiao Wulong had come to Wulong's side at some point and gently patted his crotch a few times. This move made Wulong very dissatisfied. He widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Wulong with a flushed face. "No, I just wanted to confirm whether you are a boy or not. Now I can confirm that you are a boy." Little Gaku smiled innocently. "I look like a boy." Wulong was a little helpless, trying to prove his gender. "Of course Wukong can't tell the difference between you and a pig." Zhou Zilong couldn't help but interjected, with a smile on his lips, and he was obviously amused by this scene. "Yes, Zilong is right, ha 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 ha." Little Gaku laughed out loud, as if he had found some fun game. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became relaxed, and Bulma couldn't help laughing. Wulong shook his head helplessly. He knew that he couldn't argue with these two guys. He had to change the subject and try to let this embarrassing conversation pass. "How long will it take us to get to the next city?" "I'm hungry." "It's almost there, just bear with it a little longer," Bulma replied, and her attention returned to the road ahead. Seeing this, Wulong had to shut his mouth and lean back in his seat with his eyes closed. Because the journey was long, 7 days had passed since they were on the road to find the 6th Dragon Ball. However, according to the Dragon Ball radar, it would take at least 3 more days to reach the destination. On this day, they came to a wide river with turbulent water and rough waves. In order to cross the river, they had to find a boat. Just as they were about to board the boat, Wulong suddenly knelt in front of Zhou Zilong, begging with a face full of pleading, "Zilong, I really know I was wrong. Please give me the antidote." Wulong's voice was filled with endless regret and pleading. It turned out that during the journey a few days ago, Wulong's obsession with women had recurred and he tried to drug Zhou Zilong and Xiao Wukong, and then took the opportunity to take advantage of Bulma. However, his plan had long been seen through by Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong exchanged prank items from Xiaoling, expanding chocolate beans and pouring chocolate beans, and punished Wulong. When Wulong ate these chocolate beans, his abdomen began to swell continuously, and then he had diarrhea continuously, which was very painful. Zhou Zilong replied playfully, "Your words are not credible. I won't give you the antidote for the time being." After crossing the river, the sun shone on the 4 people. Little Wukong, Zhou Zilong, Bulma, and Wulong all breathed a sigh of relief. The long journey made them all look a little tired. Little Wukong was still as optimistic as ever, while Bulma seemed a little annoyed. "Oops, Zilong, I left your and my backpacks at the luggage storage and forgot to take them back," Bulma said anxiously. "It's okay, Bulma, don't worry," Zhou Zilong patted Bulma's shoulder and comforted her, "I'll go back and get it back. You and Wukong will take Wulong forward first to see if we can find a suitable place to camp after nightfall." Bulma nodded, so she sorted out her emotions and continued to move forward with little Wukong and Wulong. Zhou Zilong returned to the riverside before. He remembered that the luggage storage was not far away. When he arrived at the luggage storage, it was empty. He quickly found his and Bulma's backpacks. However, just as he was about to leave, a huge dinosaur attacked him, and Zhou Zilong had to reluctantly collect the dinosaur as food. After collecting the dinosaur meat, Zhou Zilong began to cross the river and returned to meet up with Bulma and his group. Goku, Bulma, and Oolong entered an endless desert because of their wayfinding. The desert sky was deep and blue, and the sun shone on the golden sand dunes, flashing dazzling light. However, this beautiful desert hides endless dangers. Goku, Bulma, and Oolong were in a desperate situation. People don't know that they have been stared at by a pair of cunning eyes. On the top of a distant tower, a cat-like man about 37 centimeters tall is staring at them with sharp eyes. His back is covered with blue hair, and his face, chest, abdomen, inside of the ears and the tip of the tail are all pure white. This cat-like man is called Pool, and he is a loyal partner of Yamcha, a supporting character in Dragon Ball. Pool jumped down from the top of the tower and quickly came to Yamcha, who was drinking tea leisurely. Yamcha, who had long hair, took a sip of tea, raised his eyes slightly, and asked, "Pool, what did you find?" Pool respectfully replied, "Master Yamcha, I found prey. They are coming towards us." Yamcha put down the teacup, with a playful smile on his face. He stood up, patted Pool on the shoulder, and said, "It's been a long time since the prey appeared. Let's go and search for it." After that, Yamcha and Pool got on a motorcycle and rushed towards the direction of Xiao Wukong and others. The roar of the motorcycle echoed in the desert, raising a burst of dust. At this time, Xiao Wukong was waiting for Bulma to wake up. After entering the desert for a while, Bulma fainted on the sand due to exhaustion, and her face was pale. About 10 minutes later, Yamcha and Pool had come to the side of Wukong and others. Pool was the same as in the animation. After seeing Wulong, he first told Wulong that he was kicked out for stealing the female teacher's underwear in the kindergarten, and then made a contemptuous expression to Wulong. "Since you are a child, hand over your valuables and capsules to me, and I will spare your life." Yamcha's voice was cold and ruthless. Xiao Wukong scratched his head, with a confused expression on his face. Wolong, what is he saying? I don't understand. His words were full of innocence and confusion. Wolong shook his head helplessly and explained, it means that he wants to steal your things, he is a bad guy. His voice was full of vigilance and worry. So you are a bad guy, then I don't have to be polite. Hearing Wolong's explanation, a firm light flashed in Xiao Wukong's eyes, and he clenched his fists. It's not easy for newcomers to create, please give me a wave of praise and power with love, thank you everyone. Chapter 29. You mean you can definitely beat me, right? Yam Sha said dissatisfiedly, looking at the short but confident boy in front of him. Of course, I'm very strong. I haven't lost to anyone except my grandfather and Zilong. Sun Wukong responded without showing any weakness, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yam Sha was furious. He held his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, then don't blame me for killing you. Before he finished speaking, he moved and rushed towards Sun Wukong. However, just as Yam Sha was about to make a move, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and braked suddenly, and some raised sand splashed on Yam Sha. The appearance of Zhou Zilong caught Yam Sha off guard. He stopped and looked at this guy who suddenly appeared in confusion. Sun Wukong pointed at Yam Sha and said to Zhou Zilong, Zilong, we have met a bad guy. Zhou Zilong nodded slightly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he saw the detailed information of Yam Sha. Race Earthling. Potential level Elite Potential. Potential value 50 million. Potential development progress 1%. Combat power 8. Just go, Wukong, this guy is as strong as you can have a good fight with him, Zhou Zilong said to Wukong. Wukong nodded after hearing this, his eyes flashing with excitement. Zhou Zilong turned and walked towards the direction of Bulma. He knew that Bulma fainted because she was not used to the desert environment and now needed his care. Yam Sha, who was watching this scene on the other side, muttered unhappily, Humph, I will definitely make you pay the price. After I deal with this little devil in front of me, I will deal with you. At that time, I will not only plunder your money, but also torture you one by one to punish you for your contempt for me. Bulma, how are you? Zhou Zilong came to Bulma and asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, Bulma said with a forced smile. I'll make you something to restore your vitality later, Zhou Zilong said gently after wiping the sweat off Bulma's face with a towel. Ah, die! At this time, Yam Sha on the other side shouted loudly, and rushed towards Xiao Wukong like lightning. His shouting sounded very sharp, which made some timid people shudder. At the moment of rushing, Yam Sha threw his scabbard to his motorcycle. Pool, who was waiting there, immediately jumped out to catch the knife thrown back by Yam Sha. At this time, Yam Sha held the knife in one hand and chopped towards Xiao Wukong. However, Xiao Wukong seemed unusually calm. Just when Yam Sha's knife was about to chop down, Xiao Wukong suddenly stepped on the ground with both feet and jumped up. His body drew a graceful arc in the air, easily avoiding Yam Sha's fatal blow. Hee hee! Xiao Wukong laughed triumphantly in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. His movements were light and agile, like a monkey shuttling through the jungle. Yam Sha was annoyed when he saw that his sword missed. He swung his sword at Goku again, but Goku dodged it skillfully every time. I underestimated this little brat. He's really hard to deal with. Yam Sha thought to himself. Furious, Yam Sha swung his sword at Goku again. Goku easily avoided Yam Sha's attack by jumping over again, but this time, Yam Sha almost slashed his partner Pool's head. Damn brat, he's really flexible. I almost slashed the wrong person. Yam Sha said to Goku angrily after he put his sword away in time. It seems that Goku's habit of being a playboy was developed since he was a child. Zhou Zilong, who was taking care of Bulma, muttered softly after watching Gaku not fight with all his strength. After putting the sword away from Pool's head, Yamcha continued to swing his sword at Gaku. Xiao Wukong appeared at Yamcha's right foot at lightning speed, and Yamcha lost his balance and fell face down. At this time, Yamcha immediately supported the ground with his left hand and did a somersault to avoid falling to the ground due to losing balance. After standing firm, Yamcha attacked Xiao Wukong with a knife, and Xiao Wukong immediately dodged Yamcha's attack again with several backflips. After flipping onto a stone, Xiao Wukong took advantage of the force and jumped from his back to take out the ruyi stick and attacked Yamcha. Yamcha reacted quickly and immediately raised the knife with both hands. He blocked it with his head. With a ding sound, the ruyi stick and Yamcha's knife made a crisp sound, and the two sides attacked each other. After seeing that several attacks were blocked, Xiao Wukong shouted again and attacked Yamcha with the ruyi stick. At the moment when the ruyi stick was about to hit, Yamcha immediately jumped back a distance and dodged the attack. Yamcha, who thought that Xiao Wukong had to run to attack him, smiled. "Stretch it out, ruyi stick!" Xiao Wukong shouted after holding the ruyi stick with both hands. Like a magic trick, the ruyi stick in Xiao Wukong's hand stretched towards Yamcha at a very fast speed. Yamcha, who was pushed back by the ruyi stick on his abdomen, made a sound of pain. With a bang, the extended ruyi stick pushed Yamcha against a huge rock and made a sound. Pool, who was watching, made a worried voice, "Master Yamcha." At this time, Xiao Wukong put the ruyi stick on the ground and said limply, "No, I'm so hungry." It was obvious that the battle with Yamcha just now consumed the little physical strength that Xiao Wukong had. "Damn little ghost, I didn't expect it to be so strong," Yamcha said with hatred after gritting his teeth. At this time, Yamcha suddenly made a move similar to the wolf claw. Zhou Zilong, who was watching the battle, knew that Yamcha was going to use his signature move. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Yamcha shouted as he ran. Zhou Zilong, who was watching this scene, knew that Xiao Wukong was going to be hit a few times. After all, he was hungry and distracted at the moment, and he hadn't noticed that Yamcha had already run towards him. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha came to Xiao Wukong and hit him at a very fast speed. After hitting him about 20 times, Yamcha knocked Xiao Wukong out with a push palm. Xiao Wukong, who was knocked out, flew behind him at a very fast speed, and broke several stone pillars in succession. With a boom, the stone pillars collapsed and made a loud noise, and Xiao Wukong was buried directly underneath. It's not easy for newcomers to create. Please give me a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone. Chapter 30. Knowing that little Gaku was fine, but in order to end the battle quickly, Zhou Zilong stood up and walked towards Yamcha. Seeing Zhou Zilong coming over, Yamcha showed a disdainful look. "What? Knowing that the best fighter on your side is gone, you are afraid and come to give me money to save your life, you boastful guy." Zhou Zilong shook his head and responded lightly, "You can't even beat a hungry child, what are you still provoking? I don't fight because I can deal with you with one move." As soon as this sentence came out, Yamcha's heart burned with anger, and he showed an angry look on the spot. Zhou Zilong didn't have any feelings about Yamcha, the tragic character in Dragon Ball. If he really had any feelings, it was just a pity with a little pity. In his opinion, Yamcha was a tragic character who was at the peak at the beginning, but fell quickly. Yamcha, a warrior who appeared as a desert bandit in the first Dragon Ball animation, has excellent strength in the world of Dragon Ball, but he does not have the dazzling halo of the protagonist and can only wander on the edge. Whenever he thought he was about to reach the peak, fate would always give him a blow. He could not break through the top 8 in the martial arts tournament. Especially the duel between Yamcha and the Vegetable Man, he was originally in a superior position, but was killed by his opponent because of carelessness. That scene became his classic masterpiece. As for the relationship, Yamcha's experience is even more sad. Under the original arrangement of the author, he should have reached the peak of his life with a rich and beautiful friend, but after a series of twists and turns, he was arranged to break up. In contrast, Krillin, the best way for Goku to become stronger, best friend, is much luckier. Although his strength is not comparable to that of Science, he is at least the strongest Earthling and married a beautiful wife. He is a winner in life. Damn it, you actually looked at me with pity. Don't look down on me, I, Yamcha, am very strong. Yamcha roared angrily, his eyes flashing with anger. He launched a fierce attack again, but Zhou Zilong still dealt with it with ease. The difference between you and me is too big, it's time to end it. Zhou Zilong said lightly. Zhou Zilong clenched his fists and swung them violently, and a powerful air wave instantly swept the entire desert. Yamcha was hit by the air wave and flew backwards instantly, smashing a large rock behind him before stopping. Puff! Yamcha spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, his eyes full of unwillingness and shock. He never thought that he would be defeated so miserably, while Zhou Zilong stood there, looking at him calmly. Master Yamcha, are you okay? At this time, Pool ran to Yamcha's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. He's right. I'm not his opponent at all. He's not bragging. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and calmed down his inner emotions. Just now, I clearly felt that he held back. Otherwise, I would have spit out more blood than just a mouthful of blood. Yamcha savored the process just now. He realized that the gap between him and Zhou Zilong was really too big. He knew that he needed to practice harder to catch up with this powerful opponent. I've learned from you. I will definitely get back today's defeat in the future. Yamcha took a deep breath and said. He knew that his current strength was far from enough, but he believed that as long as he practiced hard, he would defeat Zhou Zilong one day. You are welcome to come at any time, but I said something hurtful, you will never get it back in your lifetime. Zhou Zilong replied lightly. He didn't mean to look down on Yamcha, but just told the truth. He knew that he had power beyond ordinary people, and it was almost impossible for Yamcha to catch up with him. Humph, stop looking down on me. Yamcha replied unhappily, and then left with Pool. He knew that what he needed to do now was to practice hard to improve his strength. Fortunately, he didn't attack me at that time, otherwise I would have died. Wulong, who was watching this scene, also said with some fear. At this time, Xiao Wukong came out of the pile of rocks and ran to Zhou Zilong excitedly, saying with expectation, Zilong, how did you do that move just now? Can you teach me? Zhou Zilong smiled slightly and said, this move is actually not difficult, but you need to learn to control the air first. Come, let's change places, I will teach you slowly. So, Zhou Zilong took Xiao Wukong to a training hall created by capsule technology. It was spacious and bright, with complete facilities, and it was a good place for practice. Zhou Zilong sat cross-legged on the ground and began to demonstrate how to lead the air out of the body. He spread his hands apart in a circle, then slowly inhaled, and began to move his hands slowly. Gradually, his palms began to emit a faint light, and a small orange light ball formed in his hands. Little Wukong was stunned. He had never seen such a magical sight. He couldn't wait to learn from Zhou Zilong and began to try to guide the air out of his body. However, he was not smooth at the beginning. He always felt that the air was running around in his body and couldn't concentrate. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong patiently instructed, Wukong, don't worry. Controlling the air requires peace of mind, not impetuousness. You must calm down first and feel the flow of air in your body. Little Wukong nodded, closed his eyes and began to try. He tried to calm his heart and feel the flow of air in his body. Gradually, he felt a warm current flowing in his body, as if there was a stream flowing in his body. He moved his hands slowly along the direction of this warm current. Finally, after countless attempts over an hour, Xiao Wukong successfully drew out the breath in his body, and a small orange ball of light formed in his hand. He opened his eyes excitedly, looked at the ball of light in his hand, and couldn't help cheering. Zhou Zilong also showed a gratified smile. He patted Xiao Wukong on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Wukong! You have successfully mastered the technique of drawing out the breath. However, this is just the beginning. To become a real strong man, you still need to practice and learn continuously." Xiao Wukong nodded, with a firm light in his eyes. He knew that he still had a long way to go, but he believed that as long as he practiced hard, he would become a master like Zhou Zilong one day. After practicing with little Wukong for a while, Zhou Zilong said to little Wukong, "Wukong, you need to build a solid foundation now. When this journey to find the Dragon Ball is over, you can go to my master Wu Tian to worship him as your teacher and let him teach you more martial arts knowledge." Little Wukong responded obediently. "Well, okay, I get it. It's not easy for newcomers to create, please give me a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone." Chapter 31. As the vehicle slowly drove, they were getting closer and closer to the location of the sixth Dragon Ball. The scenery along the way was changing, from dense forests to barren deserts, and then to the fiery red land in front of them, the Flame Mountain. "Ah, it's the sunset." Little Gaku suddenly pointed at the fiery red in front of him and exclaimed, his eyes flashing with curiosity and expectation, as if he saw something new. "Wow, it's really beautiful." Bulma was also attracted by the scene in front of her and couldn't help but admire it. The reflection of the flames in her eyes looked particularly bright. However, as soon as Bulma's exclamation fell, she realized that something was wrong. "No, it's daytime now, how can there be a sunset?" she muttered in confusion, and her eyes turned to the fiery red again. "Please, that's not the sunset, it's the Flame Mountain." Wulong, who was driving, explained helplessly, with a hint of fear in his voice. "Wulong, why did you stop the car? Don't you want the antidote?" Zhou Zilong looked at Wulong's back and asked deliberately. He knew what Wulong was afraid of. "No, Zilong, let's take a detour. There lives a terrible demon called Bull Demon King on the Flame Mountain. The Bull Demon King is not only very powerful, but also specializes in robbing people like us who pass by." Wulong's voice was trembling. He looked at the sea of fire in front of him in fear. After hearing what Wulong said, Zhou Zilong also knew that the location of the sixth Dragon Ball was here, and according to the development of the original plot, Xiao Wukong would soon have a fiancé because of the kick. However, Bulma took Zhou Zilong's arm and said directly, "Don't scare people over there. Zilong's martial arts are so high, there will be no problem." Little Wukong also immediately echoed, "Yes, Zilong's martial arts are so high, there will be no problem, and after hearing what you said, I really want to fight with that Bull Demon King." Their words were full of trust and admiration for Zhou Zilong. "Let's go." Zhou Zilong said the last sentence, and then signaled Wulong to continue driving. Although Wulong was afraid, he continued to drive forward under Zhou Zilong's order. "Master Yamsha, let's leave. The Bull Demon King is not an existence we can afford to offend," Pool whispered after listening to the conversation. However, Yamsha was unmoved, and a sneer appeared on his lips. "No, let's follow him. No matter how strong that guy is, he should not be able to defeat the Bull Demon King. When they fight each other to a draw, we can make a fortune." Just as Yamsha was about to set off, he met Sun Wukong's future wife, Kikai, just like in the original book, and knocked Kikai unconscious just like in the animation. At this time, Wulong was driving the vehicle and moving forward with difficulty on the rugged mountain road. As the wheels rolled, the group finally arrived at the heart of the Flame Mountain. There were ruins all around. The former village was now only ruins and scattered white skulls, as if telling the tragedy of the past. The vehicle stopped, and as soon as the door opened, the heat wave rushed in like a beast. Wulong couldn't help frowning. He quickly got into the car and turned on the air conditioner to try to avoid the suffocating high temperature. Zhou Zilong took out a blue suit from his backpack. It looked a bit like tinfoil, but the texture was tougher. He handed it to Bulma and said, "This is a special fireproof suit. Put it on and you can move freely in the flame mountain." Bulma took the fireproof suit and put it on quickly. She looked at Zhou Ziyi and asked worriedly, "What will you do? This suit can only be worn by one person." Zhou Zilong smiled and shook his head. His eyes were full of confidence. "Don't worry, Bulma, this temperature is nothing to me." The two began to look for the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball separately. "Wukong, can you fly in and take a look?" After searching for a while, Bulma, who couldn't find it, asked little Wukong to help find it in the castle surrounded by raging fire. Little Wukong nodded and responded, "Bulma, don't worry, I'll go now." After that, he jumped up, jumped on the somersault cloud, and flew towards the direction of the castle. However, the power of the flames was beyond Goku's imagination. After flying around, he had to give up. His cloud was shaky in the flames, so Goku had to give up the idea of continuing to explore. "No, Bulma, the flames are too big, I can't get in." Goku shook his head after flying back. Bulma comforted him, "It's okay, we'll think of a way." At this time, Wulong was sitting in the car, rolled down the window, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "You two idiots, speak softly, it will be bad if the Bull Demon King hears you." As soon as Wulong finished speaking, a huge figure wearing a bull-horned hat slowly walked out of the flames. Out. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong immediately protected Bulma behind him and shouted to little Wukong, "Wukong, dodge to the right." As Zhou Zilong shouted, the Bull Demon King had already swung the axe in his hand and flew towards them. Zhou Zilong was quick-witted and picked up Bulma and jumped to the left. The axe flew past their bodies and smashed into a ruined house with a loud noise. After dodging the attack, Zhou Zilong quickly checked the information of Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. Race Earthling. Height 4.6 meters. Weight 330 kilograms. Potential level Ordinary Potential, 3, lowest, 10, highest. Potential value 10, maximum combat power can reach 100. Potential development progress 80%. Combat power 80. "Damn it, you dare to sneak attack us, watch me." Little Wukong roared, jumped off the somersault cloud, and rushed towards Bull Demon King. I saw that after approaching, little Wukong jumped out of the somersault cloud and kicked Bull Demon King fiercely, and this kick landed fiercely on the left side of Bull Demon King's chest. But Bull Demon King endured the kick of little Wukong expressionlessly, and scratched the side where little Wukong kicked, as if to say, "Are you tickling me?" Seeing that his attack had no effect, Xiao Wukong, who did not give up, rushed towards the Bull Demon King again and kicked him in the chest. But just like the first attack, Xiao Wukong's attack ended ineffective again. At this time, the Bull Demon King stretched out a huge hand with an expressionless face and grabbed Xiao Wukong. "Ah!" Xiao Wukong screamed, his body was lifted high by the Bull Demon King, and then fell to the ground. With a loud bang, Xiao Wukong hit the ground heavily, and the whole forest seemed to be shaken. He struggled to stand up, but his body was in unbearable pain as if it was falling apart. The Bull Demon King looked at the lying Xiao Wukong on the ground. He raised the axe in his hand and aimed it at Xiao Wukong's head, ready to give Xiao Wukong a fatal blow. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed out from the side and blocked Xiao Wukong. Zhou Zilong stretched out the index and middle fingers of his left hand, and with a crisp sound of ding, the Bull Demon King's axe was easily clamped by Zhou Zilong's two fingers. Zhou Zilong raised his head, looked at the Bull Demon King and said, "Calm down, we just passed by here to find something. It's not easy for newcomers to create, please give a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone." Chapter 32. Stop lying, the people who come here just want to take my property. The Bull Demon King replied to Zhou Zilong with distrust. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong smiled slightly and added more strength to his fingers again, making the Bull Demon King feel a strong recoil. I can block your attack with 2 fingers, do you think I need to lie to you? Zhou Zilong said lightly. After the Bull Demon King felt Zhou Zilong's unfathomable power, he couldn't help but be shocked. He took back his axe and re-examined this mysterious stranger. Both sides began to introduce themselves. Yamcha, who wanted to reap the benefits, was surprised to see this scene and said, "Is that kid so strong? Even the Bull Demon King is not his opponent. Damn it, it seems that I have to find a way to make myself stronger." "Brother Zilong, where did you learn this skill?" the Bull Demon King asked curiously. "Actually, you and I are from the same school. I am the apprentice of teacher Wu Tian 4 years ago," Zhou Zilong replied. After hearing this, Niu Maoang excitedly held Zhou Zilong's hand. "Junior brother. So you are the new disciple of Master. Is Master okay?" "Master is in good health, but you will inevitably be scolded by him for your current behavior," Zhou Zilong said with a smile. The Bull Demon King scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Junior brother, I was confused for a moment. I will definitely change in the future." Knowing that the somersault cloud had been transferred to Wukong, the Bull Demon King said, "Wukong, in order to put out the flames, I asked my daughter Kikai to borrow the banana fan from teacher Wu Tian, but I am a little worried about her being alone, and I can't leave here. Can you help me take her to find teacher Wu Tian?" Little Wukong replied, "No problem." At this time, the Bull Demon King said again, "Kikai has been spoiled by me since she was a child. When you see her, be more tolerant. Of course, it's okay to let her be your bride." At this time, the Bull Demon King took out photos of his daughter. The photos showed very cute girls one by one. After remembering their appearance, little Wukong immediately rode the somersault cloud to find Kikai. Zhou Zilong cleared a piece of ruins and sat down to wait. Time passed by bit, the sun gradually set in the west. Zhou Zilong, with his extraordinary eyesight, finally saw the familiar figure in the distance, little Wukong, running towards this side quickly with a little girl. Zhou Zilong said to the Bull Demon King next to him, "Senior brother and the others are back, but it seems that they didn't borrow the banana fan." The Bull Demon King heard this and showed a trace of disappointment on his face. Then Zhou Zilong said, "But teacher Wu Tian came with Wukong." The Bull Demon King heard this and was full of hope again. Soon, little Wukong, Chi-Chi and Master Turtle came in front of everyone. Bull Demon King couldn't wait to meet him. He knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully to Master Wu Tian. "Master Wu Tian, it's great to see you again." Turtle Hermit looked at the Bull Demon King kneeling in front of him, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He sighed softly and said in a slightly serious tone, "I didn't expect to meet you in this way, Bull Demon King, your reputation has not been very good in recent years." Hearing this, Bull Demon King's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said sincerely, "Teacher, I'm sorry to worry about you. From today on, I will definitely reform myself." At this time, Zhou Zilong also came over and greeted Master Wu Tian. "Master, I thought it would take a little longer to meet, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." After seeing Zhou Zilong, Turtle Hermit said to little Wukong, "Wukong, you said earlier that you were still with Zilong, so I wouldn't have to run specially come over." Little Wukong replied cutely, "You didn't ask me." At this time, the Bull Demon King who got up asked Master Turtle, "Master, do you mean that junior brother can put out the flames of the Flame Mountain?" Master Turtle replied very proudly, "Of course, Zilong is the most talented person I have ever seen, and his strength has surpassed me." After hearing what Master Turtle said, the Bull Demon King walked to Zhou Zilong and said, "Junior brother, please help put out the flames." Zhou Zilong replied, "Leave it to me." At this time, Wukong's future wife Kikai also ran over and pleaded, "Big brother, please, because of this sudden flame, my father and I haven't been back to the castle for a long time. Zhou Zilong rubbed Kikai's head and replied, don't worry, you and your father will be able to go back to the castle soon. After hearing what Zhou Zilong said, Kikai ran to Xiao Wukong and said excitedly, great, Wukong, you must come to my house when the time comes. Xiao Wukong replied, okay, is there anything delicious in the castle? Kikai replied, of course, you don't ask anything else besides food. Seeing the sweet look of the two, Zhou Zilong already understood that Xiao Wukong still used the same unique way to identify the difference between boys and girls as in the original book, and accidentally gave him a private marriage. After standing in position, Zhou Zilong put his hands together into the shape of a pistol, and a blue-white light energy formed in his hands. Ka no ha no ha. Zhou Zilong pushed his hands out. A powerful wave of energy burst out from his hands and rushed towards the direction of the flame. At the moment when Kamehameha's power was close to the flame, Zhou Zilong immediately retracted his power. After all, in the original work, Master Rashi collapsed the castle because he used too much force. As the beam of Kamehameha passed, the flame seemed to be swallowed by a powerful force and gradually disappeared. After about a minute, the entire castle and even the surrounding flames disappeared under the effect of Zhou Zilong's powerful Kamehameha. The originally hot environment gradually cooled down after the gusts of wind. Watching this scene, Kikai immediately cheered, great, the fire is gone. At this time, Xiao Wukong complained to Zhou Zilong, Zilong, you are too cunning, and you still hide such a powerful trick and don't teach it to me. Without waiting for Zhou Zilong to speak, Master Rashi spoke first, Wukong, Zilong is not unwilling to teach you, but you are not practicing enough now, you can't learn it. Ignoring what Master Rashi said, little Wukong walked to a ruin and learned the Kamehameha moves. Watching this scene, Master Rashi said helplessly, why doesn't this kid listen to advice? Kamepai Chi Gong. Little Wukong also shouted after putting his hands on his waist. Just when Master Rashi thought he would fail, he saw a blue-white light energy in little Wukong's hand, the same as Zhou Zilong's but much smaller in scale. Formed in little Wukong's hand and flew towards a corner of the ruins. At this time, little Wukong immediately cheered excitedly, yet I succeeded, I also know Brother Zilong's trick. Master Rashi muttered at this time, this little guy Wukong is also very talented. Bull Demon King immediately added, he is the grandson of senior brother Gohan, so of course his talent is not bad. Master Kame muttered again, so he is the grandson adopted by Gohan. After muttering, Master Kame immediately walked to little Gaku and asked, Gaku, do you want to practice with me? Little Gaku replied, of course, Grandpa Kame, but I want to complete this journey to find Dragon Ball first. Master Kame also replied, then you can come to the Kame house to find me when the time comes. Little Wukong nodded to show that he understood. To celebrate the extinguishing of the flames, Bull Demon King invited Zhou Zilong and his party to visit his long-occupied castle. During the period, Zhou Zilong also asked if there were any Dragon Balls. Because he didn't pay much attention to it, Bull Demon King said that he would find out only after he went to the castle. Half an hour later, after receiving a Dragon Ball from Bull Demon King, Bulma cheered and shouted, great, we got the 7 stars. Zhou Zilong responded, yes, now we have got 6 Dragon Balls. It's not easy for newcomers to create, please give me a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone. Chapter 33. After spending 3 days in the Bull Demon King's castle, Zhou Zilong and his party set out on a journey again, heading to the unknown distance to find the 7th mysterious Dragon Ball. Before leaving, Zhou Zilong exchanged a storage device that turned into a pendant from Xiaoling's system mall and went to the Bull Demon King's room. After handing the pendant to the Bull Demon King, he explained, brother, this is a high-tech item I found during my training. Although it looks like a pendant, it has a huge storage space inside. You can store precious items in it, which is convenient and safe. The reason why Zhou Zilong did this is that he knew that the castle where the Bull Demon King lived was born with fire. Many years later, a fire would come again. At that time, many valuable items in the castle would be burned, which also caused the Bull Demon King, who was originally quite wealthy, to shrink a lot of his wealth. So Zhou Zilong verified that if the Bull Demon King's wealth did not shrink, would Kikai always emphasize Gokong to make money in the future? After hearing this, the Bull Demon King nodded repeatedly and praised, "It's amazing. Junior brother, you are so thoughtful that you can think of giving me such a practical treasure." Zhou Zilong waved his hand and said modestly, "Senior brother, you are too kind. It's just a small favor. I hope this pendant can bring you convenience. It can also be regarded as a little friendship between us brothers." The Bull Demon King nodded with emotion and hung the pendant carefully around his neck. On the other side, Kikai also made a promise with the little Wukong who got on the car, let Wukong marry her when she grows up, and the naive little Wukong agreed without thinking. After continuing the journey, Yamsha, who had been secretly following, continued to follow. During the period, just like in the animation, Zhou Zilong and his group also came to a small town ruled by rabbit people, but in the face of absolute strength, the rabbit's behavior was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Soon, the rabbit man was crushed by Zhou Zilong's absolute strength and sent to an unknown place to start their working life. However, during this period, several people also met a rich girl with long purple hair who knew a little martial arts, named Iris. The relationship between the several people was still because of the rabbit man. When Iris came to the town ruled by the rabbit man, it happened that she replaced Bulma in the animation and was turned into a carrot, but just like in the animation, with the help of Yamsha, Xiao Wukong successfully rescued Iris who was turned into a carrot. At this time, the rabbit man set his sights on Zhou Zilong, and then the tragedy of the rabbit man being crushed happened. After helping the town restore peace, Iris also followed Zhou Zilong and others to look for the Dragon Ball, because Iris said that she really wanted to see what the dragon looked like. Of course, there was Yamsha who continued to follow secretly. Yamsha who followed secretly also wanted to use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to overcome his weakness of being shy when contacting the opposite sex. After continuing the journey, the group headed for the place where the last Dragon Ball was. Zhou Zilong, who knew the plot, knew that he would soon meet the special trio. At this time, in a castle, the blue-skinned Pilaf was angry because his subordinate Xiao Wu could not make a Dragon Ball radar. After a while of tossing, Pilaf said it would be better to go directly to Zhou Zilong and his group. Because when Zhou Zilong and his group set out on the journey, they had already met Pilaf and others. At that time, Pilaf accidentally saw the Dragon Ball that Xiao Wu was carrying, so he arranged a mechanical crow as a spy to keep an eye on Zhou Zilong and others. At this time, the crow also flew over and told them in a special way that Zhou Zilong and others were coming. Pilaf and others immediately began to make a plan to snatch the Dragon Ball. On the other side, Wu Long, who was sitting in the front seat of the car and driving, had a little quarrel with Iris because of some things. The reason for the quarrel between the two turned out to be a pair of underwear. Just now, when Iris opened her backpack and was about to look for something, she found out the belt of her unwashed clothes and found that her underwear was missing. Just when Iris was about to ask, the innocent and cute little Wukong immediately said that it was Wolong who took it when he saw the scene before. For this, Iris scolded Wolong, and Wolong also responded shamelessly. Just like in the original book, Wolong's lustful nature has not changed. He also has a special hobby for the underwear of the opposite sex. Of course, Wolong also tried to steal Bulma's underwear, but he was caught on the spot by Zhou Zilong at that time. For this reason, Zhou Zilong tricked him again to make him restrain himself. Dispute after the quarrel, Wu Long continued to drive forward. After the car drove for a while, Xiao Wu, who was observing, picked up a walkie-talkie and said, "King Pilaf, their car just passed the 10th location and is getting closer and closer." Pilaf on the other end of the walkie-talkie replied, "Okay, proceed as planned." Xiao Wu immediately responded, yes. After responding, Xiao Wu said to the walkie-talkie again, Ashu, please, proceed as planned. Got it, leave it to me. Another dog like Ashu responded. At this time, Wu Long, who was driving, suddenly braked because he had quarreled with Iris again. This time, the two quarreled more fiercely than before. The three people who were watching the show looked at the two quarreling with different expressions. Of course, the reason for the quarrel this time was even more bizarre. The more she thought about it, the more Iris felt that Wu Long was a pervert. She told Bulma to be careful in the future, and then scolded Wu Long again, and then the two fell into a quarrel again. Sitting in a machine, Ash only saw the quarrel and said happily, great, they are fighting among themselves. Enjoy. Ash aimed the sight at the car again. At this time, after the quarrel, Wu Long took on the important task of driver again and continued to drive forward. On the other side, after predicting, Ash immediately fired a small missile from the robot towards the car. Zhou Zilong, who sensed it, hugged Bulma's thin waist and immediately used air to shake the car door open, grabbed Wu Long who was still driving, and said, prepare to jump out of the car, there is an attack coming towards us. With a pong, not long after jumping out of the car, the small missile concentrated in front of the car and made a loud explosion. With a bang, the affected car immediately spun in the air and fell to the ground with a loud bang. On the other side, the robot driven by Ashu also rushed towards Zhou Zilong after launching an attack. The second update is here. It's not easy for a new creator to create. Please give me a good review and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 34. Who on earth is it? How dare you do such a despicable thing as a sneak attack? Bulma's voice was filled with reluctance and anger, echoing in the empty wilderness, but it could only bring back dull echoes. Soon, a grey robot about 3 to 4 meters tall appeared in front of the group. The robot came to the destroyed car and began to search for things wantonly. After searching for a while, the robot finally stopped next to an opened blue suitcase with 5 Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, one on Gaku. The robot's movements were swift and precise. After it installed the Dragon Balls, it closed the suitcase without hesitation, then started the built-in propulsion device, emitted a low roar, and rushed quickly towards the direction of the setting sun. This scene happened too suddenly, catching everyone present off guard except Zhou Zilong who pretended to be confused. Wukong, hurry up and catch up. The Dragon Ball must not fall into the hands of bad guys. Zhou Zilong shouted deliberately. Upon hearing this, little Wukong immediately summoned his magical somersault cloud. He jumped on it without hesitation. The somersault cloud was like an arrow from a string, cutting through the sky and chasing the fleeing robot. Just like in the original work, the inexperienced and cute little Wukong caught up with the grey robot left behind by Ash. Little Wukong, who took out the Ruyi stick, immediately questioned the empty robot. However, the response to little Wukong was still the silent response. Seeing this, little Wukong went up and tapped the robot with the Ruyi stick, and the robot fell down instantly. Seeing this, little Wukong immediately turned back to Zhou Zilong and his group. After returning, little Gaku reported, Brother Zilong, I won, but that person disappeared, and I didn't find any other Dragon Balls. Zhou Zilong replied, Wukong, you were deceived by that person. That person actually ran away. The robot you defeated was a bait. Little Gaku asked a little at a loss, what should I do then? Zhou Zilong replied, it's okay, let Bulma use the Dragon Ball radar to tell you the direction later. You chase first. I will catch up after I repair the car. Little Gaku nodded and said that it was okay, well, okay. At this time, Zhou Zilong said to the person not far behind, I said that the person following me over there, do you show up by yourself, or do I go over and catch you to show up? The person Zhou Zilong was talking about was Yamsha who was secretly following him. He had noticed it when Yamsha followed him, but he didn't expose it just for Yam Sha to enter the plot smoothly. Yam Sha, who was hiding aside, knew that he had been discovered. He had no choice but to show up immediately and said that he could lead the way for a while. Zhou Zilong pointed at Iris and Oolong and said, "You don't need to take me and my fiancé. We will catch up after we fix the car. You can just take them with you." After taking Oolong and Iris, Yam Sha drove his car shyly with Xiao Wukong on the somersault cloud and moved towards Pilaf's group. During this movement, Iris teased Yam Sha, who was driving a car, which also paved the way for Iris to join the Dragon Ball group in the future. At this time, Bulma asked, "Zilong, can we fix this car?" Because after being hit by the robot driven by Ash, the car was already destroyed and could not be destroyed anymore, so scrapping it was the best option. Zhou Zilong replied, "Of course not, let's take a break, and when the group that stole the Dragon Ball summons the dragon, we can go and make a wish first." Bulma asked again in confusion, "Ah? Then how do we get there?" Zhou Zilong first asked back, "Do you remember how I suddenly appeared in front of you when you were heading to Baizai Mountain?" After thinking for a while, Bulma replied, "I don't know, you suddenly appeared at that time, because I missed you too much at that time, so I didn't ask more." Zhou Zilong replied, "That was a strange trick I learned when I was practicing outside. It's called Space Portal. As long as the virtual space coordinates of the place you want to go are connected, you can get there instantly." After that, Zhou Zilong once again drew a circle with his index and middle fingers together, and a blue light circle expanded as his hand kept sliding. Bulma widened her eyes and looked at the blue light circle that was gradually forming in Zhou Zilong's hand with an incredible look on her face. The light circle seemed to connect to the entrance of another world, emitting a faint mysterious light. She had never seen such a magical sight before, and she was surprised and excited, as if she had opened the door to a new world. "Is this the space portal you mentioned?" Bulma asked in disbelief, with a tremor in her voice. Zhou Zilong smiled and nodded, revealing a bit of confidence and expectation in his eyes. "Yes, with it, we can instantly reach any place with known coordinates." As Zhou Zilong's words fell, the image of the castle in the desert became clearer in the aperture, as if it was within reach. Bulma could clearly see the outline of the castle, which was shining golden under the scorching sun, surrounded by an endless sea of sand, a desolate and magnificent scene. "It's amazing!" Bulma exclaimed. She felt an unprecedented spirit of adventure surging in her chest. "Then can we set off now?" Zhou Zilong nodded gently, motioning Bulma to come closer. He stretched out his other hand and gently took Bulma's hand. The two of them stepped into the slowly rotating blue light circle together. As their figures gradually sank into the light circle, the world around them began to distort and blur until it disappeared completely, replaced by a wonderful feeling of traveling through time and space. Through the induction of the breath, it was discovered that Pilaf and his group were on their way here. Zhou Zilong took Bulma to a more hidden cave nearby, took out a capsule and turned it into a not very big house to start the two people's entertainment suite world. At this time, Pilaf and his group also returned to the castle and cheered for the great success of this operation. After cheering for a while, Pilaf, who opened the box, found that there was actually one less Dragon Ball. Pilaf immediately prepared to let his two men Xiao Wu and Ash prepare to grab it again, but at this time, Xiao Wukong and others were also approaching the castle. After discovering that Xiao Wukong and others were approaching according to the instruments he made, Pilaf also began to deploy his plan. Today's first update is presented. It is not easy to create. Please give a wave of praise and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 35. After arriving at Pilaf's castle, Wukong pushed open the tightly closed door and walked in. Just like in the original book, Wukong and others encountered many mechanical attacks after entering. However, with the help of Wukong and Yam Sha's agility and Iris who knew some martial arts, the group successfully passed many mechanical difficulties. However, just like in the original book, the group was finally trapped in a small space formed by the fall of the mechanism. At this time, Xiao Wu and Ash also immediately left the castle and started searching in the car where Yam Sha stayed. King Pilaf, we have searched around and didn't find it. It seems that they took the Dragon Ball with them. After searching, Xiao Wu and Ash returned to report. Then we will bring them one by one to search. Pilaf said immediately after hearing it. After that, Pilaf and his gang immediately started to act. Just like in the original book, they first captured a person for interrogation. However, just like in the original book, the first person they captured did not have the Dragon Ball they were looking for, so Iris, who was captured, was also released. Xiao Wu suddenly said, King Pilaf, it's too slow to interrogate one by one. Why don't we put a sleeping gas? Wouldn't it be more convenient to search directly in this way? Seeing that what Xiao Wu said made sense, Pilaf immediately pressed a button, and suddenly a yellow gas spread out from the place where Wukong and others were trapped. Not long after, Wukong and others fell asleep after inhaling a large amount of gas containing sleeping molecules, and the group fell asleep on the ground in different sleeping positions. Not long after that, Pilaf and his gang came over, and soon, Xiao Wu found the last Dragon Ball on Wukong's body. At this time, in the entertainment room that Zhou Zilong had released, Bulma, who was tired of playing, asked Zhou Zilong while taking a rest, Zilong, is it really okay for us to continue playing here for a while? Don't miss it. Zhou Zilong felt that it was almost time for the dragon to appear, so he replied, then you can rest here for a while, I'll go see what's going on. Bulma nodded and said, well, you should be careful. At this time, in Pilaf's castle, Pilaf, who had woken up, he inhaled a little when he entered because he didn't wear a mask, couldn't help but get excited after seeing the 7 Dragon Balls. After Zhou Zilong got out, he hid in an empty place and muttered, just wait here for Pilaf and his gang to show up. At this time, Iris, who was trapped in the stone chamber, woke up and found that the bag of Dragon Balls was missing. She kept shaking Wukong, who was sleeping next to Yamsha. Wukong, wake up, your Dragon Balls are gone. Wukong, who was constantly being shaken, opened his eyes after saying you are so noisy because Iris's shouting became louder and louder. Hoo. At this time, Yamsha, who was on the side, stepped aside after waking up and began to breathe heavily. It turned out that just as Iris kept shaking Wukong, Yamsha, who woke up, looked sideways and saw an unforgettable scene, which made his heart beat faster immediately. After calming down, he looked around and found that the door of the stone chamber that had locked him before had opened. Wukong and others started looking for the exit together. At a turn, Gaku and his group met Pilaf and his group. Knowing that Gaku and his group were not easy to deal with and that a head-on confrontation would be disadvantageous, Pilaf immediately turned around with Xiao Wu and Ash and ran to the house they came out of. Gaku and his group also came to a fork in the road. When they were thinking about which way to go, they saw a huge iron ball suddenly attacking them. Under the continuous attack of the iron ball, Gaku and his group were forced into the stone chamber and trapped. After confirming that Gaku and his group could not get out, Pilaf asked Xiao Wu and Ash to take the 7 Dragon Balls and walk to the open space outside again. Gaku, why don't you try your Kamehameha? After trying again in the stone chamber and seeing that it was still useless, Yamsha said to Gaku. While agreeing, Gaku asked, okay, no problem, but how do you know I can do Kamehameha? Yamsha replied, because I wanted to make a wish before you guys found the Dragon Balls, so I followed you guys secretly. I saw you learn that trick. Because of his simple personality, Xiao Wukong didn't care about anything, and immediately made the Kamehameha action, Kamehameha. Xiao Wukong began to gather energy in his hands. With a pong sound, Xiao Wukong's Kamehameha hit a wall and made a sound, but just like in the original book, Xiao Wukong's Kamehameha only made a small hole in the wall. At this time, Yamsha whispered to his partner Pool, you quickly transform into a small flying animal and go out to help me realize that wish. Palm. Pool nodded and immediately transformed into a small bat and flew out of the cave. On the other side, seeing that Zhou Zilong still didn't come over, Wulong, who had his own little plan, immediately flew out. "Come out, Shen Long." In the open space, Pilaf cast a spell to summon the dragon while the 7 beads were glittering. In an instant, the sky, which had been a little dark, was now covered with dark clouds. At this time, the 7 dragon beads immediately turned into a yellow light and rushed up to the sky. A creature with the appearance of a dragon could be vaguely seen. After the light faded, a dragon-shaped creature with red eyes and a body composed of green and cream yellow was seen hanging horizontally in the sky. Zhou Zilong, who had been hiding, saw this scene and understood that the dragon had appeared. The dragon in the air looked at Pilaf and said the iconic line, "Tell me your wish, no matter what it is, I can fulfill it for you, but only one." Pilaf, who was shocked by the dragon, said excitedly, Then I will tell you my wish." At this time, a voice sounded beside Pilaf, "Your wish is useless. Let's talk about it later. This time, I will make the wish." Today's second update is presented. It's not easy to create. Please give me a wave of praise and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 36. Pilaf was frightened by the sudden momentum, but he was the self-proclaimed king after all, so he tried to save face and said, Who are you? How dare you be so rude? You dare to speak to me, King Pilaf, in this tone? You are tired of living, right?" Xiao Wu and Ashu on the side were ready to teach him a lesson, but they were shocked when they stepped forward. They saw a tall man with a hideous face and murderous eyes that seemed to be able to see through the deepest fear of people's hearts appeared in front of them. The moment they took a step forward, the strong murderous intent emanating from Zhou Zilong was like a substance that pressed them down, making them freeze in place and unable to move. It was a deterrent beyond words, making people feel desperate and powerless from the bottom of their hearts. This hideous man was naturally a disguise made by Zhou Zilong using his transformation technique before he appeared, in order to shock Pilaf and his gang. Zhou Zilong smiled gently, but there was no warmth in his smile. He lifted Pilaf gently, as if he was lifting a chicken. "Why, do you have any objections? I had people collect these dragon balls. You dare to steal my things? I am lucky that I didn't kill you." His voice was low and powerful, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting King Pilaf's heart. King Pilaf's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He had never seen such a terrible person, and he didn't expect that his carefully planned plan would fall into the control of others from the beginning. "Pool, look over there, it seems something is wrong." Wulong, who turned into a flying animal, suddenly lowered his voice and said in a volume that only they could hear. "It seems that there is an internal conflict, and the opportunity has come," Pool muttered softly. As the two gradually approached the scene of the incident, an unprecedented pressure quietly enveloped them. This force contained invisible murderous aura, which made Pool and Wulong slow down involuntarily. What does this feel like?" Wulong's voice was trembling slightly, and its wings were shaking slightly inadvertently, as if it would lose balance at any time. Pool's expression became extremely serious. "This power is too strong, we have to be careful." Just as they were about to explore further, an invisible force suddenly attacked, and the pressure as if it was real made the two of them almost unable to breathe. Pool and Wulong looked at each other, and then they turned back to their original form at the same time, sat on the ground, and gasped. Who is this person?" Wulong's voice was a little terrified. Pool frowned, trying to find the source of the power. "I don't know, but I can feel that this power is different from any strong man we know. It seems to be beyond our cognition." At this time, Pilaf, who was held by Zhou Zilong, began to struggle and shouted, "Let me go." Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Ashu rushed over to rescue Pilaf, but soon Zhou Zilong beat Pilaf and the other three into a coma. At this time, Wulong, who was sitting on the ground without making a wish, immediately ran towards the place where the dragon was, Good opportunity, I must go there to realize my wish. At this time, Wulong seemed to have fully unleashed his potential, and ran to the place where the dragon was in just a dozen seconds. Zhou Zilong, who was still in disguise, said to Wulong in a vicious tone. You dead pig, if you don't want to be roasted by me, get out of here. Although everyone has different ideas, Zhou Zilong still thinks that Wulong's wish is a waste. Just to get a pair of underwear, using a dragon to fulfill this wish is really a waste of talent. Even a wish to get a lot of wealth is better than what Wulong wants to make. Wulong was very unwilling to see this, and still wanted to make a wish, but he was soon blown away by the palm wind formed by Zhou Zilong's chi, and Pool who came behind was also blown away. At this time, the dragon in the air also spoke again, tell me your wish. At this time, Zhou Zilong took out a photo of Bulma and said, please let the girl in the photo stay at the peak of her beauty and never change. The dragon in the air replied to Zhou Zilong, this wish is easy. After saying this, the dragon's eyes, which were originally glowing red, became even redder and brighter. Bulma, who was resting, seemed to feel a special power injected into her body. After completing it, the dragon spoke again, your wish has come true, goodbye. After saying this, the dragon turned into a yellow light, then dispersed into 7 dots of light and spread in different directions. Congratulations, Zilong, you have completed the adventure of Dragon Ball and experienced the moment of seeing the scene of making a wish. At this time, the voice of Xiaoling, Zhou Zilong's system, rang in his mind. Zhou Zilong also asked at this time, hey, Xiaoling, then won't you give me a reward or something? Of course, as a reward for your completion of this major achievement, I have prepared 2 secret books for you, 9 Heavens Divine Body Sutra and Law of Destruction. Xiaoling's voice was full of playfulness. 9 Heavens Divine Body Sutra is a supreme book for physical training, which can make your physical strength reach an unimaginable level, even beyond the limit of Super Saiyan, and Law of Destruction contains the purest destructive power in the universe. Mastering it, you will have the power to rewrite the battle situation and even affect the pattern of the universe, Xiaoling continued. After hearing this, Zhou Zilong replied to Xiaoling, okay, I understand. Thank you for preparing such a generous reward, Xiaoling. Seeing Zhou Zilong coming back, Bulma excitedly rushed up, Zilong, can we summon the dragon to make a wish? Zhou Zilong replied, it will have to be next time. The dragon has been summoned and disappeared after making a wish. After hearing this, Bulma said in a disappointed tone, ah. So that's it, we collected it with great difficulty, and the holiday is about to end. There is no time to look for it again. Zhou Zilong rubbed Bulma's head and said, it's okay, I made a wish for you before that group of people did. Bulma threw herself into Zhou Zilong's arms and asked happily, really? What wish did you make for me? Zhou Zilong replied, of course, I made a wish for you to stay young forever. While happy, Bulma asked curiously, that's great, I won't get old in the future, but why don't you make a wish for yourself too, Zilong? Zhou Zilong replied, because I got a lot of opportunities when I was training outside, and there was a book that can prolong life and keep youth forever. Today's first update is presented. It's not easy to create. Please give a wave of praise and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 37. Using the previous space moves, Zhou Zilong opened a hole above the heads of the people in the stone room. He pretended to fall down while holding Bulma in his arms and entered the site of Goku and his group. After seeing the 2 people appear, Xiao Wukong was the first to ask, Zilong, you and Bulma are not trapped. Following Xiao Wukong's question, Zhou Zilong said that the 2 of them also came here after encountering multiple traps after entering the castle. At this time, Pilaf and his group, who were knocked unconscious, also woke up. After finding that their wish was not fulfilled, the 3 of them walked into the castle very frustrated. After seeing the surveillance footage, the angry Pilaf and his group began to punish Zhou Zilong and others. After seeing this, Pilaf activated the trap again for the group. While Zhou Zilong pretended to be helpless, the group fell into a closed space again. The difference was that this time there was a piece of transparent tempered glass fixed on the closed space, and some situations in the sky could be seen from inside. After Pilaf announced the punishment he wanted, locking the group inside to die in the sun, everyone except Zhou Zilong became a little desperate. At this time, Yam Sha's partner Pool looked outside at the moon as in the original book, and Wukong also told him about the monster on the full moon. Out of curiosity and the idea of trying death, Wukong was asked to look at the full moon to test whether Wukong was the monster. As in the original book, after looking at the full moon, Wukong's expression immediately became a little wrong. Wukong couldn't help but let out a low roar, his face began to distort, his facial features gradually blurred, until he completely lost the outline of a human, and his body began to swell and grow. At the same time, black hair surged out from under his skin like a tide, covering his whole body, turning the originally cute and silly little boy into a completely different creature, a huge black-haired gorilla. Everyone except Zhou Zilong began to get scared. Ah! 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 After the ape-transformed little Gaku turned into a gorilla, he broke through the wall and opened the small place where everyone was imprisoned. He began to wave his arms and roared. With a bang, the giant ape-transformed little Gaku waved his fist and hit the top of a building that was a little shorter than him. The roof of the building collapsed immediately because it could not withstand the heavy blow. No way, I was just talking casually. I didn't expect this guy to really become a monster. On the other side, after arriving in an open place, Wulong looked at the irrational little Gaku and said with some fear. If it weren't for you, Gaku wouldn't have become like this. Bulma and Iris on the side replied in a complaining tone. I don't know. If I knew that he would become like this when he looked at the moon, I would never let him look at it even if I killed him, Wulong replied aggrievedly. While talking, I saw little Gaku punching the group of people again. Zhou Zilong immediately picked up Bulma and hid to the side. On the other side, Iris, who was unable to dodge, was pinned by the collapsed rock. Although she pulled her foot out, it looked like she had sprained it. However, the irrational Gaku didn't care about that and immediately threw another punch. If Iris was hit by this punch, she would have died on the spot. Bulma, who was brought to a safe place by Zhou Zilong, immediately asked Zhou Zilong to rescue Iris, who had become Bulma's best friend. Hey! Yam Sha, who was still a little phobic at this time, took a deep breath before Zhou Zilong left. Zhou Zilong, who was standing by, also stopped immediately. Come on, get on my back, Yam Sha squatted down after taking a deep breath. Thank you. Iris, who was lying on his back, replied gratefully. Master Yam Sha, it's dangerous. Pool, who was not far ahead, exclaimed when he saw Goku's unreasonable punch about to knock him down. But at this moment, Yam Sha's potential was stimulated and he ran like the wind. At the moment when Xiao Wukong's punch hit the ground, he ran to the front and hit it safely. At this time, in a room on the other side, Pilaf woke up because of the noise made by Xiao Wukong. After restraining his surprised expression, Pilaf immediately said, Damn it, you dare to wake me, the future king of the world, Xiao Wu, Ash, teach this stinky ape a lesson. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them got into a plane and drove towards Xiao Wukong and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Wukong. But the effect was nothing. The magazine-type weapons could not cause any damage to Goku's iron-clad body. By the way, the three were slapped away by Gaku, who had transformed into a giant ape. After knocking Pilaf and his gang away, Gaku, who had transformed into a giant ape, became more impulsive at this moment and took the demolition mode to the extreme. In an instant, Pilaf's castle had been demolished to pieces. It won't work if we continue like this. According to the current destructive power, it won't be long before this place is demolished and we move to other places, said Bulma, who was watching Gaku demolishing more and more happily in the open space. It's very simple to stop Gaku from losing his mind. Just cut off his tail, Zhou Zilong said, pointing in the direction. In that case, it's up to me. After hearing what Zhou Zilong said, Yam Sha, who had a plan, spoke up. At this time, Yam Sha threw a piece of blue stone about 1.5 meters long into the air, and kept waving his hands on it to make his own plan. Soon, a big knife that Yam Sha had used to fight with Xiao Wukong when Yam Sha appeared was made by Yam Sha. Holding the handle of the knife, Yam Sha quickly circled Xiao Wukong's body, jumped up high, and swung the knife towards Xiao Wukong's tail. However, the expected result did not appear. The stone knife immediately shattered after hitting Xiao Wukong's tail, just like using a plastic stick to hit a frozen ice chip. Feeling that there was something on his tail, Xiao Wukong swung his tail and immediately slapped it. Yam Sha, who had no force point during the fall, was slapped and flew out on the spot, fell to the ground, and rolled straight for several times before stopping. Cough cough. Yam Sha roared violently after getting up. At this time, Xiao Wukong glanced and found the open space where Zhou Zilong and others were. He immediately punched again without reason. What? He's so strong! Yam Sha on the other side exclaimed. Today's second update is here. It's not easy to create. Please give me a good review and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 38. It turned out that at the moment when the giant ape-like little monkey king swung his fist, Zhou Zilong immediately rushed forward and stretched out one of his fingers to resist the fist that was much bigger than his. This action seemed like a mantis trying to stop a car, but in the eyes of others, Zhou Zilong would definitely not be able to stop it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zilong was the car, and the giant ape-like little monkey king was the mantis. No matter how hard the giant ape-like little monkey king tried, he could not move at all. Without thinking much, little monkey king immediately punched Zhou Zilong again. Zhou Zilong also responded with a punch. A boom sounded. This sound still came from little monkey king. At the moment of the fist fight, the giant ape-like little monkey king received the punch that was much stronger than his and immediately flew backwards and landed in a building. The collapse that could not withstand it made a familiar sound again. Ah! The giant ape Xiao Wukong who stood up roared again, obviously unwilling to lose like this. Without thinking too much, the giant ape Xiao Wukong immediately rushed towards Zhou Zilong. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Zilong came to the back of Xiao Wukong and jumped up high. Want to break Wukong's tail with your bare hands? Even if he is strong, it should be impossible. I just tried it, and that steel-like tail is unlikely to be broken. Looking at this scene, Yam Sha began to predict and judge. If it's Zilong, I believe he can definitely do it, Bulma said trustingly. This is the best, Pool, you go over and prepare. If Zhou Zilong can't break his tail, you can transform into a pair of scissors and cut off his tail while Wukong is fighting with him. Yam Sha made another preparatory plan. Pool nodded to indicate that he understood. At this time, on the battlefield, Zhou Zilong's left hand began to gather a blue energy extending from the wrist. After condensing to a length of about 20 centimeters extending from the fingers, Zhou Zilong fell down and chopped down at the tail of Xiao Wukong. Although the giant ape Xiao Wukong sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to dodge the attack, the moment he wanted to dodge, Zhou Zilong had already waved his palm sword energy without hesitation and hit his tail. In an instant, Xiao Wukong's giant ape tail broke, and the giant ape Xiao Wukong also felt that the power in his body was gradually being drawn away. This power is too strong, how did he cultivate it? Yam Sha looked at this unfathomable strength and became a little eager. Great, I knew Zilong could do it, Bulma cheered when she saw it. Yes, yes, your Zilong is the best. In your eyes, he is omnipotent, right? Iris also teased. Of course, Bulma replied proudly. On the other side, the giant ape Gaku, who had lost his mind at the moment, shrank down in an instant with visible skills and turned back to his original cute appearance. Zhou Zilong, who landed on the ground, took out a piece of clothes similar to Goku's original clothes and put it on him to prevent him from catching a cold, although this Goku guy didn't know what catching a cold was. "Excuse me, can you be my master and teach me martial arts?" At this time, Yamcha immediately walked over and said to Zhou Zilong sincerely, "I am not suitable to be your master, and I have no plan to accept disciples now. You can go to my master, Mr. Wu Tian, to learn." Zhou Zilong said politely, "I am not suitable to be your master, and I have no plan to accept disciples now." Zhou Zilong refused. "Really? I'm being abrupt." Yamcha replied somewhat disappointedly. "I suggest you go and worship my master, Master Wu Tian. I believe he is the best person to teach you," Zhou Zilong replied. "Okay, I see. Thank you for your advice," Yamcha said after bowing. "By the way, Zilong, how do you know that Goku's tail is a weakness after he turned into a gorilla?" At this time, Iris asked Zhou Zilong curiously when he came to Bulma. "Because Goku and I are not from this planet. He and I are from the same race in the universe. We are scions. Gigantic ape transformation is a special ability of our scions, and this ability of gigantic ape transformation comes from a special energy, Bruce light wave. The moon can reflect the light of the sun, and after being reflected by the moon, it will produce a light wave called Bruce. When the moon is full, the Bruce light wave can reach more than 18 million Hz, which is the ability of scions to receive the light of the gorilla with their eyes. Lutz light waves react with the tail to transform into a gorilla." Zhou Zilong explained to others first. After explaining, Zhou Zilong also showed the tail wrapped around his waist. After seeing Zhou Zilong say this, everyone except Bulma showed a surprised expression. "That's not right, I remember you also went to see the full moon just now, but why didn't you turn into a gorilla like Goku after watching it?" Iris asked in confusion after hearing it. "Because my scion blood is naturally special, I can control whether I want to turn into a giant ape after watching the full moon," Zhou Zilong explained with a slight smile on his face. After chatting for a while, the group fell asleep one after another. After resting for about 5 hours, the group woke up one after another. Just like in the original book, after waking up, Xiao Wukong lost his balance for a while, and then he stood up and kept groping around himself and began to wonder why his tail was gone. Everyone immediately covered up and told the story. Without thinking much, Xiao Wukong immediately stumbled towards the landslide and began to look for the Ruyi stick. "Zilong, I'm leaving first," Xiao Wukong said to Zhou Zilong after finding the Ruyi stick. "Wukong, are you going to go to my master to learn from him?" Zhou Zilong asked after reacting. "Well, this time I came out and found that this world is very big, and there are more strong people than I thought. My practice is not enough. In order to become stronger, I'm going to Grandpa Turtle to practice." Little Wukong nodded and said, "You are right. I also had such feelings when I came out to experience after my training. But I am looking forward to fighting you after I become stronger." Zhou Zilong stretched out his fist and said to little Wukong, "Me too. I am still a little behind you now. I also look forward to fighting you again after I become stronger." Little Wukong replied after fist bumping. Today's third update is presented. It is not easy to create. Please give a wave of praise and love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 39. After bidding farewell to little Goku, Zhou Zilong looked at the people who were discussing enthusiastically, and couldn't help but smile. "So, what are your plans next?" Zhou Zilong's voice was gentle and powerful, as if it could penetrate everyone's heart. Bulma spoke first, with infinite love for technology in her eyes. "Of course I have to go home to continue my research, after all, there are so many unfinished inventions waiting for me." Her tone was more of a vision for the future. Iris stroked the hair beside her ear and smiled gently. "My home is also in Zidu, and the new semester is about to start. I have to go back to prepare." Her smile hides the desire for knowledge and the attachment to home, which makes people involuntarily moved by this innocence. Wulong looked cunning, and his eyes glanced around, as if he had seen the beauties on the streets of Zidu waving to him. "Hey, Zidu, I heard that there are so many beauties there, and there are many fun things. How can I miss it?" There was a bit of pride in his tone, as if he had foreseen his romantic luck. Yamcha looked serious, with a desire for power in his eyes. "Zidu is the economic center of the world and the richest city. I believe that there must be many masters hidden there. I, Yamcha, swear to find them, learn from them, and take my martial arts to a higher level." His tone was firm, revealing an indomitable spirit. Poole nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of loyalty to Yamcha. "Of course, wherever Yamcha goes, I will go. We are the best partners." His voice was small, but full of power, making people feel the deep friendship between them. In this way, the group embarked on a journey to Zidu with their respective dreams and goals. After Zhou Zilong safely sent them to the capsule company, he said goodbye to Bulma briefly and hurried back to his own industrial location. Back to the familiar and busy office, Zhou Zilong immediately summoned all the senior executives, and an emergency meeting on future development was held. Zhou Zilong stood on the podium with a sharp gaze. "From today on, our goal is no longer here, but Zidu. That city full of opportunities and challenges will be our new battlefield." His words inspired everyone, and everyone expressed their willingness to follow Zhou Zilong to create a more brilliant future together. Afterwards, Zhou Zilong quickly deployed and moved several major industries under his control to Zidu one by one, preparing to make a big splash there. One day, a month after arriving in Zidu, Zhou Zilong said to Bulma on his way home from school, "Bulma, I will be in seclusion for 3 days starting tomorrow, so I can't accompany you to and from school for the time being." Because Zhou Zilong has been busy managing his business for a while, he has not practiced well. Although he has no rivals on Earth in the current timeline of this plot, currently 3 million combat power, it is definitely right to be careful. Bulma replied with understanding, "It's okay, Iris is with me, and there are some masters you have trained in Zidu, no one can hurt me." However, Zhou Zilong didn't know that his plan to be in seclusion for 3 days had to be postponed. At this time, in the vast universe, a huge elliptical spaceship quietly hovered in the outer space of the Earth, like an unknown star, quietly peeping at the secrets of this blue planet. Inside the spaceship, the lights were soft, reflecting a group of unique creatures. Their skin was dark green, covered with fine scales, and their heads were between lizards and snakes, revealing an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "Lord Kazel, we have arrived at the target location." A scale-headed alien named Tasong, the scales on his arms flickered slightly in the sun, and his tone was full of excitement and awe. Kazel, the leader of the Scale-Shed clan, also had dark blue skin, but it looked more shriveled and weathered, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He gently swiped the holographic screen in front of him, carefully studying every detail of the planet Earth, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, this planet is rich in natural resources and has a suitable environment. It is an ideal place for a Scale-Shed clan to hide and grow. Tasong, you have made a great contribution. When our clan has a firm foothold here, 1/10 of the Earth's resources will be your reward." Tasong bowed and saluted immediately after hearing this, with his left hand on his right shoulder, performing a standard Scale-Shed clan salute. "Thank you Lord Kazel for your appreciation. Tasong will do his best to contribute everything to the future of the Scale-Shed clan." With an order, a layer of light blue energy shield suddenly lit up around the spacecraft. It was the Scale-Shed clan. The unique technological crystal of the first star can resist all dangers in interstellar travel. Under the protection of the shield, the spacecraft is like a meteor, cutting through the sky and rushing straight to the Earth, and finally landing in a deserted wilderness, leaving a huge crater. "Lord Kazel, I am Zyajin, a subordinate of Lord Tasong, welcome to this planet." A pale blue figure hurried forward, his eyes flashing with curiosity and awe of the unknown world. His voice was full of respect, as if he was welcoming not only a warrior, but also the hope of the revival of the Scalehead clan. Kazel walked out of the shadow of the spacecraft. His expressionless face looked particularly deep under the sunlight of the Earth. He looked around, and a trace of imperceptible satisfaction flashed in his eyes. I have seen some data on this planet, it is very suitable for survival, let me introduce other situations. He spoke lightly, revealing unquestionable authority in his voice. Yes, Lord Kazel, Zayahi nodded in agreement, and then gave a detailed introduction. This planet is called Earth, located at the edge of the universe, with relatively backward technological civilization and combat power, but rich resources and diverse ecology. It is the ideal place for us scale-headed people to settle, and it is also the best starting point for our great cause of rejuvenation. Kazel nodded slightly, as if thinking about something, and suddenly changed the subject. Is there any feed? Feed. Zayahi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that the special physique of the Longba people allowed them to draw energy from certain creatures to strengthen themselves. Oh, I understand. Lord, please wait a moment, he said, and he quickly left to get the so-called feed. Soon, Zayahi returned to Kazel with 2 babies in swaddling clothes. The babies had innocent smiles on their pink faces, completely unaware of their upcoming fate. Kazel's eyes instantly became bright, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure. Kazel slowly stretched out his hands, which seemed dry but actually contained powerful energy, and gently covered the 2 babies. In an instant, a strange light flashed at his fingertips, and the babies' bodies seemed to be sucked dry by an invisible force, gradually becoming dry, and finally turning into a thin layer of paper, drifting away with the wind. Burp Kazel, who had completed all this, burped with satisfaction, and a rare comfortable smile appeared on his face. After absorbing the vitality of the babies, his skin miraculously regained a little luster, looking younger and full of strength. Today's first update is presented, please give a wave of praise and love, thank you everyone. Chapter 40. This feat is indeed extraordinary. Kazel nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered Tasong, help me see how strong I am now. Tasong immediately took out a combat tester from his arms and carefully put it in front of his eyes. As an electronic sound rang out, Kazel's combat power value was clearly displayed on the tester. Lord Kazel, your current combat power has reached 50,000, which is 5,000 points higher than before. Kazel touched his chin after hearing this, with a confident light in his eyes. Very good. It seems that the Earth is indeed the key to our revival. Give me a few more years, and wait for me to absorb some more of the feed here, combined with the 60-fold combat power increase after my transformation, the throne of the Emperor of this universe will eventually belong to me. Frisia, that arrogant guy, will eventually kneel at my feet. Before the voice fell, a hearty laugh echoed in the interstellar space. Kazel and Tasong, Xia and other scale-headed stars smiled at each other, their eyes full of infinite vision and expectation for the future. Xia, where did you get such perfect feed? At this time, Kazel's voice was a little anxious. Zayahi replied respectfully, I got it by chance on this planet. Lord Tasong had ordered me to test the perfection of the feed on different planets before I set out. I accidentally got this precious sample through the human traffickers on this planet. Kazel's eyes flashed with a gleam of light when he heard this, and he quickly took over the conversation. Do you have the contact information of the human trafficker? Because I want to get more such feed from him. However, Zayahi shook his head and showed a mysterious smile on his face. No need to contact, Lord, after in-depth investigation, I found a more direct and efficient method. What method? Tasong and Kazair asked almost at the same time, their curiosity was completely aroused. Find women on this planet and let them breed feed through their union with us. Although Zayahi's words were calm, they exploded in the hearts of the two like thunder. Tasong frowned slightly, obviously surprised by this proposal. Is it so simple? But what does this have to do with feed? Xia Yan explained, My lord, this is the conclusion I came to after experimenting on this planet. The women on this planet seem to have some kind of wonderful resonance with ours. When they combine with us to give birth to life, they naturally contain a special energy in their bodies. This energy is the perfect source of the feed we need. Moreover, the feed bred in this way has a purity and efficacy far exceeding all previous ones. Ta Song said after hearing this, then you should arrange more women from this planet to come here as soon as possible, and pave the way for our scale-headed star clan to dominate the universe. A large force of our clan will arrive soon. Xia Yan, yes, I will prepare it now. Kazel suddenly he laughed out loud, he. In a few years, the time for us scale-shed people to dominate the universe will come. I have seen our moment. Ta Song on the side immediately echoed, Lord Kazel is right. The glorious moment for our clan will soon come. Kazel patted Ta Song on the shoulder and praised him, you are right, but you are the one who made the greatest contribution this time. If you hadn't chosen such a good place, our moment might not have come so soon. Ta Song replied respectfully, Lord Kazel praised me. It is my honor to make useful contributions to the Scale-Shed clan's domination of the universe. At this time, in the sky of an unknown position on the earth, Xia and his team, wearing special combat uniforms, were flying in the air at a very fast speed. Everyone, pay attention. Change your form first. Change your appearance to something similar to that on Earth. We need to blend into this world in the most inconspicuous way. Xia's voice sounded in the communicator. Then, the team members used their abilities one after another. Their figures and attire changed dramatically in an instant, as if they were part of nature and difficult to detect. Half an hour later, they arrived at a desolate town. Most of the houses in the town were dilapidated, and the faces of the residents were full of the hardships of life. Xia knocked on the door of a family, and behind the door was an old man with wrinkles on his face and a bit of vigilance in his eyes. Dong dong dong. The door rang lightly, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. The old man opened the door and saw a well-dressed, smiling young man, holding 2 gold coins shining with an attractive light in his hands. Old man, it's like this. We are here to find women who are willing to join our master's newly built courtyard house to work. Servant, good conditions, 2 gold coins per month as compensation. Xia's words were gentle and powerful, enough to move anyone who wanted to change his fate. After hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise and hope, and he quickly nodded and agreed, and quickly gathered the young women in the town. Xia's purpose was far more than that. He knew that this way could not only quickly recruit the required personnel, but also spread the news invisibly and attract more people from remote areas. After recruiting a group of people, Xia indicated that the people in this desolate village could recruit people over, and the compensation would remain the same. By the way, they would also be given a little introduction fee. After leaving the contact information, Xia immediately took action again. On the way out of the village, a younger brother asked in confusion, Lord Xia, I don't understand why we are so generous to these seemingly weak races. They are just tools to increase our strength. It is their honor to increase the strength of our scale-headed people. Xia he smiled slightly, his eyes deep, power does not exist in isolation. It needs soil to nourish it and people's hearts to gather it. But if it loses its awe and respect for life, it will eventually decline. Moreover, this is not only to enhance strength, but also to find a more harmonious way of coexistence in this complex and ever-changing universe. And it can attract more people faster. Otherwise, we have to find people one by one, which will be much less efficient. Hearing this, the younger brother suddenly became clear in his heart, and his admiration for Xia he arose spontaneously. In order to smoothly carry out his plan, Xia he began to plan during the flight. Next, we will act separately. 5 people will go with me to Zidu to recruit people, and the remaining 5 people will go to Dongdu, Baidu, Nandu and Zongdu to recruit people in the same way. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will take the first batch of people back first. Today is the second update, please give me some praise and love. If you like it, you can also click to urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 41. Under the blue sky of Zidu, tall buildings stand in rows, and traffic is heavy, creating a prosperous scene. However, in an unknown corner of this city, an undercurrent is quietly surging. Lord Xia, the population of Zidu is really, as the intelligence says, dense and full of vitality, so we should be able to recruit a lot of people. A subordinate in black armor respectfully reported to Xia. Xia's eyes were cold, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. Yes, dense population means more sources of feed. He said slowly, his eyes penetrated the clouds, as if he had seen every corner of Zidu. Looking for those ordinary families is of course the main thing. If necessary, it is not impossible to kidnap some potential individuals directly. Yes, I understand the attributes. Several younger brothers answered in unison, their eyes flashing with desire for power and absolute loyalty to Xia. At this time, Zhou Zilong did not notice these, but was thinking about what his exclusive combat suit would look like. After all, he also lived in the Dragon Ball world, and it would be better to have his own exclusive combat suit. Since I am in the Dragon Ball world, how can I not have a set of combat suits of my own? Zhou Zilong said to himself, with a confident smile on his lips. He looked around, and the walls were full of pictures of various martial arts uniforms, but none of them could make him completely satisfied. So, he decided to break the rules and create his own combat suit. Inspiration came like a spring, and Zhou Zilong first thought of the iconic orange combat suit of the adult dog Kong. He made 2 sets of different colors, one grey and one crimson, but that was just the starting point, not the end. What he wanted was a unique design that could reflect his own style and integrate into this world. As his thoughts flew, he seemed to see the figures of countless anime heroes intertwined in his mind, and finally converged into a clear picture. Xiaoling, help me exchange these materials. Zhou Zilong gave Xiaoling an order, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Xiaoling responded quickly, and a series of rare and unique materials appeared in the room out of thin air, emitting a faint luster. In the following time, Zhou Zilong devoted himself to the design and production of combat uniforms. In the design of combat uniforms, Zhou Zilong knew that the choice of color and pattern was crucial. Black symbolizes depth and mystery, and is the embodiment of his calm and restrained character, while red represents blood and passion, and is the spiritual symbol of his never-give-up spirit when facing challenges. He chose black as the main color and red as an embellishment, which is both low-key and unobtrusive. He skillfully combines tradition with modernity. The tight short-sleeved design perfectly outlines his sturdy physique. The red vest-shaped GI not only adds a sense of layering, but also uses golden cone patterns to decorate the chest and hips, which not only reflects the pursuit of strength, but also adds a bit of nobility and magnificence. The black leather gloves extend to the forearms, which not only protects the hands, but also adds a bit of fighting spirit. The golden square group at the waist is separated by a black belt, and a dragon character is inlaid in the center. This is not only the word in his name, but also his pride as a member of the Dragon Ball world. The black Kame Senryu GI trousers, covering the red GI, not only retain the essence of traditional martial arts, but also incorporate the practicality of modern combat uniforms. As for the shoes, Zhou Zilong put a lot of effort into it. He created a pair of boots that combined elements of Goku's shoes and Vegeta's combat boots. The red and black are cleverly matched. The front part is mainly black, and the back part is bright red. The golden shape of the boot tip is like a sharp blade, announcing the owner's extraordinariness. The golden circle around the top of the boot is the finishing touch, making the whole shape more perfect. Coupled with his current hairstyle similar to Gogeta, he changed to this hairstyle when he was washed into the blood of Science before, he looks mysterious and extraordinary. Standing in front of the mirror, Zhou Zilong carefully looked at his new image and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoling, what do you think? Hehe, very good looking. Xiaoling replied playfully, with praise in his tone. Zhou Zilong was full of confidence and expectation when he heard this. He knew that this was not just a set of combat clothes, but also the beginning of his legend in this world in his own way. At this time, Bulma also came in. After seeing Zhou Zilong dressed like this, she asked curiously, "Zilong, what are you doing?" Zhou Zilong replied, "Bulma, I plan to use this suit to fight the enemy in the future. What do you think?" Bulma threw herself into Zhou Zilong's arms and said, "It looks good, but I need to design something for you to dress up." Zhou Zilong replied, "Then let's study together after I come out of seclusion." Bulma nodded and said, "Okay." Soon the night fell, the night was as dark as ink, the moonlight was thin, it was a good time to act. Xia was leading his men to recruit members in the streets and alleys of Zidu, and the generous rewards they promised were like magnets, quickly attracting the attention of those who wanted to get rich quickly. As the enthusiasm of the applicants rose, Xia's mouth curled up a barely perceptible sneer, he raised his hand gently, winked at the two confidants, and a darker plan was quietly launched. Under the dark moon and high wind, some innocent women became victims of this conspiracy silently, and were quietly taken away from this seemingly peaceful city, leaving behind the anxious shouts of their families and the confusing clues of the police. At this time, Zhou Zilong was in the house of the capsule company and did not notice it. After accompanying Bulma to discuss some scientific research, he began his training career. When the morning light first broke, Zhou Zilong said goodbye to Bulma and stepped into a high-rise building in the heart of Zidu, Asgard. This is one of his important industries. Pushing open the door marked Asgard, Zhou Zilong faced four loyal guardians, Ali, Xiaja, Ling, and Yuina. The four of them are one of Zhou Zilong's most trusted partners. "I will be practicing in seclusion for the next 3 days. Ali, Xiaja, Ling, and Yuina, Bulma's safety is in your hands. Remember, no matter what happens, you must ensure her safety," Zhou Zilong reminded. "Yes, boss." The four of them responded in unison, their tone full of attention to the task and respect for Zhou Zilong. Before entering the retreat room, Zhou Zilong stopped again and said earnestly, "If there is any emergency, remember to come to my retreat room and notify me immediately." Today's third update is here. Please give me a good review and love. If you like it, you can also click to urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 42. It was 7:10 in the morning, the time when the city was awakening. Students were on their way to school, including Iris, who had become best friends with the genius scientist Bulma. At this time, Iris was standing in front of the iconic silver gate of Capsule Corporation, her eyes flashing with curiosity about the unknown world and cherishment of friendship. However, in this quiet and beautiful morning, an unknown undercurrent was quietly surging. On a street corner not far away, two figures were lurking stealthily. They were subordinate members of the Xia team of the Scale Shed clan from a distant planet, Sada and his companions. Their mission was to kidnap several young women in Zidu as part of their evil plan, using these women as reproduction tools to provide feed for the strong people of the Scale Shed star to improve their strength, so that the Scale Shed clan could dominate the universe in the future. "Sada, how long do you think we can keep these people we took away as tools for fun this time?" One of them asked with a playful tone, his eyes revealing the desire and eagerness for the prey that was about to be in hand. Sada shook his head gently, his eyes cold. "I don't know about this, it depends on how Lord Xia and his superiors arrange it, but don't forget, our mission is related to the future development of the scales and heads. We can't afford to lose, we must act carefully." "That's right, these kidnapped people are all treasures, we have to take good care of them." Another person responded with a smile, but his words revealed his indifference to life. "To be honest, the women on this planet are really good, they are the most beautiful among the many races I have come into contact with." The woman at the door is very good. According to the analysis of our data instrument, this woman has the potential to breed perfect level feed. Will she be tied up later? Sada said after noticing Bulma and Iris. The two exchanged a knowing look, then adjusted their breathing and prepared to approach the door of the capsule company. However, their conversation did not escape another pair of sharp ears. Xiuji, one of Zhou Zilong's subordinates, heard it all. Xiuji's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately realized that the target of this kidnapping was likely to be Bulma and her friend Iris. Kidnapping? Could it be that they have already targeted our future boss lady? Xiuji exclaimed in his heart, and then quickly signaled to his companions, "Quick, we must act immediately to protect them." With Xiuji's order, 3 equally skilled bodyguards quickly gathered. They shuttled between the streets like ghosts and approached the capsule company silently. At this time, Bulma and her friend Iris walked out of the company door hand in hand, with expectations for a new day of exploration on their faces. Their plan was simple: first go to the famous breakfast shop on the corner, enjoy a delicious breakfast, and recharge for the new day. However, just as they were on their way to the breakfast shop, they were stopped by Sada and the other two who had started the kidnapping operation. 4 eyes stared at Iris and Bulma, and the air was filled with an ominous atmosphere. "Have you seen enough? If you have, get out." Iris has always been straightforward. Facing the sudden threat, she warned without fear. But Sada's smile was even colder, as if he had already regarded them as his own. "Haven't seen enough? I'm going to take you back to continue watching." This sentence was both a provocation and a declaration. Hearing this, Lizzie was furious. She loved martial arts since she was a child. Although she was not as strong as Goku and Yamcha, she also had extraordinary skills. She waved her fist without hesitation, trying to teach this uninvited guest a lesson. However, in front of Sada's extraordinary reaction speed and strength, Iris's fist seemed to be replayed in slow motion, losing its due threat. Sada raised his hand lightly and easily blocked Iris's full-strength attack. His nonchalant gesture seemed to be mocking her powerlessness. Then, a contest of speed and strength quietly took place on the street. Sada's figure was like a ghost, and he moved behind Iris in a flash. Before Bulma's exclamation "Watch out behind you!" came out completely, Sada had already hit Iris's neck with a precise hand knife, causing her to lose consciousness instantly and fall to the ground. At this moment, a figure quietly approached, and the greedy hand was about to touch Bulma, but at this critical moment, a crisp and loud snap broke the tranquility in the air. Xiaja, like a cheetah, appeared in front of the man quickly, with his hands in claws and sharp eyes, as if he could see through all evil. "Watch out for me, use behavior, you can't touch my future boss lady." Xiaja's voice was low and powerful, full of unquestionable majesty. His appearance was like an indestructible barrier, protecting Bulma tightly behind him. Then Ling, Yuina, and Ali also arrived quickly. They stood side by side with Xiaja to form a solid line of defense. On the other side, Sada was calmly analyzing the data of the 4 people on the opposite side through his combat power tester. His eyes revealed a kind of detached indifference, as if this conflict was just a boring game for him. "Sada, how is the combat power of these 4 people? Is it enough for me to fight seriously?" His companion, a well-equipped warrior, asked with a bit of amusement. Sada smiled contemptuously and responded, "They are just 4 pieces of trash. The guy who beat you has only 300 combat power, and the remaining 3 are only 270. The 4 of them add up to just over 1,000, but strength is not just the addition of numbers. How can you beat them?" This remark was undoubtedly a great insult to Xiaja and his group, and also aroused Ali's anger. "Damn it, he dared to underestimate us, wait and see if I will give him a good show later." He clenched his fists, and his muscles were tense, as if he was about to burst out with amazing power in the next second. However, Xiaja seemed unusually calm. He knew the gap in strength and the difficulty of this battle. "From the state of the induction gas given to us by the boss, it is difficult for us to beat any of the 2 people. He said to his companions in a deep voice, "So, Ling, Yuina, after Ali and I fight with that person, you two must take the boss's wife and evacuate quickly, and notify the boss." Bulma felt a warm current in her heart when she heard this. She didn't expect that someone would be willing to sacrifice for her in this crisis-ridden moment. "I can't let you face the danger alone." Xiuji smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. "Miss Bulma, protecting you is our mission. Please believe us, nothing will happen to us." Today's fourth update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and love. If you like it, you can also click to urge the update. Thank you everyone. Chapter 43. Xiaoji looked at Ali with a firm look in his eyes. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They shouted angrily, and the hidden power in their bodies was awakened instantly. They soared into the air, like two lightning bolts, and rushed to Sada and his accomplice Dajhi from the left and right. Ding ding ding! The combat power tester on Sada's right eye flashed wildly. The data of Xiaoji and Ali on the screen soared from the originally inconspicuous 300 and 270 to the amazing 1200 and 1150. This scene made Sada smile playfully. The combat power of the two has improved. I didn't expect that people on this planet know how to hide their combat power. Interesting and interesting. On the other side, Ling and Yuina acted quickly. The two cooperated tacitly, set up Bulma, and moved to the direction where Zhou Zilong was in seclusion at the fastest speed. It's completely different from the force just now. It seems that I can have a good play with you. Dajhi did not retreat after being hit by Xiaoji and Ali's heavy punches, but became excited instead. Sada stood aside and calmly analyzed the battle situation. Dajet, pay attention, the combat power of these two people has been greatly improved, but you don't have to worry, with your 2000 combat power, it is enough to deal with two people. I will go to chase the two people who ran away with the prey. At this time, Zhou Zilong in the secret room was concentrating on training the upgraded single-finger push UPS. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped on the cold stone slab. 991. 992. 999, 1000. After completing the last single-finger push-up, he should have felt inner peace and satisfaction, but at this moment, there was an inexplicable restlessness surging in his heart. It's strange, why do I feel that I can't calm down and practice at this moment? Zhou Zilong began to doubt himself. At this time, the battle has entered the most intense stage. Ali and Xiaoji kept waving their fists and attacking Dajhi, but the attack was a little ineffective. Dajhi, who was stronger than them, was teasing the two like a cat and a mouse. "Hey, try harder, you will soon hit me." Dajhi's laughter was echoing, which was a kind of disdain for the weak and confidence in victory. Every time he provoked, it seemed to draw blood marks in the hearts of Ali and Xiaoji, but they did not retreat, and their eyes became more determined. "I'm sorry, our purpose is not to fight with you to win, but just to hold you back." Xiaoji's voice was calm and firm. "Hold me back? Are you kidding? Didn't you notice that my other companion has disappeared?" Dajhi said sarcastically. Xiaoji and Ali looked to the side and found that Dajhi's partner had disappeared at this time. Bulma on the other side seemed a little overwhelmed. Ling and Yuina supported her tightly on the left and right. The three of them were like arrows from a bow, running fast on the road. "How long do we have to run? Can't we stop for a while? I'm almost exhausted." Bulma panted, with a bit of helplessness and persistence in her voice. Although her eyes were tired, her desire for the unknown and her trust in her partners were not reduced at all. "Boss lady, hold on a little longer. We are not out of the dangerous area yet. Under the current circumstances, we must ensure your safety first before we can relax." Ling's voice was firm and calm. She swept her eyes around, alert to any possible threats. Yuina nodded tacitly, and the two quickened their pace again, as if every step was a struggle against fate. Just as the three were about to cross a road, a cold voice sounded like a ghost. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you guys to leave. You are so brave that you dare to leave without permission. Dajhee's partner Shahzada appeared out of thin air in front of them, blocking their way, and he sneered. The atmosphere froze instantly, and the air was filled with tension and uneasiness. Ling responded quickly, pushing Bulma towards Una, and at the same time she took a fighting stance. Una, you are the fastest among us. You will carry the boss lady and run away later, and I will buy you time. Her voice revealed unquestionable determination. Una heard this, without a moment's hesitation. She knew that every second at this moment was crucial. She grabbed Bulma's hand, put Bulma on her back, and then her body turned into a stream of light and started moving instantly. And Ling turned around and faced Shahzada, ready to meet the upcoming battle. At the same time, in the training room not far away, Zhou Zilong was concentrating with his eyes closed, and a faint energy wave was surrounding him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh my god, why can't I calm down? It turns out that there is something wrong outside. He cursed in a low voice, and then his body stretched out and disappeared instantly. After changing into his own combat uniform, Zhou Zilong looked even more cold and powerful, and an indescribable anger and determination surged in his heart. Since you have set your sights on this, don't even think about leaving me. His words revealed an unquestionable domineering aura, and then his body moved, like a meteor across the night sky, and went straight outside. At this time, the confrontation between Ling and Sada was about to break out. Ling stood up and attacked Sada with a punch. Sada smiled contemptuously and said, "Your strength is indeed top-notch on this planet, but your moves are just slow motion in front of me." His words were full of confidence and arrogance, as if he had already won. "Ling, we are here to help you." However, at the moment when Ling's attack failed, Ali and Xiaojia arrived in time, and their arrival won some possibilities for Ling. "I didn't expect that you two could beat Dajhe." Sada's voice was mixed with a hint of surprise. As Sada's words fell, a more intense battle began. Ali and Xiaojia attacked Sada with all their strength. It turns out that the combat power can reach 1700. No wonder Dajhe lost to you. At the moment of the fight, Sada easily learned the opponent's strength through the combat power tester, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. "However, I am not that low-level warrior of Dajhe. Even if you two have a combat power of 1700, in my eyes, your strength is still not enough." In a blink of an eye, Sada severely injured Ali and Xiaojia with just one blow. The blood stained their lapels red, and the figures falling to the ground looked particularly tragic. Cough! Cough! The two struggled, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain, but there was no retreat in their eyes. "Goodbye, two ants, I'm going to find the prey target just now." There was a hint of contempt in Sada's voice, and he was about to turn around and leave. Today's first update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and use love to generate electricity. Friends who like it can also click to urge the update. Thank you everyone. Chapter 44. At this time, Una was carrying her son on her back and walking through the intricate alleys. "The boss lady will be here soon, and we will be safe in a while." Una's voice was firm. Bulma heard this and said with gratitude and trust to her friend, "Thank you for your hard work." However, fate always seemed to like to play jokes. Just as they were about to step into the relatively safe haven of the company, Sada's figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. "Boss lady, go quickly, I will buy you time." Una put Bulma down without hesitation and turned around to fight Sada. Her eyes flashed with determination, as if she had put life and death aside. But reality is always cruel. Sada's light kick made Una fly out like a kite with a broken string, and hit Bulma, who was about to escape. The two fell to the ground at the same time, and Bulma's eyes flashed with a trace of pain, but more of it was unyielding. Sada approached slowly, with a playful smile on his lips. "You two should come with me. Since you look pretty, I can consider keeping you two as my playthings. His tone was full of threats and pride. Bulma struggled to stand up. Although her body was still shaking, her voice was very firm. Don't be arrogant, you who looks like a lizard. This is my fiancé Zilong's place. If you dare to mess around, you will definitely not end well. Her words not only showed her trust in Zhou Zilong, but also her struggle against her own fate. Seeing that he was ridiculed, Ada was not angry. He raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of contempt for the person in front of him. Really? It seems that the man named Zilong is your support. Don't worry, I will wait for him to come out. I will defeat him in front of you and let you know how weak your so-called support is. As soon as the voice fell, the air around him seemed to solidify. A crisp and firm voice sounded, I am not very strong now, but it is enough for me to beat a lizard man like you. As the words fell, a figure cut through the air like lightning and landed steadily on the field. It was Zhou Zilong. Boss, I'm sorry, we are useless. After getting up, Yuna walked to Zhou Zilong and bowed and said, her face was full of self-blame and unwillingness. It's okay, don't blame you, these guys are beyond your strength. Zhou Zilong's voice was gentle and powerful. He gently patted Yuna's shoulder to comfort and encourage her. Boss, when the matter is resolved, please help us improve our strength again. Yuna looked up, her eyes flashing with desire and determination. Don't worry, I will help you improve your strength without you saying this. This incident also gave me a warning. After these lizardmen are dealt with, I will come out of seclusion and strengthen your training. You just need to be ready by then. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly, his eyes deep. Zhou Zilong was expressionless, his steps were steady, and every step seemed to be on the beat of time, and he walked straight towards Sada. Ding ding ding! As Zhou Zilong approached, Sada quickly started the combat power tester in his hand. On the screen, a string of cold numbers 3000 seemed particularly dazzling, as if it was a ruthless mockery of Zhou Zilong's strength. I thought you were so capable, you dared to claim to beat me with a combat power of only 3000? What a big tone! Sada's voice was filled with undisguised ridicule. As if he had foreseen the dawn of victory. He crossed his arms, leaned back slightly, and put on a confident posture. However, Zhou Zilong's eyes remained consistent, deep and indifferent, as if nothing in the outside world could touch his inner peace. He did not respond to Sadao's provocation, but continued to approach at a constant speed, and every step seemed so firm and resolute. Look at your impatient look, do you want to attack first? Don't say I don't give you a chance, I'll stand and let you hit me 3 times, and then I'll fight back. Sadao's tone was a little more playful, as if he enjoyed the feeling of playing with his opponent in the palm of his hand. Zhou Zilong stopped and finally spoke, his voice was cold, but very clear, you? 1 punch from me is enough. This sentence was short and powerful, as if it contained unspeakable power. Ha 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 ha, is that so? I want to see how you knock me down with 1 punch. Sada's laughter echoed. He obviously didn't believe Zhou Zilong's words and thought it was just the other party's struggle before death. In a flash, Zhou Zilong came in front of Sada and punched Sada's chest, who was almost as tall as him. This punch had no roar and no wind pressure, but it was like a deep stream of still water, with hidden mysteries. The boss's punch couldn't be so normal. Yuna tried to catch any unusual fluctuations from this punch, but everything seemed in vain. She frowned and was puzzled. Bulma echoed softly, no matter what, I believe in Zilong. Sada sneered, thinking that Zhou Zilong was just bluffing, and then taunted, have you finished beating the garbage? It's my turn to fight back. That depends on whether you can attack. Zhou Zilong smiled indifferently, retreated slightly, leaving Sada with a seemingly relaxed back. Sada was furious and hit with all his strength, but his face changed drastically in an instant, and his body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, curling up in pain on the ground. How is it possible? You, a guy with a combat power of only 3000, actually let me get such a serious injury? Sada's voice was full of disbelief. Zhou Zilong slowly stepped forward, raised his right hand gently, and placed it in front of Sada's eyes. His eyes were cold and deep. Because you rely too much on the combat power tester you carry, you don't realize that my combat power can change in an instant. I saw a purple beam of light condensed between Zhou Zilong's fingers, like a crack in the door of the underworld, revealing a suffocating breath of death. If a purple cat was present, it would find that Zhou Zilong actually had a trace of destructive power. If there were angels present, they would find that this attack force contained the power of time. Please, let me go. Sada's voice trembled, his eyes were full of desire for life, but more of the fear of the impending death. From the moment you said that Bulma would be a plaything, you were destined to die. Zhou Zilong's voice was cold and firm, without the slightest hesitation. As Zhou Zilong's words fell, he suddenly swung his arm, and a purple beam of light instantly cut through the air, hitting Sada's forehead like lightning. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Then Sada's screams resounded through the sky, and his body began to undergo amazing changes. His skin gradually lost its luster, his muscles atrophied, and his body began to turn into dust and dissipated into nothingness. Today's second update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and use love to generate electricity. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 45. Oh, Zilong, I forgot to tell you that Iris was kidnapped by the lizardmen. Go and save her. Bulma's voice was a little anxious. Okay, I know. Don't worry, I will save her. Zhou Zilong responded briefly, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as an eagle. Yuina, please take Bulma to the room where I am training in seclusion. Don't come out before I come back. Zhou Zilong ordered, his tone unquestionable. At this moment, he was ready to wipe out this enemy outside the Dragon Ball plot. Yes, boss. Yuina responded, and then led Bulma to move to a safe area. Xiaoling, ask, do you have any way to block the information here? Zhou Zilong used the dance technique to fly into the air and communicated with Xiaoling through consciousness. It turned out that before just destroying Sada, Zhou Zilong also scouted the information of this guy. Because he is not a very important character, Zhou Zilong only reads the affiliated forces besides the race to which this guy belongs, and found that this guy is also affiliated with the Frisia army. Zhou Zilong, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, knows that the Frisia army is a very large organization, and there are many cannon fodder characters affiliated with this army before Frisia was killed. Killing one or two such unimportant characters may not make the Frisia army pay too much attention, but if too many are killed at one time or a person with decent combat power is killed, this is bound to attract the attention of the Frisia army. Although Zhou Zilong currently has a combat power of 3 million, he is indeed a pretty good master in this universe. However, facing Frisia with a combat power of 120 million, Zhou Zilong is still too small at present, so he can only grow slowly by taking every step carefully. Don't worry, Zilong, I will seal it for you and create the illusion that the people of the Scales Head Star have entered a remote planet with good strength and were exterminated by the race on that planet. Xiaoling's quick response made Zhou Zilong feel relieved. After getting this answer, Zhou Zilong read his previous memories and killed many of the Scales Head clan's minions one after another. All those outside have been killed, it's time to kill them all at once. Zhou Zilong muttered after nearly an hour of activity, his eyes revealed determination. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. He must go deep behind the enemy, go straight to Huanglong, and strangle this crisis in the cradle. In the temple of the God of Heaven, complex emotions flashed in the eyes of the God of Heaven. Originally, I wanted to remind him, but I didn't expect that he had already started to act. I didn't expect that the Earth would be targeted so early. If it weren't for him, this planet would be in danger. The whisper of the god of heaven was a silent praise for Zhou Zilong and a worry about the future of the earth. At this time, in the base of the Scales Head clan, Xia stood in front of a screen with a pale face, his eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness. He took a deep breath and walked quickly to the secret room of Kazel, who was still absorbing life force to strengthen himself. "Lord Kazel, it's not good." Xia's voice was a little trembling, breaking the silence in the secret room. "Tell me, what happened?" Kazel frowned slightly at this moment, his voice was low and powerful, revealing unquestionable majesty. "The men we sent out to implement the revival plan have all lost contact in the past hour. According to radar monitoring, their combat effectiveness testers failed at the same time, and they were obviously defeated one by some powerful existence." Xia's words revealed deep worry. Upon hearing this, Kazel's eyes flashed with surprise, and then a playful smile appeared on his lips. "I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary planet actually hides such a powerful existence, but this may be an unexpected gain for me. Sir, according to the latest radar data, the unknown master is approaching us quickly and is expected to arrive within 3 minutes. Xia added, with a bit of urgency in his voice. Kazel smiled lightly and said in an excited tone, "It doesn't matter. No matter how strong this man is, he will definitely not be stronger than Frisia's subordinates Dodoria and Sabo. But it's good, another good nutrient is here." The excited expression in his eyes seemed as if Zhou Zilong was already in his pocket. "Stop, this is not a place you can come to." A guard of the Scalehead clan, holding a laser gun, pointed at Zhou Zilong, who had landed, and said, "This is the last sentence you can say before you die." Zhou Zilong did not stop, his voice was calm and cold, and then his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the guard like a ghost. A blue Qigong wave condensed from his palm and exploded instantly, accompanied by a bang. With a loud bang, the guard's scales were shattered, and the powerful shock wave made the surrounding air tremble. "Xiaoling, help me shield the area within a radius of 50 kilometers. I don't want the emitted gas to have too much impact." Zhou Zilong communicated with Xiaoling through telepathy. "Don't worry, it has been shielded, and an invisible protective shield has been added. It won't cause landslides or anything like that because of the emitted gas." Xiaoling's answer was quick and accurate, as if everything was under control. With Xiaoling's guarantee, Zhou Zilong no longer had any worries. The power in his body began to boil, and powerful breaths surged out of his body, sweeping towards the scale-headed people around him. This was a one-sided massacre, but Zhou Zilong's eyes did not have the slightest hesitation or pity. He knew that only by ending this battle as soon as possible could everything end. 8,000, 8,001, 8,002, this guy can actually continue to increase his combat power. It is a rare ability to change his combat power without transformation. Kazel witnessed Zhou Zilong's changes through the combat power tester, and was shocked. "However, after I absorb him, I will also have this ability. It's really good, he he he." Kazel's mouth curled up a cold and greedy smile. Facing more and more enemies, Zhou Zilong took a deep breath, and the energy in his body reached an unprecedented height. His hands were in the shape of calyx, and his body soared into the air. Kamehameha, Kameha. Accompanied by the unique war cry in the Dragon Ball world, a blue-white Kamehameha with destructive power gushed out from his palm, pointing directly at the team in front that had just rushed out of the bunker. Wherever the beam passed, the space seemed to be torn apart. The team members didn't even have a chance to react, and they disappeared under this terrifying energy, leaving only a mess and billowing smoke. Today's third update is presented. Asking for a wave of good reviews and love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 46. Excuse me, who are you? I don't know why you killed our Scalehead clan. We just want to take root and develop here. Xia stood at a high point and denounced Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong stood on a huge rock, his eyes cold. "I have no objection to you wanting to develop here, but I saw you kidnapping some people from our planet, and you wanted to kidnap my fiancé today. I hate the behavior of human traffickers the most. I think human traffickers should be sent to another world. Humph, your strength is indeed quite good, but it's a bit too arrogant. Don't forget that we still have 500 people here. Let alone other things, the round-the-clock battle alone can exhaust your physical strength. Xia's voice was mixed with disdain and provocation, and he was obviously angry at Zhou Zilong's contempt. To be honest, except for the one standing next to you, I really don't take the rest of you seriously. Zhou Zilong raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and pointed his finger at Kazel. It was an absolute confidence in his strength and recognition of Kazel's special status. Kazel heard this, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Humph, you are really arrogant enough. In this case, let me give you a good beating. Before he finished speaking, Kazel turned into a stream of light, carrying a violent breath, and rushed straight towards Zhou Zilong. Just when Kazel was about to rush to Zhou Zilong, who was standing in place, swung a punch with murderous intent at Kazel. That punch was as fast as lightning and unstoppable. Kazel, who had no time to dodge, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. His body instantly turned into a straight line and flew straight behind him, hitting the rocks in the distance heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. There was no hesitation in Zhou Zilong's eyes. He knew the cruelty of fighting and he must not show mercy to the enemy. Just as he was about to launch a second attack to completely end the battle, an accident happened. Baiu! Baiu! Several dazzling lights cut through the sky, attacking from all directions like lasers. Several people led by Xia pointed their laser weapons directly at Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest and opened them outward. With a deafening ha, several attacks were instantly dissolved by an invisible force and turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. Damn, I was careless. I didn't expect this guy's combat power to be so high. My current combat power is about 110,000, but I can't resist his attack. So it seems that this guy's combat power has reached at least 120,000 or even 130,000. When did such a strong man appear in the universe? It seems that only I can solve him after I transform. Kazel, who stood up again, muttered to himself. God of the scale head, please give me strength. Kazel suddenly shouted in a somewhat childish tone. Although Kazel's voice was a bit childish, it was full of desire for freedom and pursuit of powerful strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky seemed to respond to his call, and a dazzling white light instantly enveloped him. Seeing this, Xia and others sneered at the corners of their mouths. They were confident that this would soon be the prelude to Zhou Zilong's doomsday. However, Zhou Zilong did not sit still and wait for death. He quickly condensed a powerful Qigong wave in his hand, trying to break this seemingly unfavorable situation. But when the Qigong wave touched the white light, it disappeared without a trace like a mud cow entering the sea. After the light faded, Kazel's body underwent amazing changes. His body expanded rapidly, his head extended backwards, and his shape gradually approached Frisia's second stage transformation when he was tall. His skin turned dark blue, and his arms were covered with hard scales, as if he was a god of war from an ancient legend. When the light faded, a brand new Kazel stood in front of everyone, and his momentum was so strong that the air froze. Zhou Zilong quickly activated the reconnaissance skill. Kazel. Race Scale Head Star Clan. Height 2.89 meters. Weight 261 kilograms. Potential level Elite Potential, 5,000, minimum, 500 million, maximum. Potential value 10 million. Potential development progress 6.6%. Combat power 6.6 million, normal combat power 110,000. Character profile: the planet is located at the X900Y600 coordinates in the universe, under the command of Frisia's army, and has a lot of dissatisfaction with Frisia's rule. It has been quietly growing through the special way of its own clan and is preparing to overthrow Frisia's rule at some point in the future. I didn't expect this guy's combat power to increase a lot after his transformation, but fortunately, with my current if I can use up to 10 times the Kaioken, I will have no problem dealing with this guy. However, I really need to strengthen my training after this time. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with powerful enemies outside the plot. Zhou Zilong muttered after the investigation. Boy, I didn't use my full strength just now and almost fell into your trap. But next, you wait to die. Cazel's voice echoed in the empty battlefield, with unquestionable majesty. Every breath he took seemed to shake the surrounding air to show his strength. Zhou Zilong clenched his fists, his eyes were firm, he responded calmly, his tone revealed neither servility nor arrogance. Is that so? But I'm sorry to tell you that I haven't used all my strength yet. If you want to die, it's you who will die. Humph, then I'll give you one chance. Use your last resort, and I'll make you serve me as food. Cazel sneered. He didn't believe that Zhou Zilong had any other means that could threaten him. Since you want me to use a move, I won't be polite. Zhou Zilong's voice was calm and firm, without any hesitation. Sanbai Kaioken, 3 times Kaioken. With Zhou Zilong's roar, it seemed as if some dormant power in his body was completely awakened. He clenched his fists and placed them on his waist. Soon, a red flame began to surge around him, as hot and dazzling as a flame. That's right, Zhou Zilong was going to use a special move that could forcibly enhance the battle, King Fist. If the main body is strong enough, you can use n times the bug move. With the activation of King Fist, Zhou Zilong felt that every cell of his body was filled with explosive power. The surrounding air fluctuated violently due to the impact of this power, forming a strong storm, forcing Cazel to retreat again and again, his eyes full of disbelief. Today's 4th update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and use love to generate electricity. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 47. Xiaojun, what is the current combat power of this guy? Cazel frowned and asked the assistant beside him. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy from the arrogance just now. Lord Cazel, the detectors can no longer measure. They all self-destructed because they couldn't bear this power. Xiaojun's voice was trembling, and he was obviously deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Just after Zhou Zilong's combat power exceeded 10,000, these detectors were unable to bear the rapid rise of Zhou Zilong's combat power and chose to go on strike by exploding. Cazel's face was solemn when he heard this. He whispered to himself, it seems that there will be a fierce battle, but it's good. If I turn this guy into nutrients, my strength will have a big leap. This guy just tried to kill me at the critical moment of my transformation. If I don't fight back, it would be too rude. Cazel said again, with a bit of teasing and arrogance in his words. The dark energy condensed in his hand was like the abyss of the night sky, swallowing all the light around. With a light flick of his hand, a sharp qigong wave cut through the air and rushed straight to Zhou Zilong. However, Zhou Zilong was no ordinary man. At the moment when the qigong wave was about to hit him, ha! With a thunderous shout, Zhou Zilong not only dissolved the qigong wave, but also bounced it back to the surroundings. In the dust, his figure had disappeared from the spot. It's my turn now. Zhou Zilong's voice was cold and firm, like the cold wind in winter, penetrating the clouds and hitting people's hearts. He used the skill of fast movement to instantly appear behind Cazel, so fast that even the air didn't have time to make a sound. Although Cazel felt bad, he quickly adjusted his posture and prepared to deal with it. Lord Cazel, be careful! Xiaxia on the ground exclaimed, but it was too late. Zhou Zilong concentrated all his strength and punched Cazel's back like a meteorite hitting the earth, knocking him to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. After the dust settled, Zhou Zilong slowly landed on the ground. There was no slack in his eyes, but more determination. He knew that the battle was far from over. Lord Kazel was knocked to the ground by a single blow. It seems that this person's fighting power has surpassed Lord Kazel by a lot. Let's run away. Fear and anxiety spread rapidly in the crowd. The scale-headed people talked about it, and some even began to retreat. Xia tried to calm the restless people. Don't panic, we still have a way. On the other side, Kazel endured the severe pain and struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were red, as if he was about to spit out flames. He roared and rushed towards Zhou Zilong, his fists wrapped in thunder, vowing to restore his dignity. But Zhou Zilong's movements were like ghosts. He easily dodged Kazel's offensive and used his own method to treat him. With 2 consecutive heavy punches, Kazel tasted the bitter fruit of failure again. Zhou Zilong's attack did not stop. He moved to the position below Kazel's body. Zhou Zilong immediately grabbed Kazel's neck and legs. Crack and ah, 2 sounds came out in the air. It turned out that at that moment, Zhou Zilong stretched out his left knee and bent it violently towards Kazel, who was caught by him. The bones in Kazel's lumbar spine broke because they could not withstand the fierce impact. And there was a cracking sound. As for the other sound, it was obvious that Kazel screamed because he could not bear the pain. But Zhou Zilong's expression was like ice, without any hesitation. He knew that kindness to the enemy was cruelty to himself, especially in this universe where the strong prey on the weak. Kazel's cry was full of despair and unwillingness. He could never have thought that the road to growth that he had carefully planned would be broken here, but the breath of death had enveloped him like a shadow, making him feel unprecedented fear. At this moment, an anxious voice cut through the sky. It was Kazel's loyal subordinate Xia Yan. He held a special shadow bazooka, a powerful weapon that can emit black and purple energy beams, and his eyes flashed with determination. Lord Kazel, you can't just give up. Our dreams, the glory of our people, all rely on you. Before Xia Yan finished speaking, the weapon in his hand had been fully charged. With a deafening roar, a black and purple energy beam cut through the sky and headed straight for Zhou Zilong. This beam contained enough power to destroy a small planet, which was Xia Yan's last hope. Zhou Zilong didn't care at this time. At this moment, he was still thinking about ending it first. Let's talk about the leader Kazel first. As the energy got closer and closer, Zhou Zilong, who noticed something was wrong, threw Kazel over there. Unexpectedly, Kazel pressed his waist, and a blue-black light circle wrapped him up to avoid the damage to him and continued to attack Zhou Zilong. Ka no ha no ha. Zhou Zilong, who jumped back to avoid it, put his hands on his waist in a calyx shape and began to condense energy. A blue-white energy and the black-purple energy beam quickly collided with each other. Ha! When Kamehameha and the black-purple energy beam confronted each other, Zhou Zilong exerted force again. I saw that the black-purple energy beam was quickly rushed into the sky by Kamehameha and dispersed and disappeared. I thought it was just an attack with weak attack power, but I didn't expect it to contain such strong energy. I still underestimated the power of technology. Zhou Zilong muttered. Xia He, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died. The rescued Kazel said to Xia He. Lord Kazel, you are too polite. It was my negligence in the investigation that put you in danger. It was my fault. Please punish me. Xia He knelt down and replied humbly. Kazel said, it's not your fault. It's just that the masters of this planet are too hidden. When I asked you to investigate, the results I collected on this planet were that there were no masters. Xia He, I have to use that trick in advance. You leave a few people to delay time, and let the others follow me. At this time, Kazel said again. Yes, Lord Kazel. Xia He responded. The 10 with the highest combat power will stay with me, and the others will go in with Lord Kazel. Xia He immediately turned around and said to the scale-headed star who could still move. At this time, Kazel raised his hand, and the scale-headed alien who had lost his ability to move flew into the interior of the spaceship like a magic trick. As for those who could move, they immediately followed and ran in. Zhou Zilong, who noticed something was wrong, immediately rushed over and wanted to give a fatal blow, but was constantly harassed by the people on the side of Xia and missed the opportunity to attack again and again. Everyone, I need your strength to survive this crisis. As long as you survive this crisis, you will be the biggest contributors to the future domination of the scale-headed clan in the universe. I will let your name spread in the universe. After entering the spaceship, Kazel began to indoctrinate. Lord Kazel, please take care of my family. A scale-headed alien who took the lead stood up. Don't worry, I will, the bravest warrior of my clan, tell me your name. Kazel pointed a hand at a person and said, My name is Yite. The man replied. After saying that, Kazel conjured up a brown stone-like thing out of thin air, with a special symbol engraved on it. Soon, the scale-headed alien named Yite quickly shrank and disappeared in front of everyone. Warriors, hurry up, that powerful enemy has broken through the Xia and his team and is coming towards us. I will record your achievements one by one in the merit stone after the end. Kazel said after receiving the information. Today's 5th update is presented, please give me a good review and use love to generate electricity. If you like it, you can also click to urge for more updates. Thank you everyone. Chapter 48. Damn, this Kazel must be on drugs, I can feel his chi is still rising. Zhou Zilong smashed the alloy door of the spaceship with a punch, and an unprecedented sense of urgency surged in his heart. The interior of the spaceship was intricate, like a huge maze, and every step was hidden with unknown dangers. Zhou Zilong relied on his extraordinary perception and keen intuition to shuttle through the maze, looking for Kazel's traces. Pong! 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 As Zhou Zilong used the prince's battle method, powerful Qigong waves raged inside the spaceship, turning all obstacles into nothing. At this time, Kazel seemed to have entered the end. The people who came in with him had been absorbed almost, and his figure was much taller than before. It's time to settle accounts with that guy. I have suffered so much humiliation. Kazel said with murderous intent after twisting his body. Go to hell. Just as Zhou Zilong was about to use the prince's fighting method again, a fist with great force hit Zhou Zilong. Not good. Zhou Zilong turned around and crossed his hands to protect his face. Boom! Zhou Zilong, who was hit, flew out and fell on a ruin. At this time, Zhou Zilong also scouted Kazel. Kazel. Race scale-headed star clan. Height 2.89 meters. Weight 221 kilograms. Combat power 48 million, normal combat power 800,000. Damn, what kind of drugs did this guy take? He's pretty fierce, Zhou Zilong complained after the scouting. There are side effects, so let's solve the crisis first. Zhou Zilong, who was about to overload and use more than 10 times the Kaioken, muttered softly. You still want that strange move? You wish. Kazel's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. He was as fast as lightning, and a sharp uppercut cut through the air and hit Zhou Zilong in the face. Although Zhou Zilong barely dodged sideways, the powerful force still made him unstable and flew into the air. With a mouth full of blood spurting out, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. How could Kazel miss this rare attack? He flashed and was above Zhou Zilong. His elbow was like a hammer, landing accurately on the opponent's abdomen, and bitter bile gushed out with painful groans. Then, another powerful whip kick kicked Zhou Zilong into the air again, as if to vent all the humiliation and unwillingness in this continuous attack. It's not over yet. Kazel's eyes flashed with crazy fighting spirit. He chased after him relentlessly, and each attack carried destructive power, vowing to completely defeat Zhou Zilong. At this seemingly settled moment, something unexpected happened. Zhou Zilong endured the severe pain in the air, his eyes were like torches, and red flames surged out of his body, burning and distorting the surrounding air. He roared, and his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. He adjusted his posture in an instant, crossed his palms, and took Kazel's fatal blow. Return the favor. The horn of counterattack has sounded. Zhou Zilong is no longer a passive defender. He turned into the center of the storm, learning Kazel's previous moves and counterattacking with a more swift posture. The fist wind whistled, the leg shadows were heavy, and each attack was accurate and fatal. After 5 or 6 rounds, the air between the two seemed to be torn apart, leaving only bursts of roars. With a crisp crunch, when Kazel was exhausted and fell due to continuous attacks, Zhou Zilong seized this fleeting opportunity and punched him hard on the back. We have to fight quickly, 17 times Kaioken is really not that easy to use. Zhou Zilong muttered after feeling the pain all over his body, but his eyes were more determined. He knew that this battle was not only a test of the body, but also a test of will and faith. At the moment when Kazel took off and prepared to widen the gap, Zhou Zilong also jumped up and rushed forward to deliver a fatal blow, but the familiar energy shield around Kazel lit up again, blocking all attacks like a guardian angel. This weird thing again! Zhou Zilong roared, his fist wrapped in a fiery red flame, and blasted towards the seemingly impeccable barrier like a meteorite. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every heavy blow made the space tremble. Finally, the energy shield was like shattered glass, with cracks scattered everywhere, and finally dissipated into nothingness. Kazel lost his last line of defense. The key button device on his waist exploded under Zhou Zilong's heavy punch, emitting a piercing alarm. However, Zhou Zilong did not relax because of this. He knew that the only way to completely defeat Kazel was to completely defeat Kazel. Defeating the opponent is the real end. Kazel, who lost his protection, fled around like a frightened bird, trying to find a chance to escape. But how could Zhou Zilong give him this chance? He flashed and appeared in front of Kazel in an instant, punching directly at the vital point. However, at this decisive moment, Zhou Zilong's power suddenly went out of control. The load of the 17-fold Kaioken reached its limit, and the power receded like a tide, leaving only 2.3 million combat power. This punch fell on Kazel, but it was like a breeze, and could not cause any damage. Damn! He's falling apart at this moment. Zhou Zilong cursed inwardly. First, find a way to distance myself. I'll eat a senzu bean and then use the Kaioken to finish him off. Zhou Zilong began to think in his mind. It seemed that his thoughts were seen through. Just as Zhou Zilong began to retreat, Kazel approached like a ghost. His legs were like a storm, kicking, slamming, and sweeping. Each blow carried enough power to shake the mountains and landed on Zhou Zilong accurately. Cough! Cough! Zhou Zilong was kicked away and fell heavily on the sand. His violent coughs were accompanied by the vibration of his chest, as if every breath was a challenge to his life. It's not over yet. Kazel sneered, and his laughter was full of contempt for the weak. Kazel strode towards Zhou Zilong, holding his head tightly with one hand like a clamp, dragging him mercilessly on the ground. Sand and gravel splashed under Zhou Zilong's body, leaving a trail of smoke and dust. Then, Kazel raised his knee suddenly and hit Zhou Zilong's abdomen. The force was so great that it seemed to shatter his internal organs. Except for that annoying guy Frisia, you are the first one who made me suffer. Before you become my nutrients, you should accept my revenge. Kazel's eyes flashed with madness. As the words fell, Kazel crossed his palms and turned them into an invisible heavy hammer. Every swing was accompanied by a deafening bang sound, and it hit Zhou Zilong heavily. Zhou Zilong's body was like a candle in the wind, shaky and his consciousness gradually blurred, but the fire in his heart had never been extinguished. No, I'm going to die if this goes on. I have to find a way to distance myself. Zhou Zilong roared in his heart, forcibly concentrating his remaining willpower. Today's first update is presented. Please give me a wave of praise and use love to generate electricity. If you like it, you can also click to urge more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 49. On the ruins of the spaceship, dust and smoke intertwined into a doomsday picture. Gazelle used his hands as claws to gather purple-black energy and prepared to give Zhou Zilong a fatal blow. Facing Gazelle's pressure, Zhou Zilong fed himself a senzu bean through the ability of space and then put his hands in the starting position of Kamehameha, obviously preparing to use King Fist again to prepare for the battle. Zilong, friendly reminder, you can use the Sun Fist, although Tian Xinyan is original, but Zhou Zilong has learned it by himself, __, to create opportunities, and then use the artificial moon to transform into a giant ape. Your strength can be doubled, and the burden is not as heavy as King Fist. Zhou Zilong's ape transformation increases combat power by 20 times. And don't forget to use some of your space abilities. Xiaoling's voice sounded in Zhou Zilong's ears, like the most solid backing. Yes, how could I forget this move? Or maybe I don't have much actual combat experience, so my combat experience is a little lacking. Zhou Zilong thought to himself, then took a deep breath, opened his hands, and suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from his palm, instantly illuminating the entire ruins. This is the legendary Sun Fist. Under the strong light, Gazelle had to close his eyes to protect his fragile eyes. Taking advantage of this brief blindness, Zhou Zilong quickly performed the air dance technique, shuttled through the air like a ghost, and finally landed steadily in a relatively safe area. After landing, he turned his left palm upwards and began to condense an artificial moon. A round light ball with a blue outer circle and a large inner circle formed in his hand. Seeing Gazelle getting closer and closer, Zhou Zilong pretended to attack and threw the ball out. Seeing this, Gazelle turned his head slightly and dodged directly. Okay, I dodged your last attack, so just be my nourishment. Kaze came to Zhou Zilong and said to him in a hunter's tone. I have been a rebellious person since I was a child. I never listen to what others say. Besides, you look like I can't listen to you, so I can't listen to you even more. Zhou Zilong said after looking in the direction of the light ball. Humph, you are still stubborn when you are about to die. Gazelle sneered, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Big lizard, wait. Zhou Zilong's words revealed an unyielding and stubbornness, and his eyes flashed with a strange light, which was the desire for victory. Gazelle frowned, and his doubts became even greater. He really couldn't figure out how Zhou Zilong could reverse the situation. However, the next moment, an amazing change quietly occurred. In the ruins, Zhou Zilong stared at the light ball that emitted warm light, and then his body began to change. His skin was gradually covered with brown and black hair, his muscles expanded, and his body grew rapidly like a balloon, and finally transformed into a 40-meter tall giant ape. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be a scion. No wonder he has such confidence. Gazelle was shocked and understood everything in an instant. But I remember that the scions were destroyed by Frisia many years ago, and I didn't hear of such a powerful scion at that time. Could it be the genius warrior who was exiled before? Gazelle muttered to himself, with complicated emotions surging in his heart. I understand. That light ball just now was not attacking me, but an artificial moon. Gazelle's voice was relieved, but more of a warning against unknown forces. He knew that scions would gain amazing power on a full moon night, and this moon that suddenly appeared was undoubtedly Zhou Zilong's careful arrangement to enhance his combat power. Without a moment's hesitation, Gazelle quickly mobilized all the energy in his body, and the light between his hands was bright. A dazzling light ball condensed and formed. He swung forward, and the light ball cut through the air and went straight to the energy light ball hanging in the sky. It was obvious that Gazelle wanted to destroy the energy light ball. Obviously, Gazelle still understood some characteristics of scions, but Gazelle's attack was like a drop in the ocean, without any reaction. Big lizard, although your strength is higher than mine in normal state, I regret to tell you that I injected an energy shield when making the artificial moon. Your combat power is not more than 30 times of my own, so you can't break it, Zhou Zilong, who had transformed into a giant ape, said to Gazelle. The energy shield is the circle of blue energy that Zhou Zilong injected when making artificial moonlight. This energy shield is a move that Zhou Zilong evolved after he understood a little bit of the defense logbook he exchanged in Xiaoling's super system. After testing, it was found that it can block attacks with 30 times its own strength. However, this energy shield cannot last until the end of the battle. It has a time limit. The more energy is injected, the longer it can last. We must leave the spaceship quickly. His body has become bigger now. The space inside the spaceship is limited, which is very unfavorable for him to move. After seeing Zhou Zilong rushing over, Kazel quickly analyzed the current situation. Just when the fist bigger than a sandbag was about to hit him, Kazel luckily dodged it. Zhou Zilong's punch easily made a deep pit on the ground, shaking the entire spaceship. The power seemed to tear the void and change everything around. Damn stinky monkey, I'll remember this time. I'm leaving first. In the future, when I'm strong enough, I will definitely make you my nutrition. Kazel said unwillingly after taking off. However, just when Kazel thought he could escape, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him, tightly bounding him in the air, making him unable to move, so that no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. I had expected you to escape, so I cast a spatial confinement on you. Now you are like a fish on the chopping board. This battle should end. Zhou Zilong's low and majestic voice sounded in Kazel's ears. He slowly approached and opened his huge hands that were big enough to cover the sky and the sun. Kazel's face was as pale as paper. He knew that at this moment, he was like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, but his instinct for survival made him unwilling to give up easily. I didn't expect that you, a scion, have such a special ability. How about this, I'll tell you a secret, and you let me live. He tried to exchange information for freedom, with a cunning light in his eyes. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. Zhou Zilong's voice was as cold as ice. He knew very well that in the world of Dragon Ball, one must not be merciful to the enemy. He continued to approach, and his giant hands seemed to crush all obstacles. Today's second update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 50. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Kazel was not afraid, but looked at Blot with a strange look, and slowly said, if I'm not mistaken, you are Blot. This sentence was like a thunderbolt. Zhou Zilong first stopped attacking, and a trace of doubt flashed in his red eyes after he turned into a giant ape. Oh? How do you know my scion name? In the track memory corrected by Xiaoling's super system, Zhou Zilong had some memories that he didn't have originally, but he was very clear that Kazel, the giant lizard of the scale-headed clan, was not in this memory. Because I helped the scions for a period of time, I know some of the situations back then very well. Kazel's voice was a bit vicissitudes. He continued to talk about the history that was forgotten by time and the possibility of his own survival. When you were born, you had 1,000 points of combat power, and were praised as a rare genius warrior. So when you had the ability to move, you were sent to perform tasks. With your age and the characteristics of your scions, you, who were only 5 years old, already had 12,000 points of combat power. However, King Vegeta was afraid that you would become a threat if you grew up. To his position, he secretly exiled you by sending you to a very far place for execution, fearing that you would come back for revenge in the future. King Vegeta tampered with your spaceship, and the spaceship should have exploded in the universe, but I didn't expect you to survive. How about we join forces to dominate the universe? Have you finished talking? It's useless to play the emotional card. If you're done, I'll send you off. Blot's voice was cold and resolute. He grabbed Kazel expressionlessly and squeezed him to death in his hand. At the same time, he launched a mouth cannon attack and blasted him to pieces. Then Zhou Zilong broke out of the ship and wiped out the remaining people of the Scalehead clan. At this point, this battle finally ended. I have finished destroying the crystals of others. It's time to change back to my original appearance. Zhou Zilong, who was about to remove the giant ape state, muttered. Zilong, I suggest you delay it. You can try to combine your giant ape transformation with what you have learned from the fusion law of the character's normal state. You will have unexpected gains. At this moment, Xiaoling, the plug-in system that always gives Zhou Zilong guidance at critical moments, broke the silence with its sweet and warm voice. Okay, I'll try. Zhou Zilong responded, and then found a secluded place, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated. Deep in his consciousness, a vast space slowly unfolded, and there was a stage for him to talk with power. Soon, two completely different figures emerged in his consciousness. One was Zhou Zilong in his normal state, dressed in black and with a stern face, and the other was a giant ape with a little gold that was almost the same as his giant ape transformation. Zhou Zilong smiled secretly in his heart, then concentrated his mind and tried to guide the two forces with his mind. He imagined that the two forces were like two turbulent rivers, slowly converging into a more majestic torrent under the guidance of some mysterious force. However, the first attempt was not smooth. The two forces were like magnetic poles repelling each other, and bounced apart again and again. Unconvinced, he started the fusion again, but as before, it bounced apart again and again. However, Zhou Zilong, who was sitting cross-legged, did not notice that a subtle change had quietly occurred. At the moment of the second fusion, his giant ape-like face flashed briefly and returned to its original handsome appearance. Of course, it was not even 1/1,000,000th of what you readers thought. Oh, this fusion is really a headache. Zhou Zilong rubbed his temples after failing several times. After trying several more times, he muttered to himself, it still takes a guiding method to merge the two forces together. So, he decided to use the most incredible method, role-playing, completely immersing himself in that mysterious consciousness in the heart of the violent giant ape. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he had crossed the barrier of time and space and came to a strange space constructed by the mind. In this space, Zhou Zilong first met the person in his consciousness, a seemingly ordinary boy with extraordinary will. He smiled gently and wrapped the other person with a warm breath like spring breeze, as if whispering, "Hey, friend, let's dance together." Then, he turned to face the roaring giant ape, with a mischievous light in his eyes, and in the same way, injected a gentle force, as if saying, "Big guy, don't be so fierce, come, let's play together." When trying to merge again, a miracle happened. The two forces that originally repelled each other merged. Under Zhou Zilong's guidance, the energy began to slowly interweave, like the brightest stars in the night sky, reflecting each other. The violent ape was gradually neutralized by the boy's tenacity, and the boy's power became stronger because of the original energy of the ape. At this time, Zhou Zilong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could gradually shrink his ape-like body, and his ape-like face began to change back to his original face. But just when he thought he had succeeded, the power seemed to be playing again, and the face shape shifted towards the ape again. Zhou Zilong was not in a hurry, and once again, as a guide, he used his unique rhythm to lead the two forces to perform one fusion dance after another. Back and forth, the 2 hours seemed like an endless hip-hop feast. Zhou Zilong's body constantly changed between human and ape, and each change was accompanied by his hearty laughter and self-mockery. Haha, it seems I still need to practice this fusion dance step. Finally, after a perfect fusion, Zhou Zilong stood firmly, restored his original handsome face, and his eyes flashed with confidence and wisdom. More importantly, the mysterious power in his body has been completely integrated, forming a unique small circle located in his dantian. From the appearance, it looks like that character, and the giant ape is wrapped inside the character. After feeling it for a while, when Zhou Zilong mobilized this energy, the small circle would emit a light golden flame, bursting out with a stronger strength than the original giant ape transformation. Zhou Zilong immediately opened his panel attributes to check. Zhou Zilong. Race Scion, Legendary Super. Height 1.89 meters, 2.07 meters in unnamed transformation form. Weight 87 kilograms, 101 kilograms in unnamed transformation form. Combat power 9000W, normal maximum 3 million, including transformation state, unnamed transformation form times 30 times. Scions are indeed a nation of cheaters. After mastering some special powers, their strength will be greatly improved. Zhou Zilong joked after seeing his strength improve rapidly. In fact, Zhou Zilong found that he was indeed much taller in this state, and his appearance was still the same as before. If there was a mirror at this time, Zhou Zilong would find that there was a small layer of gold on the outer circle of his black pupils. Since this is evolved from the fusion of Scion Giant Ape, this transformation form is called Giant Ape Power, from the Dragon Ball anime movie Dragon Ball Super, Broly. Today's third update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and love. If you like it, you can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 51. On the other side, Xiao Wukong, who had said goodbye to Zhou Zilong, was still looking for something on the sea. The light cloud under his feet carried him through the clouds and headed towards the place where the Turtle Fairy House of the Turtle Master was. The story started a month ago. When Xiao Wukong approached the island with hope according to the route in his memory, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The island was still standing, but the small house in his memory was gone. Only an empty beach and a few lonely coconut trees were left, swaying gently in the breeze. Hey? What's going on? Xiao Wukong scratched his head, full of doubts. He remembered clearly that this was where the Turtle Master lived. Did he remember it wrong? Or did something happen? Just when Xiao Wukong was at a loss, he suddenly remembered the telepathy that Zhou Zilong taught him. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He tried to establish contact with Zhou Zilong. Zilong, are you there? I can't find Grandpa Turtle's house. Then Zhou Zilong responded, Wukong, don't worry. My master may have gone out to travel around the world. It's always like this, his whereabouts are uncertain, but don't worry, since he has gone out, he will definitely take his house with him. Try to drive the somersault cloud around the surrounding seas, maybe you can find his house. After listening to Zhou Zilong's words, little Wukong's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. He patted the head of the somersault cloud and smiled, good partner, let's continue to go and look for Grandpa Turtle's house. But after all, the scope of the earth is vast. Even if the somersault cloud travels very fast, it is not so easy to find the house of Master Turtle in such a big world. Fortunately, little Wukong's perseverance is still very good. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago after searching for more than a month without finding it. After searching in a circle and still not finding it, little Wukong continued to drive the somersault cloud and began to move to find it. As for where Master Kame went, it was still related to the beautiful simulation robot that Zhou Zilong made for him. When Zhou Zilong was apprenticing, Master Kame asked him to find a beautiful woman as an entry test. Zhou Zilong made a beautiful simulation robot to deal with this test. The appearance of this beautiful simulation robot surprised Master Kame. A special connection was formed between the two. The beautiful simulation robot gradually became a part of Master Kame's life, and they spent many wonderful times together. Master Kame often took her out to travel, visit beautiful scenery around the world, and enjoy each other's company. This relationship is like a partner, full of warmth and love. When Xiao Wukong came to apprentice this time, he happened to catch up with Master Kame taking him out for fun. At this time, Master Kame was traveling with Mai Huai in a big city. The two who were tired of shopping came to a restaurant and started to eat. Uggy, you have been traveling for a long time this time. Let's go back. Otherwise, the store on our island has been idle for too long and others think we are closed. Mai Huai said after ordering. The shop that Mai Huai mentioned was established during Zhou Zilong's apprenticeship. It sells some food and daily necessities exchanged from Xiaoling's super system. It was established on an island not far from Gaixian's house. It is well received for its good quality and low price. It is the place where Gaixian has the most income. Well, okay, just decide. Gaixian, who was looking around, responded. I must find Master Wu Tian to learn all the skills. At this time, at the door of a temple, a little bald man who left secretly swore in his heart. I thought too much before. In order not to deviate from the plot, I slacked off a little bit in my strength improvement. I have to strengthen it more in the future. At most, I will change the direction a little. Zhou Zilong, who was preparing to retreat for a few more days, muttered. This time, the aliens of Kazel and his group also taught Zhou Zilong a lesson. If Kazel's strength was not particularly strong, Zhou Zilong would have overturned, so he said this out of emotion. Still haven't found Grandpa Turtle. Little Wukong, who was searching on the endless sea, muttered after 3 days of searching on the somersault cloud. Goo at this time, little Wukong's stomach made a very obvious prompt sound. After another 3 days, Master Turtle, who had returned from his trip, returned the turtle house to the original island. At this time, little Wukong and a little bald head were still on the way to find Master Turtle. It seems that Grandpa Turtle is back, little Wukong, who had been searching on the sea for a while again, said after finding the house. Grandpa Turtle, are you there? I am Sun Wukong, and I am here to become your disciple. After stopping his somersault cloud, little Wukong came to the door of the turtle's house, but there was still no response to little Wukong. Grandpa Turtle, are you there? I am Sun Wukong, and I am here to become your disciple. Little Wukong shouted again when no one responded. It's Wukong. Wu Tian went to another island with Mai Huai to sort out the goods in the store this morning. You can go in and wait for a while, the turtle with the turtle said after slowly crawling over. After getting permission, little Wukong went into the house and began to wait. Soon, noon was approaching. Goo little Wukong's stomach made a sound. Well, I'm hungry. Can I have something to eat? Little Wukong ran to the turtle and asked. During the time he spent with Zhou Zilong taught little Wukong some cognition that would not destroy his original personality. Sure, you can eat something first. I guess the two of them will be back soon, the turtle replied. After getting permission, Xiao Wukong came to an extra-large refrigerator and opened it to show his big appetite. He emptied most of the food in the refrigerator in no time. At this time, Master came and Mai Huai returned to the Kame house. Ah Kame, our house seems to have been robbed, and the thief seems to be very hungry. After putting away the speedboat, Mai Huai heard the sound of Xiao Wukong eating voraciously and said to Master Kame. It seems to be the voice of that little guy. Master Kame said after listening for a while. Is it the person who Mr. Zilong said he was going to become his apprentice? Mai Huai said. Well, it's that little guy from the sound. I didn't expect this little guy to eat so much. Fortunately, Zilong reminded him in time. But this little guy should not be so slow because he has the somersault cloud. Let's ask him later, Master Kame said after confirming the sound. Today is the 4th update. Please give me some praise and love. If you like it, please click to urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 52. Wukong, can I ask you something? Logically, you have the somersault cloud. After you separated from Zilong, you should be able to find me soon. Why did you delay for so long? The turtle master who entered the house asked the little Wukong who was still eating. The little Wukong put down the food in his hand and began to tell about this extraordinary journey. Grandpa Turtle, after I separated from Zilong, I immediately rushed to you, but on the way, I encountered unprecedented challenges. Oh? Tell me about it. The turtle master's tone was a little more solemn. Those people, they all have dark purple skin, a pair of wings on their bodies, extremely fast, and strong attack power. They constantly launched surprise attacks on me. There are so many of them. I have been dealing with them for half a month. The little Wukong's tone was a little helpless. The turtle master heard the words, frowned, dark purple skin, with wings. Could it be? He secretly speculated in his heart, and a long-lost name came to his mind: Piccolo, the great demon king. Could it be that Piccolo has broken the seal and started to let his men attack everywhere? I will discuss it with Zilong someday. Master Roshi thought to himself again. But fortunately you are fine, Master Roshi comforted little Gaku. Well, thanks to Zilong for training me for a while, little Gaku replied with a smile. The people sent by the host failed to intercept and kill, resulting in your mission not being completed successfully, but also delaying the development of the original plot, so I will reward you with 5,000 points, 1/10,000th of the original system points. At this time, on Fred Planet, Yang Fu's system said to Yang Fu, who was becoming more and more sinister and evil. What? Impossible, the men I sent out have a combat power of at least 40 combat power, which is not something Sun Wukong can deal with at this stage. Yang Fu looked unconvinced after hearing this. I forgot to tell you that there is another person who traveled to this world. I guess that person might have taken action, Yang Fu's system said to Yang Fu. If Zhou Zilong heard such an answer here, he would definitely be confused. After all, he was completely unaware when Xiao Wukong was intercepted and killed. But it is also true that he took action. During the time when he was in contact with Xiao Wukong, Zhou Zilong also helped Xiao Wukong improve some of his strength. When they separated, Xiao Wukong's combat power was already 50. If he used the wave-matching moves, Xiao Wukong could burst out with a combat power of 110, a person's total combat power is fixed, and after using some moves, he will burst out with a combat power higher than his own strength. This caught those who intercepted him off guard. Humph! You ruined my good deeds. I remember it. I will definitely get back this account. Yang Fu snorted after hearing this. For now, host, you'd better improve your strength on Fred Planet. At present, it seems that your strength is still slightly inferior to that person, Yang Fu's system reminded. Okay, I listen to you. I will come back sooner or later. Yang Fu responded. If you have the ability, you can protect Sun Wukong for life. I will send my men to come back from time to time. Yang Fu, who was deploying the plan, said another sentence with hatred. At this time, little Wukong, after eating, he and Master Roshi came to the outside of the turtle house. Wukong. Although I asked you if you wanted to become a disciple before, you said that you would come to become a disciple after completing the journey, but if you join my turtle school, there are still tests. Are you ready? Master Roshi began to pretend to be profound at this time. I'm ready. Little Gaku responded. Just as little Gaku finished speaking, a little bald man dressed in a monk's robe holding a bundle fell from the sky and somersaulted in the air, landing on the beach on the island. This bald man is Goku's future good brother and the source of Goku's strength improvement, Krillin, one of the important supporting characters in Dragon Ball. Just before Master came and little Gaku left the house, Krillin, who was still paddling on the sea, saw the Kame house and began to speed up. In order to have a gorgeous appearance, Krillin jumped out of the boat after Master came out and rushed over. What he didn't expect was that the landing point was wrong and he made a fool of himself. Krillin, who buried his head in the sand, wanted to break free, but it was almost useless. No matter how hard Krillin tried, he couldn't break free. Gaku, help him, Master Kame said at this time. Thank you, thank you. After being brought up by Xiao Wukong, Krillin was grateful to Xiao Wukong. If Zhou Zilong was present, he would have noticed that there was a hint of cunning in the eyes of the little bald-head Krillin, but the simple-minded Xiao Wukong didn't notice it at all. Hello, Mr. Wu Tian, my name is Krillin, I came here to learn martial arts from you. Krillin came to Master Kame again, put his feet together, put his hands on both sides of his thighs and bowed. I don't accept disciples casually, Master Kame pretended to be profound again. After hearing what Master Kame said, Krillin immediately ran to the bundle he brought and opened it. At this time, this is a gift for meeting, please accept it, Master Wu Tian. Krillin presented his gift. Yes, you are thoughtful. Master Kame said after flipping through it. Then Master Wu Tian has accepted me as a disciple. Krillin asked curiously and happily. Not yet, you need to pass the test. Master Kame replied. After that, Master Kame went into the house and took out 2 small red bags with photos attached. The test you two have to do is to go to that island and take back 30 kilograms of things each, put them in this bag and bring them back. If you come back before dark, you will pass the test, Master Kame said, pointing in a direction. After being with Mai Huai, although Master Kame's lustful nature has not changed, some of his behaviors have been slightly restrained, so he did not propose the test of finding a beautiful woman as in the original book. Teacher Wu Tian, this bag is so small, are you sure it can hold 30 kilograms of things? Krillin asked. Don't worry, it's okay. This bag is called Kyunkan bag. It is a treasure discovered by your senior brother who has already entered the door. There is another world inside, which can hold a lot of items. Master Kame replied. This Kyunkan bag is naturally a gift from Zhou Zilong to Master Kame. It is difficult to explain that it was exchanged from the system, so Zhou Zilong said it was a treasure he found during his training. Then Teacher Wu Tian, if we all complete the test, will you only accept one of us? Little Bald Krillin asked another question. Both of you have good qualifications. If you both pass the test, I will accept you as my disciples of the Kame Senryu school. Then I will give you another reward. Whoever completes the test first will be rewarded with a move. Kame Senren answered the doubts. Today's first update is presented. Please give a wave of good reviews and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 53. Originally, Master Roshi was planning to accept only little Gaku, but he remembered that Zhou Zilong had said that there might be another person coming when little Gaku came to become his disciple. Don't ask, Master Roshi knows that Zhou Zilong can predict. Because when Krillin said he wanted to become his disciple, Master Roshi also noticed it through his mind-reading skills, and found out that the biggest reason why Krillin came to become his disciple was because he thought that as long as he learned a set of powerful martial arts, he would be liked and welcomed by many girls. He was afraid that Krillin would go astray in the future, so Master Roshi prepared to guide Krillin well. The 2 little guys instantly became energetic after hearing what Master Roshi said. Wukong, for the sake of fairness in this test, you can't use the somersault cloud, okay? Master Roshi's words were a bit teasing, but also revealed his trust and expectations for little Gaku. Upon hearing this, little Wukong smiled confidently and answered without hesitation, no problem, Grandpa Turtle. His eyes flashed with a challenging light, as if he could easily cross this sea even without the help of the somersault cloud. Krillin, who was standing next to him, was thin, but his eyes also flashed with an unyielding light. He secretly glanced at Wukong, secretly thinking about how to gain the upper hand in this game without shortcuts. With an order, the 2 of them took steps almost at the same time and headed towards the island, but a unique friendly match also quietly kicked off. Krillin quietly approached Wukong, and while the other party was not paying attention, he suddenly stretched out his foot, and the unprepared little Wukong suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Colin Lin. You are so cunning. Wukong stood up, patted the sand on his body, his eyes flashed with a light of unwillingness to admit defeat, and then he also accelerated to run into the sea. The waves beat his strong legs, as if cheering for this friendly competition. In this way, the 2 of them went back and forth while secretly competing with each other towards their destination. In terms of strength, Wukong had a lot of advantages. The little bald Krillin relied on his own cleverness. Every time Wukong caught up or was pulled away, he would use his own cleverness to distance himself from Wukong or shorten his own distance. But it is undeniable that the friendship between the two people has gradually sublimated and deepened in this competition. As time passed, the sunset poured on the sea like molten gold, coating the mysterious island with a layer of warm orange-yellow. Wukong, thank you this time. Without your help, I don't think I can complete the test. Krillin stood on the somersault cloud, holding the little Wukong in front of him tightly with both hands, his heart full of gratitude, the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on his face, reflecting a smile of determination and warmth. When the two went to the island, they acted separately at first, each looking for the items needed for the test. Krillin, with his keen intuition, was the first to discover the treasure hidden in the depths of the dense forest, but unfortunately, he also attracted the attention of several powerful beasts on the island. These beasts seemed to be stronger than usual because of some unknown power, which put Krillin into an unprecedented crisis. During the escape, Krillin's heartbeat was as rapid as a drumbeat. Every time he looked back, he could see the ferocious faces of the beasts getting closer and closer. Just when he was almost desperate, a familiar figure passed by like lightning. It was Xiao Wukong. He appeared in time, his eyes full of determination and fearlessness. Krillin, you go first, I'll deal with them. Little Wukong's voice was firm and powerful, which made Krillin feel warm in his heart. However, this battle was not easy. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect caused by Zhou Zilong's entry into this world, and the strength of the beasts on this island was also somewhat enhanced. The increase in the strength of the beasts made little Wukong feel unprecedented pressure. He evaded and attacked flexibly, but every time he attacked, the beasts always managed to avoid him dangerously, and the battle was temporarily stalemate. Seeing little Wukong desperately protecting himself, Krillin's heart was full of emotion and fighting spirit. He knew that it was difficult for Wukong to win a quick victory with his own strength, so he began to use his wisdom to find opportunities to assist Wukong. He picked up stones on the ground, used the terrain to set traps, cleverly distracted the attention of the beasts, and created an opportunity for little Wukong to attack. Finally, with the tacit cooperation, Wukong seized the flaw and defeated all the beasts with a powerful Kameha. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and friendship of fighting side by side reached its peak at this moment. After the test, the two sat on the beach and shared their experiences and insights. Krillin learned about the magic of the somersault cloud from Wukong and couldn't help but yearn for it. Wukong, can you take me back on the somersault cloud? He asked expectantly, but just like in the original book, Krillin tried several times but still couldn't get on the somersault cloud. In the end, he could only smile and shake his head, and instead held on to Wukong tightly, letting him take him back. Lin. You're welcome. You've helped me a lot. Little Gaku responded with a smile, which was as warm as the sunset. The somersault cloud carried the two of them, cutting through the sky in the afterglow of the sunset, leaving behind a string of laughter and a friendship that never fades. Well, not bad. You all passed the test. On the beach of Kame's house, Kame nodded gently, rummaging through his bag of heaven and earth, which looked ordinary but actually contained countless rare treasures, with a meaningful smile on his lips. You two came back at the same time, which really makes me embarrassed. I said before that whoever came back first would be taught an exclusive move. Now it seems that this rule has to be changed. He deliberately prolonged his voice. His eyes swept back and forth between the two, as if he was enjoying this rare moment of decision. Krillin heard this and hurriedly took the lead, his honest face full of sincerity. Give it to Gaku, Mr. Wu Tian. I was able to get those treasures this time, all thanks to his help. Gaku shook his head immediately after hearing this, his bright eyes flashing with an unquestionable light. No, Master, it should be given to Ku Linlin. I can't complete the test without his help this time. Let's give it to Gaku. Krillin insisted, his eyes full of determination. No, Grandpa Kame, I think. Gaku was about to refute, but was interrupted by Master Kame. Haha, you guys really touched me, an old man. This test not only tested your courage and wisdom, but also tested your friendship and tacit understanding. In this case, I decided to teach both of you at the same time. Master Kame laughed, and that laughter seemed to dispel all the fatigue and haze. After these words came out, Krillin and Gaku smiled at each other, with both surprise and relief in their eyes. They knew that this was not just a teaching of a move, but also a recognition of each other. Today's second update is presented. Please give a wave of good reviews and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you all. Chapter 54. Hey, kids, watch out! Standing on the beach facing the sea, Master Kame's iconic white eyebrows slightly raised, with a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he could burst out amazing power from his seemingly ordinary body at any time. He bent his legs slightly, stood firmly in a horse stance, clenched his right hand into a fist, and slowly put it close to his abdomen. An inexplicable momentum gathered around him. Little Gaku and Krillin widened their curious eyes, afraid of missing any details. Pay attention to my movements and feel the flow of the wind. Master Kame's voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate the sea breeze and reach the hearts of the two. As his words fell, circles of fine white airflow began to gather around Master Kame's right fist. These airflows gradually gathered into a force that could not be ignored, as if even the air was pulled by this force to rotate. Whirlwind Fist is not only a martial art, but also an art of dancing in harmony with nature. As Master Kame said this, he swung his fist fiercely. The originally gentle wind-like energy instantly exploded and turned into a small hurricane, whistling towards the sea. The waves were pulled by this force, raising layers of huge waves, as if even the sea was cheering for Master Kame's power. If I had done this, I wouldn't have been bullied by my senior brothers in Duelan Temple. Krillin muttered in his heart after looking at the power of this punch. It turns out that chi can be used like this. Little Wukong, who had been with Zhou Zilong for a while, seemed to have discovered a new world again. Remember, children, the road to martial arts is long and difficult, but as long as you have faith and the courage to explore, one day you will be like me, or even surpass me, Master Kame said earnestly, with expectations and encouragement for the younger generation in his eyes. Gaku and Krillin smiled at each other, with a determined light in their eyes. They knew that today's scene would become an unforgettable memory in their martial arts career, inspiring them to keep moving forward and surpass themselves in the future. We will work hard. The two shouted in unison, their voices full of infinite vision and determination for the future. The next day, Gaku and Krillin, who were woken up early, began their training journey under the leadership of Master Kame. Time passed quickly for about a month. At this time, Gaku and Krillin's strength gradually improved a lot under the leadership of Master Kame. As for Zhou Zilong, after the Gazelle incident, his recent training made him feel unprecedented frustration. The bottleneck of strength was like an invisible wall, blocking his way forward. On this day, after training, he checked his situation again. Zhou Zilong, Blot. Race Scion, Legendary Super. Height 1.89 meters, 2.07 meters in the Giant Ape Power Transformation form. Weight 87 kilograms, 101 kilograms in the Giant Ape Power Transformation form. Combat Power 105 million, Normal Maximum 3.5 million, including the Transformation State, Giant Ape Power Transformation form times 30 times. Why do I always feel like I'm restricted somewhere? In the past month, I have entered the spiritual time house that Xiaoling gave me for retreat 3 times, but the improvement of normal combat power is still a bit insufficient. Zhou Zilong muttered after checking his combat power. Zhou Zilong then seemed to think of something. Since I have reached a bottleneck in my practice again, maybe I should go to my master for some advice. After explaining some things, he boarded the aircraft that looked like the Lion JAS-39 again. This was his exclusive vehicle that he transformed with technology and his own strength. The speed of his transformation was no less than that of the somersault cloud. Although the Dragon Ball world is a world that focuses on combat power, it does not prevent Zhou Zilong from occasionally clicking on the technology skill points. After all, there is the spiritual time house given by Xiaoling. In addition to practicing, Zhou Zilong will also use it to improve his own technology and create his way of making money. The sunset poured down on Gaixian Island like molten gold, dyeing the sea surface orange-red, and the sparkling waves seemed to hide countless unfinished legends. Zhou Zilong drove his flying machine that looked like the Lion JAS-39 and landed slowly in the small open space in front of the turtle house in an almost elegant manner. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, leaving only a faint tail smoke, outlining a strange picture under the sunset. "Zilong, why did you come to visit suddenly?" The turtle master came out with a surprised smile on his face. "Master, I have encountered a bottleneck in my practice recently, and I want to ask the master for guidance." Zhou Zilong lowered his head slightly, with a little imperceptible anxiety in his tone. "Okay, let's go later. After dinner, we will go somewhere else and visit. I will also check how your practice has been in the past few years." Master Rashi patted Zhou Zilong on the shoulder. After that, Master Rashi turned around and looked at the man standing aside, introducing Wukong and Krillin. "Wukong, Krillin, this is your senior brother, Zhou Zilong." "Hello, senior brother." Wukong and Krillin stood up straight and bowed solemnly like adults. "Hello, two junior brothers." Zhou Zilong responded with a smile, his eyes gently swept over the two, and then said to Wukong, "Wukong, you can call me by my old name. We are brothers, so I'll call you senior brother in the future. My deceased grandfather taught me that I must be polite in some things." Wukong said seriously, as if this was an extremely important decision. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Master Rashi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and backward, and said repeatedly, "Okay, okay, our little Wukong is really a sensible child." Zhou Zilong also scouted Goku's good friend Krillin. "Krillin. Race Earthling, Noseless Clan. Height 0.98 m. Weight 25 kilograms. Potential level Elite Potential, 5001, minimum, 500 million, maximum. Potential Value 100 million. Potential Development Progress 1%, anything below the minimum potential value is counted as 1%. Combat Power 10. The little bald man has good potential, and he deserves to be the strongest Earthling before Kid Buu's reincarnation in the Dragon Ball world." Zhou Zilong muttered to himself after reading Krillin's attribute panel. As night fell, during the rest time after dinner, the lights in the turtle house were bright, and the four masters and apprentices sat together, sharing their experiences and growth over the years. Zhou Zilong talked about some of his own experiences, the fierce scenes of fighting with unknown enemies, and his endless pursuit of martial arts. The air was filled with laughter. As if even time slowed down at this moment. The turtle listened quietly, his eyes full of relief and pride. He knew that his disciples were writing their own legends in their own way. Today's third update is presented. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 55. On an uninhabited island, Master Kame asked Goku and Krillin to rest first and then asked Zhou Zilong to take him to the uninhabited island. Master Kame had a sparring match before guiding Zhou Zilong to overcome his bottleneck. "Come on, Zilong, let me see how you've grown," Master Kame said, stretching his body and instantly entering a fighting stance. Although he was old, his unyielding aura was still awe-inspiring. At the beginning of the sparring match, Zhou Zilong carefully released his power. He deliberately suppressed his strength, fearing that he would accidentally hurt his master. However, Master Kame seemed to see through his mind and smiled, "Zilong, don't hide it, go all out. Only in this way can I see your true level." Zhou Zilong heard this and no longer hesitated. The power in his body surged out like a flood, intertwining with Master Kame's offensive. At first, the two were evenly matched, but as the battle continued, Master Kame's physical strength gradually ran out, his breathing became rapid, and his moves were slightly messy. "I'm really old." Master Kame sighed softly, but there was no frustration in his eyes, but full of relief and pride. After a fierce Kamehameha battle, he was finally defeated, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Master, you let me win." Zhou Zilong hurried forward to support him, full of admiration and gratitude for his master. "Haha, you kid, don't flatter me. I know my own state, you have indeed surpassed my past self." Master Kame patted Zhou Zilong on the shoulder and smiled like a child, "But don't be too proud, the road of martial arts is endless, and you still have a long way to go. Master is worthy of being a master, and his insight is still so sharp." Zhou Zilong responded with a smile, and the two smiled at each other. The tacit understanding and warmth between the master and the apprentice quietly bloomed on this uninhabited island. "Hee, after all, I, an old man, have walked more roads than you have eaten salt." Master Turtle stroked his beard proudly. After the competition, a series of footprints of varying depths were left on the beach. Master Turtle and Zhou Zilong sat side by side, both with faint smiles on their faces. Master Turtle asked Zhou Zilong about his recent practice, and Zhou Zilong also told him about his recent situation one by one. "Zilong, do you know where your bottleneck is?" Master Turtle suddenly put away his previous laughter, and his eyes became unusually deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. Zhou Zilong's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly stood up and answered respectfully, "Please enlighten me, Master. The way of martial arts is like a long stream of water. It needs to be advanced step by step. From what you just told me, I feel your impatience. I understand your desire to protect the people around you, but haste makes waste. You should practice on weekdays and keep a normal mind. The best strategy is to practice in seclusion when you have some insights or are about to break through." Turtle Hermit said earnestly, and every word was precious. Zhou Zilong's mind suddenly became clear after hearing this. He bowed again and said, "Thank you for your advice, Master. I will pay attention to it." At this moment, Master Kame changed the subject and raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, the world's first martial arts tournament will be held in 3 months. I have an idea." He paused and continued, "Starting tomorrow, the training of Gaku and Krillin will be handed over to you." "Ah! Master, this..." Zhou Zilong opened his mouth in surprise. He never expected that such a heavy responsibility would suddenly fall on his shoulders. "But, I have limited experience in guiding people. What if I mislead the students?" "Haha, Zilong, Zilong, you are too modest." Master Kame interrupted him, with a gleam of trust in his eyes. "Gaku and Krillin have a solid foundation. You just need to follow your ideas and guide them to play their respective strengths. There may be unexpected gains, and this is also a kind of training and improvement for your own strength." Zhou Zilong thought about it and felt that what the master said made sense, so he nodded, "Okay, Master, I'll try it." The first ray of sunlight in the morning quietly penetrated into the hut, and the golden light sprinkled in the simple but warm room. Krillin and little Gaku, who woke up early as soon as the biological clock arrived, carried a turtle shell on their backs and had not seen the turtle master. The two of them muttered at the same time, "Strange, hasn't Teacher Wu Tian gotten up today? Hey, Krillin, Gaku, good morning. I forgot to tell you yesterday that in the next period of time, your practice will be handed over to your senior brother," the turtle master said while patting Zhou Zilong, who was wearing a blue sports suit next to him. "Gaku, Krillin, in the next period of time, you will practice with me." Zhou Zilong's voice was gentle and powerful, and his eyes flashed with expectations and encouragement for his junior brothers. "Please give me more advice, senior brother." The two little guys said in unison. His eyes were full of excitement and anticipation for unknown challenges. Today, we will follow the previous plan of teacher Wu Tian and practice basic training for 10 days. Zhou Zilong's words were a little serious, but more of a concern and encouragement for his fellow apprentices. He knew that no matter how difficult the road of practice was, only by laying a solid foundation could we go further in the future. Yes. Krillin and Xiao Wukong answered in unison, with a firm light in their eyes. During this period of time, I, the old man, will also train secretly. After Zhou Zilong led the two to set off, Turtle Hermit muttered again after entering the house. Brother, can you give me a set of training clothes like yours? Before starting to practice, Krillin's voice was a little shy and expectant. He looked at Zhou Zilong's seemingly ordinary but faintly technological training clothes, and his heart was full of yearning. Zhou Zilong smiled gently upon hearing this, as if he could see through Krillin's thoughts. No problem, you think this outfit looks better, right? Krillin nodded vigorously, with a firm light in his eyes. Yes. I also want to be as handsome and powerful as my senior brother. Wait a minute. Zhou Zilong smiled gently, and then his figure flashed, and he actually used the space portal to disappear instantly. In a secret place 5 kilometers away, Zhou Zilong communicated quickly with Xiaoling through the mind link. Xiaoling, help me change 4 sets of super smart clothes and pants. Deduct 400,000 dragon coins from Zilong's account, and the 4 sets of super smart clothes and pants will be exchanged successfully. Xiaoling's voice was calm and efficient. After a while, Zhou Zilong changed the 4 sets of clothes into the same style as the sportswear he was wearing and handed them to Xiao Wukong and Krillin. Thank you, senior brother. Krillin took the clothes and was so excited that he almost jumped up. You're welcome. Don't be too timid about some things in the future. Zhou Zilong gently rubbed Krillin's bald head, his eyes full of encouragement and love. Although there are some people in this world who rely on their superior status and so-called strength to oppress others, but in the future, with my senior brother here, no one will bully you like this. When Krillin asked before, through the use of mind reading, Zhou Zilong found that Krillin was still a little timid about him in his heart. Perhaps it was influenced by the place he had been in. Krillin was still a little timid about the word senior brother, so Zhou Zilong also decided to help Krillin slowly get out of this shadow. Yes, senior brother, I understand. Krillin replied with tears in his eyes. Today's 4th update is presented. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 56. Brother, why does this outfit feel heavier than what I wore before? Krillin and Xiao Wukong, who had changed into the same sportswear as Zhou Zilong, asked curiously in front of an empty field. Zhou Zilong stood aside, with a faint smile on his lips, his eyes full of tenderness and encouragement. He gently patted the shoulders of the two and explained, this is also part of the practice. Adding weight on the original basis can not only strengthen your physique, but also improve your endurance and willpower. It's not much, I added 10 pounds to you. Considering that you are still in the growth period, you have to proceed step by step. As he said, Zhou Zilong also pointed to his sportswear, and his words were a little Versailles, I will practice with you this time. I also wear weight gain. Mine is not heavy, just about 300 pounds. The 3 brothers smiled at each other, then rolled up their sleeves and plunged into the fields in front of them. Every time they dug the ground with their hands, they were accompanied by sweat and persistence. The empty fields gradually became soft and fertile under their efforts. Laughter and panting were intertwined, forming a vibrant movement. Come on, Krillin. Little Wukong, you can go faster. Zhou Zilong gave guidance and encouragement from time to time. His voice was like a spring breeze, blowing away the fatigue and igniting the fighting spirit in the hearts of the two. After a morning of hard work, the originally empty 100 acres of land had been thoroughly turned over by them. The sweat soaked their clothes, but also witnessed their growth and transformation. Under the sun, the figures of the three people seemed particularly tenacious. Okay, get up, I'll take you to a big meal. Zhou Zilong finally announced the time for a break. Krillin and little Wukong jumped up excitedly when they heard it, as if even their bodies became lighter because of the upcoming food. The three walked side by side on the way to a seaside restaurant. The sea breeze blew again, bringing the aroma of seafood and blowing away their fatigue. Little Wukong excitedly told the interesting things when turning the soil, Krillin supplemented on the side, and Zhou Zilong listened with a smile, occasionally inserting a joke or two, making the whole atmosphere more lively and humorous. At this moment, they are not only brothers, but also partners fighting side by side. Together on the road of cultivation, they are carrying heavy loads and enjoying the joy and hardship of growth. Half a month passed quietly as if it was cast by magic, leaving behind the increasingly deep friendship and ever-increasing strength between the three. Wukong, you go do 300 push UPS and 200 sit UPS first, I will teach Krillin the Kamehameha Qigong first. Zhou Zilong prepared to adjust the plan at the beginning of the 16th day of training. Oh, okay, little Wukong responded. When little Wukong's figure jumped up and down in the distance, Zhou Zilong turned to Krillin, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Krillin, next, I will teach you the essence of arcane style, Kamehameha Qigong, which is not only a kind of power, but also the belief of arcane style inheritance. His words were full of solemnity and pride, which made Krillin straighten his back and concentrate. As he spoke, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated. The aura of his whole body seemed to condense into substance at this moment. The blue-white energy slowly gathered in his palm, and finally turned into a dazzling light, cutting through the sky, leaving a gorgeous trajectory. Kamehameha! Krillin imitated Zhou Zilong's rhythm, and his low and powerful shouts echoed in the training ground. He raised his hands slowly, as if pulling an invisible force, and gradually, a faint blue-white light gathered in his palm. Although this ball of energy still seemed so small, it was enough to make Krillin excited. Why is the energy I release so small? Krillin looked at his energy ball, which was as big as a child's fist, with a hint of loss in his tone. Zhou Zilong smiled and nodded, gently patting Klin's bald head. Although he knew that this would lead to the other party's protest, he still couldn't help but want to give this hard-working junior brother more encouragement. Practice makes perfect, Klin, you have made rapid progress. Remember, true strength is not only about the size of your strength, but also about your courage and determination when facing difficulties. Brother, can you touch my head less? I won't grow taller. Klin pretended to be dissatisfied and muttered, but his face was filled with a happy smile. Zhou Zilong heard this and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Klin, I am a senior brother who studies technology. I may be able to help you develop a product that increases your height a little bit in the future. Then you must develop it, senior brother. Klin immediately held Zhou Zilong's hand and said anxiously. Don't worry, senior brother will work hard, Zhou Zilong responded. Goku, Krillin, listen, we have to make a big change in the future training plan. Zhou Zilong had a mysterious smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with a desire for unknown challenges. In the morning, we still follow the old rules, working on the land and delivering milk, to exercise our bodies and minds, but in the afternoon, we have to get serious, actual combat training. I will personally go down to fight with you. Are you ready? Ready. Little Goku and Krillin said in unison, with excitement flashing in their eyes, as if they can't wait to prove themselves in this new training. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is already the afternoon of March 22nd, 750 AE. It has been a month since Zhou Zilong trained his junior brother. The three brothers came to the wave during the sparring and prepared to end the afternoon training. Come on, let me see your progress during this period. Zhou Zilong took a stance, his muscles tense, like a cheetah ready to explode at any time. Little Goku and Krillin cooperated tacitly, put their palms together, and the breath in their bodies surged wildly. Two dazzling lights instantly gathered into a powerful energy wave and rushed straight to Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong chuckled and calmly condensed his Kamehameha. It was a deep and steady blue light, which formed a sharp contrast with the golden light full of vigor and vitality on the opposite side. The two energies collided violently in the air, when Zhou Zilong released more water than the Pacific Ocean, and a deafening sound broke out, and the air was filled with a strong fighting atmosphere. Kulinlin, use all our strength. Little Gaku did not forget to cheer Krillin during the wave, and Krillin responded without hesitation, "Okay, Gaku." This scene made Zhou Zilong, who was watching the battle, smile knowingly. These two little guys are really energetic. However, despite the best efforts of Xiao Wukong and Krillin, Zhou Zilong was more skilled after all, and easily resolved their attacks and knocked them to the ground. When the dust settled, Xiao Wukong panted, with both unwillingness and admiration in his eyes, "Brother, how strong are you? Every time I feel that I am about to catch up with you, I am left far behind by you." Zhou Zilong reached out his hand, pulled Xiao Wukong up, patted his shoulder, and smiled, "There is still a big gap between you and me now, but remember, growth is a process that requires time and effort. I really only used a small part of my strength against you just now." His words were full of encouragement and expectation. "One day, I will definitely catch up with you." Xiao Wukong's eyes instantly became firm, which was a yearning for the strong and a desire for self-transcendence. "I will also try my best to catch up with my brother," Krillin added unwillingly, and the two of them met each other's eyes, full of trust and support for each other. "It depends on how hard you work in the future." Zhou Zilong's words were a bit encouraging, but more of it was his expectation and confidence in the two young people. Under the setting sun, the figures of the three people gradually lengthened, and with laughter, they continued this journey of practice full of challenges and fun. Today's first update is presented, please give good reviews and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more, thank you everyone. Chapter 57. During the intense days of Zhou Zilong's training of his junior brother Krillin and little Gaku for the past 1.5 months, the tranquility of Kame House was broken by a sudden roar. On April 6, 750, an unusual day, a jet plane shining with metallic luster cut through the sky and landed steadily on the familiar beach of Kame Island, rolling up layers of waves. "Bulma, why are you here?" Zhou Zilong just walked out of the house and was about to start a new day of training with the two little guys, but was interrupted by this sudden surprise, or shock. He squinted his eyes and looked at the plane. Although he was confused, he was more happy about Bulma's arrival. After Bulma walked out of the jet, she came to Zhou Zilong in a few steps, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, "Come and see if you have done anything wrong. During this period, you really forgot about me, right?" There was a bit of coquetry and complaint in her tone, obviously dissatisfied with Zhou Zilong's neglect of her feelings after he devoted himself to training his juniors. Zhou Zilong smiled and apologized, "I'm sorry, Bulma, I was wrong. I have spent too much time training Gaku and others during this period. I will pay attention to it in the future and spend more time with you." He gently pulled Bulma's hand while speaking, trying to dissolve her anger with gentleness. Seeing this, Bulma's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and most of the resentment in her heart instantly dissipated. "You are sensible." Bulma snorted lightly, and then changed the subject, "Actually, I have something else to do." "What's the matter? Did you invent something new and are anxious to find me to test it?" Zhou Zilong joked. "It's not about this. I'm not kidding you this time. Recently, there have been cases of missing women all over the world, and the frequency is increasing. The situation is very critical. Your bodyguard company is now very busy. I will report the situation to you after Shija and the others arrive." Bulma put away her smile and her expression became serious. "Why are there only two of you? Where are Ali and Yuina?" Zhou Zilong asked the two after Shija and Ling landed smoothly. "Boss, the number of missing women has exceeded the expectations of our ace guards. Ali and Yuina, as the elites of our company, have to be temporarily assigned to other teams to deal with this sudden situation. Xiaji's voice was a bit heavy. Zhou Zilong frowned even more after hearing this. Tell me what happened in detail. Xiuji reported the situation. It started late one night 2 weeks ago. A girl from an ordinary family in Zidu suddenly disappeared, as if she was swallowed by the night. The police were helpless. Then, on the second and third days, similar incidents continued to occur. The number of missing girls increased sharply. At the highest point, 30 people disappeared in one day. Zidu fell into panic and people began to frantically seek our protection. But strangely, since the members of our Ace Guard company intervened, the disappearance cases in Zidu suddenly stopped. However, this evil force did not seem to disappear, but moved to all parts of the world, causing our company's business to surge and a serious shortage of manpower. Ling took over the conversation with a bit of worry in his voice. Is there any other information? Is there anything else that happened when the people sent by our ace guards were protecting the employer's daughter? He asked Xiuji and Ling, his two right-hand men, again. Xiuji pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and answered seriously, according to the reports of the captains of each escort team, when they were escorting the employer's daughter during the day, everything was normal, but at night, especially after midnight, the situation became complicated. As the team members who carried out the mission last night, the information they sent back was particularly critical. Ling added, Boss, Ali and UNA said that the kidnappers not only have good combat effectiveness, according to the combat power tester, it is about 300, but more disturbingly, they exude an indescribable evil aura. During the fight, the two of them accidentally got infected and almost fell into madness. If it weren't for their good concentration, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhou Zilong continued to ask after hearing this, are there any other characteristics of the missing people? We carefully checked the information and found that all the missing women were concentrated between 15 and 17 years old. Girls of this age seem to have become the target. Xiuji replied with a hint of worry in his tone. Zhou Zilong's eyes flashed with solemnity when he heard this. He knew very well that this was not just a simple kidnapping case. There might be a deeper conspiracy behind it. He looked up at the sky and pondered for a moment, then said resolutely, Okay, I understand. I will find a way to solve this matter. Wukong, Krillin, we won't train today, we will get rid of the evil later. Zhou Zilong's eyes flashed with unquestionable determination. His words were like a breeze, blowing away the tranquility of the seaside and igniting the blood in the hearts of the two teenagers. Okay. Little Wukong and Krillin said in unison, with excitement flashing in their eyes. But before that, I'll go and find out a little bit about the situation first. Before Zhou Zilong finished speaking, his figure had turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the astonished eyes of everyone. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Zilong was standing on the Temple of Heaven. He asked directly, God, have alien forces entered our Earth recently? There was a trace of unquestionable seriousness in his tone, as if he had already sensed the impending crisis. The god shook his head gently, his eyes deep. No, I have been observing. But it is worth noting that the places where those disappearances occurred are concentrated near the demon castle, where unknown secrets seem to be hidden. Hearing this, Zhou Zilong frowned. He knew that this was not just a simple missing case, and there might be some conspiracy behind it. It seems that we must act as soon as possible. Zhou Zilong thought to himself, and then thanked the gods, and his figure turned into a stream of light again and returned to the turtle house. Back at the turtle house, Zhou Zilong immediately assigned tasks. Xiuji, Ling, check where the demon castle is. I just asked, and those missing girls are likely to be concentrated there. At the same time, in another unknown place, a blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful woman was staring at an ancient drawing, with a fanatical light flashing in her eyes. Sleeping Beauty, here I come. She murmured to herself, as if she was about to embark on a legendary journey. Today's second update is presented. Please give a wave of good reviews and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 58. Boss, I found out that the demon castle is located 8,000 kilometers away from Zidu, a little beyond the 5 mountains called the Devil's Hand. After finding the information, Xiaja came to Zhou Zilong and began to report. When Zhou Zilong heard this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to Xiaja and said, "Okay, I know, thank you for your hard work, I will go to check the situation over there." Zilong tapped the jet capsule in his hand, and a flying machine shining with the light of future technology appeared in a roar. "Wukong, Krillin, let's go and get rid of evil." While speaking, Zhou Zilong had come to the place where he entered the cabin, and the heroic feeling of a hero arose spontaneously. "Yes, senior brother." Wukong and Krillin's eyes flashed with excitement. They knew that another thrilling adventure was about to begin. "Xiaja, Ling, you two stay and continue to protect Bulma." Zhou Zilong did not forget to remind him before leaving, ensuring that every detail was foolproof. "Yes, boss." Xiaja and Ling answered in unison. They knew that they had a heavy responsibility and understood the difficulty of this mission. Turning to Bulma, Zhou Zilong's eyes softened. "Bulma, this mission is different from the previous search for Dragon Balls. There are certain risks, so I won't take you there. I hope you can understand and wait for our good news here." Although Bulma was unwilling, she saw the determination and care in Zhou Zilong's eyes, and finally nodded, her eyes full of trust and support. "Zhou Zilong, wait for us, we will go too." Just as Zhou Zilong was about to leave, a silver jet cut through the sky, leaving a dazzling trail, and slowly stopped at another place on Kame Island. Iris walked out with Yamsha's loyal friend, and Pool. Iris' voice was full of determination that could not be refused. Zhou Zilong looked deeply at them and said, "Iris, don't go. I don't know the situation over there yet. Yamsha can just follow me." His tone was hard, but it showed his concern for his companions. After saying that, without waiting for Iris to refute, Zhou Zilong had already boarded the plane with Xiao Wukong, Krillin, and Yamsha. The plane roared and soared into the sky, leaving behind a series of roars that gradually faded away. After a long flight of 4 hours and 40 minutes, the 4 people finally appeared in the mysterious land known as the Devil's Hand. The 5 towering mountains were like huge fingers, tightly embracing the gloomy castle in the center, as if they were the invisible shackles of nature on the evil forces. The air was filled with a repressive and mysterious atmosphere. As the plane slowly landed, the 4 people stepped into the eerie castle. Inside the castle, the dim candle light flickered and twisted, and strange patterns were carved on the stone walls. Every line seemed to tell a 1,000-year curse and secret. Zhou Zilong quickly put away the plane, with a vigilant light in his eyes, and began to deploy the action. "Next, we will act in groups. Yamsha will be in a group with me, and Goku and Krillin will explore in another direction." His voice echoed in the empty castle with unquestionable decisiveness. The 4 people shuttled through the intricate corridors, and every step seemed to be extra cautious. "Lord Lucifer, we have detected signs of life outside. Someone has broken into the demon castle." At this time, in a hall, an old woman with a hunched body, brown and black skin, and exposed front teeth broke the tranquility of the hall with her unique hoarse voice. Lucifer, the owner of the demon castle with blue skin, red cornea, and black pupils, was sitting leisurely in the hall of the castle, shaking a crystal-clear red wine glass in his hand. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the essence of all things in the world. Lucifer took a sip of red wine and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Since they broke in illegally, let's give them a good beating, but don't kill them. Dead meat is not delicious." There was no emotional fluctuation in his words, but it made people shudder. "Damn Zhou Zilong! How dare you look down on me? I will definitely let you know how powerful I am." Iris, who followed secretly in a jet plane, was filled with resentment and anger. She decided to follow secretly alone to prove her strength that Zhou Zilong looked down upon. However, when Iris passed through the surrounding fog and stepped into the territory of the demon castle, an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped her. She keenly noticed that something was wrong around her, and her eyes involuntarily swept to the right, only to see a creature with green skin and a ghost-like shape holding a hammer and smashing it hard at the glass of her plane. What kind of monster is this? Iris was shocked. Bang! 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 After about 50 hits, the reinforced glass in front of the plane miraculously did not break, but the vibration had made the plane shaky. Seeing this, the green-skinned ghost did not get discouraged. Instead, he took out an object that looked like an ancient horn from his waist and shook it gently. Suddenly, a strange sound wave echoed in the air, as if it could penetrate the boundaries of time and space. Soon, about 20 flying creatures similar to the green ghost responded. They surrounded Iris's plane, roared, and surrounded the plane. Iris' heart tightened and tried to control the plane to break through, but she was already powerless. With a loud bang, the plane fell in the crowd. Surrounded by ghosts, it was shaky and finally fell into an abyss. At the same time, in another corner, Zhou Zilong and Yamcha came to an open area, and they were ready to rest for a while before setting off again. However, this tranquility did not last long. A group of monsters with guns, green skin, and pimples suddenly came from all directions and surrounded the two. These monsters have different shapes, some are like lizards, and some are like human figures, but without exception, they exude a dangerous aura. Faced with this sudden threat, Zhou Zilong quickly took a fighting stance, his eyes firm and calm. Yamcha, how about one person dealing with one side? He suggested, his tone revealed unquestionable determination. Haha, sure, your suggestion is just what I want. Yamcha's hands turned into sharp wolf claws, ready for the upcoming battle. The two quickly divided the work. Zhou Zilong used instant movement and powerful qigong waves to shuttle among the monsters. Every attack was accurate and fatal, while Yamcha transformed into a wolf warrior, using agility and sharp claws to fight fiercely with the monsters close to him. Although the green-skinned monsters were fierce, they gradually showed their weakness under the tacit cooperation of the two. Today's third update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 59. On the other side, Goku and Krillin were walking through the dark corridors of the demon castle, and every step was accompanied by the echo of thump thump thump, which was a symphony of courage and determination in silence. This place is really creepy. If I hadn't accompanied you to eliminate evil, I would have been a little scared. Krillin's voice was particularly clear in the empty corridor. His eyes swept across the stone walls carved with strange patterns on both sides from time to time. Every detail seemed to tell the antiquity and evil of this castle. Sweat slid down his forehead, dripped on the cold ground, and evaporated instantly. Kulinlin. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Goku turned back and patted Krillin on the shoulder, giving Krillin strength with his iconic optimistic smile and firm eyes. The warm and firm power instantly spread throughout Krillin's body, dispelling most of the fear in his heart. Thank you, Goku. Krillin's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that in this strange world, having Goku by his side was his greatest support. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his fear, and walked side by side with Goku. However, just as the two were about to continue exploring, a low and majestic voice suddenly sounded, shaking the entire castle like thunder. Stop, you two little ghosts, this is not a place you can come to. As the voice fell, a ghost figure with red skin, pimples all over his skin, holding a dark green copper hammer, and a head resembling a pliers beetle appeared in front of them. This ghost figure was burly, but the appearance of the red ribbon looked a bit spicy, but his eyes revealed unquestionable majesty and murderous intent. as if he could turn all obstacles into dust with just a slight wave of the copper hammer in his hand. Lin. Is this guy the bad guy that senior brother mentioned? Xiao Wukong pointed at this unique monster and asked Krillin simply, and at the same time, a spark of fighting flashed in his eyes. Should be. Krillin's voice trembled slightly. Although he was a warrior, he couldn't help but feel a little scared in the face of this sudden vision. However, as Xiao Wukong's partner, he knew that he couldn't retreat. Since this guy is a bad guy, then we can take action to deal with him. Xiao Wukong's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he pulled out the ruyi stick on his back without hesitation. Just as the two were about to step forward, dang 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 dang. A quick and powerful charge suddenly sounded, breaking the silence around them. A group of monsters with different shapes and pimples on their skin rushed from all directions. They held guns and quickly surrounded Xiao Wukong and Krillin. Humph! You two brats dare to challenge our dignity in the demon castle. You two will be in trouble soon. The leading monster sneered, his voice was low and threatening. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Xiao Wukong and Krillin, as if he would turn the two teenagers into dust in the next second. However, Xiao Wukong and Krillin did not retreat. Xiao Wukong took a deep breath, and it seemed that there was a force surging in his body. He held the ruyi stick tightly, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Lin, are you ready? It's time to show the results of the training that senior brother has brought us during this period. Krillin also nodded, and the two stood back to back, ready to welcome this battle. Xiao Wukong's ruyi stick turned into countless phantoms to confuse the enemy, and Krillin took the opportunity to release Qigong waves to accurately hit the enemy's weaknesses. For a time, light and shadow intertwined on the battlefield, and shouts of killing shook the sky. At this time, when Iris woke up on an ancient royal-style bed decorated with intricate patterns and exuding a faint sandalwood scent, a severe headache came like a tide. She couldn't help but cover her head and groaned, "It hurts. Where on earth is this?" Everything around her was both strange and familiar, as if she had crossed the boundaries of time and space. Obviously, the crash just now had some impact on her. Iris struggled to sit up and looked around, trying to find a clue to explain this sudden change. At this moment, a short-haired old woman with brown-black skin, slightly exposed front teeth, and a gleam of wisdom in her eyes quietly appeared in her sight, looking at her with an almost scrutinizing look. Iris was frightened by this unexpected ghost and screamed. Out of instinct, she threw a punch and knocked the old woman several meters away, hitting her heavily on the wall on the other side of the room. "I'm sorry, my beautiful lady, my servant scared you." A gentle voice came, and Iris looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a man in a suit with cyan skin, red cornea, and black pupils walking slowly towards her. He had a standard the hedgehog hairstyle is very chic, and the eyebrows reveal an extraordinary temperament. "Since you are good at talking, Iris forgives you." Iris rubbed her temples, reluctantly sat up, and said to the man with extraordinary temperament standing beside the bed. There was both doubt and vigilance in her eyes. No one could guarantee whether the gentleman in front of them was really harmless. "By the way, where is this place? Why am I here?" Iris looked around, trying to find the answer. Lucifer bowed slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Beautiful lady, this is a bedroom in the Demon Castle. The Demon Castle is a large haunted house amusement park that I carefully planned. I never thought that my men would be so enthusiastic that they accidentally broke your jet plane when you were flying to explore the Demon Castle, and almost caused your accident. I am deeply sorry for this. It's really a bit too much. You must discipline your men well, otherwise you will be complained and rectified one day." Iris relaxed her guard a little, her mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "Of course, beautiful lady, I will keep your advice in mind." Lucifer bowed and saluted, then introduced himself. "My name is Lucifer, what is your name, beautiful lady?" Lucifer asked politely, his voice was low and magnetic, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. My name is Iris. Iris answered concisely. Lucifer then made an invitation, Miss Iris, to express my apologies and to celebrate our indissoluble bond. I sincerely invite you to attend the dinner at the Demon Castle tonight. I wonder if you can do me the honor. Iris heard this and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes, so she gladly accepted the invitation. In that case, I'd better obey your order, Mr. Lucifer. Today's fourth update is presented. Please give a wave of praise and support with love. Friends who like it can also click to urge for more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 60. Yamacha, you are quite skilled. You have improved a lot in this period. On the other side, Zhou Zilong's voice was full of praise. After he and Yamacha dealt with the group of green-skinned people with pimples on their skin and various monster-like figures, Zhou Zilong praised Yamacha after he scouted and found that Yamacha's combat power was 150. Not bad. During this time in Zidu, I have been looking for 4 people to practice with. Those 4 people have helped me improve my strength a lot. Yamacha responded with a smile, revealing his nostalgia and gratitude for the hard training days. His eyes looked into the distance, as if he had seen a wider world of martial arts. Is that so? Didn't I suggest you to learn some martial arts experience from my master Wu Tian last time? Why don't you go? Zhou Zilong's curiosity was accompanied by a hint of concern. Teacher Wu Tian, I'm going to go later. At least for now, I hope to complete the goal of my practice first. Yamacha answered firmly and confidently. He has his own pursuit of martial arts in his heart. This is also a good decision. Zhou Zilong nodded in agreement. He understood and respected Yamacha's choice. The real strong always grows in constant challenges and self-transcendence. Zhou Zilong, will you participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference in more than 2 months? Yamacha spoke again, with a hint of unnoticeable expectation in his tone. I will participate. Zhou Zilong's answer was concise and clear. Then I will fight with you again at that time. Yamacha's words were full of fighting spirit, and his eyes flashed with the light of challenge. Zhou Zilong smiled slightly, without words, but the confidence and calmness explained everything. Gukong, what should we do? There are too many people. The enemy keeps launching round-robin battles to consume us. Can we win like this? Krillin's voice trembled slightly, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in his eyes. They just repelled a wave of enemies, but in a blink of an eye, more enemies emerged like locusts and surrounded the two again. Kulinlin. Don't worry. We will definitely win. Xiao Wukong's voice was firm and powerful. He tightly grasped the ruyi stick in his hand and turned it gently. The red light flowed on the stick, as if even the air was stirred by this power. There was no retreat in his eyes, only infinite desire for victory and absolute trust in friendship. The strange-looking, burly, red-skinned, pimpled ghost figure walked out of the crowd, holding a pair of hammers and pointing directly at Xiao Wukong, with a tone full of disdain. Damn little ghost, you are so arrogant, let me see what you are capable of. Ah! Xiao Wukong shouted, and the ruyi stick instantly turned into a red lightning, cutting through the air, not only easily dissolving the opponent's offensive, but also sweeping across, repelling the surrounding enemies one by one. His movements were swift and powerful, and every swing of the stick was accompanied by a deafening roar, showing an extraordinary fighting talent. Seeing Xiao Wukong's bravery, Krillin was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and the hidden power in his body was stimulated. His eyes became extremely sharp. After dodging a dense hail of bullets, he quickly found his own rhythm and began to counterattack. I can't lose to Gaku either. Krillin growled, his figure turned into a shadow, shuttling between the enemies. His fists and feet were accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, each blow was accurate and powerful, the enemies fell one after another, none of them could stop him. Lucifer, the atmosphere of your horror house is really perfect, and people with less courage don't dare to come here at all. At this time, on the way to the dinner venue with Lucifer, Iris's voice was a bit teasing, but she couldn't hide her amazement at the surrounding environment. All around, the gloomy sculptures seemed to come alive, the green eyes flickered in the darkness, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur, which made people nervous involuntarily. Lucifer chuckled, his voice low and magnetic. It's because it's too realistic that I'm also distressed. Recently, no one comes here for the haunted house adventure. If I didn't have other industries to maintain my income, I might really consider closing this place, but tonight this place will become the stage for a special feast. Following Lucifer's steps, Iris passed through a series of winding corridors and finally came to an extremely spacious hall. In the hall, the atmosphere of classicism and horror elements are perfectly integrated. The towering sculptures stand like guardian gods. Their faces are distorted, but they reveal an indescribable sense of art. The hall is surrounded by layers of viewing platforms, each layer is carved with complex patterns, and in the center is a hall surrounded by ghost sculptures. The altar, on which a huge bed curtain supported by 4 crystal columns, looked particularly mysterious under the light. Just as Iris stood on the altar, a ghost-like man with dark green skin, horns on his head, and wearing a red suit with a white collar suddenly appeared. He bowed deeply to Iris in an ancient and solemn ceremony. "Everyone, let me introduce the most important guest tonight, Miss Iris." Lucifer first made an opening introduction, and his low and magnetic voice penetrated the noise. With Lucifer's introduction, the whole audience instantly quieted down, and then a thunderous applause broke out, and even an unknown creature blew an ancient horn, adding a bit of weirdness and excitement to this unusual night. However, under the surface of this celebration, there is an unknown undercurrent, several pairs of greedy eyes, like hungry wolves, staring at Iris in the center of the memorial platform. Her appearance seems to be the most tempting delicacy on the table. Iris faced Lucifer's introduction, although her heart was turbulent, but she remained calm on the surface. "Mr. Lucifer, have you seen my friends? They came before me." Iris's voice was crisp and pleasant, trying to get a little news about her companions from Lucifer. Lucifer's smile froze instantly, and his originally handsome face gradually twisted. There seemed to be an undercurrent under his blue skin. He slowly spoke, with unquestionable coldness in his voice, "Your friends should have been dealt with by my men at this time, and then, made into steaks and put in the freezer. I haven't toasted with the blood of a fresh girl for too long. Let's start dinner time." As soon as these words came out, the whole hall seemed to be covered by a layer of ice, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Today is the 5th update. I hope you will like it. Please give me a good review and support me with love. Thank you. Chapter 61. What? You mean I'm your dinner? Iris met Lucifer's bloodshot eyes. Bingo, bingo, you're right, you're our dinner. Lucifer's mouth curled up a cruel smile, and his hideous face looked even more terrifying under the lights of the horror atmosphere. Iris was startled and tried to escape from this weird scene, but her feet seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and could not move. Then, the seemingly ordinary wooden chair suddenly came to life, and the purple vines wrapped around her body like a snake, binding her tightly. The vines flashed with strange light, as if they could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. Iris struggled hard, but the vines seemed to have life and became tighter and tighter. "Zhou Zilong, Yamcha, come and save me!" Her cry for help echoed in the empty hall. The ghosts in the hall heard her cry. Not only did they not show any mercy, but they gathered around more excitedly, their eyes flashed with desire for fresh flesh and blood. Iris could feel the cold breath emanating from them, as if even the air was frozen at this moment. "Don't worry, the food hasn't been disinfected yet," said the short-haired old woman with brown-black skin and exposed front teeth. "Zhou Zilong, did you hear any sound?" At this time, Yamcha, who was running towards a place with Zhou Zilong, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the darkness behind him. In the gloomy atmosphere of the demon god castle, he frowned at this moment, and there was a hint of subtle tension in his voice. "I seem to have heard it, it seems to be Iris." Zhou Zilong's eyes became sharp in an instant, and they looked at each other and realized that the matter was unusual. Is Iris coming here too? Why doesn't this girl listen to your advice? You told her not to come, but she still came here secretly. This castle is full of dangers, but she still came here. It's wrong. Yam Sha's tone was both anxious and helpless, and he was obviously very worried about the safety of this stubborn girl. Yam Sha, you have overcome your fear of girls. Zhou Zilong chuckled, breaking the tense atmosphere. His words made Yam Sha's cheeks blush slightly. After going to Zidu, I had contact with Iris for a while, and I overcame it. Yam Sha lowered her head shyly, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but the change was obvious. It's good, but we have to find Iris first. The sound just now seems to come from the southeast. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Zilong's words were full of unquestionable determination. After speaking, he took the lead and rushed in the direction where the sound came from. As they went deeper into the demon god castle, the scene around them began to become weird and unpredictable. The ancient murals seemed to come alive, flashing with a faint green light, reflecting the seemingly endless but intertwined corridors. The atmosphere here is not right, we have to be careful. Zhou Zilong reminded in a low voice, while releasing his own energy to enhance perception to prevent accidents. On the side of Xiao Wukong and Krillin, with his agility and extraordinary wisdom, was at ease in the continuous battles, but facing the swarming enemies, he had to choose a strategic retreat, and he ran towards a place with the sound of dong 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 dong. When Krillin thought he had escaped from the predicament, he stepped out, but accidentally stood on the edge of a hidden cave. His foot slipped and he almost fell into the abyss. At the critical moment, he relied on his amazing willpower to stabilize his body and avoid an unnecessary fall. Just as Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, a strange scene suddenly appeared in the sky. A two-headed dark green pterosaur swooped down from the clouds, its eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light, its claws like hooks, and instantly abducted Krillin and flew towards its distant and hidden nest. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, catching Krillin, who had just stabilized his body, off guard. Colin Lin. Not far away, Xiao Wukong witnessed all this, his eyes burning with anger. He waved the Ruyi stick, like a stabilizing needle in the raging sea, sweeping down the enemies around who tried to stop him one by one, but his worry about Krillin in his heart was like a raging fire, unstoppable. He followed closely behind, also surrounded by dangers at the edge of the cave, but relied on his amazing sense of balance and willpower to stand firmly. Somersault Cloud. The moment Wukong jumped off the edge of the cliff, he summoned his flying tool. A pure white cloud floated from the sky and gently lifted Wukong up. He was like an arrow from a bow, cutting through the sky and chasing after him. On the somersault cloud, Wukong's eyes were like torches, and he had only one thought in his mind: to rescue Krillin. It's not that easy to catch me. The kidnapped Krillin did not give up resistance, he knew that he could not sit and wait for death. In this life and death situation at the critical moment, he was quick-witted and bit down hard on one of the two-headed pterosaur's feet. The sudden pain made the two-headed pterosaur roar deafeningly. Its huge body struggled violently in the air, and finally had to loosen its claws that were tightly grasping Krillin. Although Krillin regained his freedom, he found himself falling rapidly into an unknown abyss before he could celebrate. The joy of surviving the disaster was instantly replaced by fear. Below, there was a dark swamp. The huge crocodile seemed to have crawled out of hell, opening its bloody mouth to wait for the uninvited guests. At this critical moment, a bright cloud passed through the sky. Xiao Wukong rode on the somersault cloud and came like a savior. He grabbed Krillin's hand and pulled him back from the edge of death. The two smiled at each other, and their tacit understanding and friendship became stronger in the crisis. Kulinlin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Little Wukong asked with concern, and his somersault cloud shuttled flexibly in the air, avoiding more dangers. I'm fine, thank you, Wukong. Without you, I might have become the food of that crocodile. Krillin was still frightened, but more of a relief for surviving the disaster. At the same time, at the other end of the demon castle, Lucifer was standing on the altar surrounded by ghost sculptures, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. With the waving of the orange bead scepter in his hand, a group of young girls were ruthlessly thrown into an ancient magic circle. Their eyes were full of fear and despair. Everyone, the moment to witness the miracle is coming. The sleeping beauty who has been sleeping for 5,000 years is about to wake up, and her power will be the key to our conquest of the world. Lucifer's voice echoed on the empty altar, full of bewitching power. Just as Lucifer was immersed in his self-intoxicated speech, a roaring locomotive broke the silence. A blonde, blue-eyed, heroic woman, riding a cool motorcycle, rushed into the altar like lightning. The first update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 62. Who dares to break into the altar without permission? Lucifer's roar sounded like thunder, shaking the air around him. His eyes swept around like a sharp blade, and finally fixed on the blonde, blue-eyed, graceful woman. Hey, the consignee Lan Qi. Lan Qi mouth curled up a sly smile. The standing motorcycle in her hand seemed to be her most loyal partner, and the gem Sleeping Beauty emitting a faint blue light was her ultimate goal of this trip. Humph, if you are sensible, I advise you to put down Sleeping Beauty quickly, otherwise you can't bear my anger. Lucifer's low voice echoed in the night sky, and he was seen with a fierce light in his eyes, and the black air around him was even worse, as if he would explode at any time. I won't listen to you. Lan Qi was not afraid. She quickly put away the Sleeping Beauty. The machine gun in her hand instantly turned into a blue rain of light, accurately sweeping towards Lucifer and his men. This sudden attack caught the dark forces off guard. For a moment, the altar was surrounded by flames and energy fluctuations. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lan Qi jumped up, and the motorcycle turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the night sky, leaving behind a string of hearty laughter. Want to chase me? Catch up with the speed of my motorcycle first. Just as a group of people chased the blonde Lan Qi, a golden light broke through the sky. Little Wukong stepped on the somersault cloud, carrying his friend Krillin, like two lightning bolts, piercing through the crowd and falling into this strange altar. Hey! Where is this? Krillin looked around, and the strange scene in his eyes made him gasp. Little Wukong was alert, holding the Ruyi stick tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. On the altar, Lucifer was furious when he saw someone breaking in again. Go, take care of these two guys, don't kill them, otherwise their meat will be unpalatable. With Lucifer's order, a large number of densely packed dark creatures suddenly emerged around the altar. They were in various shapes, some were as hideous as yaksha, and some were as ethereal as ghosts. With greed and bloodthirstiness flashing in their eyes, they launched a fierce attack on Xiao Wukong and Krillin. Kulinlin, get ready for battle. Xiao Wukong's voice was firm and powerful. He summoned the somersault cloud again, and his figure instantly rose. The Ruyi stick in his hand turned into a red stream of light, drawing perfect arcs in the air. Every swing was accompanied by the enemy's falling figure. The Ruyi stick seemed to have spirituality, able to predict the enemy's movements and kill all threats invisibly. Krillin was not to be outdone. He knew that every move in this battle was a matter of life and death. He was agile and shuttled among the enemies like a cheetah. Every punch and kick was extremely accurate, knocking down the enemies who tried to get close one by one. His face was full of determination and indomitable spirit, fighting side by side with Xiao Wukong. On the altar, the battle became more and more intense. Xiao Wukong and Krillin intertwined with the black shadows to form a thrilling picture. You damn bastard, don't come over. Iris' voice was trembling at this time, but her eyes were shining with indomitable light. It turned out to be an old woman with brown-black skin, exposed front teeth, and short hair like steel needles. Camilla, I rewatched this theater version and it seems that I didn't see the name of this character, so I made it up at random. I hope readers don't mind, holding an oversized syringe that flashed an ominous light, slowly approaching, stepping on Iris's heartstrings with every step. Camilla's mouth curled up a cold smile, as if everything was under control. You can scream as much as you want, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Let Iris go. At this critical moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and a figure broke through the darkness like lightning. It was Yamsha. He kicked the extra-large syringe accurately with a chic flying kick. The syringe drew an arc in the air and finally hit the wall with a clang, and the fragments flew everywhere. Damn guy, you dare to ruin my good thing! Camilla roared, her face ferocious, and then pulled out a sharp axe from her waist. The axe blade shone with the light of death in the moonlight. Yamsha's body did not move, but his eyes were extremely firm. He slowly took a wolf claw-shaped fighting posture. You dare to touch Iris, I won't let you go. His voice was deep and powerful, and every word seemed to burst out from the bottom of his heart, full of inviolable majesty. Boom boom boom. On the blonde Lan-Ki side, the sound of artillery fire was like the whisper of the god of death, chasing after her, but she resolved them one by one with her extraordinary agility. The wind, with the breath of battle, wildly rolled up her blonde hair, and the golden light flickered in the night, but also inadvertently at that moment, an ancient and mysterious switch was touched. Lan-Chi felt a strand of hair brushing against her neck, and her nose was inexplicably itchy. After a sneeze, the world seemed to be recolored, the golden light faded, replaced by a deep blue. Blue-haired Lan-Chi, a completely different soul. What's going on? Why am I here? Blue-haired Lan-Ki eyes were full of confusion and curiosity. She looked around, and the scenes of artillery fire and life and death seemed like a dream from another world to her. At this moment, a fatal shell cut through the air and headed straight for Lan-Chi. My beautiful lady, please don't be in a daze here. Don't you see the shells attacking you? Amidst the dangers, a figure descended, and Zhou Zilong picked up the blue-haired Princess Lan-Chi, spinning and jumping, dancing a chapter of life in the artillery fire. Zhou Zilong's face looked particularly handsome and mysterious under the dim light of the demon castle, of course, not even 1/1000th of the readers. His deep eyes seemed to contain the sea of stars, which made Lan-Ki involuntarily intoxicated, and her cheeks flushed quietly. She had never seen such a gentle and powerful man, and the throbbing in her heart was like the buds of early spring, growing quietly. After moving a distance, it finally landed smoothly. Zhou Zilong gently placed Lan-Ki on a relatively safe ruin. Then, he took a deep breath, raised his hands slowly, and a powerful energy began to gather between his palms. The Qigong wave was like a dragon soaring across the sea, rushing towards Lucifer's men unstoppably. In front of this power, they instantly became fragile, and the wailing sound echoed on the ruins, drawing a temporary pause for this battle. Xiaoling, what's going on? I suddenly feel my power weakened. As if I was bound by an invisible force. After the Qigong wave bombardment, Zhou Zilong suddenly felt that most of his power was sealed by a mysterious force. Zilong, this is the correction power of this Dragon Ball world testing you. Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind, although I arranged an identity for you in this world has its own rules and order. It takes time to accept you as an outsider. It just so happens that this adventure in the Demon Castle is also a test, because once the villain succeeds, there will only be darkness on the earth. Only if you pass this test can you truly become a part of this world, and your power will be recognized and restored. Just as Zhou Zilong was thinking, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Sir, I wonder what your name is. Blue-haired Lan-Chi stood not far away, with gratitude and curiosity flashing in her eyes. My name is Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong came back to his senses and responded politely. My name is Lan-Chi, thank you for saving me. Lan-Chi bowed slightly, her eyes full of sincerity. I can wash clothes and cook. If you don't mind, let me stay with you in the future and help you with some housework within my ability. Her proposal was a little shy and expectant, as if she was looking for a support in this world full of unknowns. Zhou Zilong felt a warm current in his heart when he heard it, but then he regained his composure. Let's talk about this after we leave this place. The second update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 63. Gaku, let's evacuate here and join our senior brother first, otherwise we will lose too much if we continue to fight like this. Krillin's voice was a little anxious. The enemies they faced seemed endless and could not be completely defeated. Okay, Ku Linlin. Under the iconic innocent smile of little Gaku, there was determination. He knew that now was not the time to show off. He looked back at Yamsha, who was trying hard to protect Iris's retreat, and shouted loudly, Yamsha, come to us. The four of them, one in front and one behind, like swallows flying through the storm, flexibly shuttled through the complex palace structure. Suddenly, little Goku's eyes were attracted by a strange light. It was a gem emitting a faint blue light, shaped like a delicate crystal. It was the legendary Sleeping Beauty gem. He picked it up without hesitation. However, this short term was soon broken, and Lucifer caught up with a more turbulent force. He sneered and easily captured Krillin as a hostage, threatening little Gaku to hand over the gem. For Krillin's safety. There was no hesitation in little Goku's eyes. He gently threw the gem in his hand to Lucifer, hoping to exchange for Krillin's freedom, but Lucifer showed an even more ferocious smile. He did not keep his promise at all and ordered his men to attack little Gaku. Krillin's throat was tightly strangled. He looked at little Gaku fighting alone, and his heart was full of guilt and anger. He struggled with all his strength, but could only watch little Gaku being surrounded and finally fell. After the battle, Lucifer proudly imprisoned the four people in a special cave, sealed them with a strange mud and stone, leaving only their heads outside, as if showing off his victory. Damn, these guys wasted so much time. Lucifer, who took back the Sleeping Beauty gem, whispered, his voice revealed impatience and anger, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Lucifer carefully placed the gem on an ancient instrument, which emitted a faint blue light, which complemented the brilliance of the gem. He took a deep breath, as if he was performing a solemn ceremony. Then, he turned and walked towards a complex magic circle. The scepter in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air, and the tip of the scepter gently touched the center of the magic circle. In an instant, the entire magic circle seemed to come alive, releasing dazzling light. Inside the magic circle, the ground cracked, and streams of red energy surged like a tide, lifting the young girls tied around to the air. These girls were those who had been mysteriously kidnapped and disappeared recently, but now they have become victims of Lucifer's ritual. Their faces were full of fear and despair. As the red energy eroded, their faces gradually turned pale, and their life force was ruthlessly extracted. 3 minutes, for the onlookers, may be just a brief moment, but for those girls, it is eternal pain and torture. Finally, when the last red light dissipated, they fell to the ground helplessly, and a blood-colored sphere with a diameter of 5 meters condensed and formed above the magic circle, and finally turned into a dazzling red light, accurately hitting the Sleeping Beauty gem. The gem instantly burst out with an unprecedented red light, illuminating the entire shadow star like daylight. Lucifer stared at the screen-sized gem, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow will be the last day when the sun rises. Starting tomorrow, darkness will be the most beautiful eternity in the world. His voice echoed in the empty hall, full of incomparable confidence and madness. Hey? Where are we? At this time, Xiao Wukong looked around after waking up. He found that he was tightly bound by a layer of indestructible mud and stone. He wanted to break free, but found that he couldn't do it. Wukong, we were caught and locked up here. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Krillin's voice was filled with self-blame and guilt. Little Gaku turned his head to look at Krillin, with a comforting smile on his lips. Ku Linlin, it's okay, don't worry, senior brother will definitely come to save us. His power, you and I know it. During the conversation, the trust in senior brother and partner, like warm sunshine, penetrated the coldness of the cave. At this time, Iris and Yamsha also joined the conversation, revealing some helplessness and self-mockery in their conversation. Yamsha, Zhou Zilong is still a foresight guy, this place is really not suitable for me to come. Iris chuckled, her sense of humor was never lost even in difficult situations. It's all my fault that I'm not strong enough, otherwise it wouldn't be like this, Yamsha said thoughtfully with his head down. Although the four were imprisoned, they did not lose hope and optimism. They began to talk about past adventures, share their own interesting stories and dreams, as if the crises and constraints of the outside world were temporarily forget. As time went by, the atmosphere in the cave gradually became warm and harmonious. Suddenly, the moonlight of the full moon penetrated the clouds and generously sprinkled the entire cave, illuminating everything. Krillin suggested, everyone, since we can't escape, why don't we come together to enjoy the moon? Maybe we can find a trace of tranquility in this desperate situation. Good idea. Everyone responded, with inexplicable emotions surging in their hearts. However, Yamsha suddenly remembered something and shouted nervously, "Hey, Gaku, don't look!" But it was too late, the curious eyes of little Gaku had involuntarily looked at the bright moon. In an instant, an ancient and powerful force surged from the depths of the moon, as if crossing the boundaries of time and space, and directly touched a certain power hidden in Goku's body. Roar! With a low roar, Goku's face began to twist, and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Black hair quickly covered his whole body like wildfire. In a moment, the once cute little boy was no longer there, replaced by a huge, aggressive black-haired gorilla. Its existence seemed to be able to shake the mountains and make everything around it tremble. No way, Gaku has this ability. Krillin widened his eyes and looked at the giant beast in front of him in disbelief. Yamsha quickly pulled Iris up, and the three of them fled from the area ruled by the giant beast in a panic. However, Gaku, who had turned into a giant ape, was extremely powerful and fast, and soon forced them into a desperate situation. At this critical moment, a dazzling light cut through the night sky. Zhou Zilong arrived and used the space gate to instantly appear behind Wukong. Without any hesitation, he flashed a cold light in his hand and accurately cut off Wukong's tail. As the tail fell off, the strange power from the moon seemed to find an outlet for release. Wukong's body began to shrink gradually and finally returned to its original state. Zhou Zilong took out a crystal-clear fairy bean from his arms and handed it to Wukong, Krillin, Yamsha and Iris respectively, preparing to launch the final attack on Lucifer. The third update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 64. The first ray of sunlight in the morning penetrated the clouds like a filament and slowly climbed up the cold walls of the demon castle. The first ray of sunlight in the morning penetrated the clouds like a filament and slowly climbed up the cold walls of the demon castle. Lucifer stood in the demon castle, his eyes flashing with crazy light under his sunglasses. The button in his hand was connected to a gem emitting a faint blue light, the Sleeping Beauty gem. Goodbye, son, it will be a dark world from now on. Lucifer's voice was low and powerful, as if it could shake the entire universe. You wish. However, at this critical moment, three figures streaked across the sky like meteors. They were Zhou Zilong, Xiao Wukong, and Krillin. Anyone who blocks me must die. With Lucifer's roar, the blazing flame streaked across the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Zhou Zilong. Now he only has 3,000 combat power left, but there is no fear in his eyes. He closes his eyes and concentrates. Blue flame bursts out from his palm, turning into an indestructible shield, blocking Lucifer's fatal blow. Wukong, Krillin, I'll hold this guy back, you go destroy the machine. Zhou Zilong took advantage of the situation and shouted. His voice penetrated the noise of the battle and was clearly heard by Wukong and Krillin. The two young warriors heard the words and their eyes flashed with determination. They knew that this was the key to victory. Seeing this, Lucifer was furious. When he waved his hand, more powerful men were summoned to try to stop Wukong and Krillin. Die! Die! Lucifer's roar shook the space slightly. His hands kept condensing red energy balls, and he blasted Zhou Zilong like a meteor. Each attack contained destructive power. However, these attacks were like nothing in front of Zhou Zilong, and were resolved one by one, showing his deep fighting skills. Xiaoling, this Lucifer, his power seems to exceed the setting of the original book. I feel a power that does not belong to him from him. Where does this power that does not belong to him come from? Is it also given to him by the correction power of the Dragon Ball world? Zhou Zilong frowned and communicated with the system Xiaoling through his consciousness, trying to find the answer. No, Zilong, the correction power of the Dragon Ball world has strengthened his strength, but it has not given him such evil power. His evil power may be due to his contact with another traverser. Xiaoling answered. Devil's blood, please give me power. While the two were talking, Lucifer howled to the sky and took out a black and purple apple from his arms. The fruit exuded an ominous breath, as if it could swallow all the light. He swallowed the apple in one gulp, and his body swelled instantly, his muscles knotted, his strength surged, and even the air around him trembled. Faced with this sudden change, Zhou Zilong did not retreat, but his eyes became more determined. Jiayu Bai Kaihoken, 10 times Kaihoken. He roared, and his whole body was wrapped in a blazing red flame, as if a god of war had descended. The power of the 10 times Kaihoken made his speed and strength a qualitative leap, and the air was torn by his movements, making a sharp whistle. Come on, Lucifer, let's see who will have the last laugh. Zhou Zilong flashed and rushed towards Lucifer like lightning. Zhou Zilong's figure shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost. And every punch was accompanied by the roar of tearing the air. The power of 10 times the Kaioken made him seem to turn into an unstoppable storm. A mere ant can force me to this point. Lucifer roared, waved his hands, and countless red energy balls poured down on Zhou Zilong like a meteor shower. However, there was no fear in Zhou Zilong's eyes, only a more firm belief. He retreated violently, and then counterattacked with a more swift posture, and each punch accurately shattered those energy balls. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Yamsha and a capable subordinate of Lucifer were fighting fiercely. Yamsha roared, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. His fist turned into sharp Wolf Fang Wind blades, dense and swift, and finally completely defeated the subordinate. Not far away, Iris was launching a fatal attack on the short-haired old woman Camilla who tried to draw her blood. Her eyes flashed with an inviolable light. Just now you, a bastard, wanted to draw my blood, right? Die! With her roar, under one punch, the old woman's body was shattered like paper, and the scene was shocking. In the chaos, Xiao Wukong and Krillin finally broke through the heavy encirclement and came to the instrument that Lucifer tried to destroy the sun. The two looked at each other, without saying anything, and quickly formed seals with their hands, condensing the iconic Kamehameha. Ka no ha no ha. With two low chants, blue and white energy beams burst out from their palms, pointing directly at the destruction device that was about to be activated. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire instrument was destroyed by the bombardment of Kamehameha, and the flames shot up to the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Lucifer's face was extremely gloomy. He never expected that his plan to destroy the sun would be so easily destroyed by a group of ants. Damn it, I want you all to die. His voice was full of endless anger and unwillingness, and the red light on his body became more dazzling. Obviously, he was ready to launch a more fierce attack. It's time for us to end the battle. Zhou Zilong also made the final announcement at this time. His voice echoed in the empty fortress. His eyes flashed with a determined light. He slowly raised his hands. Between his palms, blue and white energy gathered like a vortex. With Zhou Zilong's roar, the energy that was enough to shake the stars instantly burst out and turned into a bright beam of light, pointing directly at Lucifer. Seeing this, Lucifer's face suddenly changed. He felt unprecedented fear. He tried to resist, but found that he had been locked by an invisible force and could not move. No. This is impossible. Lucifer's wailing was swallowed by the light column. His body, driven by the blue-white light, streaked across the sky like a meteor and headed straight for the sun. In the blazing center, Lucifer's figure gradually blurred, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke, completely dissipating in the universe. After the battle, the haze in the demon castle was swept away, replaced by the long-lost sunshine. Zhou Zilong did not stop, as he knew that there were more important tasks to be completed. He quickly came to the edge of the magic circle, where many imprisoned young girls were scattered. At this moment, they were already dying. Gaku, Krillin, Yamcha, Iris, hurry up. Feed them this vitality water. Zhou Zilong exchanged the vitality water from Xiaoling's system mall, which moistened the dried-up life source of the girls like nectar. As time went by, their faces gradually regained their color and their eyes regained their brilliance. Finally, the mysterious disappearance case came to an end. This victory not only made the name of Zhou Zilong Ace Guard Company resound through the sky, but also quietly promoted the development of him and Lan Qi. After experiencing this thrilling adventure, Lan Qi was full of deep respect and yearning for Zhou Zilong and his team. After Zhou Zilong took her back to the capsule company, she was taken away by Bulma for a very long talk. After Bulma agreed, Zhou Zilong arranged Lan Qi to join his company and become his personal secretary. The fourth update is presented, I hope you will like it. Chapter 65. After the incident at the Demon Castle, Zhou Zilong took his two junior brothers, Sun Wukong, Little Wukong, and Krillin, to continue training and practicing, making the final sprint for the upcoming World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. In the early morning when it was slightly bright, Zhou Zilong would take his two junior brothers to practice the traditional Turtle Immortal School. In the afternoon, the sun became scorching, and Zhou Zilong took his two junior brothers to the actual combat area. Here, there were no gorgeous moves, only the purest duel of power and skills. Little Wukong and Krillin would turn into fighting maniacs, and every attack would be as fierce as a storm. Zhou Zilong would sometimes act as an opponent and sometimes as a coach, pointing out their shortcomings in the battle and encouraging them to find growth in failure. Every Sunday is a rare time for the three to relax. Zhou Zilong would take Little Wukong and Krillin to the playground in Zidu, which was full of laughter and joy, and was a safe haven for them to temporarily forget the hardships of practice. Day after day, Zhou Zilong, Xiao Wukong, and Krillin continued to grow in practice and play. Their friendship became stronger every time they fought side by side, their strength was quietly sublimated in every challenge and breakthrough. On May 15, 750 AD, Zhou Zilong investigated Xiao Wukong and Krillin's combat effectiveness and found that they had reached 790, Xiao Wukong, and 780 respectively, which was far beyond the strength in the original book. On May 16, 750 AD, just as Zhou Zilong was leading his two junior brothers to start a new round of training, on May 17, 750 AD, the smart bracelet on Zhou Zilong's wrist suddenly lit up, interrupting the tranquility. In the projection, blue-haired Lan Qi was wearing an elegant secretary outfit, with a frown on her face, and a hint of urgency in her gentleness and elegance. "What's wrong, Lan Qi?" Zhou Zilong's voice was filled with concern. After Lan Qi became his secretary, at first when Lan Qi was not used to some things, she would report some things to him and consult on how to deal with them. However, after getting familiar with him, Zhou Zilong knew that Lan Qi would not call him unless there was something particularly urgent. "Zilong, it's bad. The manager of the Lightning Delivery Station in Baidu, one of the industries under your Zhou Group, just sent a message saying that a batch of valuable goods was hijacked by a group of people during the delivery process, and several escorting security personnel were also seriously injured. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that the reputation of lightning delivery will decline. Lan Qi voice came clearly through the bracelet, with a slight tremor that was not easily detected. Zhou Zilong frowned when he heard this. Have you found out who did it? Our security personnel are all strictly trained and have strong combat effectiveness. His words revealed disbelief and a hint of anger. Because Zhou Zilong knew that the combat effectiveness of the security personnel he trained for lightning delivery was generally between 500 to 700, which was considered to be the top of this period. They were all seriously injured, which means that there might be enemies outside the plot. According to the manager, the gang called the Blood Snake Society robbed our goods. They not only robbed the goods, but also arrogantly left a message that they would rob our lightning delivery orders in the future. Lan Qi words revealed the anger and uneasiness that were difficult to conceal. Zhou Zilong heard this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he regained his composure. I know, Lan Qi, you first let the manager over there try his best to appease the customers, and at the same time give them a delay compensation. This is the reputation of our lightning delivery. As for the Blood Snake Society, his words were full of unquestionable determination. I will solve it myself. Okay, I know. Lan Qi responded, but she was full of confidence in Zhou Zilong's strength. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zilong said, by the way, Lan Qi, remember to send me the video of the battle. I want to see who this Blood Snake Society is and how dare they be so arrogant. His voice was light, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. Okay, I got it, I'll have someone send it to you right away, Lan Qi replied again. Then, Zhou Zilong seemed to remember something and added, Lan Qi, there is a bag of things in the drawer of my desk. They are some special healing medicines. Ask the manager how many people were injured and ask Xiuji to take a few pills. It's our little gift. His words revealed his care and consideration for his subordinates. Soon, a clear battle picture was transmitted to his smart bracelet. In the picture, on the edge of Baidu City, lightning delivery, Zhou Zilong's most proud logistics organization, 10 well-trained security personnel in uniform were carrying out an important cargo escort mission, but were suddenly attacked by 3 men in black tights with fierce faces. The uninvited guest stopped them. The 3 people were surrounded by an ominous aura. They were obviously not ordinary robbers. Their eyes revealed contempt for the weak. Hey, you bunch of rubbish, I'm the one who opened this road. Leave money to buy your way through, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. The black-clothed man in the lead sneered, his voice was low and threatening. He waved his hand lightly, and there seemed to be an undercurrent in the air. An invisible force shocked the security personnel back again and again. How is this possible? Zhou Zilong frowned and carefully examined every detail. The 3 people were swift and powerful. Through the systematic investigation, they showed a combat power of up to 5,000. This was completely beyond the scope of what his security personnel could deal with. Was there another unexpected enemy visiting? He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Xiaoling, what's going on? Is it the butterfly effect caused by me? There are people with such high combat power in this period. Zhou Zilong asked in a deep voice, with confusion in his eyes. Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind, with a bit of solemnity, Zilong, this is not entirely your influence. According to my analysis, the 3 people were created by another time traveler with a system. His evil villain system has been fully activated and is trying to establish his own power on Earth. His goal is to control the entire Earth, and the 3 people are just a pawn in his plan. It seems that the 2 of us time travelers are going to have a head-on confrontation. Zhou Zilong muttered after listening, and then he felt an unprecedented sense of urgency in his heart. Then, he turned to Xiao Wukong and Krillin who were standing aside. Wukong, Krillin, you guys practice on your own today, I have some urgent matters to deal with. After speaking, Zhou Zilong's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, leaving only the residual image in the air. The 5th update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 66. Boss, I found the base of the Blood Snake Society. It's in a luxurious villa in Baidu. At 10 o'clock, Xiuji, who had returned from Baidu, came to Zhou Zilong's office to report. Okay, I know. Zhou Zilong, must destroy this Blood Snake Society today. Zhou Zilong, who had already changed into combat uniform, spoke loudly. Zhou Zilong waved his hands lightly, and ripples suddenly appeared in the air. A huge blue light circle slowly unfolded, like a door of time and space, connecting two completely different worlds. Stepping into the light circle, Zhou Zilong instantly crossed over and came to the lair of the Blood Snake Society. The luxurious villa looked particularly dazzling in the morning light, as if it was a symbol of sin. Stop, no outsiders are allowed to enter. A rude shout broke the tranquility of the early morning. A guard holding a heavy machine gun blocked Zhou Zilong's way. However, Zhou Zilong just glared at him lightly, and an invisible force surged out like a tide, knocking the man several meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Stop, the Blood Snake Club is not for you, a cat or dog. A more arrogant voice came from the villa. A group of well-equipped thugs quickly surrounded Zhou Zilong and pointed their guns at him. Go to hell! With a cold roar, the members of the Blood Snake Club raised their guns one after another, and the black muzzles were pointed at Zhou Zilong. The members of the Blood Snake Club grinned and pulled the trigger, and bullets poured out like a storm. However, their smiles soon solidified. Zhou Zilong roared, "Ha!" Instantly, time seemed to freeze, and those deadly bullets stopped in the air, then fell powerlessly, scattered all over the ground like autumn leaves. This scene shocked everyone present. Zhou Zilong took a deep breath, bent his legs slightly, and kicked the ground hard, as if he had broken free from the shackles of gravity, and used the dance technique to lightly rise into the air. It's my turn. Zhou Zilong's voice echoed in the air, and his hands condensed into a brilliant energy ball. Then he used the Prince's Battle method. Countless Qigong waves were like meteors streaking through the night sky, blasting towards the ground with destructive force. Each blow was accompanied by a deafening explosion, and the earth trembled. Wherever the Qigong waves passed, dust flew and boulders collapsed. The members of the Blood Snake Society seemed so small in front of this irresistible force. They fled in fear, but there was nowhere to escape. They disappeared under Zhou Zilong's Prince's Battle method, leaving only pieces of scorched earth and smoke in the air, as if telling the tragic indecisiveness of this battle. Sir, I am Kaji, the head of the Blood Snake Society. I don't know how my Blood Snake Society has offended you, why do you want to kill me like this? At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps came from far away, and a figure slowly walked into the hall. He was 1.95 meters tall and wore the same combat uniform as Captain Jinyu, but more exquisite. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent towards Zhou Zilong. You are really forgetful. Have you forgotten that you robbed the goods from Lightning Delivery not long ago? Didn't you also threaten to rob us once you see our Lightning Delivery orders in the future? You forgot so quickly. Zhou Zilong's voice was without any emotion. And every word was like a nail, piercing Kaji's heart. Kaji heard the words, his eyes widened with anger, and a black and purple aura instantly condensed on his fist. If you want justice, it depends on how much weight you have. Before he finished speaking, he was like a tiger coming down the mountain, punching Zhou Zilong in the face. However, Zhou Zilong just smiled calmly and easily grabbed Kaji's fist as if it was a fragile branch. I weigh 87 kilograms, you can calculate how much it weighs. Zhou Zilong's words were full of cold humor, but it made everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Kaji was shocked and tried to break free, but found that his strength was so small in front of Zhou Zilong. He underestimated the strength of the person in charge of Lightning Delivery, and did not expect that the other party had such unfathomable cultivation. Just as Kaji was horrified, Zhou Zilong's eyes flashed with a purple light, and a dark purple light quietly injected into his body. In an instant, Kaji's skin began to wrinkle, his hair turned white, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the public. After dealing with Kaji, Zhou Zilong did not stop at all. He swept his eyes across the villa. He gently pushed his hands, and a Qigong wave containing destructive power burst out, instantly raising the luxurious villa to the ground. On the distant Fred planet, Yang Fu sat on his throne driven by unknown energy, surrounded by a faint blue light, his eyes flashing with desire for the Dragon Ball world and ambition to conquer. His system, the prompt sound penetrated his thoughts like a wisp of cold wind in the ice. Host, Kaji, one of the capable subordinates you created in this world, has died. If he dies, he dies. As long as I have enough points, I can create as many of these cannon fodder subordinates as I want. It is his honor to die for me to conquer the world. Yang Fu said lightly, as if Kaji's death was just a speck of dust on his way to conquer the universe, insignificant. Host, although it is indeed an insignificant person who died to you, have you ever thought about a question? His system asked a question with a hint of meaning in its words. What's the question? Yang Fu moved away from the holographic screen in front of him and looked sharply at the system interface in the void. Even if Kaji is a cannon fodder, he still has a combat power of 150,000. The timeline you are in now is the early stage of the first plot of Dragon Ball. During this period of time, there are only a handful of people on Earth who can match or even surpass this combat power. So, who has the ability to kill your carefully arranged subordinates on Earth? Yang Fu frowned and a solemn look flashed in his eyes when he heard this. You mean, another bastard who may hinder my dominance of this universe has fought with Kaji? Yang Fu's tone was full of speculation and uneasiness. That's right, host. Although your strength has greatly increased, there are always unknown strong people in this universe waiting to challenge your authority. I suggest that you take the initiative and go to Earth to find out the truth. At the same time, you can also solve those who may become your stumbling blocks. Yang Fu's system voice is still calm, but it reveals unquestionable determination. A look of determination flashed across Yang Fu's eyes. He stood up, his cape fluttering in the wind. And the energy surrounding him seemed to indicate the coming of a storm. Well, in that case, I will go to Earth in person, not only to resolve the potential threat, but also to take Bulma and Lankai, the two beauties, into my pocket, to add some fun to my conquest. With a flash of light, Yang Fu's figure disappeared in the palace of Fred Planet. The first update is presented, I hope you will like it. Chapter 67. After recovering the lost goods, Zhou Zilong handed them over to Baidu and started to practice with Xiao Wukong and Krillin again. At this time, there was less than a week left before the opening of the world's first martial arts conference. For Xiao Wukong and Krillin, this was both a challenge and an opportunity. Wukong, Krillin, in the next 3 days, we must go all out, but we must also know how to combine work and rest. Zhou Zilong stood in front of the two, his eyes full of determination and expectation. Since he came back from destroying the Blood Snake Society, he immediately began to adjust the training plan for the two, striving to make their strength reach a higher level at the last moment. Okay, senior brother. Wukong blinked his big eyes, full of fighting spirit, as if he was full of expectations for the upcoming training, while Krillin had a serious face, but he could not hide his excitement. He knew that this would be the stage for them to prove themselves and realize their dreams. There are 5 million dragon coins in this card, and the password is 123,456. Take it, Krillin. You and Goku can relax in the afternoon. You can go wherever you want. Zhou Zilong waved his finger lightly, and a card with a metallic luster appeared in his hand out of thin air, and then handed it to Krillin. Okay, senior brother. We will definitely enjoy it. Krillin took the card with 5 million dragon coins from Zhou Zilong, thinking about how to spend an unforgettable afternoon with Goku. On the other side, in the president's office of Zhou Group, Bulma was chatting with blue-haired Lan Qi, who had become her best friend. Bulma knew how much effort Lan Qi had put into the company during this period, and decided to let her enjoy the rare leisure time. Lan Qi, let's go shopping together in the afternoon. You have been helping Zilong manage the company during this period, and it's time for you to take a vacation. Bulma looked at Lan Qi with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Okay, then I'll take a break from my busy schedule. Lan Qi agreed happily. Her blue hair looked softer in the sun. The two smiled at each other, as if the whole world had become brighter. In the afternoon of Zidu, the sun gently sprinkled on the bustling streets, covering this modern city with a layer of golden veil. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the time for people to take a break and prepare for the evening. Bulma and Lan Qi, wearing the same exquisite girlfriend's clothes, walked out of the door of Zhou Group hand in hand, like the most gorgeous flowers in spring. Their destination was the most prestigious large shopping mall in Zidu, where they had the fashion and surprises they loved together. Just as the two were immersed in the fantasy of the upcoming shopping spree, 4 figures gathered quietly under a big tree in the distance. Bo Yun, Lu Chen, Qian Ji, and Wu Ming, the 4 cannon fodders created by Yang Fu, were carrying out a secret mission. These 2 people seem to be the 2 targets that the leader wants us to find. Bo Yun whispered, holding 2 photos tightly in his hands. The women in the photos are exactly the same as Bulma and Lan Kai in front of him. Yes, these 2 women. The leader just sent a message saying that he will arrive in 30 minutes. We must hurry up to carry out the task he assigned. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. The 4 people instantly turned into 4 black shadows and disappeared under the big tree like ghosts. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Bulma and Lan Kai. 2 beauties, please don't be nervous. We just want to invite you to a place as guests. Qian Ji tried his best to make his tone sound gentle, but the threat in his eyes could not be ignored. Sorry, our boss's wife and the boss's secretary can't be taken away just like that. Just when Wu Ming was about to touch Bulma and Lan Kai, Zhou Zilong's 4 capable men, Ali, Xiaojia, Ling, and Yuina, appeared out of thin air like phantoms. Want to stop us? That depends on how strong you 4 are. I advise you to leave quickly if you don't want to die. Bo Yun and the other 4 sneered. They were confident of their superior strength and did not take Zhou Zilong's subordinates seriously. In the first round of confrontation, Ali's body was as fast as lightning, and he was entangled with Bo Yun, with his fists whistling. Xiu Ji was known for his agility. In the confrontation with Lu Chen's weapons, his body was graceful, like a dragon playing in the water. Ling used softness to overcome hardness, and every palm strike with Qian Ji aroused waves of air, and Yuna, holding a moon blade knife flashing with cold light, fought with Wu Ming's double daggers with swords and shadows, which was dazzling. In this round of confrontation, the 2 sides were evenly matched and it was difficult to tell who was better, but the air was already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. If we continue like this, we will only be scolded by the leader. We can't drag it on. Let's fight quickly. Bo Yun took the lead in taking out a purple pill, with a determined look in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people on Bo Yun's side had swallowed the pill. In an instant, their breath soared and their strength doubled. The new round of confrontation was more intense. Although they fought hard, but under the impact of the opponent's increased strength, Zhou Zilong's 4 capable generals gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just when Ali, Xiaojia, Ling, and Yuina were forced into a dead end by Bo Yun, Lu Chen, Qian Ji, and Wu Ming, battle will start. Zhou Zilong's 4 capable generals shouted in unison, and the 4 of them were instantly wrapped in orange-red flames, which were the hot flames condensed from fighting will and determination. This battle will is a non-injury move adapted by Zhou Zilong based on the King's Fist. After using it, it can increase one's combat power by 2 times, but it will not cause a burden on the body after using it like the King's Fist. It just can't be stacked like the King's Fist, but the advantage is that as long as the physical strength is enough, it can be used all the time. Zhou Zilong has taught those who are engaged in military work. The battle broke out again. However, even with the help of Zhang Yiju, Zhou Zilong's 4 capable generals were barely on par with the 4 people who took the pills. Every confrontation was accompanied by a double test of physical strength and will, and sweat and blood were intertwined, but there was never any retreat in their eyes, only a more firm belief and desire for victory. The orange-red light intertwined and collided on the battlefield, and every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar. Finally, in the confrontations and collisions, Zhou Zilong's 4 capable generals found the opponent's flaws. They cooperated tacitly, used their respective advantages, and launched rounds of offensives. Finally, in a perfect joint attack, Bo Yun and the other 4 were knocked to the ground, and the effect of Bo Yun's medicine gradually dissipated in this fierce battle, revealing their weak nature. Humph, you are 4 losers. Even after taking the Power King pill, you still can't beat others. Just when Zhou Zilong's 4 capable men were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a cold voice suddenly sounded, with unquestionable majesty. The second update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 68. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked up, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and saw a giant with a height of 2.55 meters, exuding an evil aura, slowly falling down. He was wearing a battle suit like the evil Scion Kenba, his hairstyle was like a replica of the old version of Broly, and his eyes revealed a gloomy and crazy look. This person was Yang Fu. For useless trash, you can't complete the tasks assigned to you, die. There was no emotion in Yang Fu's words, but he gathered a black and purple energy indifferently. At this moment of life and death, Bo Yun, Lu Chen, Qian Ji, and Wu Ming knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice, Lord Fred, please, please give us another chance. Their eyes were full of desire for life. Their voices were trembling and humble, but they were met with a colder response from Yang Fu, if you can't even complete a small task, what's the point of keeping you? With a deafening explosion, the figures of the 4 people dissipated in the flames, leaving only ashes on the ground. The air was filled with despair and fear. This scene made everyone present feel unprecedented shock and chill. Blue-haired Lan Qi, a straightforward girl, tightly grasped Bulma's hand and said in a trembling voice, Bulma, this person is really terrible. His subordinates work for him, and they treat him so coldly if they can't complete it. Yes, it's terrible. Bulma responded, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Feeling the unfathomable strength of Yang Fu, Ali, Xiaojia, Ling, and Yuina, who had just fought hard, immediately took out a fairy bean and took it to recover their status. Fighting determination. The 4 of them said in unison, their potential was fully stimulated, and the orange-red flames surrounding them were even hotter than before, like 4 burning stars, charging towards Yang Fu again. You want to hurt me, just 4 ants? It's really ridiculous. Yang Fu's mouth curled up a sneer, that smile contained both mockery of the 4 people's arrogance and absolute confidence in their own strength. Just before the 4 people were about to touch his body, Yang Fu's figure suddenly blurred, turned into a black shadow, and instantly appeared in the middle of the 4 people, bursting out the heart-pounding black and purple flames. Although Ali, Xiaojia, Ling, and Yuina had defended with all their strength, they were still thrown backwards like a kite with a broken string under the impact of the black and purple flames, and fell heavily to the ground. The ground cracked due to their impact, and in the dust, the 4 people struggled to support their bodies, and blood mixed with internal organs overflowed from the corners of their mouths, which looked particularly shocking. Yang Fu walked towards Bulma and Lan Kai step by step, his eyes wandering between the 2, full of aggressive light. 2 beauties, do you want to follow me or do I force you to go? You can choose one, but I prefer to force you to go. Yang Fu's words carried an unquestionable threat, and his laughter was like ice, freezing the air around him. Bulma was not afraid when she heard this, and her eyes were firm. Don't give me this set, let me make it clear that my fiancé is much better than you, and when he comes, you will be in trouble. Her words were full of trust and dependence on Zhou Zilong, which was the most solid backing in her heart. Yang Fu's face changed slightly when he heard this. But it was soon replaced by a more twisted excitement. What? That bastard has picked the fruit. Well, I will destroy him first, and then let him see with his own eyes how I ravage his woman. That kind of desperate and powerless eyes will definitely become the most beautiful picture in my collection. At this time, Ali, Xiaja, Ling, and Yuina stood up with their injured bodies. Although they knew the disparity in strength, they vowed to protect the two ladies. Boss lady, Secretary Lankai, you guys go quickly, we will find a way to delay time for you. However, how could Yang Fu let them go so easily? Four ants, don't act so touching in front of me, I'll send you off now. After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards the four people, gathering energy in his hands, ready to give them a fatal blow. At this critical moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone like a meteor that cut through the night sky. It was Zhou Zilong. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He blocked the attack from Yang Fu and easily resolved the crisis. I'm sorry, my subordinate is also the life of one of my best friends. It's not something that you, who are young but always call me master, can take away. Zhou Zilong's words were calm and powerful, revealing unquestionable majesty. Xiaoling, the person in front of you is another time traveler, right? After using reconnaissance skills to investigate Yang Fu to no avail, Zhou Zilong started a private communication with Xiaoling. Xiaoling quickly gave an affirmative answer, that's right, Zilong, this person is another time traveler. I feel the existence of the system on him, it is a kind of energy fluctuation different from you and me. On the other side, Yang Fu also frowned, and was also analyzing Zhou Zilong's information at the same time. Hey, system, I didn't detect his specific situation, this bastard is another time traveler, right? Yang Fu's tone was filled with a hint of unwillingness and eagerness. Yes, that's right, host, this person is another time traveler, his existence is more of a threat than an opportunity for you, if possible, it's best to kill him now, so that your obstacles in the Dragon Ball world will be greatly reduced. The system responded with a cold voice, as if paving the way for Yang Fu's ambition. As the system's voice fell, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Fu's eyes. Facing the upcoming battle, Zhou Zilong did not choose to escape. He waved his hand gently, and the air seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. A blue light circle slowly expanded, forming a huge portal. He did not hesitate at all and sent Bulma, Lankai, and his companions Ali, Xiaja, Ling, and Yuina to a safe place one by one. Zilong, you have to pay attention to safety. Bulma showed a worried look. Don't worry, I will return safely. Looking at Bulma's worried eyes, Zhou Zilong's voice came through the portal, clear and firm. Then Zhou Zilong closed the blue light circle, turned to face Yang Fu, and took a fighting stance. Humph, this bastard has a lot of tricks, but don't think that you can escape the punishment of fate in this way. The winner in the end must be me. Yang Fu laughed arrogantly, his eyes flashing with desire for power and confidence in victory, as if Zhou Zilong had been trampled under his feet in this confrontation. The third update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 69. Hey, what's your name? Yang Fu, his eyes flashing with cunning and unruly, crossed his hands in front of his chest, facing Zhou Zilong in an almost provocative manner. Zhou Zilong. Zhou Zilong clenched his fists, took a fighting stance, and his eyes were like torches. My name is Fred. Of course, since we are both time travelers, I can tell you that I have another name before you die, Yang Fu. Yang Fu sneered, and his hands quickly formed claws, ready to welcome the upcoming battle. Whatever your name is, I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that my goal is to defeat you. Zhou Zilong's words were short and powerful. He clenched his left fist, and blue energy gathered in his fist. With a low roar, he jumped into the air, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, and went straight to Yang Fu. Yang Fu also condensed purple-red energy in his right fist and attacked. The blue light and purple-red flames intertwined. After the two fists collided, the powerful energy spread in the air and collided violently, bursting out a deafening roar. However, surprisingly, the first round of the confrontation ended in a draw, and neither side had a clear advantage. Interesting, you are the first person who took a punch from me and was fine. Yang Fu's mouth curled up a playful smile, and he gently clenched his fist, as if he was recalling the touch of the previous blow. Then, he stretched out his body, opened his hands very wide, and began to gather a heart-pounding energy in his chest. See how you deal with my move. Purple Thunder Shock Wave. Yang Fu on the left roared, and a purple energy column in black, like a dragon out of the sea, attacked Zhou Zilong with the momentum of destroying the world. Facing this sudden attack, Zhou Zilong's eyes were firm and he did not retreat at all. He took a deep breath, raised his hands slowly, and chanted softly, "Came Pai Qi Gong." Instantly, a blue-white light bloomed in his palm. The two energy waves met in the air, bursting out a deafening roar, and the entire city of Zidu seemed to be trembling. Die for me! Yang Fu roared, and the energy of the purple thunder shock wave suddenly increased. The black and purple light pressed towards Zhou Zilong like a storm, trying to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. However, Zhou Zilong did not retreat. He took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I won't give up so easily, 3 times Kaioken. As the words fell, it seemed that some kind of power was awakened in his body, and the energy of Kamehameha Kigong instantly surged 3 times, forcibly pushing the purple thunder shock wave back. Damn it, I almost suffered a loss. Yang Fu dodged the Kamehameha Kigong that was about to touch him, his face full of disbelief and anger. He never thought that in this universe, there would be someone who could compete with him to this extent. Yang Fu roared, "Go to hell!" As the words fell, Yang Fu's right hand suddenly glowed with black and purple light, and the 40-centimeter-long sword energy condensed in his palm, like a sharp blade, emitting a frightening cold light. He suddenly jumped up, using his hand as a sword, and slashed at Zhou Zilong with a destructive momentum, as if he would not stop until he split Zhou Zilong in half. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong's face was solemn but calm. With a shake of his body, Zhou Zilong performed, and his body lightly rose into the air, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. Seeing that the blow missed, Yang Fu became even more angry, and he also flew into the air, chasing closely. The battle between the two instantly escalated into a life-and-death contest in the sky. Yang Fu's sword energy was like a storm, and each blow carried a destructive force, trying to completely defeat Zhou Zilong. Facing Yang Fu's fierce attack, Zhou Zilong released white flames on his fists and used his fists as shields. Every punch was accurate and powerful, dissolving the sword energy one by one. After a dangerous confrontation, Zhou Zilong finally found the opportunity. He was no longer just defending, but took the initiative to attack. He pushed Yang Fu's chest with all his strength. A strong whirlwind burst out from his palms, instantly engulfing Yang Fu in the storm. Yang Fu was blown away, passing through heavy clouds, and finally landed on an uninhabited wilderness 800 kilometers north of Zidu. What are you doing? Yang Fu roared at Zhou Zilong who was chasing him. The damage caused in Zidu is too great. Choose a place where there is no one, and I can let you go. Zhou Zilong's voice was calm and firm, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Humph! No matter where we are, I will definitely destroy you. Yang Fu declared proudly again, as if he was sure of victory. He stretched out his body, and his hands instantly condensed into sharp sword energy, like a sharp blade cutting through the air. Qi, coming straight to Zhou Zilong. However, Zhou Zilong did not choose to fight head-on this time. He flashed and pulled away at an extraordinary speed. He slowly raised his hands, gathered brilliant energy, and prepared to release Kamehameha. With a low shout, a dazzling light cut through the sky and went straight to Yang Fu, instantly penetrating the seemingly indestructible sword defense and hitting Yang Fu's heart area. Yang Fu in the air, his pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the light energy passing through his chest in disbelief. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Fu's figure gradually blurred in the light, and finally fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Zhou Zilong did not relax his vigilance when he saw this. He quickly moved over to prepare for the final finishing blow. However, Yang Fu's eyes, which had already lost their vitality, suddenly opened. They were no longer dim and dull as before, but burst out with purple-red light, like two bright gems, shining in the darkness. The purple-red thermal radiation energy shot out like substance, cutting through the air, and rushed towards Zhou Zilong with a destructive breath. What? Zhou Zilong was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and then he quickly adjusted his posture, tightened his muscles, and condensed the Qigong wave in his palm, ready to meet this sudden change. Ah! Zhou Zilong roared, and the power of his whole body was completely stimulated at this moment. The Qigong wave he condensed also reached an unprecedented intensity, and collided violently with the purple-red energy in the air. The confrontation of the two forces was like the falling of stars, instantly illuminating the entire wilderness, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The aftermath of the explosion was like a violent storm, sweeping around, with smoke and dust rising everywhere, blocking out the sun. Zhou Zilong barely avoided the fatal impact with his amazing reaction speed and deep combat experience. But his left arm was still cut open by the aftermath of the thermal radiation energy, and blood was dripping. The first update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 70. You guys are fine after taking my full-strength attack. Yang Fu's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that the sudden attack should be able to seriously injure Zhou Zilong, but he felt that Zhou Zilong's aura did not weaken too much. Of course I have my own defense methods. Zhou Zilong chuckled, and saw that the wound on his left arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was the repair ability given to him by the law of life. But to be honest, I didn't expect your physique to be so special. You can recover after being hit in the heart by me. Zhou Zilong praised. Of course, I am immortal. Yang Fu said with a proud smile, and then communicated with the system in his body. Hey, system, have you measured the combat power of this bastard in front of you? I now have a combat power of 2 million. At this time, I should be invincible, but I didn't expect to fall into this guy's hands. Host, it has been roughly measured that his combat power is about 9 million, and it is very hidden. Yang Fu's system's cold voice came, and then gave advice. If you want to win, you need to use a stronger potion, a potion that increases combat power. Okay. Change me 8 bottles of potion that increases combat power by 1 million, I want to completely destroy him. Yang Fu's eyes flashed with a fierceness, and he gave an order to the system. At the same time, Zhou Zilong was also communicating with his system. Xiaoling, have you seen how much strength this traverser has? I was blocked when I was investigating before. He frowned, full of doubts. Zilong, the investigation is complete. His current combat power is about 2 million, but please note that the opponent's system wall contains potions that increase combat power. I just competed with his system. Because my current ability is higher than the opponent's system, I left your fake combat power information to the opponent, but in order to better deal with future situations, I will hibernate and upgrade again after the battle. In the next period of time, you should be careful. Xiaoling answered and reminded again. Okay, I will pay attention. Zhou Zilong nodded in agreement, with firmness and determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that this battle was not only a contest of strength, but also a game of wisdom and will. You guys are really ruthless. I was careless before. Next, I will take real action. Yang Fu's voice echoed in the empty battlefield, with unquestionable majesty. His words not only recognized Zhou Zilong's strength, but also had confidence in his upcoming offensive. Faced with Yang Fu's provocation, Zhou Zilong did not retreat, but instead raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. That depends on whether you have the ability. He responded softly, but Zhou Zilong knew that facing such a powerful opponent, only by going all out could he have a chance of survival. Die for me! Yang Fu said no more, and his feet flew off the ground, rushing towards Zhou Zilong like a meteorite. His sandbag fist was wrapped with 1,000 pounds of force, as if to tear the space apart. However, Zhou Zilong released a Qigong wave at this critical moment, directly widening the distance between him and Yang Fu, showing his amazing reaction speed and combat wisdom. Yang Fu's attacks failed again and again, but he was not discouraged, but launched a new round of attacks more frantically. However, Zhou Zilong's agility attribute was obviously better, and he could always avoid Yang Fu's fatal blow at the most critical moment. Hey, is that all you can do? Don't you dare to attack head-on! Yang Fu's voice was full of provocation and dissatisfaction, but Zhou Zilong ignored his words, just silently adjusted his state, preparing for a more fierce attack. System, change me another bottle of speed up, I want to crush this guy's body. Yang Fu communicated with the system again, and a special energy quickly poured into his body. This energy made him feel much lighter and his speed was greatly improved. He believed that he had found a way to defeat Zhou Zilong. Hee. Your death is really coming. Yang Fu stared at Zhou Zilong, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene of Zhou Zilong falling at his feet. Zilong, this guy has taken something that temporarily improves his combat power. His current combat power is about 10 million. Xiaoling reminded him after pulling away for a distance. Triple Kaioken! Zhou Zilong roared, as if a volcano erupted in his body, an unprecedented force surged out, and the red flames surrounding him were as hot as flames. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zilong appeared in front of Yang Fu like a ghost, and knocked Yang Fu away with a punch. At the moment of knocking Yang Fu away, Zhou Zilong moved under Yang Fu's body and kicked Yang Fu's waist upwards. He kicked up into the air, and before Yang Fu could react, a knee wrapped in red flames suddenly hit Yang Fu's abdomen. Puff! Yang Fu, the villain, in the air felt a sweetness in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. I don't believe that I can't break your immortal body. Zhou Zilong's voice was as cold as ice, and his hands once again gathered blue-purple energy, which was a Qigong wave that integrated the law of destruction. A series of Qigong waves bombarded Yang Fu's body. Yang Fu staggered to the ground, and the speed of repair slowed down significantly. He looked at Zhou Zilong in disbelief, his heart full of doubts and unwillingness. System, what happened to that guy's attack just now? He eagerly sought answers from his system. Host, that's the energy of the law contained in his attack, which is very similar to the destructive energy possessed by the god of destruction in the Dragon Ball world. The intelligence is wrong, and the opponent's system concealed his true strength. It will be extremely disadvantageous to continue fighting. I don't recommend the host to continue fighting him. Yang Fu's system answered. Okay, I understand. Exchange me a teleportation array that can escape from space. Yang Fu took a deep breath, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that only retreat at this time could preserve his strength and make plans later. Goodbye. At this time, Zhou Zilong continued to condense the energy just now and came to Yang Fu to prepare for the finishing blow. Mountains and rivers meet, this time you win, but next time I will definitely get back the humiliation I suffered today. Seeing this, Yang Fu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yang Fu said that the golden circle under his feet suddenly shone brightly. That was the teleportation array that his system had just exchanged for him to escape from the battlefield. Seeing this, Zhou Zilong's heart trembled, knowing that he could not let Yang Fu escape. Otherwise the road ahead would be more difficult. Without hesitation, he gathered the remaining strength in his body into his palm, turning it into a bright beam of light, and slammed into Yang Fu's chest. Puff! Blood splattered, and Yang Fu's figure gradually blurred in the light, and finally disappeared in the golden circle. Since then, the confrontation between the two traversers has come to an end. The first fight ended with Zhou Zilong's victory, but at this moment Zhou Zilong did not feel happy as a winner at all, because he knew that after missing the opportunity to kill Yang Fu this time, it would be difficult to kill Yang Fu again in the future. After all, Yang Fu also has a system, and he will definitely continue to strengthen after this time to find him to fight, until one of them is killed. The second update is presented, I hope you will like it. Chapter 71. On June 15th, 750th year of the AIG era, the sky in Zidu seemed to be bluer than usual, and the sun was smiling in an inappropriate way, as if even nature was warming up for the upcoming 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, which was only 2 days away from its start. Wukong, Krillin, don't practice yet. Go take a shower first. I've asked someone to make a set of clothes for you too. Try them on after you take a shower to see if they fit you. Zhou Zilong said to little Wukong and Krillin in a room in Zidu. 8 minutes later, with the sound of the bathroom door banging, the two little guys appeared in front of everyone, wet like fish just out of the water. Zhou Zilong handed over 2 exquisite boxes with a smile, his eyes full of expectation. Go and change them, let me see the effect. The 2 little guys completed the transformation at an extraordinary speed. Oh no, it was changing clothes. They wore the blue children's suits carefully prepared by Zhou Zilong and walked out of their respective rooms, with a hint of aristocratic young masters. Zhou Zilong looked at the 2 people, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it is really well done. You 2 put on these suits and really look like little adults. Thank you, senior brother. The 2 little guys said with satisfaction. My Huai, I'm going to the world's first martial arts conference, please look after the house. At this time, the turtle fairy in the turtle house put a suitcase in the trunk of the car and reminded. Mai Huai nodded gently, her voice soft and firm. Don't worry, turtle. Be careful on the road. The simulated beauty robot Mai Huai also reminded. As she spoke, Mai Huai took out a carefully prepared lunch box from the house and gently handed it to Master Kame. This is your favorite seaweed rice ball. Remember to eat it when you are hungry on the road. At that moment, a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in Master Kame's eyes. He took the lunch box and a warm current surged in his heart. In the early morning of June 16th, the sun seemed brighter than usual, with a bit of restless mischief, as if even it couldn't wait to see the exciting duel that was about to be staged at the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Zilong was already driving his specially modified jet that could emit rainbow-colored tail flames, carrying a group of partners with different personalities but equally passionate, heading towards the other side of dreams and glory, the island of the martial arts tournament. Xiao Sun, Krillin, you 2 are so handsome in your suits. Bulma sat in the cabin, with a bit of teasing and appreciation in her eyes. It means that the craftsmanship of the senior brother is good, Krillin replied. As the plane slowly landed on the special apron of the martial arts tournament island, the group was shocked by the scene in front of them as soon as they stepped out of the cabin. The whole island seemed to have turned into a huge amusement park overnight. The crowd was bustling, and all kinds of hawking and cheering were intertwined, forming a lively symphony. From street snacks to high-tech equipment, from divination to powerful potions, everything was available, making people dazzled. With some advantages brought by his height, Zhou Zilong stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. And easily locked the target, the old man standing not far away, squinting his eyes and looking around, was their beloved Master Turtle Hermit. Master, you are here so early too. Zhou Zilong strode through the crowd with a bit of surprise and admiration, his voice loud and energetic. Haha, I just arrived a while ago, and I was just looking for new faces in this year's contestants. Master Roshi turned around, with a kind smile hiding a bit of cunning, as if he had seen through everything. You 2 little guys, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Master Roshi's eyes immediately fell on Goku and Krillin. Yes, senior brother took us to do a lot of training, and I feel that I have become stronger. Goku and Krillin answered almost in unison, with a confident light in their eyes, as if they were about to embark on a smooth road to becoming strong. Very good, very good. Master Kame nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of satisfaction. The road of martial arts is not only about improving skills, but also about tempering your mind. I hope that you too, as well as Zilong, can show your best at this conference. After saying that, Master Kame gently patted the suitcase beside him, as if it was his most precious treasure. With a light click, the suitcase was slowly opened, and 3 red martial arts uniforms were neatly placed inside, each embroidered with a striking turtle character, which is the symbol of their school and the inheritance of honor and responsibility. Come, try it, this is specially made for you by the master. They are prepared by us. Master Kame handed the martial arts uniforms to the 3 people one by one. The red fabric looked particularly dazzling in the sun, as if foreshadowing that the upcoming battle would be as hot as flames. After a while, the 3 of them put on the uniforms that symbolized the glory of their master. The 3 of them stood together, as if they were warriors about to go to war. There was no need to say much to each other. The tacit understanding and trust were enough to overcome all obstacles. It looks like a good fit. Master Kame walked around the 3 people and commented with satisfaction. His eyes showed both his expectations for his disciples and his expectations for the upcoming martial arts competition. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must keep your original intention and move forward bravely. The martial arts competition is not only a test of your strength, but also a test of your will. Go, children, let the world witness your growth and glory. Gaku, long time no see. Just then, an uninvited hand gently patted Xiao Wukong's shoulder, accompanied by a silver bell-like laughter, breaking the tranquility. When they heard the sound, they looked and found a tall, beautiful woman in a tight combat uniform with graceful curves. The most eye-catching thing was her short purple hair, which shone brightly in the sun, like the brightest star in the night sky. Her eyes were filled with joy of reunion after a long separation, as well as some teasing and helplessness. Long time no see, who are you? Wukong blinked his clear big eyes and asked this question with a silly look on his face. Oh, Wukong, your memory is really ridiculous. Iris covered her forehead in an exaggerated manner, but couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. I am Iris, you don't recognize me after just a while? Upon hearing this, little Gaku scratched his head, with an awkward yet cute smile on his face. Iris, you look so different this time, I almost didn't recognize you. I really lost to you. Iris covered her head and replied helplessly. Iris, you are also here to participate in the martial arts conference, right? You cut your hair for the convenience of the competition, right? Zhou Zilong had a playful smile on his face. Yes, you are right. However, I prefer to call it the sense of ritual before the battle. Iris snapped her fingers. Zilong, you have found a new girlfriend again. At this time, a slightly exaggerated voice suddenly came from the side, and Master Kame interrupted the conversation between the two. Upon hearing this, Iris rolled her eyes and glared at Master Kame, with a look of helplessness and a bit of amusement in her eyes. You are the slutty old man Master Kame that Bulma often mentions, right? It really lives up to your reputation, and even your imagination is so rich. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, little girl, I just think you two look good together. Master Kame laughed heartily, and that laughter seemed to penetrate the clouds and reach the sky. Zhou Zilong, I am looking forward to fighting you at the martial arts conference. At this time, Yam Sha walked over with a brisk pace, with a signature confident smile on his face, and his eyes were full of desire for victory. I am also looking forward to fighting you, just in time to see how much you have improved during this period. Zhou Zilong replied calmly. The two smiled at each other, and the air was filled with a tense and friendly atmosphere. At this moment, Iris on the side interrupted the topic at the right time. Zhou Zilong, don't underestimate Yam Sha. After the last demon castle, I spent a lot of money to invite several of the strongest trainers in your Ace Guard company except you to conduct all-round special training for Yamsha and myself. Believe me, your confrontation this time will definitely surprise you. Oh? Really? Then I am very much looking forward to it. Zhou Zilong raised his eyebrows and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As he said that, Zhou Zilong also investigated the information of several people. Sun Wukong, Cockroach. Race Scion. Height 1 meter. Weight 27 kilograms. Potential level God level potential, 10 Gai, lowest, 1 extreme, highest. Potential value 1 extreme. Potential development progress 1%, lower than the lowest potential value is counted as 1%. Combat power 1500. Krillin. Race Earthling, Noseless Clan. Height 0.98 meters. Weight 25 kilograms. Potential level Elite Potential, 5001, lowest, 500 million, highest. Potential value 100 million. Potential development progress 1%, lower than the lowest potential value is counted as 1%. Combat power 1490. Yamsha. Race Earthling. Potential level Elite Potential. Potential value 50 million. Potential development progress 1%, lower than the lowest potential value is counted as 1%, progress 1%. Combat power 750. Iris. Race Earthling. Potential level Strong level potential. Potential value 3000. Potential development progress 5%. Combat power 150. Master Kame. Race Earthling. Potential level Elite level potential. Potential value 100 million. Potential development progress 1%. Combat power 2000. It seems that the butterfly effect of my arrival has gradually appeared. The combat power of these people has far exceeded the strength when they participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference. I just don't know what kind of greater butterfly effect will be caused in the future. Zhou Zilong muttered in his heart after investigating the strength data of several people. Okay, don't stand there, go and sign up first. At this time, Master Kame gave an order. Everyone marched towards the registration office in a mighty manner. During the registration process, Master Kame left for a while under the pretext of going to the toilet. Soon, the group, including Cheng Long, disguised as Master Kame, completed the registration for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Then, with Zhou Zilong's money output, the group checked into the high-end hotel of the martial arts tournament and waited for the start of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The third update is here. I hope you will like it. Chapter 72. In the early morning light, the venue of the world's first martial arts conference was already bustling with people, and martial artists from all walks of life gathered together. The air was filled with tension and excitement. Xiao Wukong and Krillin stood side by side in the crowd, their eyes flashing with desire and determination for unknown challenges. Hey, isn't this junior brother Krillin? You are also here to participate in the martial arts conference. Suddenly a voice came, which was a bit playful, but it could not hide the sharpness behind it. Krillin looked in the direction of the voice and saw two monks in yellow sleeveless vests slowly walking over. Their figures were elongated in the morning light, one fat and one thin, forming a sharp contrast. Brother Krillin, how are you doing with your skills? The fat monk patted Krillin's shoulder in a friendly manner. The force was so strong that Krillin took a step back involuntarily, and the smile on his face seemed a little stiff. Don't be nervous, we just want to see if you have made any progress since you left. Krillin forced a smile and replied, not bad, I learned a little bit. His eyes were erratic, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. So humble, if we meet later, you must show mercy. The thin monk's voice was as cold as ice, and every word was like a sharp blade, cutting the air and Krillin's already fragile psychological defense line. Hey, what are you doing? You are not allowed to bully Kulinlin, otherwise you will be in trouble. Little Wukong stood in front of Krillin, like an insurmountable mountain, protecting his good friend. Seeing that little Wukong dared to intervene, the fat and thin monks couldn't help but show disdain on their faces. What are you so proud of, you little guy? The fat monk's voice sounded like thunder, with a bit of anger and ridicule, while the thin monk sneered on the side, his eyes full of disdain for little Wukong. What are you two bald donkeys showing off? Even if he is a little guy, he is better than you two trash. Zhou Zilong also came over and said something at this time. His words were direct and sharp, without any fear or retreat. When Zhou Zilong saw these two monks, he knew that they were Klin's former brothers in Duolin Temple. Klin spent his childhood under the bullying of these brothers. Zhou Zilong has always been disgusted with bullies. What's the matter? Are you standing up for Klin too? The fat monk's voice was mixed with some reluctance and provocation. He clenched his fists, as if ready to attack again at any time, but facing Zhou Zilong's cold eyes, the impulse seemed to be bound by invisible chains and could not move. Yes, Klin is my junior brother now. We have a deep relationship as fellow disciples. If he is humiliated, how can I sit back and watch? Zhou Zilong's words were calm and powerful. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the fat and thin monk's heart. A murderous intent surged in Zhou Zilong's heart, and then he controlled his breath to release the murderous intent. As Zhou Zilong's murderous intent was gradually released, the entire martial arts field seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible frost, and the air became extremely heavy. The fat and thin monks only felt a piercing chill coming from all directions, directly pressing against their hearts. Their legs trembled involuntarily, as if they were pressed down by a 1,000-pound boulder and could no longer stand. I haven't done anything yet, why are you kneeling down? Zhou Zilong's mouth curled up into a faint smile, which showed both contempt for his opponent and protection for his junior fellow apprentice. His words were like a sharp knife, accurately cutting through the psychological defenses of the fat and thin monks, making their anger and fear intertwined and unable to vent. The fat and thin monks' faces turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. They tried to mobilize the qi in their bodies to resist this pressure, but Zhou Zilong's control of qi had reached the level of perfection, and their efforts were in vain. This contestant, if you have any grudges, please go outside and settle them. At this time, a referee from the martial arts competition came over and said to Zhou Zilong cautiously, fearing that Zhou Zilong would give him the same treatment as the fat and thin monks. Okay, since someone pleaded for you too, I'll let you go for now. Zhou Zilong withdrew his killing intent, but his voice showed both respect for the rules and disdain for those who only bully the weak. Hoo as Zhou Zilong withdrew his momentum, the fat and thin monks finally got a breath. They looked at each other with fear and unwillingness in their eyes. How did this guy do it? He almost let the two monks die without doing anything. Yamsha, who was not far away, stared at Zhou Zilong and began to look serious. Brother, Gaku, thank you. Krillin said gratefully to Zhou Zilong and Xiao Wukong after the fat and thin monks left. It's nothing, you're welcome. Zhou Zilong and Xiao Wukong replied. Then Zhou Zilong also began to counsel, Krillin, you should be more confident, you know, although they have bullied you and left you with a bad memory, but you have to work hard to learn to get rid of this influence, you know, everyone's path of cultivation is unique, your past experience, although bitter, is also your most precious wealth, it makes you learn to be tough, learn how to grow in adversity, when you can face and overcome these difficulties, you will find that you have become stronger than you imagined, because your potential is much stronger than you imagined, and remember that a real strong man will definitely encounter various difficulties on the road of cultivation, but a real strong man will not be afraid, even if the road ahead is bumpy, he will definitely find a way to overcome all the obstacles. A real strong man, even if the road ahead is bumpy, he will definitely find a way to overcome all the obstacles. Krillin carefully read Zhou Zilong's words to enlighten him, but if you look closely, you will find that Krillin's eyes have gradually become firm. What Zhou Zilong himself did not expect was that his enlightenment to Krillin would make Krillin, the strongest person on earth, several times stronger than before. However, in the path of cultivation, we must not only cultivate strength, but also cultivate our body and mind. Do you know that strength itself is neither right nor wrong? It all depends on how we use it. If we do good, we will become stronger and better. If we do evil, we will become stronger and worse. Although it is sometimes difficult to define the standard of good and evil, in this world full of emotions and desires, we cannot achieve some so-called saintly patterns. But giving a little help when others need help is a small thing we can do. Remember not to do good things for small things, and not to do evil things for small things. Zhou Zilong continued to educate. Yes, senior brother. Krillin, who understood, and Xiao Wukong, who did not understand, responded at the same time. The first update is presented, I hope you will like it. Chapter 73. Soon, everyone entered the draw before the first game. Because there were many participants, the conference group randomly divided the participants into 8 groups from A to H. In the end, the final winners of each group would compete in the quarterfinals, and finally the champion would be decided in turn. Zhou Zilong, Krillin, and Xiao Wukong were also lucky. They were assigned to different groups. Yam Sha was a little unlucky. He was in the same group as Zhou Zilong. It is very likely that they will meet in a future duel. Please invite contestant number 75 of Group A to compete on stage. Not long after the draw, a broadcast sounded, and everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance of the arena. Wukong, Gaku, it's your turn, come on. Zhou Zilong and Krillin said to Xiao Wukong. Well, I will. Xiao Wukong nodded in response, and then he jumped onto the arena lightly like a smart monkey. On the opposite side, a burly and muscular contestant, passerby A, also slowly walked onto the stage. His eyes were full of desire for victory, but when he saw Xiao Wukong on the opposite side, he couldn't help but smile with contempt. In the audience, there were discussions everywhere, and most people thought that this would be a match without suspense. The game begins. The referee's order was like lighting a fuse, and the atmosphere of the entire venue was instantly ignited. However, the next scene surprised everyone. Facing passerby A's powerful punch, Xiao Wukong cleverly went behind the opponent, and the speed was so fast that it seemed like a gust of wind passing by. Due to inertia, he almost rushed out of the ring, but with his amazing balance ability, he quickly stabilized his body. Then, Xiao Wukong stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped passerby A's calf. The seemingly light blow contained amazing power. An invisible shock wave instantly erupted, knocking the passerby out of the ring. Xiao Wukong easily won the first game. What kind of move is this? In the audience, exclamations came one after another. People looked at this scene in disbelief. Xiao Wukong's move not only showed his amazing speed and reaction ability, but also made people see his unfathomable power. The second person to play was Krillin from Group H. His opponent was the fat monk who was one of his former senior brothers in Duelin Temple. Brother Krillin, it's your misfortune to meet me, the top master of Duelin Temple. You'd better admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid getting hurt. Krillin's impression of the fat monk in the past was still a bit provocative. Facing the provocation of his senior brother, there was no sign of retreat in Krillin's eyes. After walking out of the shadow, he clenched his right fist at his waist, and with his left hand in a claw-like fighting posture, he said firmly, "Senior brother, let the past be the past. Now we are fighting for our own beliefs. There is no point in talking more. Let's see the truth with our hands." With the referee's order, the game officially began. The fat monk did not give Klin any chance to breathe. Although he was fat, his movements were extremely fast. Like a moving hill, he rushed towards Klin with a whistling wind. However, Klin was no longer the little guy who could only be beaten. He flashed and easily dodged the fat monk's heavy punch, like a light feather, flexibly shuttling on the ring. Ah! Clin found the right time, with the help of a perfect jump. Adjusted his posture in the air, and kicked out with his legs like lightning, aiming directly at the belly of the fat monk. This kick was not only fast, but also contained the results of Clin's recent practice with Zhou Zilong. With a loud bang, the fat monk's huge body was kicked back and fell heavily on the edge of the ring, stirring up a cloud of dust. Clin won the victory. The people watching the game around burst into exclamations. They didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous Clin had such amazing explosive power. Please invite contestant number 100 of Group C to the stage to compete. At this time, after the game had been going on for a while, another broadcast notification sounded in the venue. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Wukong, Krillin, Yamsha, and Cheng Long, who was disguised as Master Roshi, Zhou Zilong jumped onto the ring. Coincidentally, Zhou Zilong's opponent was the thin monk who was one of Krillin's former senior brothers. "It's you. It's just right. Let's settle the score just now," the thin monk said viciously when he saw that his opponent was Zhou Zilong. His voice was low and powerful. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth, full of hatred and provocation. "Referee, please announce the start as soon as possible. I don't want to waste time with this kind of person." Zhou Zilong's words were simple and direct, but like a sharp blade, they directly pierced the thin monk's self-esteem. After seeing Zhou Zilong ignore him so much, the monk's face instantly turned ashen, and his anger surged out like a volcanic eruption. After the referee gave the order, he could no longer suppress his anger. He moved like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, clenched his right fist, and with a whistling sound, he went straight to Zhou Zilong's face. However, facing this seemingly powerful blow, Zhou Zilong seemed unusually calm. He gently raised his left hand, palm facing outward, as if welcoming an old friend's hug, and easily resolved the thin monk's offensive into nothingness. Before the thin monk could think about it, Zhou Zilong's body had already approached like a ghost, and his right fist turned into a stream of light, accurately hitting the thin monk's chest. This seemingly light blow actually contained Zhou Zilong's profound martial arts skills and exquisite control of strength. The thin monk felt an irresistible force bursting out from his chest, and the whole person was hit hard like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily from the edge of the ring, splashing a cloud of dust. "This guy is really terrifying. He defeated the master of Duolin Temple in one go. It's over, he and I are in the same group. I hope I don't meet him too early." He knocked others down with one punch. His strength is really unfathomable. Alas, I wanted to get a better ranking this year to improve my popularity, but it seems difficult. After seeing Zhou Zilong punch the thin monk of Duolin Temple, the surrounding warriors once again made many different noises. In the crowd, two young men were looking at Zhou Zilong with expectant eyes. They were Xiao Wukong and Krillin. Xiao Wukong's eyes were shining with excitement. "Ku Linlin, senior brother is so strong. I am looking forward to fighting him in the next game." Krillin smiled slightly, and his eyes were also shining with fighting spirit. "Well, I also look forward to fighting senior brother alone once." The second update is presented. I hope you will like it. Chapter 74. The smoke of the first round of eliminations had just dissipated, and the air was still filled with the warmth of the battle. After a short break, the second round of more intense competition quietly kicked off. Every contestant looked serious, ready to face a more severe challenge. The first to play was Zhou Zilong. In the second round, Zhou Zilong faced a very tall man who roared and rushed towards Zhou Zilong, intending to suppress him with absolute power. However, Zhou Zilong's mouth corners slightly raised, and his figure flashed, as if he had transformed into Saitama Teacher in One Punch Man. With just one punch, without any extra movements, this passerby player was wrapped by an invisible force and was instantly knocked to the edge of the ring. He fell heavily and lost his ability to fight. The onlookers burst into exclamations. Zhou Zilong won with one move, once again proving his unfathomable strength. Then, it was Goku's turn. Facing his opponent, Goku did not rush to attack, but first used his agility to play with his opponent, jumping and dodging, causing his opponent to make mistakes. Just when his opponent lost his mind due to anger and was about to strike with all his strength, Goku had quietly circled behind him and punched him with a simple and powerful fist, which cut through the air like lightning, accurately hitting his opponent's back and sending him directly out of the ring. Goku won another victory with his wit and strength. Then, Iris came on stage. Facing a strong opponent who was nearly 2 meters tall, Iris was not afraid at all, but instead her fighting spirit was further stimulated. She first used her flexible footwork to circumvent the opponent's heavy punches, and then quickly launched a series of combined punches and kicks. Each punch hit the opponent's vital points just right, but did not cause fatal damage. Finally, with a perfect combination of a high kick and a low kick, the strong man was shaken off balance by the powerful impact and flew out of the ring. Iris won the applause and respect of the audience with her gorgeous skills and precise control. Next, it was Master Kame, who was dressed as Cheng Long, who came on stage. He smiled and slowly walked towards his opponent, as if he was just doing an ordinary morning exercise. However, when the battle really started, Master Kame showed his true strength. The 3 punches he gently swung seemed casual, but in fact each punch contained amazing destructive power. The opponent tried to resist in astonishment, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the end, he was hit by 3 consecutive punches and flew out of the ring. The audience was shocked and couldn't help but look at the strength of this old man with new eyes. Finally, it was Yamcha's turn to appear. He is a fighter known for his speed and skills. Facing a powerful opponent, he chose to respond cautiously. Under the fierce attack of the opponent, Yamcha dodged flexibly and looked for opportunities to counterattack. Finally, after an accurate prediction, he took advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks, jumped up like a cheetah, and hit the opponent's abdomen accurately with a roundhouse kick with a whistling sound. This blow was not only powerful, but also contained a perfect grasp of timing. The opponent was kicked out of the ring in severe pain and imbalance. Yamcha used his speed and skills to draw a perfect end to this round of competition. After another short rest, a new round of competition began. In the new round of competition, everyone's promotion method is still similar, and they continue to advance to the goal of the next round. After a fierce competition, the game is about to enter the final stage, and the remaining 16 people will compete for the place in the quarterfinals. Group A, Sun Wukong vs Unknown Contestant A. Group B, Cheng Long, Master Kame, vs Unknown Contestant B. Group C, Zhou Zilong vs Yamcha. Group D, Iris vs Lan Fang. Group E, Namua vs Unknown Contestant C. Group F, Bartlien, the one who stinks, vs Unknown Contestant D. Group G, Jilin vs Unknown Contestant E. Group H, Krillin vs Unknown Contestant F. In alphabetical order, the game of Group A started first. After Goku quickly moved around the ring and stunned his opponent, Goku kicked his opponent away and won the first place in the quarterfinals. Then came the game of Group B. Cheng Long, disguised as Master Kame, defeated his opponent at lightning speed and won the second place in the quarterfinals. "Brother, it's your turn to compete," Krillin said to Zhou Zilong, who was resting with his eyes closed. Zhou Zilong slowly opened his eyes, his deep eyes flashing with determination and calmness. He nodded gently, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, I understand." On the other side, Iris used her delicate fingers to gently smooth the wrinkles on Yamcha's uniform, her eyes full of encouragement and love. "Don't feel pressured, just do your best to compete." Yamcha heard this, and his heart surged. A warm current came over him. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm. "I know." The atmosphere on the ring was tense to the extreme. In an instant, Zhou Zilong and Yamcha stood opposite each other. Zhou Zilong opened his feet slightly, raised his hands slowly, and made a Tai Chi start. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was integrated with the world, revealing an indescribable harmony and power, while Yamcha was ready to go like a cheetah, staring at Zhou Zilong with his eyes, his muscles tensed, ready to burst out with amazing speed and power at any time. With the referee's order, Yamcha pounced on Zhou Zilong like a hungry wolf, wolf fang 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 fist. With a low roar, Yamcha rushed towards Zhou Zilong like an arrow from a string, the fist wind whistled, with a sharpness that tore the air. Facing this seemingly invulnerable attack, Zhou Zilong seemed unusually calm. He bent his left foot slightly, twisted his body lightly, and easily avoided Yamcha's attack. The lightness of his movements was like a fallen leaf dancing in the wind, which was amazing. Seeing this, Yamcha was secretly surprised, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he became more motivated. He quickly adjusted his body and launched a fierce attack on Zhou Zilong again. This time, his boxing skills were more swift, and each punch contained enough power to shake the mountains. However, Zhou Zilong seemed to be a small boat wandering in the storm, always able to resolve Yamcha's attack at the lowest cost. He stretched out his left hand and hid his right hand behind his back. It seemed casual but contained a mystery. Every time he made a move, he could accurately find the flaws in Yamcha's attack and cleverly resolve it invisibly. "Take my move!" Yamcha shouted at this time, and his muscles tensed instantly, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in his palm. Under his control, the small group of flame energy rushed towards Zhou Zilong with a whistling sound, like a spiritual creature. This was not only a display of skills, but also a confident declaration of the results of his self-cultivation. However, facing this seemingly fierce attack, Zhou Zilong just smiled slightly, did not move his body, and just slapped it lightly with one palm. His palm seemed to be integrated into the surrounding space. The moment the yellow flame touched his palm, it seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force and dissipated silently into the invisible. This scene made everyone present widen their eyes and couldn't believe it. Yamcha was even more surprised. He never thought that the moves he had learned through hard practice would be so easily resolved by the opponent. "Your progress is indeed very obvious, but I have to be more serious. Be careful," Zhou Zilong said to Yamcha after clenching his left fist. Zhou Zilong clenched his left fist and changed his fist into a palm. It seemed like a simple action, but it contained amazing power. An invisible chi force attacked Yamcha like a violent storm. This force was not only an impact on the body, but also a test of will. Seeing this, Yamcha hurriedly crossed his fists in front of his chest, trying to resist this sudden attack. However, he underestimated Zhou Zilong's strength and skills. The chi force easily broke through his defense like penetrating paper and knocked him out of the ring. Contestant number 200 of Group C fell off the ring, and contestant number 100 of Group C won. The referee's voice echoed in the venue, announcing the end of the game. "The gap between us is still big. It seems that I have to strengthen my practice." Yamcha slowly stood up from the ground. Although there was a bit of loss on his face, he was more admiring and grateful to Zhou Zilong. "That's because I've practiced longer than you." Zhou Zilong responded with a smile, and then pulled Yamcha up. "If you achieve your goal, you can go to my master, Teacher Wu Tian, to learn from him. I believe it will be very helpful for your improvement." This sentence is not only an encouragement to Yamcha, but also a revelation to all martial artists. On the road of martial arts, there is no end, only constant challenges and transcendence. So far, the third match has ended, and Zhou Zilong has won the third place in the quarterfinals, with 5 games left before the quarterfinals. The third update is here, I hope you will like it. Chapter 75. The quarterfinals are still going on. Just like in the original novel, Xiao Wukong is fighting against Namu, also called Namu, due to translation problems, who participated in the competition because of the water shortage in his hometown and bought water for the prize money for winning the championship. With the referee's order, the battle broke out instantly. Xiao Wukong was agile, like a monkey jumping in the mountains, while Nemo relied on his powerful strength, and every attack was powerful and heavy, shaking the air. The two of them fought back and forth, the wind of fists whistled, and the dust on the ring flew, showing their extraordinary martial arts and tenacious will. After a clever dodge and counterattack, Xiao Wukong's fist hit Nemo's abdomen accurately and knocked him to the ground. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath. Nemo struggled to get up, but his physical exhaustion and despair made him unable to move. He looked at the sky, tears welling up in his eyes, and his heart was filled with guilt and helplessness towards his hometown. At this moment, a gentle voice broke the silence, "Mr. Nemo, please don't give up hope." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it was Zhou Zilong who took out an exquisite small well model, exchange in the system wall, from his arms, gently placed it in front of Nemo, and said, "This is the God's well created by God. Although it is small, it contains endless miracles. As long as you bring it back to your hometown and put it on the ground, it will turn into a real well, bringing you endless sweet springs." Hearing this, Nemo's eyes glowed again. He trembled and took the well model, as if holding the hope of life. He bowed deeply to Zhou Zilong and Xiao Wukong, and his gratitude was beyond words. Then, in the applause and blessings of the audience, Nemo left the ring with a vision of the future. In the last quarterfinals, Iris faced the pterosaur Manjilin. After breaking the trick of the magic gum that had caused Xiao Wukong to suffer in the original work, Iris advanced to the semi-finals with a narrow victory. Soon, the list of semi-final duels was also released. Zhou Zilong faced his junior brother Krillin, and Xiao Wukong faced Iris. Zhou Zilong and Krillin played first. The day after the smoke of the quarterfinals cleared, the semi-final stage of the martial arts conference was once again ignited by the fiery fighting spirit. The sun penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the ring, adding a touch of solemnity and expectation to the upcoming duel between brothers. Around the ring, the crowd was bustling with cheers and shouts from the audience. They admired the strength of the two players and were curious about this special match. Zhou Zilong stood in the center in a Tai Chi posture, his eyes were deep and calm, as if he could see through the changes of everything in the world. Klin had a firm face and an unyielding light in his eyes. He knew that this time he would prove his growth to his senior brother in his own way. "Senior brother, I'm here!" Klin roared, and his body suddenly jumped up, like an arrow from a bow, instantly crossing a distance of several meters, and a powerful flying kick went straight to Zhou Zilong's face. This blow condensed his years of unremitting pursuit of martial arts and hard training, striving to hit the target with one blow and show his strength. However, Zhou Zilong was not in a hurry. He slightly tilted his body and tapped the ground with his right foot. His body was as agile as flowing water. He easily resolved Klin's attack. His movements seemed slow, but in fact they contained the essence of Tai Chi. He used softness to overcome hardness and used 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. The audience burst into amazement. They seemed to see the highest realm of martial arts, which was fully demonstrated in Zhou Zilong. "What a great move of Cloud Hand!" The host shouted excitedly, with unconcealable excitement in his voice. Zhou Zilong easily resolved Klin's fierce attack with Tai Kai's Cloud Hand. This is not only a display of skills, but also a deep understanding of the spirit of martial arts. Klin was not discouraged when he saw this. Instead, he was more motivated. He knew that brute force alone was far from enough to defeat his senior brother. So, he quickly adjusted his breathing, his eyes became sharper, and he began to try different tactics. Sometimes he confused his opponent with fast movements, and sometimes he suddenly launched a close-range combo of punches and kicks, trying to find Zhou Zilong's flaws. Zhou Zilong smiled and responded with ease. The two of them shuttled quickly on the ring, with whistling fists and heavy footprints. Every collision aroused a wave of air, which was dazzling. As time went by, the battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. Krillin, with his tenacious will and indomitable spirit, continued to attack Zhou Zilong, while Zhou Zilong responded to all changes with the same attitude, always maintaining his inner peace and calmness, and brought the essence of Tai Chi to the fullest. This round of confrontation ended with Zhou Zilong occupying the upper hand. Senior brother is still as strong as ever, Xiao Wukong muttered as he watched the two fight. Clin took a deep breath, and the qi in his body was like an awakened dragon, surging in his body. He slowly raised his hands, and his fingertips trembled slightly, as if he could capture every tiny energy fluctuation in the air. Several tiny qigong waves condensed in his palms, like the brightest stars in the night sky, flashing dazzling light, and then Clin pushed them towards Zhou Zilong without hesitation. These qigong waves drew gorgeous trajectories in the air, with sharp breaking sounds, and rushed straight to Zhou Zilong. However, Zhou Zilong was not in a hurry. He moved his body lightly, like a fallen leaf on the water, easily avoiding all attacks. He had a faint smile on his face, which was a kind of calmness after a deep understanding of the art of fighting. However, Clin's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, and with the help of the power of jumping, he rushed to Zhou Zilong's back with a powerful knee strike. What a fast body movement! Krillin has not only improved his strength, but also mastered tactics. Seeing this, Master Kame stroked his beard, his eyes full of praise. That's for sure, Grandpa Kame. After taking us through basic training for a period of time, senior brother will spar with me and Ku Linlin, little Gaku replied to Master Kame. Senior brother, you are really strong. When I was with Gaku, I could still touch you, but now I can hardly hurt you at all. After the flash tactic just now failed, Krillin praised Zhou Zilong's strength after landing. Krillin, you have made great progress. Keep it up, but in today's game, I will not show mercy. One move will decide the outcome. Zhou Zilong's eyes were firm. He knew that in the martial arts conference, every victory was the best proof of his strength. He slowly raised his hands and made a move to release Kamehameha. Okay. Krillin responded. Kamehameha. As the two chanted almost at the same time, the air seemed to be injected with invisible power. The audience and referees around couldn't help holding their breath. The energy waves of the two flew out at the same moment, like two lightnings that broke through the sky, and collided with each other in an instant. At that moment, the entire ring seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and the space was trembling slightly. In the audience, people stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing any details. However, just 3 seconds later, the winner was decided. Zhou Zilong's Kamehameha gradually gained the upper hand in the collision. The powerful force seemed to have an irresistible power, slowly pushing back Krillin's Qi Yuan Zhan, and finally pushing him to the edge of the ring. With a loud bang, Krillin's body landed steadily. Although he looked a little embarrassed, there was no frustration on his face. Let us congratulate Zhou Zilong for successfully advancing to the finals with his extraordinary strength and superb skills. Although Clin lost by one move, let us give him a warm round of applause. The host's voice resounded throughout the venue, forever freezing the glory of this moment in everyone's heart. The first update is here, I hope you will like it.